Chapter 1, The Advancing Plastic Model Hobbyist. U State, Lan Province. Tainan Mountain. A streak of light cut through the clouds, hovering above the Tainan mountain range. The light receded, revealing an incredibly bizarre flying magical artifact. This magical artifact was entirely yellow, shaped like a bird, with dark grey metal plates at its wings and feathers. Its overall design was perfectly streamlined, like a yellow divine eagle soaring across the sky. In this world, such a strange flying magical artifact was the epitome of heresy, making one wonder if the artifact refiner who created it had a screw loose. However, if there were a visitor from another world present, and if he had ever harbored the great ideal of becoming light in his childhood, he would definitely blurt out, "Holy crap! Victory Swallow!" That's right, this was the famous Victory Swallow Unit 1. The personal ride of ace pilot Shinasuka. And the creator of such a contraption, naturally, couldn't be a native of this world. In the blink of an eye, I'm 18 again, Lu Yun said, sitting in the Victory Swallow's cockpit, his eyes staring blankly at the outside. In his previous life, he was also 18 when he transmigrated. It was a night of strong winds and lightning. Lu Yun's accidentally saw the news that a record of Immortal's journey to immortality was being animated. The last time he read this novel was in elementary school, and he hadn't read much before he was attracted to plastic toys and became a good-for-nothing plastic model hobbyist. After so long, his memory of the novel was already blurry beyond recognition. He only vaguely remembered that the protagonist's surname was Han, he had a bottle that could be used like golden Kila, and he looked a bit like Song Xiaobao. After a few seconds of thought, Lu Yun's clicked on the first episode of the animation. It wasn't out of nostalgia for his childhood or anything, he mainly just wanted to see if the protagonist looked like Song Xiaobao. As a result, as soon as the opening theme song played, Lu Yun's transmigrated on the spot. Even now, he couldn't figure out how he transmigrated. Could it be that the opening theme song was poisonous? Anyway, Lu Yun's transmigrated, and he also changed professions. From a good-for-nothing plastic model hobbyist to a promising cultivator. Lu Yun's was filled with gratitude for fate whenever he thought of this. After all, he used to only be fit to play with plastic toys. But now, he could build real ones. Cultivation could build Gundams. This world was so damn promising. By the way, if I remember correctly, the protagonist should be arriving here soon, right? For the past 18 years, besides cultivating and building Gundams, Lu Yun's had been trying his best to recall the plot of that novel. After much thought, he finally dug up a segment about the Tainan small gathering from the depths of his memory. Coincidentally, the cultivation world of U State where he was located also had a Tainan small gathering, so the plot matched. So he specifically requested leave from his sect to attend this Tainan small gathering to see if he could meet the protagonist. After wandering around here for over a month, he did encounter a few cultivators, but none of them were named Han. Could it be the wrong time? Lu Yun sighed, muttering to himself. If it really was the wrong time, that would be a bit troublesome. After all, as the protagonist, he was favored by luck. All sorts of opportunities would fall on his head like they were free. If he could build a good relationship with the protagonist, communicate more often, and perhaps run dungeons together when they had time, wouldn't that be great? Clearly, Lu Yun's was not aware of the seriousness of the situation at this moment. Suddenly, a violent commotion came from the forest below the Victory Swallow. Lu Yun's turned his head to look, only to see an exceptionally agile figure moving back and forth through the trees, so fast that it left streaks of afterimages behind it. Behind that person, a middle-aged man held a command flag, waving it to unleash dozens of fireballs that shot out. However, the person he was chasing moved with such finesse that after a series of maneuvers, the surrounding area was blown to smithereens, yet not a speck of dust touched him. That movement technique is impressive. Is it Qinggong? Lu Yun's marveled. He had heard from his senior brothers in the sect that while the martial arts of the mortal Jianghu were pitifully weak, some aspects were still commendable. Especially some advanced Qinggong, which were still very useful when dealing with low-level cultivators. At the time, that person even told a few short stories from the mortal Jianghu, which made Lu Yun's blood boil. He hastily left the mountain to learn a few techniques, thinking they might even be useful for Gundams. As a result, he didn't even leave the sect gate, his master almost broke his leg. Lu Yun's was enjoying the show when a sudden change occurred below. A tall, thin man suddenly burst out of the ground, raising his hand to release several ice cones directly at the person. The person was currently leaping in the air, about to be impaled by the ice cones. In a moment of life and death, the person twisted violently. He contorted his body into a bizarre S-shape, narrowly dodging the fatal attack. Good! Lu Yun's exclaimed excitedly, subconsciously cheering. Fortunately, they were quite far from the scene, and the Victory Swallow was hovering high, so they weren't discovered. The person landed on the ground, looked at the two men, and then turned and ran. The two men quickly chased after him. Lu Yun's also activated the Victory Swallow's stealth function and quietly followed them. At this moment, Han Li was on the run. He had only recently arrived in Lan Province. During his journey to seek immortality in Dao, he inadvertently learned that there was a strangely shaped yellow giant bird in the Tainan mountain range of Lan Province. Recently, for some unknown reason, it had been circling above the mountain range without stopping, scaring away the surrounding hunters who dared not go up the mountain, fearing they would encounter the giant bird and be swallowed whole. Han Li pondered for a long time and decided to try his luck here. As it turned out, his luck was not very good. He didn't encounter the giant bird but instead ran into two unfamiliar cultivators. Originally, they were strangers with no grudges, so there was no need for a life and death struggle. But for some reason, after only a few words, these two cultivators directly attacked, chasing him relentlessly like hunting dogs after prey. This forced Han Li to curse the ancestors of these two men in his heart and then quickly run away. Seeing Han Li dart another few dozen zhang away, the two men behind him exchanged glances. The middle-aged man's eyes immediately flashed with ferocity. With a stern face, he carefully pulled out a black command flag from his embrace. "Friends behind me, do you really intend to kill me?" Han Li asked without looking back. The tall, thin man's eyes flashed, and two spinning blades flew from his hand directly towards Han Li. Han Li heard the sudden rush of wind behind him. His figure suddenly darted forward, stepping on a large tree to change direction. The two spinning blades crossed and slashed, narrowly missing Han Li, directly cutting the century-old tree in half. Taking this opportunity, the middle-aged man formed a hand seal, and the black command flag suddenly disappeared. Han Li was about to change direction again when an inexplicable sense of alarm gripped his heart. He instinctively shifted sideways, moving a dozen meters through the air. A giant command flag, magnified dozens of times, descended from the sky, landing precisely where he had originally stood. OM. The command flag emitted a peculiar humming sound, and a layer of black protective barrier suddenly appeared, centered around the flag. Like a translucent black bowl, it trapped Han Li inside. "Kid, run again now." The big man grinned, instantly becoming as ferocious as a beast. Han Li's face turned pale, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two men. "I have no grudges with either of you, why must we fight to the death here? Kid, consider yourself unlucky." The tall, thin man raised his hand, and the two spinning blades circled back, heading straight for Han Li. Just then, a huge yellow light descended from the sky. Boom! The black protective barrier instantly shattered, and the two spinning blades were directly bounced away. The yellow light receded, revealing the massive form of Victory Swallow Unit 1. The two men were instantly stunned. Han Li was even closer, less than a zhang away from the metallic giant eagle. He saw it clearly and understood in his heart that this was the yellow giant eagle he had been searching for. However, it was not a spirit beast raised by a cultivator, but rather a creation similar to a magical artifact. Han Li was still too young. The next scene would completely shatter his worldview. The huge metallic flying eagle suddenly trembled, and various parts began to shift. Its eagle wings rotated 180 degrees, coming together in the middle to form a giant sword. The eagle's tail and head simultaneously folded inwards, revealing humanoid feet and a sharply defined metallic head. Accompanied by the crisp sounds of metal shifting and deforming, the 14-meter-long Victory Swallow transformed into a 10-meter-tall metallic Gundam in the blink of an eye. The three men stared blankly at the scene. "Brother, are you on the wrong set?" Clang! The metallic giant's eyes flashed red, emitting an incredibly dramatic sound effect, and it raised its hand, drawing its giant sword. "Ha ha ha ha!" Liu Yun's in the cockpit was roaring with laughter. What did he cultivate for? Immortality? Freedom in the heavens and earth? Don't be ridiculous. He cultivated to pilot Gundams. If he couldn't even pilot a Gundam, what was the point of cultivating? A plastic model hobbyist never changes his ways. The three men saw the metallic giant lower its body and fiercely swing its sword. The giant sword unleashed a golden sword light several zhang long, slashing down. The tall, thin man was cut in two by the sword light before he even had time to react. The big man's eyes filled with terror. He quickly waved a red command flag, releasing dozens of fireballs, while simultaneously retreating rapidly and pulling out a talisman from his embrace. The metallic giant completely ignored the fireballs, charging forward like a tank. It allowed the fireballs to explode on its body. OM. Another sword strike, the air being rapidly cut, emitted a soul-stirring hum. The golden sword light flashed past. The big man was clutching the talisman tightly in his hand, but he no longer had a chance to use it. His head, of unknown capacity, had forever left its homeland. Han Li was utterly dumbfounded. The metallic giant's wild and ferocious fighting style made his heart tremble. This unparalleled sense of violence was incomparable to those low-level magical artifacts and spells. The giant turned around, the red light in its pupils tracing a red line in the air. Han Li was suddenly startled. He instinctively raised his hand, and a fireball appeared in his palm. The giant made no move. As the two stared at each other, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. This scene was somewhat like a muscular strongman cornering a little girl in an alley, and the little girl, unfazed by the danger, calmly pulled out a Balala fairy wand from her bag. It's not that this thing had no lethality, it's just that in this situation, it was hard not to think you were being comical. Han Li also realized this, and with a helpless smile, he dispelled the fireball and gave the metallic giant a friendly smile. The giant bent down, and the metal plate on its chest opened completely, revealing a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes inside. "Friend, I am Liu Yun's. May I ask, what is this?" Han Li let out a bitter laugh. "Fellow deist Liu, this is a long story." This was their first meeting. Liu Yun still didn't know this guy was the protagonist, and Han Li still didn't know how much trouble this bastard would cause. In short, the atmosphere was still friendly for now. Han Li told Liu Yun's the whole story, only omitting the part about him coming to look for the yellow giant eagle. Liu Yun's immediately fell into deep thought. "Brother Han, you're saying these two both claim to be loose cultivators?" Liu Yun's had a bit of an extreme extrovert tendency. In such a short time, he was already calling people brother. Han Li nodded. He had originally wanted to build a good relationship with this person to inquire about matters in the cultivation world, so he didn't mind his familiarity. Something's not right. Liu Yun's frowned, looking at the black command flag and talisman in his hand. High-grade defensive and trapping magical artifact, elementary high-grade earth escape talisman. These are not things a loose cultivator could afford. Han Li was startled and quickly said, thinking back, they only attacked after learning I was a loose cultivator. That's normal. Although loose cultivators don't have many good things, they also don't have a background, so it's easier to take action against them, and the risk is naturally small. Liu Yun's looked at the two corpses, his brows furrowed tightly. If it was truly for murder and treasure, the matter would be simple. But these magical artifacts and talismans are not ordinary goods, they would cost at least 100 or 200 spirit stones. You can't earn such a large sum of spirit stones by killing loose cultivators. Han Li's eyes flickered, narrowing slightly. Brother Liu shouldn't be a loose cultivator, right? Liu Yun's glanced at him. No, I'm from the Yunyu sect. So it's a distinguished disciple of the Yunyu sect. I've long heard of your reputation. Han Li's expression changed, revealing genuine admiration. I've long heard that the Yunyu sect is the foremost cultivation sect in Yu State. I've always yearned for it, and seeing Brother Liu's abilities today, I know its reputation is well deserved. Hey. Liu Yun's eyes were a bit confused. Although the Yunyu sect was indeed the top sect in Yu State, wasn't your reaction a bit exaggerated? The Yunyu sect is most famous for dual cultivation. Seeing his reaction, Han Li wanted to laugh in his heart while also letting out a sigh of relief. Excellent. This person doesn't seem particularly difficult to deal with. Han Li was right. Liu Yun's was born under the red flag in his previous life, never worrying about food or clothing. At the tender age of 18, he was sent away by a Song. Although this life had some hardships, he was taken in by an expert of the Yunyu sect at a young age and regarded as a successor. It could be said that Liu Yun's, in 36 years across 2 lives, had no idea what it meant to be beaten by society. But Han Li was different, the things he experienced couldn't even be called beatings, they were premeditated murder. In terms of deep scheming, Han Li completely outclassed Liu Yun's. In just a few words, Liu Yun's temporarily put the matter aside and chatted very congenially with Han Li. Among the 7 sects of Yu State, the Yunyu sect is indeed the first, closely followed by Spirit Beast Mountain, while the other 5 sects are all of similar strength. Liu Yun's put away the victory swallow, chatting with Han Li as he walked towards Tainan Valley. Liu Yun's also had his own calculations. He always felt that this guy named Han Li might be the protagonist. However, he didn't look like Song Xiaobao. Chapter 2, Spirit Gathering Physique. Liu Yun sighed inwardly. Forget it, whether he's the protagonist or not, he wouldn't lose anything anyway. The Tainan Small Gathering is actually organized by the 7 sects. It's held every 5 years, specifically for the younger generation of Lan Province. It's both a grand trading event and an opportunity for the juniors of various families to socialize. It also serves to build momentum for the Ascension Assembly. You know about the Ascension Assembly, right? Han Li's face showed a hint of embarrassment. To be frank, Brother Liu, I've been focused solely on cultivation before this, so I truly don't know anything about the Ascension Assembly. Is that so? Liu Yun's gave him a deep look but said nothing. Han Li, however, felt a drum beating in his heart. It's a grand event held every 10 years in Yu State, and also an opportunity for young cultivators to join the 7 great sects. Liu Yun slowly explained the Ascension Assembly. In essence, it was a martial arts arena set up by the 7 great sects, where numerous young cultivators would compete to select 70 individuals. These 70 would then be able to join the 7 great sects and also receive an incomparably precious foundation establishment pill. It's actually just a tactic used by the 7 great sects to divide the loose cultivators, nothing new. Liu Yun spread his hands. Almost all the resources in the cultivation world of Yu State are monopolized by the 7 great sects, especially the foundation establishment pill, which is essential for advancing to foundation establishment. They guard it extremely tightly. Loose cultivators, seeing no future, naturally cause trouble. Although the 7 great sects aren't afraid, it is indeed troublesome, so they came up with this idea. Is that so? Han Li's eyes flickered as he pondered in silence. Brother Han, let me give you a piece of advice. Liu Ling's looked at him with a serious expression. Absolutely do not be foolish enough to go compete in the arena. Han Li looked up and smiled. Brother Liu worries too much, I know my own capabilities. Liu Yun's looked at him and suddenly smiled too. You don't really think the 7 great sects would just give foundation establishment pills to loose cultivators, do you? Han Li was stunned. You should know that foundation establishment pills are not only scarce for loose cultivators, but also for the various great families. Liu Yun's lips curled into a disdainful smile. The Ascension Assembly is said to give loose cultivators a chance. But in reality, how can loose cultivators compare to those from major cultivation families? Spirit stones, magical artifacts, talismans, major cultivation families lack none of these things. What about loose cultivators? They wish they could split one spirit stone in half to spend. Everyone knows very well that the foundation establishment pills from the Ascension Assembly are actually prepared for the disciples of those major cultivation families, and also serve to bring them fame. Even if an occasional loose cultivator of exceptional talent, by chance, manages to make it into the top 10, the 7 great sects wouldn't lose out. After all, such a loose cultivator must be a rare genius, seen only once in decades. Old Han, every Ascension Assembly, Countless loose cultivators flock to participate, one after another. In the end, countless are injured or killed, yet they never learn their lesson. Liu Yun sighed, they aren't fools, they understand these things too. It's just that loose cultivators truly have no hope for the future, so they can only cling to that sliver of luck, trying to gamble their lives for a possibility that barely exists. Han Li stared at him blankly, and after a long while, a bitter smile appeared on his face. In that case, loose cultivators truly see no hope at all. That's not entirely true. If you are a genius with a heavenly spiritual root or an uncommon spiritual root, then you still have a lot of hope. Or, if your spiritual root attribute isn't great, but you have a special physique, there's still a small chance. Han Li's mind stirred, and he suddenly asked, Brother Liu, is there any way to check one's spiritual root aptitude? There is. Liu Yun's patted his storage pouch, and a crystal ball appeared in his hand. Come, infuse your magical power into it. Han Li pondered for a moment, then silently reached out and placed his hand on the crystal ball. The crystal ball trembled slightly, lighting up with 4 colors, blue, red, and yellow. A4 spiritual root. Liu Yun sighed. Han Li also looked extremely dejected. Although he had long suspected his aptitude was ordinary, suspicion and confirmation were 2 different things. You don't have to be so disappointed. Liu Yun advised, taking the crystal ball. As he infused his magical power, 5 colors gold, green, blue, red, and yellow shone brightly. See, my spiritual root is even worse than yours. Han Li was startled and subconsciously sensed Liu Yun's magical power. Brother Liu isn't trying to trick me, is he? Han Li gave a bitter smile, he couldn't sense Liu Yun's specific cultivation level. This could only mean one thing, Liu Yun's cultivation was far above his own. I'm not tricking you. Liu Yun circulated his magical power. This time, Han Li saw clearly, 11th level of Qi refinement stage. My spiritual root is indeed the worst 5 spiritual root, but my physique is different from ordinary people, it's the rare spirit gathering physique. Liu Yun explained the relationship between spiritual root and physique to Han Li. For example, if an ordinary person can absorb 10 points of spiritual qi in a day, then a heavenly spiritual root cultivator can convert 10 points into usable magical power, while a 5 spiritual root cultivator can only convert about 2 points. The above describes ordinary people. However, some individuals in the cultivation world are born with unique physiques. For instance, Liu Yun's spirit gathering physique allows him to absorb approximately 50 points of spiritual qi per day, or possibly even more, primarily influenced by the spiritual qi concentration around him. Therefore, his cultivation speed is actually not much slower than that of a heavenly spiritual root or uncommon spiritual root cultivator. Of course, these numbers are not precise, they are just for easier understanding. So, even though your spiritual root isn't great, you've cultivated to the 8th level of qi refinement at such a young age. It's possible your physique is similar to mine, Liu Yun's consoled him. At this point, Liu Yun's was almost certain that Han Li was the protagonist. Surname Han, and with a 4 spiritual root aptitude, he could reach the 8th level of qi refinement before 20. If this guy isn't the protagonist. Liu Yun's quickly stopped that thought. Better play it safe. What if he really is like him? Han Li could only shake his head with a bitter smile, he still knew his own limits. He also didn't want to dwell on this topic and quickly changed the subject. Since Brother Liu is a prominent disciple of Yunyu sect, what brings him to this Tainan small gathering? To make money. This answer was too direct, leaving Han Li momentarily stunned. Liu Yun sighed, Brother Han, isn't my swallow swift majestic? Majestic. Han Li replied without hesitation. Han Li was sincere, he truly found this big, hard, and glittering behemoth very majestic. I exchanged spirit stones for it. Liu Yun looked into the distance, his gaze somewhat vacant. As everyone knows, playing with Gundam is expensive, and building Gundam is even more expensive. Manufacturing the Swallow Swift consumed all of Liu Yun's savings over the years. Even so, he still incurred a lot of external debt to barely cover the costs. To gather these spirit stones, Liu Yun shamelessly signed his master's name on the IOU. If he didn't repay the debt in time, and his master returned from his travels to learn of this, Liu Yun touched his knees. He might truly have to say goodbye to them then. Brother Liu, Han Li spoke, interrupting Liu Yun's sentimentality. Is that Tainan Valley ahead? Liu Yun looked up, a stretch of mist lay before them. Looking at the mist, Liu Ling's brows gradually furrowed. Brother Liu, what's wrong? Han Li, seeing Liu Yun's unusual expression, subconsciously took half a step back. Restrictions fully activated. Did something happen? Liu Yun took out a sound transmission talisman, muttering something. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the sound transmission talisman transformed into a streak of fire and shot into the mist. Han Li's eyes were full of curiosity, but he said nothing. Generally speaking, the restrictions of Tainan Valley are not fully opened during the Tainan small gathering. Liu Yun explained, this situation doesn't look right, it's likely there's been some recent change for this to happen. Han Li nodded, subtly taking another half step back. By the way, Brother Han, do you have anything tradable on you? Liu Yun suddenly asked. The Tainan small gathering, held every 5 years, plus the upcoming Ascension Assembly. At this time, all cultivators will spare no expense to improve their strength. Any good items they were reluctant to show in the past will be brought out now, just to exchange for spirit medicine to break through their cultivation or high-level magical artifacts, to increase their chances of victory in the Ascension Assembly by that one extra bit. Taking advantage of this opportunity, one can really find many good things. Han Li's eyes flickered, and he said with a smile, Brother Lu, you jest. As a mere loose cultivator, how could I have anything others would covet? At most, I only have a few talismans. Oh. Lu Yun's glanced at him. Is this person genuinely lacking, or is he putting on an act for me? Shouldn't he have a bottle of golden Kahlua in his possession? Han Li's gaze was sincere, his expression calm. Is this person testing me? What is his objective? Have I revealed something? Will it be dangerous to continue following him? Given his cultivation strength, if he turns hostile, how should I respond? Just as the two were engaging in their subtle drama, the mist before them suddenly surged, parting to reveal a small path that stretched endlessly. An old man on the path walked towards them with a cheerful smile. Junior brother Lu, was your journey smooth? Senior brother Zhou, Lu Yun's demeanor seemed to become a bit more serious, but he still said with a smile, the journey was fairly smooth. I just encountered a few loose cultivators who wanted to kill people and seize treasures. These loose cultivators are becoming more and more lawless. The old man snorted coldly, then turned his head to look at Han Li beside Lu Yun's. Han Li immediately felt as if his entire body was seen through by him, and he subconsciously activated his heavenly eye technique. The result sent a chill down his spine. The old man's entire body of magical power was a unified whole, making it impossible to discern its depth. Even Lu Yun's had never given him this feeling. A conjecture flashed through his mind like lightning, and Han Li quickly bowed deeply. Junior Han Li greets senior. The old man smiled and nodded. Fellow deist, as a loose cultivator, it's truly not easy to cultivate your cultivation technique to the 8th level of Qi refinement at such a young age. Senior brother Zhou, this is a friend I met on the way. Lu Yun's explained with a smile. Then his expression suddenly became serious. Senior brother, I just saw that the Tainan Valley restrictions are fully activated. Did something happen? It's nothing major, just a few loose cultivators have gone missing. The old man waved his hand, looking somewhat helpless. They were probably killed for their treasures. This kind of thing happens almost every Tainan small gathering. This year it just happened more frequently, which caused widespread panic. There was no choice but to fully activate the restrictions to reassure those loose cultivators. Han Li subtly frowned. The attitude revealed in this person's words made him extremely displeased. I see. The talismans and magical artifacts he had just acquired flashed through Lu Yun's mind. He had a feeling that this matter was not so simple. Thank you, senior brother, for clarifying. No problem, the old man quickly waved his hand. Junior brother Lu, are you here at Tainan Valley to exchange for something? If so, why not come with me to meet a few old friends? Their wealth is much more substantial than those low-level loose cultivators. The old man smiled, his small eyes darting around Lu Yun's. Junior brother, I am also a poor man, how could I be qualified to trade with Foundation Establishment cultivators? Lu Yun's replied with a grin, I came here this time mainly to broaden my horizons and observe the young talents from various families, such as the Yan family siblings and those from the Chen family. Han Li, listening from the side, felt a jolt in his heart. This old man was indeed a Foundation Establishment cultivator. I see, indeed, young people should interact more. The old man smiled broadly, seemingly quite pleased. The three walked together on the small path, Lu Yun's and the old man chatting happily, from various schools to major cultivation families, and from core formation stage high-level cultivators within the sect to the recently rising low-level juniors. Although Han Li was left out of the conversation, he listened with utmost seriousness, wishing he could engrave every word into his bones. After not walking for too long, the three reached the end of the small path. Han Li was thoroughly engrossed in listening when he suddenly felt his eyes brighten. A picturesque valley came into view. Exotic flowers and rare grasses, falling petals, and ancient trees of unknown age stood tall within. In the center of the valley was a magnificent complex of palace-style buildings. How truly luxurious, Lu Yun's remarked with emotion. It's nothing, just some mundane things. The old man chuckled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Junior brother, I still need to greet a few old friends. If junior brother has anything, you can find me at the Pure Heart Pavilion in the center. Lu Yun's appropriately bowed, bidding farewell to the old man. You don't think much of this person, do you? Lu Yun suddenly asked, his smile unchanged. Han Li quickly shook his head, Brother Lu, you jest. I also don't think much of this person, but there's no helping it. To prevent loose cultivators from banding together, the person in charge of each Tainan small gathering is always a Foundation Establishment cultivator from a family. He's already considered not bad. Lu Yun's face held a half smile, making Han Li's heart thump. In the cultivation world, strength is respected. Killing people and seizing treasures is commonplace, and it's also common for high-level cultivators to directly obliterate low-level cultivators if they disagree. Compared to others, this one merely looks down on loose cultivators. He can be considered to have decent character. Lu Yun sighed. 18 years since his transmigration, he had adapted to this unfortunate world, but he still found it hard to truly accept. There was no way, so many years of education in his previous life had solidified his worldview. Now, suddenly transmigrating and being expected to embrace the philosophy of decisive action and strength above all else, that simply wasn't realistic. Brother Lu, why did that Foundation Establishment senior call you junior brother? Han Li hesitated for a moment, but ultimately asked the question. Liu Yun sighed again. My seniority is calculated from my masters, and he is a core formation stage cultivator. I see. Han Li gave a bitter smile and said nothing. No wonder that old man was so enthusiastic towards him, he had backing after all. Brother Han, Liu Yun suddenly dropped his worried expression and grinned mischievously. Are you interested in magical artifacts? Ah. Han Li was startled. Why does Brother Liu ask? Liu Yun's patted his storage pouch, and over a dozen magical artifacts flew out. There were swords, spears, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, and forks, as well as magical beads, precious mirrors, command flags, and ruyi scepters, each one shimmering with dazzling spiritual light, drawing the attention of passing cultivators. Crafted with meticulous care over several years by an artifact refining master, using luxurious materials and exquisite workmanship, these are absolutely top grade among magical artifacts of the same rank. Since we've had such a good chat today, pick whichever you like, and I'll give you a friendship price. Liu Yun's looked at Han Li with anticipation. If all went well, this would be his first pot of gold. The protagonist should be very wealthy, right? Chapter 3, The Madman. Liu Yun sat in the open space, with over a dozen magical artifacts laid out before him, boasting eloquently to several cultivators. Han Li ultimately did not spend money to buy his magical artifacts, he merely claimed to be short on funds and then slipped away without looking back, as if Liu Yun's were some terrifying beast. To be honest, Liu Yun's was a little sad. However, since he didn't lose anything, he quickly put the matter out of his mind. His previous appearance had attracted many people's attention, and as soon as he set up his stall, many cultivators gathered. He himself tended to get excited in a crowd, and seeing so many people, he immediately perked up, spewing out shameless advertisements like a machine gun, leaving everyone stunned. Everyone, look closely. These are all exquisite items that an artifact refining master spent several years to refine. Absolutely high quality and low price, no deception for young or old. Which artifact refining master takes several years to refine a pile of mid to high rank magical artifacts? Someone in the crowd said disdainfully. To be fair, that was a valid point. The magical artifacts Liu Yun's displayed were, after all, only mid to high rank magical artifacts. If an artifact refining master could only refine these things after several years, then it only meant that person would have a more promising future working in a factory. What are you talking about? Even if I brought out top rank magical artifacts, you wouldn't be able to afford them. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes. You. The person in the crowd turned red with anger and was about to argue with Liu Yun's when his companion stopped him. Are you crazy? That's the little madman from Yunyu sect. Although the voice was lowered, Liu Yun's, having lived 2 lives, had divine sense far surpassing that of cultivators of the same rank. He heard every word clearly. Liu Yun's expression immediately darkened. The person who was stopped widened his eyes, looking at Liu Yun's with a horrified expression. It's really him. Nonsense. He doesn't look like it. Didn't he dismantle Yunyu sect's Hall of Heavenly Crafts? How could he be back so soon? You too. Liu Yun's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Are you buying or not? If not, hurry up and get out. The person who stopped his companion was a refined young man. Seeing Liu Yun's displeased expression, he quickly bowed respectfully, and at the same time, seemingly inadvertently, flashed the leaf mark on his clothes. Fellow Daoist Liu, my companion spoke out of turn. Please do not take offense. I'll buy this magical artifact. The refined young man's gaze swept downwards, and he was immediately startled. These magical artifacts were much better than he had imagined. Although they were all only mid to high rank magical artifacts, judging from the spiritual chi they emitted, they were indeed undoubtedly exquisite items. Liu Yun's glanced at him, snorted, and said nothing. He hadn't been entirely spouting nonsense earlier, these magical artifacts were indeed crafted by a great master, only that great master's name was Liu Yun's. Several years wasn't a lie either, as the materials were all scraps left over from building the Flying Swallow, and rounding it up, it had indeed been several years. Fellow Daoist Liu, may I try it out? The young man smiled kindly, intending to help Liu Yun's advertise to make up for his cousin's rash behavior. You may, Liu Yun said coldly. The young man nodded indifferently, reaching out to pick up a high-rank magical mirror. As magical power was injected, the magical mirror suddenly soared into the air, shooting out a yellow spiritual light. The spiritual light burst open in the air, forming a light shield that protected the young man's body. Xiaoming, come over and test the defensive power of this magical artifact, the young man instructed his cousin. The person looked young, appearing to be only a 16 or 17-year-old youth. Hearing the young man's words, he understood that he was meant to make amends, so he quickly took out a short axe from his storage pouch. He tossed the short axe into the air, muttering incantations. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, the short axe rapidly enlarged in the air, and in a moment, it transformed into a giant axe 7 or 8 zhang long, emitting a dazzling red light with incredibly terrifying momentum. Such a large commotion naturally attracted many people, and Han Li also mingled in the crowd, secretly observing. Exterminate! The youth roared, and raging flames ignited on the giant axe. Then he brought it down with a chop. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched. Could this kid have a grudge against his cousin? Clang! The giant axe struck down, emitting a deafening roar. Flames erupted with it, soaring into the sky like brilliant tail flames. But the yellow light, withstanding the giant axe's fiery red blade, remained as unmoving as a rock. After a while, the youth, his face somewhat pale, put away the giant axe and gave a thumbs up with a smile. Good magical artifact. The young man put away the magical mirror with satisfaction. Fellow deist Lu, I'll take this magical artifact. 80 spirit stones. Lu Yun's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was a talent. It would be a pity not to have him advertise a few more times. The young man patted his storage pouch, and 80 spirit stones landed in Lu Yun's hand. The onlookers cheered, and indeed, many came forward to inquire about prices. Not long after, the magical artifacts at Lu Yun's stall were all sold out. His storage pouch also gained over 300 spirit stones. Although this amount of money wasn't enough to fill his coffers, he now had starting capital. Packing up his stall, Lu Yun's had no interest in seeing what others were selling and headed straight for the Pure Heart Pavilion. A moment later, Lu Yun's walked out of the Pure Heart Pavilion with an unchanging smile. As soon as he stepped out of the restrictions range, Lu Yun's face immediately darkened, and he silently cursed under his breath. Damn! That's incredibly dark. He touched the storage pouch at his waist, his recently bulging wallet was deflated again in an instant. And they call themselves fellow disciples. If not for being fellow disciples, they'd probably suck my bones dry. Lu Yun suddenly stopped. Not far in front of him, a hidden wealthy person bowed cautiously with a restrained smile. Brother Lu, may I bother you for a moment? Han Li's smile was a bit forced. If he wasn't forced, he wouldn't want to deal with Lu Yun's at all. Although this person had been very friendly to him since they met, and even saved his life, this person's way of doing things was too strange. He was clearly exceptionally intelligent, yet he seemed to ignore the flaws he inadvertently revealed, and along the way, he spoke freely, appearing completely unguarded. People don't get up early without profit, how could someone be good to him for no reason? The last person who treated Han Li this way was his mentor Mo Juren, and the result was that Han Li almost lost his physical body. The unforgettable lesson made him choose to avoid Lu Yun's. However, the two people he encountered earlier, though dead, also sounded an alarm for Han Li. He always felt that he was being targeted. Even after entering the Tainan small gathering, Han Li dared not relax in the slightest. As a result, he indeed sensed some malicious gazes. Those vicious, persistent gazes made Han Li's hair stand on end, yet he was helpless. He knew that in the community of cultivators, he was just a novice. If someone truly wanted his life, without anything else, if 3 cultivators like the 2 he encountered before came, he would surely die. Han Li now urgently needed to improve his strength, and Lu Yun's just happened to be able to help him. The scene of the magical artifacts clashing earlier had deeply shocked him. If he could get 2 magical artifacts of that rank, he would have more than enough self-preservation. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, Han Li decided to seek out Lu Yun's. Although he was always cautious, if the benefits far outweighed the risks, Han Li wouldn't mind venturing into danger. Lu Yun's looked at Han Li's business-like smile, and for some reason, he couldn't muster much enthusiasm. Even if he was the protagonist, Lu Yun's was somewhat too lazy to deal with him. Forget it, why should I go against spirit stones? After convincing himself, Lu Yun's forced himself to cheer up and showed a smile even faker than Han Li's. Let's go, brother Han, find a quieter place. Han Li secretly took a deep breath, following slowly behind Lu Yun's. Along the way, they occasionally met some cultivators. Those cultivators wearing school uniforms and family cultivators, upon seeing Lu Yun's, immediately acted as if they had seen a plague god, quickly taking a detour. And some loose cultivators, not understanding why, also took a detour for fear of trouble. For a time, a vacuum zone formed around Lu Yun's and Han Li, where no one dared to approach. Han Li smiled bitterly, it seemed this person's reputation was truly detested by both gods and ghosts. Meanwhile, Lu Yun's expression visibly worsened. The two walked directly into a pavilion named Fenghua Residence. As soon as they entered, Lu Yun suddenly raised a hand. The pavilion's restriction instantly activated, and a green light sealed the doors and windows tightly. Han Li's eyelids twitched, and his entire magical power immediately circulated to its maximum. Brother Lu, what is the meaning of this? Han Li asked with a forced smile. Seeing his wary appearance, an inexplicable anger flared up in Lu Yun's heart. Don't misunderstand, this is just a small restriction to block divine sense probes. You can leave anytime if you want to. Lu Yun's tone was extremely stiff. Han Li quickly calmed his magical power upon hearing this. It's not that this junior doesn't trust brother Lu, it's just a special time, and as a loose cultivator, I have to be cautious. Han Li smiled apologetically, lowering his posture greatly. He then took out a wooden box from his. Consider this my apology to brother Lu. Lu Yun's glanced at him, then took the wooden box. Sit, he said, and without waiting for Han Li, Lu Yun sat down first. Han Li didn't mind, sitting next to Lu Yun's with an unchanging smile. Who? Opening the wooden box, Lu Yun's let out a sigh that was hard to tell if it was sarcastic or surprised. 500-year-old Huang Jingzi. Good stuff. Han Li smiled without speaking, his heart a mix of anxiety and anticipation. New to the cultivation world, he was still completely ignorant of some common knowledge. For instance, regarding the value of spirit medicine, Han Li only knew that even in the cultivation world, spirit medicine of such age was precious, but he didn't have a concrete idea of how precious. After much deliberation, Han Li gritted his teeth and risked taking out this 500-year-old spiritual plant. He estimated that this 500-year-old spiritual plant should be precious enough, but not so valuable that Liu Yun's would kill him for it. What do you want from me? Liu Yun's asked coldly. Han Li cupped his hands. To be frank with brother Liu, this junior wishes to purchase 2 magical artifacts from you. That's easy enough. What kind of magical artifacts do you want? Liu Yun's picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. High-rank magical artifacts. Han Li's eyes gleamed. He had inquired a bit at the market. Generally speaking, ordinary low-rank magical artifacts were usually under 10, with individual exquisite ones or those with special uses reaching over 10. Mid-rank magical artifacts cost at least 20 spirit stones, with expensive ones going for 30 or 40. High-rank magical artifacts ranged from 60 to 100 spirit stones, while top-rank magical artifacts varied, with the cheapest costing 2 or 300 spirit stones. Of course, the prices in the cultivation world actually fluctuate greatly. Currently, with peace prevailing and prices stable, items like talismans and magical artifacts are generally cheaper. If the situation becomes chaotic, their prices could double. If it's a major war in the cultivation world, prices would likely skyrocket. Han Li certainly didn't dare to buy top-rank magical artifacts now, so he simply set his target on high-rank magical artifacts. Brother Liu, this junior urgently needs a defensive magical artifact and an offensive magical artifact. I wonder if brother Liu has suitable ones. Han Li smiled and took out 2 wooden boxes. Brother Liu, rest assured, this junior will not let you suffer a loss. Liu Yun squinted at him, then sighed after a long moment. Suffer a loss? What if I just give you 2 high-rank magical artifacts for free? Although Liu Yun's had initially wanted to see if he could earn some spirit stones from Han Li, now that the opportunity had arrived, he felt too lazy to bother with Han Li. After all, his mindset at that time was mostly playful, primarily wanting to make a friend. Han Li, however, only saw him as a treacherous merchant with ulterior motives. One could only say that Liu Yun's was ultimately not cut out for business. Han Li was bewildered, only able to assume that Liu Yun's looked down on the financial standing of a loose cultivator. So he quickly opened the wooden boxes, which contained 2 500-year-old spiritual plants. Brother Liu, these 2 spiritual plants should be enough to exchange for your magical artifacts, right? Liu Yun's glanced at the 3 spiritual plants on the table. Han Li, you should remember I said that killing people for treasure is commonplace in the cultivation world, right? Liu Yun's asked in a deep voice. Han Li's heart chilled, and he quietly moved his hand to his waist. What do you mean, brother Liu? Liu Yun's didn't even look at him, continuing, 3 500-year-old spiritual plants, abundant in spiritual qi, perfect in appearance. Where did you find such good spiritual plants? It was just luck, found them in the wild by chance, Han Li said with a forced smile. 3 wild 500-year-old spiritual plants enduring wind and rain, the alternation of cold and heat. Without insect damage or bird pecking, perfect in appearance, with no missing branches or leaves, do you know how small the probability of that is? Han Li's smile remained, but sweat beaded on his forehead. The roots have soil, and the soil is dark and fine. Such good soil is rare in the wild, Liu Yun said with a smile, glancing at Han Li. Not to mention that the soil at the roots of these 3 spiritual plants is almost identical. Do you know how low the probability is for 3 different types of spiritual plants to grow in the same spot in the wild? So there's only one possibility, these 3 spiritual plants of yours were taken from some medicine garden. But you're a loose cultivator, and before today, you didn't even understand the common knowledge of the cultivation world. Where did you get a spirit medicine garden? Not to mention 500-year-old spiritual plants. These are rare even in the spirit medicine gardens of the 7 sects, yet you take out 3 without batting an eye, and only to exchange for 2 high-rank magical artifacts. Liu Yun sneered, it seems that old spiritual plants aren't worth much to you. Did you monopolize an entire spirit medicine garden, or? Liu Yun's gaze shifted. Do you have some method for mass-producing spiritual plants? Before he finished speaking, a cold light had already shot out from Han Li's hand, heading straight for Liu Yun's throat. Chapter 4, An Anomaly. Such a strong reaction, it must be the latter, right? Liu Yun's looked at the tip of the sword before him, a sneer playing on his lips. Han Li maintained his sword-drawing posture, not daring to move. A blue flying needle had, at some unknown moment, pressed against his throat. Brother Liu, what a move. This Han has truly been defeated today, Han Li snorted coldly, closing his eyes as if resigned to his fate. At the same time, his left hand stealthily slipped into his sleeve. Liu Yun's glanced at him, then laughed in extreme anger. From the sound of your words, if I don't kill you, it would be somewhat inappropriate, wouldn't it? If you wish to kill, then kill. Why speak so much? Han Li's neck muscles contracted and deformed, enduring intense pain to slightly shift the vital point of his neck. He could only gamble that Liu Yun's was too confident, to the point of not leaving a backup plan. Only then could he seize a sliver of hope for survival after the flying needle pierced his throat. Do I have to kill you? Am I necessarily an evil person with ill intentions? Liu Yun's long-suppressed emotions erupted instantly. Do I look that much like a bad guy? Han Li struggled to move his neck muscles, gritting his teeth and saying, Brother Liu, in the cultivator world, killing for treasure is a common occurrence. You taught me this. That's right. This disgusting world is just like that. Murder and robbery are common occurrences. I can't even go for a walk without being robbed 3 times. Liu Yun slammed the table and stood up, The most disgusting people in the world are you lot. You happily join in, saying that's just how the world is, you're all messed up. Because that's just how the world is, everyone who is good to you is secretly malicious. Because that's just how the world is, everyone should covet your things. Because that's just how the world is, there can't be a single good person. Why? Why, just because that's just how the world is, do I have to be a murderous bandit? Do I have to snatch every good thing I see and seize money from anyone who has it? You're all messed up. Han Li was stunned by Liu Yun's sudden outburst. He had grown up in poverty, joined the Seven Mysteries sect for survival, and later met Mo Jiren, who coveted his body. After that, there were the Wild Wolf Gang, the Mo family, the Five Colors sect. It could be said that Han Li's entire life experience, from childhood to adulthood, was a living drama of cannibalism. The 4 words "the strong prey on the weak" were etched into his bones, and the drama of man-eating man accompanied his entire youth. And his experience was merely a true reflection of the countless mortals in this world. Growing up in such an environment, Han Li subconsciously kept his distance from everyone and speculated about everything that happened around him with the worst possible outcomes. Liu Yun's was different, his youth was spent in another peaceful country. There were no intricate schemes or bloody struggles where the strong preyed on the weak. There were only classmates, teachers, and endless homework. He didn't have to worry every day about someone trying to take over his body, nor did he have to fear being casually killed for carrying a few good items. Even after transmigration, Liu Yun's was well protected. He didn't have to worry about making a living or face this malicious world alone. He completely failed to understand Han Li's defensiveness towards him and couldn't comprehend how his good intentions had been wasted. Liu Yun's waved a hand, and the blue flying needle transformed into a slender blue light, flying back to his side, circling continuously with abundant spiritual qi. Take your things and get out. Liu Yun stood rooted to the spot, not even sparing Han Li a glance. Han Li stood there stunned. After a moment, he suddenly said, "Brother Liu, I have one more question." Liu Yun turned around and glared at him, his eyes truly like those of a madman. Han Li met his gaze without flinching. "Why do they call you little madman?" This question was very important to Han Li. Liu Yun turned his head to look out at the bustling market outside the window, remaining silent. After an unknown amount of time, Liu Yun finally spoke slowly, because no one believes that a promising disciple of a major school would stand up for a mortal. No one believes that this person smashed the school's Heavenly Crafts Hall and beat the manager of the Heavenly Crafts Hall, simply because he couldn't stand his actions and wanted to vent for a mortal he had never met. In their eyes, even if that person killed his entire family of 17 in front of others, from a 70-year-old elder to a 3-year-old child, and even a pregnant woman about to give birth and a babbling infant, he committed no wrong, simply because he is a cultivator. He is stronger than those mortals. No one is willing to believe that someone would fight fiercely with a fellow disciple over such a trivial matter, and even less that this person did such a thing just for a crippled mortal who could only kowtow at the city gate. They would rather believe that this person is a complete madman. Liu Yun turned his head back, his indifferent eyes flashing with a faint light in the darkness. "Are you satisfied with this answer?" Han Li looked at Liu Yun, his recently repositioned throat feeling as if something was lodged in it, unable to utter a word for a long time. "Get out," Liu Yun waved his hand impatiently. He didn't want to say another word right now. Liu Yun was already sick of these people's faces. Han Li's feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, unmoving. He had done many evil things, and would do even more in the future. But no matter how bad the situation became, Han Li always maintained a firm bottom line in his heart. He admired righteous individuals and respected filial people. Though he couldn't be one, he yearned to be. He disliked bullying the weak, and even more so, disliked oppressing others with power. He always tried his best to uphold a sense of fairness. Later, he would have many terrifying nicknames, each exuding a chilling dread. But deep down, Han Li was still a good person, it was just that this world had never given him a chance to be one. If the world were peaceful, if his family had a few acres of barren land, if he could eat a full meal. If there were no Seven Mysteries sect, Wild Wolf Gang, Mo Jiren, then Han Li would surely have been a good person. Perhaps, he might even have been a good official. "Brother Liu," Han Li suddenly spoke, "I was wrong before. I dirted Brother Liu's eyes with these herbs." Liu Yun turned around in surprise, only to see Han Li taking out 2 wooden boxes from his embrace again. 700-year-old yellow dragon grass, 700-year-old three-crow grass. The leaves are worm-eaten, the crown pecked by birds. Their appearance is flawed, and their spiritual qi is lost. Han Li smiled. Fortunately, the foundation is not lost, and the stalks are not broken. If cultivated properly, they can still be considered excellent spiritual plants. Liu Yun looked down. The 2 spiritual plants were in perfect condition, full of spiritual qi. What utter nonsense! 2 700-year-old spiritual plants, worth about 2,000 spirit stones at market price. Liu Yun stroked his chin, that sly, calculating, merchant-like expression reappearing. "However, your spiritual plants are badly damaged, and restoring them will require sincerity and time. How about this?" Liu Yun held up 5 fingers, 500 spirit stones. "That's not taking advantage of you, is it?" "Of course not, on the contrary, I am the one taking great advantage," Han Li grinned, finally showing some semblance of an 18-year-old youth. "Brother Liu, besides this matter, I have one more thing to trouble you with." Han Li's expression became serious. "There are some people at this Tainan small gathering who are very problematic. I'm afraid I've already been targeted by them." Chapter 5, Crushing Defeat. Starting the next morning, many cultivators began to leave the Tainan Valley one after another, and the number of people in the valley immediately decreased by almost half. By afternoon, several older senior experts appeared in the square. After saying some encouraging and praising words, they announced the official end of the Tainan convention. Han Li immediately recognized Old Man Zhou, who was from the same sect as Liu Yun's. He saw that Old Man Zhou's face was glowing red, and his eyes were filled with an unconcealable look of triumph. It seemed he had received quite a few spirit stones from Liu Yun's. The remaining cultivators, either in groups of 3 to 5 or flying alone like solitary geese, drifted away. Han Li's gaze shifted, and he saw the group of the green-robed deist not far away. This person had previously tried to invite him to join their small group, but Han Li, startled like a bird, refused. It was also at that time that Han Li felt a bone-chilling coldness. It was a pure, almost maniacal killing intent. Like a hunting dog fixated on a rabbit, or a hungry tiger spotting an antelope. Han Li had only encountered this kind of killing intent once before, and that was from the 2 cultivators he met before encountering Liu Yun's. This feeling made him shiver all over and also stirred the ruthlessness deep within him. He was almost certain that this green-robed deist had a big problem. And the few people with him, he didn't know if they were accomplices or unfortunate souls who had been deceived by him. As if sensing Han Li's gaze, the green-robed deist turned his head and smiled gently at Han Li. Han Li returned the smile, then brazenly left the Tainan Valley right in front of him. The green-robed deist's lips still held a smile, but his gentle eyes turned sinister and venomous. As soon as he exited the Tainan Valley, Han Li cast the wind-riding art. With his toes barely touching the ground, he floated up like an immortal, moving lightly and drifting several zhang away with each step. After rushing out for dozens of li in one breath, Han Li stopped in a dense forest. He found a large blue stone, set cross-legged, and silently recovered his magical power. By then, the sun was setting. Although a sliver of twilight lingered in the sky, it couldn't penetrate the depths of this secluded forest. A gentle breeze occasionally swept through the trees, carrying away a few fallen leaves and disturbing the incessant chirping of summer insects. Han Li closed his eyes and meditated, appearing completely lost in concentration. Just then, a purple light erupted from the forest, shooting towards him like a streak of lightning chasing the wind. Han Li abruptly opened his eyes and leaned backward. His entire body, as if boneless, slid down the blue stone with his back pressed against it. The purple light brushed past him and revealed its true form in midair. It was a rapidly spinning purple cone. It was truly astonishing that such a magical artifact, when shot out, made no sound whatsoever. High-grade magical artifact. Han Li hid behind the blue stone, his expression grave. Sirs, you shouldn't be loose cultivators, should you? What exactly have I done to warrant such deadly intent from you all? As Han Li spoke, 5 fireballs shot from his fingertips, igniting several ancient trees that were hundreds of years old. Flames soared into the sky, and 3 figures stood at the edge of the light, appearing to flicker in and out of view against the backdrop of the fire. Kid, consider yourself unlucky. The speaker was the burly man standing on the left. This person was 2 meters tall, dark-skinned, and his entire body was covered in bulging muscles. At first glance, he looked exactly like a giant black bear from the mountains. Han Li's first attention was drawn to him, not because of his exaggerated physique, but because this person was dressed like someone from the Jianghu and had broad bones and thick knuckles. He had at least 10 years of external hard cultivation. Such a Jianghu expert actually possessed the peak qi refining cultivation of the 13th layer. Han Li narrowed his eyes, and an alarm blared in his heart. Mortal martial arts combined with spells, this combination made him feel as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Besides him, there were 2 others. One was an old man standing on the right, who, like the burly man, had peak qi refining cultivation. Spiritual light flickered in his hand, clearly indicating that he was the one controlling the purple cone. And in the middle stood a young man with only an 11th layer cultivation. At this moment, the burly man grinned ferociously at Han Li. Kid, stop looking. Today is. Shut up. Why so much nonsense? The young man frowned and reprimanded him unceremoniously. The burly man, despite being reprimanded like this, obediently shut his mouth, without showing the slightest displeasure on his face. Among the 3, the one in charge was surprisingly the young man with the lowest cultivation. Han Li took a deep breath. It seems today is my day to die. Attack. The young man waved his hand, his eyes already overflowing with killing intent. Understood. The burly man dared not speak any more nonsense. Wielding 2 strange blades, he pushed off the ground and instantly vanished from his spot. This familiar scene made Han Li's face change dramatically. Several explosive cracks suddenly sounded from his bones, and his body, as if boneless, shortened by 3 qi. A golden flash, and a golden blade light sliced past Han Li's head. The burly man, who had suddenly appeared in front of Han Li, showed surprise in his eyes. Han Li retreated rapidly with an eerie movement, then his body sprang upwards several zhang high like a spring. The burly man grinned ferociously, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of Han Li. The 2 strange blades in his hands spewed out 2 golden blade lights several qi long. Against the backdrop of the fire, it was like a fierce demon descending upon the world. Just then, the blue stone beneath Han Li's feet suddenly erupted with dazzling flames. Han Li was already prepared. He spat out a cloud of poisonous smoke, forcing the burly man to cross his arms in front of his face. Then, with a twist of his waist, he abruptly moved several qi horizontally backward in midair, lightly landing on the ground. The burly man's vision was now obscured, and his body was already in the air, unable to exert force. Caught off guard, he was completely engulfed by the flames. Ah! A scream echoed tragically through the dense forest. The burly man, with all his abilities, was roasted alive into charcoal before he even had a chance to use them. The blue stone deformed, transforming into the victory swallow in the blink of an eye. Lightness skill plus wind riding art plus a divine movement talisman, you guys sure know how to have fun. Liu Yun's flippant voice carried genuine astonishment. He was truly enlightened today. Propelled by its afterburners, the metal giant eagle spread its wings and sped towards the remaining two people. The two's faces changed dramatically, and they both leaped several jong high into the air. The victory swallow's wings flashed with golden light, extending several jong long golden blades out of thin air. Looking down from the sky, it resembled a golden giant blade nearly 10 jong long. It roared as it destroyed everything in its path. A large expanse of black mist suddenly appeared around the young man, enveloping him as he flew upwards. The old man, however, was in the air with nowhere to exert force. He could only watch in despair as his legs were shredded by the giant blade. The golden light instantly dissipated, and the metal divine eagle deformed and reassembled, transforming into a 3 jong tall metal giant. The giant turned and descended, its feet heavily trampling the earth, dragging 2 terrifying furrows behind it. At this moment, the black mist formed by the young man had already fled dozens of jong away, its speed no less than that of an ordinary high-grade flying magical artifact. However, someone was faster than him. A white light shot up into the sky, crossing dozens of jong in the blink of an eye. It effortlessly pierced through the black mist. The black mist dispersed, and the young man's corpse fell from the sky. Han Li extended his hand, and the white light immediately flew back into his hand, transforming into a small white wooden shuttle. Chapter 6, Blood Splatter. Top-tier magical artifact, Cloud-piercing shuttle. This was one of the items Han Li traded from Liu Yun's, besides an elementary spell compendium and over a dozen mid to high-grade talismans. Such a sharp, top-tier magical artifact, of course, couldn't have been refined by Liu Yun's. With his current artifact refining skill, even if he managed to refine a top-tier magical artifact, it would only be a showpiece, the lowest grade among top-tier magical artifacts. This cloud-piercing shuttle was one of the magical artifacts Liu Yun's master gave him for self-defense. It was both a sharp offensive magical artifact and could be used for flying with a magical artifact, truly a well-deserved masterpiece among top-tier magical artifacts. However, its positioning with Liu Yun's was a bit awkward. He had better options for attack, and for flying, he had the victory swallow. So he simply exchanged it with Han Li. Anyway, he wasn't at a loss. Alright, only these 3 around here. The hatch opened, and Liu Yun's crawled out. Han Li nodded, looking at the old man not far away who was only half intact. At this moment, the old man lay motionless on the ground, surrounded by minced flesh and fresh blood his legs, which had been shredded. He's not dead, is he? Han Li asked. He shouldn't be, dying from blood loss isn't that fast. Liu Yun's quickly leaned in, wanting to inspect him up close. Wait! Han Li suddenly roared. At the same time, the old man suddenly erupted, a dense black mist bursting forth, heading straight for Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's wasn't the kind of hothead who didn't prepare any defenses. With the thought, a green light shield instantly protected his entire body. The old man gathered all the black mist in his right hand, transforming it into a terrifying black ghost claw, which violently collided with the light shield. Boom! A crisp sound, like a bowstring snapping. The light shield glowed intensely with green light, perishing together with the pitch-black ghost claw. The old man's right arm also vanished, yet he showed no sign of pain, instead laughing maniacally with a twisted expression. He extended his left hand, which was shriveled and thin, with long fingernails, like 5 sharp daggers. Liu Yun's took a deep breath, and several runes lit up on his Yunyu sect uniform. This was a function he had modified himself. Its defensive capability was only equivalent to a mid-tier defensive magical artifact, but it was enough to block the old man's attack, which contained no chi. The old man stared intently at Liu Yun's, his aged, gaunt face twisted in a grin. To Liu Yun's shocked gaze, he turned his hand and stabbed himself through the chest. Dogs of the 7 sects. The old man's eyes were already stained red with blood, his wide-open gaze even tearing the corners of his eyes, leaving 2 trails of bloody tears on his face. Truly, blood filled his pupils. Truly, his eyes were splitting open. A fresh red, still beating heart was ripped out by the old man. To Liu Yun's disbelieving eyes, the old man laughed maniacally and crushed his own heart. The splattering blood covered Liu Yun's, but immediately slid off. The 7 sects uniforms were impervious to water and fire, and unstained by filth, which was a basic feature. Liu Yun's Yunyu sect uniform remained spotless and clean, untouched by dust. The old man's furious eyes dimmed, a lingering regret still visible within them. Liu Yun's looked at his incomplete corpse, his mind a mess. He couldn't understand. This person's desperate attack was just to curse him and splatter him with blood? Why? Are you all right? Han Li rushed over and asked. I'm fine. Liu Yun's waved his hand, then raised his hand and cast a fireball spell, reducing the old man's remains to ashes. Only a few spirit stones remained, and the purple conical magical artifact that had fallen to the side. Taking 2 deep breaths, Liu Yun's prepared himself mentally a little. The spoils of war are yours. These things are useless to me anyway. Han Li noticed Liu Yun's low spirits, nodded, and turned to search the corpse, giving him some time alone. Not long after, Han Li walked back. He now had dozens more spirit stones and 2 high-tier magical artifacts. The magical artifacts were the big man's double-bladed weapon and the old man's cone, while most of the dozens of spirit stones were found on the young man. Looking at their wealth, these people should also be loose cultivators. But this cultivation technique is quite interesting, it has a bit of the ghost spirit sect's demonic path feel. Ghost spirit sect. Han Li's heart stirred. Is it a cultivation sect from another country? Yes, the famous 6 demonic sects. The ghost spirit sect ranks last among them. Liu Yun spread his hands, but that's still an incredible great school, even more prosperous than our Yunyu sect. No help for it, Yu State's resources can't compare to theirs. Han Li nodded silently, it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. This incident today might just be the beginning. Liu Yun pondered for a moment, never mind, I'll go back and report the matter to the sect, let them worry about it. Let's go first, any slower and we'll miss the Ascension Assembly. Han Li looked at Liu Yun with some confusion, Brother Liu, why are you in such a hurry to go to the Ascension Assembly? To make money. Miss this one and I'll have to wait another 10 years, who can afford to wait that long? Liu Yun climbed into the cockpit, then suddenly poked his head out, looking at Han Li with excitement. Old Han, do you want to come over and try it? Try what? Han Li was a bit confused by him. This. Liu Yun excitedly patted the pilot's seat of the Victory Swallow. 18 years of transmigration, and Liu Yun had never given up on proselytizing, yet most people thought this kid had a screw loose. The remaining small portion of people thought he might just be suffering from chi deviation, and with active cooperation in treatment, there was still hope for recovery. Old Han, the mainstream flying magical artifact designs in the cultivation world now all have problems. They're either flying boats or flying swords, and the slightly more creative ones are just flying discs or shuttles. Neither scientific nor safe. Look at mine, a metal fuselage, a streamlined design, no matter how you look at it, it's hundreds of times better than those evil path crooked ways. Looking at the excited Liu Yun, Han Li fell into contemplation. Although he didn't know what he meant by talking about science in a world where one could cultivate immortality, at this moment, Han Li was actually a little swayed by him. No choice, judging by the Victory Swallow's 2 performances, this thing was indeed incredibly powerful. And it was so damn cool. Come. Come try it. Liu Yun sat into the co-pilot's seat behind. Han Li hesitated repeatedly, feeling a little uneasy. I'll let you try driving it in Gundam form. Han Li leaped into the cockpit, his movement technique countless times more agile than Liu Yun's. The hatch closed, and the Victory Swallow slowly ascended. Han Li looked at the dazzling array of buttons and joysticks in front of him in the cockpit, feeling a bit lost. Brother Liu, how do I use this magical artifact? Input chi, and control it with divine sense. Liu Yun said excitedly. 18 years. Finally, someone was going to pilot a Gundam with him. Han Li looked around, his eyes a little bewildered. Then what are all these buttons for? Decoration. And this joystick? Decoration. Han Li opened a cover by his hand, inside was a red button with a skull printed on it. Is this also decoration? Liu Yun waved his hand, smiling, that one isn't, that's the self-destruct button. Han Li's hand sprang up as if he had received an electric shock, he had almost pressed it. Why would you install something like that? Han Li began to regret it. Why did he come in? Just because he could pilot a giant robot? Old Han, you don't understand. This is the soul. Liu Yun grinned, don't worry, even if you press it, nothing will happen. There's another button on your left, that's the soul within the soul. Han Li felt around with his left hand and indeed found a small button. What is this thing? That's the emergency ejection device. Liu Yun smiled and gave a thumbs up. Han Li was completely baffled, he just wanted to get off the plane now. Don't be nervous, control the direction with divine sense, and control the speed with chi output. Liu Yun patted Han Li's shoulder, when you're ready, just start. Holy crap. Liu Yun hadn't even finished speaking when Han Li directly sped off. The yellow divine eagle transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the sky. Chapter 7, Ascension Assembly. Lan Province, Tianmu Platform, Ascension Assembly. This is a secluded mountain range in northern Lan Province, with one particularly perilous peak that soars into the clouds. From a distance, it resembles a divine sword piercing the sky. At the summit of this peak is the so-called Tianmu Platform. The 7 great sects had leveled the mountaintop, constructing 7 sturdy arenas on this open space. They were also fortified with extremely powerful restrictions to prevent interference during the competition. Although the Ascension Assembly was still several days away from officially starting, hundreds of chi refinement stage cultivators were already waiting here, hoping for the chance to leap through the Dragon Gate. Under this tense atmosphere, people's hearts were inevitably restless. When hearts are restless, things are prone to happen. You dare to fight back? Following a furious shout, several flying daggers pierced the body of a burly giant man. The giant man swayed twice, then collapsed like a rag doll. Big brother. A pretty and delicate little girl rushed forward, trembling as she held a talisman and stood in front of the giant man. How dare you come to this Ascension Assembly with such poor abilities? There were 3 people opposite her, and the one who spoke was the leading youth in purple robes, who had an 11th level chi refining cultivation. The other 2 followed behind him, seemingly his lackeys. Little girl, want to fight? The youth sneered, there are still a few days until the Ascension Assembly, and the experts of the 7 sects haven't arrived yet. They won't care what happens before the Ascension Assembly. The little girl's body trembled even more violently, yet she stubbornly stood in front of the giant man. Hat. The youth couldn't help but laugh aloud. This little girl is quite stubborn. Brother Wei, why bother with her? I'll take care of her for you right now, one of the followers behind the youth suddenly said. The youth glanced at him sideways, saying nothing. What deep hatred do we have with you? Why did you gang up on us and strike with murderous intent? The little girl's eyes were red, and her voice inevitably carried a hint of a sob. Are you cultivators from these great families really so lawless? The youth sneered, his disdainful gaze sweeping around. The surrounding cultivators all looked away, pretending not to see anything. Only a few individuals met his gaze without backing down. The coldness in the youth's eyes grew heavier. The Ye family, Chen family, Yan family, Feng family, Wang family, all were prestigious clans, all great cultivation families, all cherished their reputations and paid attention to their names. So some things could only be done by these middling families, neither high nor low. If they cleared out some enemies for them today, their family would gain some benefits, openly and secretly, tomorrow. As for these loose cultivators, consider yourselves unlucky. Why dream of anything else when there were so many other things to do? At this moment, the follower behind him could no longer restrain himself. He clapped his hands together, conjuring a wind blade, which made the purple-robed youth look at him a few more times. This person was quite clever, seeing he couldn't win, he immediately asked to join. It was fortunate that he was going to Yellow Maple Valley, not the Yunyu sect where he himself was headed. And the Chen family on Yellow Maple Valley's side also seemed interested in recruiting a son-in-law. Otherwise, with his wind-attributed spiritual root, he would be a minor inconvenience. The little girl activated her talisman, and a layer of light blue shield protected her and the giant man. However, everyone knew that this defensive spell would not last long. Most of the surrounding cultivators were gloating, losing a strong opponent before the assembly began was certainly cause for joy. The few who had more conscience could only look away, unable to bear such a human tragedy. They would not make enemies with a great family for the sake of 2 strangers. Just then, a golden light pierced through the air. A giant metal divine eagle streaked across the sky, performing a highly difficult Thomas 360-degree spin in mid-air. It then transformed into a 10-foot-tall metal giant, doing several somersaults in the air, landing heavily in an incredibly cool but neon-friendly manner. Clang! The metal giant slowly raised its head, emitting a theatrical sound effect. The hundreds of cultivators present were all dumbfounded at the same time. What in the world was this thing? Han Li, inside the cockpit, also fell into contemplation. It is well known that when the number of male creatures exceeds 1, their IQ and mental age decrease exponentially. Previously, Han Li and the half-mad Liu Yuns had been in the same cockpit for over half a month, and as they played, he was gradually assimilated by him. The two of them drove their Gundam and sang songs all the way, flying recklessly and causing trouble. Along the way, they beat up 13 passing bandits, destroyed 49 trees, startled hundreds of birds, one unlucky hawk was chased by the two for a full 7 days, finally committing suicide in shame by jumping into a lake, and even pierced an unlucky turtle. Fortunately, at least one of them was reliable. He still remembered to go to the Ascension Assembly. Otherwise, they might have already flown to a neighboring country by now. Even upon arriving at the Ascension Assembly, Han Li's brain was still in an overheated state of excitement. He couldn't resist performing a newly learned aerial combat technique on the spot. Immediately after, he fell into contemplation. If he went out now, his reputation as a cultivator would probably plummet through the Earth's core, right? His reputation in the cultivation world of Yu country would probably be ruined forever. Old Han, I give your move just now full marks. Liu Yuns hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation yet. Or perhaps he did realize it, but he didn't care. After all, no one cares about something that doesn't exist. Han Li slowly raised his head, his expression extremely solemn. Brother Liu, do you have any magical artifacts that can turn invisible? Old Han, I misjudged you. I didn't expect your thoughts to be so filthy. Han Li glared at him angrily. Liu Yuns chuckled dryly, reached out and patted his shoulder. Old Han, you have to understand. In the cultivation world, reputation is basically waste paper, no one will care after 10 or 20 years. So why are you so constrained? Bravely face yourself. Humph. Han Li expressed his disbelief with a snort from the depths of his soul. If we stay here any longer, everyone will be very awkward, Liu Yun said helplessly. Better a short pain than a long one, quickly open the cabin door. Han Li's face was dark as he reached into his pregnant and pulled out a mask, putting it on. Is it really necessary? Liu Yuns felt uncomfortable watching him, this person was too insecure. Could he have some childhood trauma? The purple-robed youth watched the metal giant land in front of him, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. It was understandable that those loose cultivators didn't recognize this thing, but how could he, a family cultivator, not recognize it? The little madman of Yunyu sect. That bastard no one dared to control in Yu country. Only he in the entire Tianese region would use such strange puppets. Why would he be here? The purple-robed youth quickly looked at the disciples of great families like the Yan family and Chen family, but everyone looked away, acting as if they weren't very familiar with him. These bastards. The youth cursed inwardly, watching helplessly as the cabin door opened, and a masked whack and that infamous madman walked out. Junior Marshal Uncle Liu. The youth immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully. I am Wei Yun of the Wei family. My junior martial uncle has mentioned your name many times. Now I am finally fortunate enough to meet you. Please accept this junior's bow. Liu Yun's narrowed his eyes, scanned the surroundings, and his gaze lingered on the severely injured giant man for a moment. He probably understood what was going on. Wei Yun? You want to enter Yunyu's sect? Liu Yun asked calmly. Precisely, this junior. Ah. Before Wei Yun could finish his sentence, a slender blue light suddenly pierced into his lower abdomen. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and Wei Yun's face turned incredibly pale. His dantian was damaged, he would need at least several years of quiet recuperation. This ascension assembly was already out of his reach. Scram. Chapter 8, The Human Body Structure in the Cultivation World. This scene shocked everyone. No one among the loose cultivators expected Liu Yun to act so decisively, that was someone from the Wei family. The family cultivators were even more shocked, that was the lunatic who dared to smash the Yunyu sect's Heavenly Works Hall. Wei Yun, that kid, wasn't directly killed by him. The two people following Wei Yun exchanged glances, neither daring to speak. Wei Yun himself, after spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, once again bowed to Liu Yun's. Junior thanks junior martial uncle. Liu Yun's didn't even glance at him again, instead turning his head to look at the giant man lying on the ground and Han Li, who had approached at some unknown point. Miss Han, your brother's injuries are too severe. I've done all I can. Han Li sighed, removing the silver needles from the giant man's body. By this time, the giant man had stopped bleeding. Although his face was somewhat pale from excessive blood loss, it was clear that his life was no longer in danger. Many thanks for your help, big brother Han. The young girl's delicate face showed sincere gratitude. Miss, what about me? Liu Yun looked at the two of them, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What did this mean? In just this short time, you two have already hooked up? The young girl's face immediately flushed crimson, and she quickly stood up to bow. Many thanks for your help, fellow deist. This humble one, Han Yunzi, on behalf of my brother, thanks fellow deist for the great kindness of saving his life. After saying this, Han Yunzi actually started to kneel, but Liu Yun raised his hand and stopped her with a chi restraint spell. No need to thank me, it was just a coincidence. Liu Yun said, his eyes coldly sweeping over everyone present. There were only about 20 family cultivators present, and the rest were all loose cultivators, among whom 30 to 40 were masters above the 10th layer. Not a single one of these useless people dared to step forward. Many even secretly rejoiced that they had one less opponent. They deserved to be trampled underfoot. Liu Yun rubbed his temples, calming the nameless anger in his heart. Forget it, I'm not a loose cultivator. What does it matter to me if these people are willing to lie on the ground and let others step on them? Thinking this, Liu Yun actually felt much better. Miss Han, your brother's injuries are too severe. Without several years of careful recuperation, it will be impossible for him to recover. And even if he does recover, he probably won't be able to use his spiritual power again. Han Li had a strange fondness for this shy young girl, especially seeing her stubbornly stand in front of her elder brother, which reminded him of his own sister at home. Seeing her so helpless, Han Li wanted to help her, but he was powerless. Liu Yun walked over to the two of them and squatted down, focusing intently on observing the giant man's injuries. Han Li's eyes lit up when he saw his focused expression. Brother Liu, you also know medicine. Han Yunzi also showed a hopeful look. No, Liu Yun shook his head honestly. Han Li rolled his eyes directly at him. However, I'm a professional in human body structure research. Liu Yun's finger slid down along the giant man's wound until it reached his dantian. A flying dagger had pierced through here, leaving a wound several inches long. Liu Yun frowned. Not long after he embarked on the path of cultivation, he became curious about the human body structure in this world. After all, humans in this world could be impervious to blades, climb walls and roofs, and even unleash thousands of pounds of force with their bare hands. Those with spiritual roots could even cultivate spiritual power, launch fireballs, generate lightning, and move mountains and fill seas with a flick of their hand. Everyone is human, so why are you all so outrageous? After learning internal vision and understanding his own structure, Liu Yun went into the library to study human body structure in depth. The subsequent discoveries made Liu Yun one time think he might have come to an alien planet. The humans in this world had no significant difference in overall structure from his previous life, but they had an additional energy storage organ, dantian, and a complete set of channels for energy circulation, meridians. These were not theoretical concepts like in his previous life, but actual, tangible human organs. Meridians were distributed throughout the body, closely connected to various organs. Meridian damage of the giant man's extent could be completely healed. But the problem was the dagger in the dantian. Cultivators, in different minor realms within the same major realm, actually expand their dantian with each layer they cultivate, increasing its capacity for energy, spiritual power. Among many realms, most are only divided into early, middle, and late stages, but only the chi refinement stage is subdivided into 13 layers. This is because the overall body structure of the chi refinement stage is not significantly different from that of a mortal, and the dantian is extremely fragile, susceptible to severe damage with the slightest carelessness. With an injury like the giant man's, the possibility of the dantian fully recovering is slim. Even if it does recover, it will never be able to expand further. Liu Yun flipped his hand, and a small, exquisite gourd appeared in his hand. Miss Han, I can heal your brother's injuries. However, his cultivation might not be able to advance further. Liu Yun's expression was solemn. For a cultivator, to never be able to cultivate again, to forever lose the qualification to contend for immortality. This feeling was somewhat like demolition in his previous life, where neighbors and friends suddenly became rich overnight, but when it was his turn, the demolition was suddenly cancelled. That sense of disparity could truly drive a person mad. Han Yunzi's face was pale, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Please, big brother Liu, Han Yunzi said with her head down, utterly sincere. Liu Yunz nodded silently, reached out to pry open the giant man's wound, and tilted the gourd in his hand slightly. A viscous, blood-red liquid directly sprinkled onto his dantian. Han Li's nose twitched slightly, and he actually caught a faint scent of blood. Liu Yunz put away the gourd, watching as the liquid formed a thin red film on the giant man's dantian. That's it. Liu Yunz breathed a sigh of relief. The dantian of a qi refinement stage cultivator was as fragile as a balloon, impossible to stitch, and could only be glued. Brother Liu, what kind of spirit medicine is this potion made from? Han Li couldn't help but ask with a frown. Liu Yunz rolled his eyes at him. This is human essence, I painstakingly gathered this entire gourd. Han Li was stunned, then gave an awkward laugh. Alright, I won't bother you two anymore. Liu Yunz stood up, putting on a fake, professional smile. You two chat, I'm going to get some spirit stones. Han Yunzi's originally pale face instantly turned crimson, and she buried her head like an ostrich, as if wanting to dig into the ground. Han Li directly spat at Liu Yunz, retreating back. Miss Han, let's move your brother to a quieter place first. Han Li looked kindly at Han Yunzi, a slight smile involuntarily playing on his lips. Han Yunzi's voice was barely louder than a mosquito's. Han Li used a spell to lift the giant man, and at the same time, glanced at Liu Yun's location again. He happened to see Liu Yunz and a group of family cultivators with their arms around each other, getting along famously. This scene made Han Li's mouth twitch. This cultivation world truly was hypocritical enough. In the following days, there were no more instances of cultivators privately fighting. However, several groups of family cultivators would occasionally gather to talk loudly, intimidating the loose cultivators. In this atmosphere of false peace, 7 escape lights broke through the air. The Ascension Assembly officially began. Chapter 9, Treasure Bureau. Several fire snakes coiled and intertwined, clashing in the air to form a fire python about 10 feet long, which viciously lunged at the opponent. A yellow light shot out, directly shattering the fire python's head, and with undiminished force, it rushed towards the short, stout young man controlling the fire python. The young man's face turned pale, and he quickly pulled out a talisman. But before he could cast the spell to activate it, the yellow light pierced through his chest. Yan Yu wins. The person in charge from the Yunyu sect was a female cultivator who appeared to be only in her early 20s, with a veiled face and a cold demeanor. Her exposed skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were like morning stars, dazzling the male cultivators present. After announcing the result, she gave Yan Yu a friendly nod, which made him grin foolishly, even forgetting to step down from the stage. The young man who had died by his hand was waved off the high platform by the female cultivator without a backward glance, as if she feared he would dirty her eyes. Brother Liu, so many cultivators are signing up for your Yunyu sect, Han Li remarked, watching from the side with a look of surprise. Out of hundreds of cultivators, fully half of them had signed up for the Yunyu sect. This made the other 6 sects representatives envious, yet helpless. Are they really aiming for cultivation? I'm almost embarrassed to point out their true intentions, Liu Yun scoffed disdainfully. Han Li smiled helplessly, looking at the high platforms around him, a hint of fervor in his eyes. The various magical artifacts, talismans, and numerous spells and secret arts had truly opened his eyes. Brother Liu, business is booming. A scrawny young man with a cunning look in his eyes suddenly sidled over, grinning as he took a portion of spirit stones from in front of Liu Yun's. Not at all, not at all, I should congratulate you too. Liu Yun smiled even more brightly than him. How about it, fellow Daistju? Who are you betting on for the next round? The young man looked at the dozens of spirit stones in his hand, struggling for a moment. Then, gritting his teeth, he handed half of the spirit stones to Liu Yun's. Brother Liu, I'm betting on Chen Xiaoqian from Yellow Maple Valley. Alright. Chen Xiaoqian from Yellow Maple Valley, odds are 1 to 1.05. Liu Yun's happily collected the spirit stones. Afterward, more than 100 people successively gathered around, some with joyful faces, some with furrowed brows and angry expressions, and others with bloodshot eyes, gritting their teeth as they pulled out their last possessions and placed them before Liu Yun's. Han Li's eyelids twitched, and he quickly distanced himself from Liu Yun's. By the time the crowd dispersed, the pile of spirit stones in front of Liu Yun's was already taller than him. So, all this time, what you meant by getting spirit stones was actually running a treasure bureau. Han Li looked at the spirit stones in front of Liu Yun's as if he had seen a huge problem. Shouldn't you keep something like this a secret? What's there to hide? Who am I hiding it from? Liu Yun's completely ignored Han Li's advice. Han Li's heart pounded with anger. Just as he was about to say something more, he saw the Yunyu sect's representative approach, smiling as she exchanged a few pleasantries with Liu Yun's, then very naturally took a portion of the spirit stones from the pile. Next was Spirit Beast Mountain, followed by Huidao Dock, Kingsyu sect, Yellow Maple Valley. After watching all 7 sects representatives come to collect a share of spirit stones, Han Li was utterly numb. Is this appropriate? Han Li struggled for a long time, only managing to blurt out this one sentence. What's inappropriate about it? If the seniors in the foundation establishment stage didn't share the spirit stones, who would dare to put their spirit stones with me? Liu Yun said this with utmost naturalness. Han Li fell silent. He had originally thought the cultivation world was as dark as the mortal world, now it seemed he had been naive. The cultivation world was much darker than the mortal world. When the surrounding cultivators saw that all 7 sects representatives had come to take spirit stones, those who had been observing also began to stir. For a time, the area around Liu Yun's became incredibly lively. Han Li could only smile bitterly and keep his distance from him, while subconsciously touching the mask on his face, afraid of revealing his true appearance. Next match, Han Yunzi vs Feng Ping. A majestic voice came from the high platform of Spirit Beast Mountain. Han Li's steps suddenly halted, and he turned his head just in time to see a petite, resolute figure step onto the high platform. This little girl is quite stubborn, Liu Yun's, who had somehow appeared beside him, muttered. Didn't you try to persuade her? Han Li's eyes were fixed on Han Yunzi's opponent, and he said helplessly, I did, but it was no use. It was her parents' dying wish for them, her and her brother, to join Spirit Beast Mountain. Now her elder brother is severely injured, so she has no choice but to go. Tisk. What a pity, Liu Yun said, looking at Feng Ping. This man appeared to be in his 20s, with an ordinary appearance, the type that would be hard to find in a crowd, much like Han Li. The Feng family, that's a prominent family no less inferior than the Chen family. This little girl has terrible luck, she's hit a tough opponent right off the bat. Han Li's expression changed. Is this person very strong? I don't know, but judging by his cultivation, he's also at the 11th level of qi refining. In the Feng family, he should be the kind of disciple who isn't particularly valued but also not suppressed. Liu Yun's expression grew more solemn. A family disciple like him, while he might not carry top-tier magical artifacts, he certainly won't lack high-grade magical artifacts. Against a loose cultivator, his advantage is simply too obvious. Putting everything else aside, do you know what the odds are for this little girl in this match? Liu Yun's held up 5 fingers. 1 to 5. And even with those odds, no one dares to bet on her. Han Li frowned, and a surge of unknown anger rose in his heart. Don't you think it's a bit excessive to gamble with these people's lives? Excessive, of course it's excessive. It would be perfectly normal for these people to gang up on me after the match, Liu Yun said, spreading his hands, his expression incredibly complex, like a mischievous child caught by his parents after a prank. But I also have my own problems to solve, just like them. Han Li instantly calmed down. He realized he had lost his composure a bit. Perhaps it was because Han Yunzi reminded him so much of his younger sister at home, that unconsciously, he had truly started to see himself as her elder brother. As the two spoke, Han Yunzi had already engaged Feng Ping. Han Yunzi first patted the spirit beast pouch at her waist, and a white young eagle shot out, heading straight for Feng Ping. Then she took out several talismans, and with a flick of her wrist, they transformed into several fireballs that followed closely behind the young eagle. Feng Ping's eyes narrowed slightly, and 2 dark short blades appeared in his hands at some unknown point. He took a deep breath and swung his arms. The 2 short blades unleashed 2 9-foot-long blade glows, like 2 giant dark battle blades, viciously slashing towards the young eagle. The young eagle, a rare species of unknown origin, was exceptionally experienced in combat despite its youth. Without waiting for Han Yunzi's command, it folded its wings and flew upwards. The several fireballs following closely behind it were easily shattered by the blade glows. Feng Ping glanced at the young eagle, then, holding his 2 blades, charged towards Han Yunzi. Han Yunzi tightly pursed her lips, her right hand already reaching for her waist. The young eagle, now in the air, let out a sharp cry and dove down, shooting towards the back of Feng Ping's head. Feng Ping didn't turn back. At this moment, only 10 steps separated him from Han Yunzi. Before the young eagle could reach him, he could cut this little girl into several pieces. Once the master died, even the most powerful bird was nothing but a mere beast. Han Yunzi looked at the approaching Feng Ping, her clear eyes showing determination. Her right hand swept across her waist, and a yellow, glittering silk handkerchief expanded rapidly against the wind, blocking in front of her. A top-tier magical artifact. Feng Ping's eyes widened in horror. The blade glow in his hand had already struck the silk handkerchief, but was easily repelled by the dense yellow light. Feng Ping took a step back, then his body trembled, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. The young eagle had pecked a deep bloody hole in the back of his head, and he died a most miserable death. Han Yunzi wins. Chapter 10, The Dome. Junior brother Liu, what did you say Han Yunzi's odds were again? Han Li asked with a smile. Liu Yun's glared at him. Before, it was 1 to 5. Now, it's probably 1 to 3. 1 to 3 for that kind of strength? That's a top-tier defensive magical artifact. Han Li couldn't quite understand. Liu Yun's pointed at Han Yunzi with his chin. Look closely. That little girl's magic power is already insufficient, and now she's almost overdrawn. Who knows how much she'll recover for the next match? Han Li frowned and remained silent for a moment. Junior brother Liu, help me bet on Han Yunzi. 50 spirit stones. Liu Yun's looked at Han Li, meeting his mischievous eyes beneath the mask. Oh. Liu Yun suddenly understood and also started to smile. Remember to tell the little girl to act more convincingly. If not, mix in some other medicine. You don't need to teach me that. Han Li walked towards Han Yunzi with a beaming smile. He had nothing else, but he had plenty of medicine. Liu Yun's looked at the other 6 sex arenas with a grin. He suddenly had some new ideas. Several days later, the Ascension Assembly officially concluded. After a series of life and death struggles, 70 cultivators emerged from hundreds, poised to join the 7 sects of U-State. Han Yunzi was naturally among them. It was strange to say, but the development of this Ascension Assembly was incredibly bizarre. Besides Han Yunzi, more than 20 loose cultivators who were not favored by anyone actually had the last laugh. Although these people seemed to be pushed to the brink of despair time and again, they always managed to pull out some precious talismans or unique magical artifacts to turn the tide, resulting in heavy losses for the family cultivators of this generation. And Liu Yun's, he made a fortune. After seeing off Han Li and Han Yunzi, Liu Yun's hitched a ride with the Anya sect back to his sect. While his master hadn't returned yet, Liu Yun's took a stack of ES and repaid his debts one by one. After paying everyone back, he still had nearly 2,000 spirit stones left. So, what's so great about running a gambling den? Manipulating the market is where the real money is made. At this moment, Liu Yun's was full of ambition, ready to go back and upgrade his Victory Swallow. According to his estimation, the Victory Swallow's combat power was already on par with an average Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator. If he could acquire more advanced materials, Liu Yun's was confident he could raise it to the level of the late Foundation Establishment stage. One could only say that this dead plastic model hobbyist was truly talented, but unfortunately, his brain wasn't used in the right places. Junior brother Liu. Yunyu sect, 100 Mechanisms Hall. As soon as Steward Yan saw Liu Yun's arrive, his mood instantly plummeted. However, given the other party's deep background, he could only force a smile and greet him. What brings you here? Senior brother Yan, don't be nervous. I'm just here to find someone. Liu Yun's quickly spoke to reassure him. He felt that if he didn't explain clearly, he might be forcibly driven out by this person. Steward Yan didn't dare to be careless and quickly asked, who is junior brother looking for? Do you need senior brother's help? No need, she's here. A streak of escape lights shot over from the horizon, moving extremely fast, arriving at the entrance of the 100 Mechanisms Hall in the blink of an eye. The escape lights receded, revealing a charming woman of about 20. With every movement, she exuded a myriad of charms, captivating glances. Her bright eyes subtly shifted, like a seductive fox demon or a glamorous ghost, radiating astonishing allure. Steward Yan's heart trembled, and he quickly led several disciples forward to salute. Yan Xiao of the 100 Mechanisms Hall respectfully welcomes Martial Ant Nishang. Fairy Nishang nodded with a smile. Liu Yun's quickly stepped forward, Martial Ant Nishang. Fairy Nishang's eyes moved as she looked at Liu Yun's, and she couldn't help but sigh. Martial nephew Liu, I've heard about your affairs. Senior brother repeatedly warned you before he left to focus on cultivation and not to dabble in those strange tricks and crafts. But you. Fairy Nishang rubbed her brows in annoyance, aren't you afraid your master will break your legs when he returns? Martial Ant Nishang, you know what kind of person my master is, he just overthinks things. Look, my cultivation hasn't fallen behind, has it? Liu Yun's couldn't help but smack his lips, feeling quite resentful towards his master. Yan Xiao, who was standing nearby, broke out in a cold sweat. This topic was too high level for him to dare to listen. Perhaps sensing Yan Xiao's awkwardness, Fairy Nishang smiled and nodded slightly at him. Martial nephew Yan, please go about your business first. I still have some things to say to Martial nephew Liu. Yan Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly excused himself. Fairy Nishang watched him walk away, then turned to look at the innocent-faced Liu Yun's, glaring at him in exasperation. Qi refining 11th layer, and you still have the nerve to say that? With your aptitude, if you hadn't divided soul on these external things, you would have probably already reached Foundation Establishment. Liu Yun spread his hands. Martial Ant, you know my situation. The advantage of my spirit-gathering physique is mainly reflected in the speed of absorbing and transforming spiritual qi. During core formation, this physique can also increase the success rate. Foundation Establishment mainly depends on spiritual root, and my spiritual root doesn't need much explanation, does it? Fairy Nishang sighed. You're changing the subject again. If you could cultivate to the peak of qi refining, given senior brother's status, wouldn't he be able to get a few Foundation Establishment pills? Besides, with your intelligence, can't you really find a way to increase the success rate of Foundation Establishment? As she said this, Fairy Nishang's eyes flickered, clearly trusting Liu Yun's intelligence greatly. The gap between people can sometimes be truly terrifyingly large. Liu Yun's in his previous life was a ruthless person who managed to get into the Wudaoka Vocational Technical College in a third-tier small city. After rebirth, his memory and thinking ability clearly increased by another level. Putting everything else aside, he had transmigrated for 18 years and embarked on the path of cultivation for 8 years. In these 8 years, relying on a stack of artifact refining classics, he almost built the Victory Swallow, a truly combat-ready Gundam, from scratch. Of course, his experience as a plastic model hobbyist in his previous life, scientific summary and induction methods, and the unique imagination of a transmigrator also helped him a lot. Seeing Fairy Nishang trust him so much, Liu Yun smiled a little sheepishly. Martial Ant Nishang, let's not talk about this for now. I actually came here this time with 2 good things to offer you. Liu Yun's took out 2 wooden boxes from his storage pouch as if presenting treasures. These are. Fairy Nishang's eyes widened as she looked at the 2 spirit medicine in the wooden boxes. I found these next to a secluded mountain stream in Tainan Valley before. As soon as I saw how beautiful these two spirit medicine were, I knew they must be fated with you, Martial Ant Nishang. Liu Yun spoke nonsense without a draft, his eyes full of sincere emotion. As soon as I returned to the Anya sect, I felt these two spirit medicine stirring. I immediately understood that you, Martial Ant Nishang, must be nearby, so I rushed here to the 100 Mechanisms Hall to wait for you. I'm ready to return these two spiritual plant to their rightful owner. Fairy Nishang's lips were almost unable to hold back a smile, but she still gave Liu Yun's a white look. Just two spiritual plant, and they're stirring? Besides, there are plenty of young and beautiful female cultivators in the Yunyu sect, so why are they mine? Liu Yun's waved his hand. Martial Ant, don't tease. What can other female cultivators of the Yunyu sect compare to you? Even these two spiritual plant know this very well. If I dared to give them to someone else, they'd jump up and fight me right now. Still dare to say such things? You're quite unfilial, having such good things and not offering them to your master first. Martial Ant Nishang snorted, seemingly a little angry. Liu Yun's wasn't stupid, he could tell the difference between a woman's true anger and feigned anger. He quickly said with a smile, Martial Ant, with my master's cultivation, these spiritual plant would be useless to him anyway. Besides, what if I gave them to him, and these spiritual plant really fought me to the death? Smooth talker. Fairy Nishang tried hard to keep her lips from twitching. Speak, what do you want? Liu Yun's gave a thumbs up. You really understand me, Martial Ant. To be honest, I heard you have a primal chaos crystal. You see. A primal chaos crystal? That's a material for refining earth attribute magic treasure. What do you want it for? Fairy Nishang looked at Liu Yun's in confusion, somewhat unable to understand what he had been researching lately. This. Liu Yun's. A mighty roar from outside the hall shook the entire 100 Mechanisms Hall, making it tremble slightly. Liu Yun's face turned pale with fright, and he quickly stuffed the spiritual plant in his hand to Fairy Nishang. Fairy Nishang also subconsciously put the spiritual plant into her storage pouch, and only then did she realize what she had done. A five-colored escape light sped over, its powerful spiritual pressure causing the air to crackle slightly. The person wore a patched blue robe, had several inches of short hair, and a faded green cloth bag tucked at his waist, appearing to be an extremely clean person. However, his face was greasy and covered in a large black smear, making his true appearance unrecognizable. This person was the Yunyu Sect's #1 core formation stage cultivator, Old Freak Kyung, who had shaken the cultivation world of Yu State for hundreds of years with his self-created formless escape technique. Kyung Wuji. With a thump sound. Liu Yun's knelt down without hesitation. Master, I was wrong. Listen to me explain. Chapter 11, The Mystery of Foundation Establishment. Above Yunyu Sect, inside a small spirit boat. What did I tell you before I left? Didn't I tell you to focus on cultivating and not get involved in all that messy stuff? Kyung Wuji's hands trembled with anger. But what did you do? You went and borrowed spirit stones from fellow disciples, and even opened a gambling den at the Ascension Assembly. My old face, the Yunyu Sect's old face has been completely shamed by you. Kyung Wuji still had some sense at this moment, he knew very well that his reputation among the seven sects wasn't that great either. Master, let's be reasonable, Liu Yun's knelt before him, looking as if he was saying, I made a mistake, and I'll do it again. You said before you left that as long as I reached Qi refining stage level 10 or above, it would be fine. I'm already at level 11. Are you proud of that? Kyung Wuji gritted his teeth in anger, wishing he could slap this little bastard to death. No. Absolutely not. Liu Yun swallowed hard in fear, quickly putting on a fawning expression. Master, look, didn't you stop me from building robots because you were afraid I'd neglect my cultivation? But I haven't neglected my cultivation now, have I? Kyung Wuji sat in his chair, silently circulating his qi, his gaze at Liu Yun's growing increasingly unfriendly. Master, to be honest, I've also done some proper things these past 2 years. Seeing that his legs might leave their homeland and run to freedom at any moment, Liu Yun's brain instantly went into overdrive, and he actually thought of something proper. Master, look at my aptitude. When you took me in as a disciple, wasn't it because of my innate 5 elements spiritual root and spirit gathering physique, which gave me a far greater affinity for heaven and earth spiritual qi than ordinary people, making me most suitable for cultivating your formless escape technique? Hearing this, Kyung Wuji's expression softened slightly. Liu Yun's breathed a sigh of relief and continued, my physique makes it easier for me to draw heaven and earth spiritual qi into my body during core formation, but when it comes to foundation establishment, my success rate isn't much better than an average 5 spiritual root. I've calculated it myself, to successfully establish my foundation, I'd need at least 5 foundation establishment pills. Although master, you're not unable to get them, such things invite too much resentment, so it's better to do it less if possible. Kyung Wuji pondered for a moment. Although his face still showed anger, the killing intent that suggested he was ready to dismember Liu Yun's legs at any moment was gone. You're not trying to say that you've found a way to increase the success rate of foundation establishment, are you? Kyung Wuji asked with some doubt. Although it's still only theoretical, I already have a certain degree of confidence. Liu Yun's patted his chest, his confident expression fully evident on his face. Master, in my opinion, at least in the human realm, the cultivation process is a continuous process of increasing the capacity and output power of magical power. The Danshan determines capacity, and the meridians determine output power. Kaiyan Wuji smiled and nodded, reaching for a cup of tea to hold in front of him. He didn't understand. I've studied the notes collected within the sect, and I've also managed to find many senior nephews and senior brothers for physical examinations. The result is that the biggest difference between a foundation establishment stage cultivator and a chi refinement stage cultivator is actually the quality of their magical power. Liu Yun's held out his hand, making a circle the size of a bowl. I've examined the danshan of both peak chi refinement stage and early foundation establishment stage cultivators, and found that their danshan are all this size. So I believe that the danshan of ordinary humans expands to this maximum size, which is the limit for a human organ. And with the same volume, the magical power of an early foundation establishment stage cultivator is more than an order of magnitude higher than that of a chi refinement stage cultivator. This can only be a matter of magical power quality. That's right. Kaiyan Wuji nodded, putting down his teacup. He understood. The magical power of foundation establishment stage cultivators is liquid, while that of chi refinement stage cultivators is gaseous. This has been discovered long ago in the cultivation world. Liu Yun's quickly nodded, exactly. So at that time, I had another conjecture: if a peak chi refinement stage disciple could compress their magical power into liquid form, would they be able to successfully establish their foundation without the aid of a foundation establishment pill? Kaiyan Wuji let out a sneer. That idea has already been tested by seniors, and the result, without exception, was self-detonation. Indeed, I also found that experiment. This involves the organs that hold and transport magical power, which are the danshan and meridians. Liu Yun's took out a balloon and a rubber ball from his storage pouch. For example, this one here is the danshan of a chi refinement stage cultivator. As Liu Yun spoke, he picked up the balloon. With a gentle squeeze, the balloon instantly burst. Then he picked up the rubber ball, which was obviously much sturdier. No matter how much force Liu Yun's used, it only slightly deformed. And this is the danshan of a foundation establishment stage cultivator. The meridians are the same. Although early foundation establishment stage cultivators and peak chi refinement stage cultivators have the same capacity in their danshan and meridians, their quality is vastly different. The reason behind this is the foundation establishment pill. Kaiyan Wuji's eyes flashed. Marrow cleansing and meridian transformation. Exactly. The miraculous efficacy of the foundation establishment pill is divided into two parts. Liu Yun's held up two fingers. The first part is marrow cleansing and meridian transformation, which removes impurities from the human body and simultaneously strengthens the quality of the danshan and meridians. The second part reacts with magical power, turning gaseous magical power into liquid. As for the spiritual chi contained within it, that seems to be an ancillary effect. From this perspective, the foundation establishment pill is actually a type of body refining medicinal pill. It's just that its efficacy is obvious and it focuses on strengthening the meridians and danshan. After Liu Yun's finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing a slightly translucent arm. To prove this hypothesis, I also conducted some experiments myself. Liu Yun's grinned. I took grain abstinence pills to replace food, learned health preservation methods to slowly eliminate impurities from my body, and slowly strengthened my meridians and danshan with warm and nourishing body refining medicinal pills, consciously compressing my magical power during cultivation. Now, the quality of my danshan and meridians is about 20% to 30% higher than fellow cultivators of the same stage, and my magical power quality is 20% higher. I calculated that if I could supplement it with some specialized body refining cultivation techniques and potent medicinal pills, even without the aid of a foundation establishment pill, I would be confident in establishing my foundation on my own in my 30s. However, specialized body refining cultivation techniques are quite hard to find, and I've actually been recently. You scoundrel! Kaiyan Wuji slammed the table, and a powerful and violent spiritual pressure directly forced Liu Yun's to the ground. What did you just say? Liu Yun's, caught off guard, fell face first. I didn't say anything, I just said I could establish my foundation on my own. Liu Yun suddenly stopped. His mind flashed with the loose cultivators at the Ascension Assembly, the cold corpses below the Ascension platform, and the arrogant gazes of the 7 sects leaders. A cold sweat broke out on Liu Yun's back. He understood what the problem was. To establish one's foundation without a foundation establishment pill, this was digging at the foundation of the 7 sects. No. This was digging at the foundation of all the prestigious sects in the entire cultivation world. The spiritual pressure dissipated, and Kaiyan Wuji reached out to pull Liu Yun's up. This powerful peak core formation cultivator's hands were trembling slightly at this moment. What did you just say? Liu Yun's looked at the fear in Kaiyan Wuji's eyes and forced an extremely ugly smile. Disciple said nothing just now. Only then did Kaiyan Wuji release him. After a long silence, he slowly said, since ancient times, there have been countless exceptionally talented individuals in the cultivation world. Some of these people possessed profound magical power that suppressed an entire realm, while others held great power, deciding life and death. But there are some things that even they dared not touch, do you understand? Liu Yun's quickly nodded. Come back to my immortal cave with me. You are not allowed to touch any of your messy things again. Kaiyan Wuji took a deep breath. Within 2 years, if you don't reach peak chi refinement stage, I'll dismantle all your toys. Yes. Liu Yun still hadn't fully recovered his senses. He had almost become the public enemy of the cultivation world. Master, my research can still increase the chance of foundation establishment, so what do you think? Kaiyan Wuji thought for a moment. Just cultivate for now. You haven't told anyone else about this, have you? No. Absolutely not. That's good. Qian Wuji breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. He had broken out in more cold sweat than Liu Yun's, but it wasn't visible because his face was too oily. Let's go. Back to the Immortal Cave first. You are not allowed to leave for even half a step within 2 years. Chapter 12, Blood Restriction Trial. 2.5 years later, inside a secret chamber of Qian Wuji's Immortal Cave. Liu Yun's opened his eyes, and as he breathed, a small whirlwind that had been circling him quietly dissipated. That was the heaven and earth spiritual chi absorbed by his spirit-gathering physique. Liu Yun's looked at a pool of water beside him, nearly 10 zhang in circumference. The pool water was milky white, emitting an astonishing spiritual chi. This was an extremely rare spirit eye spring, and a top grade one at that. Such a spirit eye spring, which could only be formed after tens or even hundreds of thousands of years in the most concentrated spiritual chi areas of a spiritual vein, was exceedingly rare. The spiritual chi it emitted far surpassed that of an ordinary spiritual vein. Cultivating near it had the miraculous effect of accelerating cultivation speed. Such a rare item was, of course, not something Liu Yun's could possess. This spirit eye spring, strictly speaking, belonged to the Yunyu sect. However, because Qian Wuji's seniority and cultivation were both extremely high, he naturally and unceremoniously took possession of this spirit eye spring. In addition, Qian Wuji also had a spirit eye jade that he never parted with, though no one knew where he had acquired it. With the help of the spirit eye spring, Liu Yun's not only cultivated his magic power to the peak of the chi refinement stage within 2.5 years, but also had time to continue strengthening his meridians and danshan, and compressing his magic power. Now, the quality of his magic power was at least 50% higher than that of cultivators at the same stage, and the strength of his danshan and meridians, with the aid of medicinal pills provided by Qian Wuji, was more than 50% stronger than cultivators at the same stage. A normal 5 spiritual root cultivator would need at least 5 foundation establishment pills to guarantee success in foundation establishment, but the current Liu Yun's would at most need about 2. 2 foundation establishment pills were nothing to Qian Wuji. Liu Yun's hummed a tune and strolled out of the secret chamber. Not having touched his mecha for 2 years, Liu Yun's was going crazy. Stop. Qian Wuji's voice transmission sounded in his ear, and Liu Yun's movements instantly froze. Come see me. Liu Yun's looked towards his room, where his victory swallow was parked. Alas. Indeed, there is no easy path in the adult world. Liu Yun's adjusted his expression and walked into the Immortal Cave's main hall with a smile. Spiritual light flickered all around, and exotic flowers and plants adorned the 4 directions, competing in beauty. 4 milky white stone pillars, carved with dragons and phoenixes, stood at the 4 corners of the hall. 360 pearls of various colors were embedded in the ceiling of the Immortal Cave, casting ribbons of light in the pattern of the celestial stars, illuminating the entire Immortal Cave. Qian Wuji sat on a white jade platform in the center of the Immortal Cave, holding an exceptionally precious-looking wooden box, his face clearly showing joy. Master, did you call me for something? Qian Wuji looked up and glared at him. Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? No. Of course not. It's just that this disciple is still researching foundation establishment recently, so. Liu Yun's gave a dry laugh, intending to change the subject. However, Qian Wuji knew this little bastard too well and sneered, not taking the bait at all. Liu Yun's eyes darted, and he saw the wooden box in Qian Wuji's hand. Master, what good thing have you bought this time? Qian Wuji's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but smile. My luck this time is truly good. Qian Wuji said with a smile, opening the wooden box. The unique fragrance of a rare spiritual plant immediately filled the air. For the past few years, I've been searching everywhere for old spiritual plants, but after several years, I found nothing. I was almost ready to give up, but as the saying goes, hard work pays off. Just a few days ago, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion of Yellow Maple Valley actually received a 1000-year spiritual plant. Qian Wuji excitedly slapped his thigh. That little girl Hong Fu from Yellow Maple Valley still wanted to compete with this old man, but how could her formless escape technique compare to mine? With just a small trick, I easily delayed her in Yellow Maple Valley. In the end, I rushed to the Myriad Treasures Pavilion one step ahead and acquired this 1000-year spiritual plant. As soon as he mentioned this, Qian Wuji couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seemed that for him, making a junior female cultivator run around in circles was quite a proud achievement. Liu Yun's had no particular opinion. After all, his master being unreliable wasn't a new development. He just focused intently on that extremely rare 1000-year spiritual plant. This spiritual plant was full of spiritual chi, without impurities, clearly a newly unearthed spiritual plant. The regrettable thing was that its appearance wasn't particularly perfect. It had a few slightly artificial-looking wormholes, but it didn't affect its medicinal properties. Everything else was normal, but those few wormholes made Liu Yun's uncontrollably recall certain things, and the image of that plain-looking man automatically popped into his mind. Han Li, it couldn't really be you, could it? If it is you, then you learned quite quickly. Liu Yun's. Qian Wuji suddenly put away his smile and roared. Liu Yun's shivered and quickly stood at attention. Qian Wuji nodded slightly in satisfaction. The sect has ordered you to participate in the Forbidden Land trial 1 month from now. You should prepare well during this month. Master, it can't be, can it? Liu Yun's was stunned. I'm your biological disciple. If you have any dissatisfaction, just tell me directly, and I'll definitely change. Is it necessary to push me into a pit of fire? Is that Forbidden Land trial for proper people? What if I die in there? Who will take care of you in your old age and bury you? You're farting. Liu Yun's 3 soul-searching questions almost made Kaiang Wuji die of anger. I'm still far from death. Yes, yes, yes. I said the wrong thing. Liu Yun's wished he could slap himself. Kaiang Wuji was so angry that he fumed, his palms constantly opening and closing, as if he wanted to crush someone to death. I'm telling you. I've already signed you up for this trial, you have to go whether you want to or not. Kaiang Wuji took 2 deep breaths, forcibly calming his state of mind. Liu Yun's words just now almost brought out his heart demon. Liu Yun's face turned bitter. He was perfectly fine staying at home, but for no reason, he had to go out and fight for his life with others. Was there any need for this? Master, what are you trying to achieve? At least let me die knowing why. Humph. Kaiang Wuji snorted angrily. Let me tell you, this Forbidden Land trial is the second to last trial before the Forbidden Land closes. In previous years, the 7 sects would send out all their elites in the last trial before the Forbidden Land closed, to compete for the final spiritual plants. But the sect's intention is to catch them off guard this time, taking advantage of the other 6 sects' unpreparedness to seize a large number of mature spiritual plants first. We old fellows all agreed to this plan. Liu Yun's was completely confused. He couldn't help but ask, Master, the other 6 sects aren't fools. If they see our sect's elites all dispatched, wouldn't they understand our intentions? They're certainly not fools, so this time we're only sending some young disciples. Kaiang Wuji smiled smugly. Liu Yun's pupils constricted, and he suddenly thought of something critical. Master, the sect isn't trying to make me lead the team, is it? I can't do that. Liu Yun's was truly scared this time. Going to the Forbidden Land to risk his life was one thing, but also having to lead a group of burdens? What kind of hell difficulty was this? You lead the team. Kaiang Wuji looked Liu Yun's up and down, revealing a disdainful sneer. I wouldn't dare even if you did. Someone else is leading the team this time. Then who is leading the team? Liu Yun's thoughtfully went through all the Qi refining stage disciples in the Yunyu sect in his mind. He found that none of them were capable fighters. Kaiang Wuji gave Liu Yun's a sidelong glance and answered irrelevantly, your junior martial uncle Nangang Wan is about to emerge from seclusion soon. Liu Yun's expression instantly became incredibly complex. Chapter 13, Nangang Wan. Nangang Wan, the core formation stage cultivator with the highest talent in the Yunyu sect over the past few centuries. This woman was devoted to the Dao, and for 100 years, she had been in seclusion cultivating, almost never showing her face to the outside world. As a result, only a handful of disciples within the Yunyu sect knew of her existence, let alone cultivators from outside. Liu Yun's, due to his special status, had actually met her once. To be honest, she was quite beautiful, but he didn't feel anything special. This was mainly because at the time she looked only 12 or 13 years old. As someone who had received 9 years of compulsory education, Liu Yun's found it very difficult to develop any unusual feelings for a young girl protected by both law and morality. If he had to say, he still preferred the type like Fairy Nishang. Although Nangong's soaring maiden reincarnation cultivation technique is the highest tier cultivation technique in the sect, this cultivation technique undergoes reincarnation every few decades. When her magic power undergoes reincarnation, she will also revert to her youthful appearance, Kaiang Wuji said with a lewd smile. That girl just happens to be in her reincarnation period recently, so her magic power realm is only at the Qi refinement stage. However, her magic treasure, the Vermilion Bird Ring, is unaffected and can still be used freely. A Qi refinement stage cultivator who can use a magic treasure is enough to sweep through the entire Forbidden Land. Kaiang Wuji laughed proudly, it's rare for these juniors to come up with such a brilliant plan, how could an old man like me not support it? So you supported me out. Liu Yun's heart pounded. He always felt that this flag was planted a bit too firmly, if nothing happened, it wouldn't be worthy of Kaiang Wuji's volume. Master, let me ask something. If I'm not mistaken, this martial ant Nangong seems to have always been in seclusion cultivating. Regardless of her specific divine ability, has she ever fought with anyone? Liu Yun's asked cautiously. The real world is not an online game, it's not like you are guaranteed to win just because you have a high rank and good equipment. If it were like that, the cultivation world would be too peaceful. Imagine, 2 people meet on a narrow road, display their cultivation, and then show off their equipment. The one who loses kneels, kowtows 3 times, and then leaves. How could there be such a simple matter in the world? In a life and death struggle, mentality, experience, intelligence, and even talent, these miscellaneous things combined are what constitute so-called strength. Nangong's battle experience is indeed not much, and she hasn't encountered any major dangers. Kaiang Wuji grinned, and a greasy large hand directly landed on Liu Yun's shoulder. That's why I supported you out, isn't it? Your puppet's combat power is extraordinary, comparable to a Foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator, making it an invincible existence in the Forbidden Land. Kaiang Wuji rubbed his hand on Liu Yun's clothes, then withdrew it with a hint of disdain. With you and Nangong together, this trip to the Forbidden Land is bound to be fruitful. Liu Yun's face fell, not knowing if it was because he was forced to go to the Forbidden Land or because the clothes he had only worn for half a year were now ruined. Are you still not satisfied? Do you know how many people are scrambling for a spot? Kaiang Wuji was very displeased with Liu Yun's attitude. Following behind Nangong, easily collecting spiritual plants and exchanging them for rewards, what's the difference from getting it for free? Master. Liu Yun still wanted to struggle a bit more. He also understood that this trip to the Forbidden Land was essentially riding on someone's coattails for a golden opportunity, with extremely low risk and extremely high reward. It was just that he genuinely disliked fighting and killing. Besides, if he could cultivate diligently at home, why go out and wander? What if something really happened? What if there was some old monster pretending to be weak to ambush others, a decisive cheat, or some messy conspiracy? Wouldn't he be doomed then? Although there are many rewards for the Forbidden Land trial, with your wealth, you shouldn't care about those small things, right? Liu Yun said with a fawning smile. What do you know? Qian Wuji slapped Liu Yun's thigh, making him gasp in pain. For the past few years, I have been searching for spiritual plants outside to refine a batch of Huayuan pills, essence transformation pills, for you, Qian Wuji sighed, staring into Liu Yun's eyes. This pill is an ancient medicinal pill, with potent medicinal effects. It even has some effect on core formation stage cultivators. If you can get the help of this pill, with your talent, you can break through to foundation establishment mid-stage within 5 years. At this point, Qian Wuji clenched his fist excitedly. He knew very well that he probably only had 50 or 60 years left to live. Once he died, those rats coveting his formless escape technique legacy would pounce on Liu Yun's without hesitation and tear him to shreds. If, before he died, Liu Yun's could successfully form a core. No. He didn't even need to form a core. Even a foundation establishment peak cultivation with a false core realm would be enough to preserve his legacy. Heaven favors me, after years of arduous searching, I finally obtained this 1000-year spiritual plant. Qian Wuji caressed the wooden box, his eyes even a little moist. If you can bring out more spiritual plants from this Forbidden Land trial, then I can ask the sect for the remaining materials on the pill formula. I'll refine the Huayuan pill to help you advance as quickly as possible. He looked up, his gaze complex as he looked at Liu Yun's disciple. No matter how extraordinary your talent, if the great Dao is not achieved, all things are empty. Have you remembered? Liu Yun's lowered his head and remained silent for a long while, then bowed respectfully. This disciple respectfully heeds your teachings. Good. 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 Qian Wuji laughed 3 times, then slapped his storage pouch, taking out a crimson command banner and a talisman depicting 7 colored needles. This crimson flame banner is the sect's reward for your participation in the trial, it is undoubtedly a top-tier magical artifact. And this formless needle talisman treasure is for your self-defense, I'm giving it to you just in case. Qian Wuji handed the command banner and the talisman treasure to Liu Yun's, a look of relief on his greasy face. You have another month. I don't care what you do, but I want you to guarantee that in 1 month, you will enter the Forbidden Land in optimal condition. A magical artifact, a talisman treasure, weighing heavily in Liu Yun's hand. Master, don't worry. Liu Yun showed an incredibly confident smile. This time, watch your disciple bring back first place. The Yuanmu Kingdom is adjacent to the Yu Kingdom and is considered a medium-sized country in the nearby region. The Divine Weapon School, Myriad Wonders Monastery, and Tianxing sect of this country are renowned in the southern heaven cultivation world for artifact refining, talisman crafting, and formation techniques, respectively. This has also fostered an incredibly prosperous market. A few years ago, when Liu Yun's was building the Victory Swallow, the workload was simply too massive, so he selectively outsourced some of the artifact refining work. However, at that time, Qian Wuji had already spoken to the artifact refiners within the sect, explicitly forbidding Liu Yun's from engaging in these unorthodox skills. He couldn't very well go to other schools to find artifact refiners, so out of desperation, he could only go abroad. He traveled to the market of this Yuanmu Kingdom to try his luck. As it turned out, he really did find a skilled artifact refiner. With Liu Yun's design blueprints, the two began several months of work. From initially cursing each other in anger, they eventually reached an understanding, admired each other, and had very pleasant conversations. After that, they maintained correspondence, and even when Liu Yun's was confined for the past 2 years, he didn't lose contact with this person. This time, Liu Yun's had some new inspirations, and in order to quickly turn this magical artifact, which still existed only in concept, into a physical object, he specifically came to the Yuanmu Kingdom to find this friend. Looking at the 100-acre concave depression in front of him, Liu Yun's, who had deliberately changed into an ordinary flying magical artifact, laughed unrestrainedly. Xiao. Come out and greet your guest. Chapter 14, Ambush. Bang. There were 7 or 8 white stone houses in the hollow below. With a muffled sound, a puff of black smoke billowed out from one of the stone houses. A short, stout young man stumbled out of the stone house, covered in black soot. Liu Yun's. You again. Cough. Before he could finish speaking, the young man bent over and coughed violently. Liu Yun's twitched his nose and couldn't help but smack his lips. I told you long ago, blazing firestone will definitely explode without purple jade as a stabilizer. Nonsense. As long as the temperature can be controlled, then, halfway through his sentence, Xiao saw the miserable state of the stone house. In this situation, nothing he said would be convincing. Quickly open the formation, I have something good to show you. Liu Yun shook the jade slip in his hand, his expression incredibly excited. Xiao pouted, then raised his hand to release the surrounding restriction. It's not the Victory Swallow No. 2 machine you mentioned last time, is it? Xiao looked at him suspiciously. There's no rush for the unit No. 2, look at this first. As soon as Liu Yun's landed, he impatiently threw the jade slip to Xiao. Taking the jade slip, Qi Yongxiao muttered to himself as he extended his divine sense into it. If it's not unit number 2, then what could it be? Hiss. Qi Yongxiao suddenly stopped, his divine sense focused intently on reading Liu Yun's design. Wind riding art, swift movement art, rapid travel art, clear wind charm, completely abandoning defense, offense, and flight, focusing solely on speed. Qi Yongxiao's expression was a bit conflicted, putting so many functions into one body will make it very cumbersome. Let's simplify it. Focus the functions on burst speed, physical protection, and flexibility, Qi Yongxiao said, making revisions on the design drawing. Liu Yun's didn't mind. In terms of artifact refining, Qi Yongxiao was still superior to him, and he brought the design drawing precisely to get his input. The defensive power doesn't need to be too high, just enough to withstand the pressure generated by high-speed movement, Liu Yun said. Flexibility still needs to be strengthened, but the main focus is still on enhancing burst speed. Don't worry too much about material strength, just make a few spare parts that can be replaced and repaired at any time. Liu Yun's took the design drawing. High-speed combat happens in a flash, so there's no need to overthink the burden and durability of the materials. The main thing is to get the burst speed up first. Alright, but then there's no need to add armor. Just use defensive spells instead. That works. A flash of inspiration struck Liu Yun's. How about this, we directly. The two chatted excitedly, simply sitting on the ground and drawing various materials and designs. After discussing for most of the day, the two finally finalized the design drawing. Then they entered the formal production stage. 10 days later, Liu Yun stepped on a flying sword and headed straight for the Tianxing sect market. The latest model of magical artifact had been completed, and the process was even smoother than Liu Yun's had imagined. According to Qi Yongxiao, this should be because Liu Yun's artifact refining skill had improved again. The two tested the power of the new magical artifact, and the results were quite pleasing. This version of the magical artifact abandoned all offensive and defensive capabilities in exchange for a speed that could be described as uncanny. At extreme speed, Qi Yongxiao couldn't even see its shadow. In addition to speed, the overall sturdiness of the magical artifact was also quite good, only the parts at some joint connections regrettably became consumables. Liu Yun's was now going to the market to purchase some common artifact refining materials to make a dozen more sets of parts for easy replacement at any time. This thing is a bit slow. Liu Yun somewhat regretted exchanging the cloud-piercing shuttle with Han Li. Having gotten used to the extreme speed of the victory swallow, suddenly switching to this kind of flying sword inevitably caused a sense of disparity. However, there was nothing he could do about it. The victory swallow was too flashy, and a single mistake could bring trouble to Qi Yongxiao. I wonder how Han Li is doing in Yellow Maple Valley. Should I go see him later? And also ask about the blood restriction trial. Liu Yun's thought to himself. Liu Yun's was certain that Han Li would definitely get involved in this. After all, such a trial sounded like an early game dungeon for the protagonist. For Liu Yun's, this was also a good thing. After all, an early game dungeon for the protagonist couldn't be too dangerous. According to his guess, no matter how dangerous this trial was, it wouldn't exceed the scope of the Qi refinement stage. At most, a foundation establishment cultivator might appear. Then there would be nothing to fear. With the victory swallow, he could completely swagger through it. Just as Liu Yun's was speculating about the future plot based on his limited experience, and without any self-awareness, setting himself up for trouble, 5 beams of light suddenly rose from below. Again. Liu Yun's cursed inwardly, then instinctively conjured a round shield to protect himself. Why are there highway robbers everywhere? The public order in this cultivation world is a bit ridiculously bad. Liu Yun's looked around and, without realizing it, he had already flown above a dense forest. The 5 beams of light rose from within the dense forest, subtly forming a 5 elements formation that trapped him inside. May I ask which fellow deist is conducting business here? I am Liu Yun's of Yunyu sect. I apologize for the disturbance. Liu Yun stomped on the flying sword beneath his feet and quickly descended to the ground. The dense forest was deep and silent, without a sound. Liu Yun's frowned, his divine sense fully extended to search his surroundings. He had already announced his name, but the other party had no response and showed no intention of dispelling the formation. This was a bit strange. Normally, low-level cultivators who kill and steal treasures target loose cultivators. Disciples from major sects with backgrounds like Liu Yun's are generally not provoked, unless the perpetrator is absolutely confident. Liu Yun's frowned and looked towards the depths of the dense forest on his left. Fellow deist, you've set up such a grand formation, surely it's not just to rob me, is it? In the depths of the dense forest, a black-robed person slowly emerged. Judging by the spiritual energy fluctuations from its body, it had a cultivation of the 12th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Liu Yun's raised both hands and smiled in a friendly manner. A slender blue light suddenly burst from behind that person, heading straight for his back of the head. Buzz. A golden light shield flashed and disappeared, and the blue light was easily bounced away. That person raised its head, its gaze, hidden by the black robe, was icy and bone-chilling, carrying a surging evil qi. Before Liu Yun's, countless wronged souls and vengeful spirits seemed to appear, wailing and wanting to drag Liu Yun's into hell. In a daze, Liu Yun seemed to see all the people he had killed. They wailed and laughed, extending their ghastly ghost claw to tear Liu Yun's to shreds alive. Humph! Liu Yun's roared, and his divine sense, no weaker than a foundation establishment cultivator, instantly erupted, forcefully dispelling the illusion before him. As soon as he regained consciousness, Liu Yun's, without thinking, tapped the round shield in front of him, making it enlarge more than 10 times, blocking him like a copper wall and iron barrier. White light burst forth. 5 crescent-shaped blades, emitting a hazy white spiritual light, came flying towards him, and were perfectly blocked by the suddenly enlarged round shield. As the round shield trembled, 5 deep knife marks were cut into its surface. Damn it! Liu Yun's and the black-robed person almost simultaneously let out sounds of surprise. Liu Yun's gritted his teeth, looking at the black-robed person warily. Using 5 magical artifacts at once, Liu Yun's could also do that. But that was because Liu Yun's had lived 2 lives, and his divine sense was extraordinary. What was going on with this person? Chapter 15, The 7 Fiend Soul-Locking Art. The black-robed person was also surprised that Liu Yun's could break free from the evil Qi shroud, and out of apprehension, his magical artifact attacks became even more ferocious. Seeing that the round shield wouldn't last much longer, Liu Yun's gritted his teeth and released 3 green light-flashing flying daggers that bypassed the round shield, drawing 3 green arcs. At the same time, a slender blue light shot out from beneath the black-robed person's feet again. The black-robed person's body flickered with black qi, and he mysteriously appeared several tens of feet away. The 5 blades that were furiously attacking the round shield also spun around, blocking the 3 flying daggers. Seeing the situation fall into a stalemate, the 2 exchanged glances and simultaneously decided to end the battle quickly. Suddenly, a large amount of grey qi emanated from the black-robed person's body, subtly mixed with the wails of vengeful spirits. Liu Yun's also slapped his storage pouch, and the victory swallow transformed into a giant steel man, heavily smashing onto the ground. The grey mist dispersed, and the cockpit cover closed. 2 spiritual pressures, no weaker than those of Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, simultaneously shot skyward. The 2 exchanged glances again, and there was a slight awkwardness between them. If you were this powerful, you should have said so earlier. Why didn't you say so earlier? The black-robed person raised his hand, and the 5 blades glowed with white spiritual light, easily deflecting the flying daggers. With power and speed far exceeding before, they shot directly towards the victory swallow. Clang! The victory swallow drew its giant sword and cut out a golden sword light. The 5 flying daggers scattered with extreme agility, dodging the sword light, then simultaneously slashed at the victory swallow from all directions. The victory swallow split its hands, and the giant sword divided into 2 straight blades. Then, the dual blades danced, and dazzling golden blade lights deflected all the blades. Seeing that he couldn't take down Liu Yun's with just this set of magical artifacts, the black-robed person hesitated and reached for his storage pouch. However, Liu Yun's had been locking onto him with his divine sense. Seeing that he was about to make another move, he disregarded the entanglement of the blades and directly transformed back into the victory swallow, turning into a golden light blade nearly 10 zhang long, whistling past with an aura that seemed to cleave the heavens and split the earth. The distance between the 2 was only about 10 zhang, which for the victory swallow was almost non-existent. In the blink of an eye, the huge light blade had already arrived before the black-robed person. The air was rapidly torn apart, emitting a deafening roar. In front of this golden light, the black-robed person appeared incredibly small. He stared directly at this dazzling behemoth, as if facing a golden storm. In the next second, he would be swept into it and easily crushed like an ant. However, this scene did not happen. Just before the black-robed person was about to be shredded by the light blade, the fleeting golden light shield reappeared. The storm met a towering mountain that had stood for millions of years. The dazzling golden light blade couldn't even cause a ripple on the light shield. Within the golden light, Liu Yun seemed to see a golden talisman unfold on the black-robed person's chest. Buzz! The golden light exploded. The victory swallow was struck by an irresistible force and sent flying tens of zhang away. The black-robed person stood in place, his entire body protected by golden light, and the gaze from beneath his hood revealed a cold killing intent. He reached out to recall the 5 blades, then his entire being transformed into a golden escape lights and disappeared into the horizon. His escape speed was in no way inferior to that of a core formation stage cultivator. Holy crap! Inside the victory swallow, Liu Yun's, dizzy from the shaking, happened to witness this scene. What's this person's background? What's this person's background? In a desolate mountain 100 li away, the black-robed person posed the same question as Liu Yun's. Judging by the attire, he's a disciple of the Yunyu sect. An old voice suddenly sounded. If there had been a third person present, they would have probably thought they'd seen a ghost. That puppet is not weak. It's not unfair that you lost to him. However, this kind of puppet technique that merges with the puppet has never been seen before. Could it be a legacy unique to Tianese? The old voice carried a hint of doubt. Listening closely, the voice actually came from the black-robed person's chest. The black-robed person lifted his hood, revealing a youthful face. This person was actually just a 13 or 14-year-old boy. To have a cultivation of the 12th layer of Qi refinement stage at such a young age was simply inconceivable. The boy jumped down, his height suddenly shortening by a foot. Then he pulled out 2 small stilts from beneath his black robe. Master, even you can't discern that person's background? The boy asked in a deep voice, his brows filled with an unwilling expression. The human realm is so vast, and there are countless strange arts and techniques. How could I possibly know them all? It's you, boy, do you still want revenge? The old voice said playfully, you'd better think carefully. If I hadn't consumed my soul power to protect you just now, you would have died twice. The boy lowered his gaze, his expression humble. Of course I know that, and I'm not a reckless person. But master, are you alright? Don't worry, I won't die yet. The old voice sighed slightly. The boy bit his lip unwillingly. I didn't expect it. When I was killing people and taking souls in the Yu Kingdom, I accidentally killed a disciple of the Giant Sword Sect. To avoid the Giant Sword Sect's search, I specifically sneaked into the Yu Kingdom, but I still ran into someone from the 7 sects, and such a troublesome character at that. What are you panicking about? The 7 fiend soul locking art I passed on to you was exchanged by this old man from a demonic path friend back then. Even in the Great Jin, it's a top-tier soul sacrifice method. In a remote place like Tianese, who could possibly see through your flaws? How many times have those core formation stage cultivators in your sect examined you, and didn't they find anything? The old voice sneered, if you're really worried, then go participate in the blood restriction trial. Once you retrieve my legacy and advance to Foundation establishment, you won't have to fear anyone anymore. The boy's face flickered between clear and overcast, and after a long silence, he continued, Master, it's not that I don't want to go. It's just that I'm not even 14 this year. Participating in the blood restriction trial at this age wouldn't that deliberately arouse suspicion? Humph. Suspicion? So what if they suspect? The old voice snorted coldly, with a strong disdain in his tone. In the cultivation world, strength is revered. If you can advance to Foundation establishment after participating in the blood restriction trial, then what if you openly admit to these things? They are just a bunch of low-level loose cultivators anyway. Would anyone really go against a Foundation establishment stage cultivator for them? The old voice changed the subject, then continued, at worst, you just hand over the 7 fiend soul locking art. Once you officially inherit my legacy, this demonic technique will be useless to you anyway. The golden light blade, like a storm, flashed through the boy's mind. The great terror of being on the brink of death still made his hands tremble slightly when he thought about it. All right. I'll go venture into that forbidden land. The boy gritted his teeth and said firmly. That's right. That's more like my disciple. The old voice sounded immensely pleased. Master, there's one more thing I need your help with. The boy said in a deep voice, I've already revealed my whereabouts in the Yu Kingdom, so I must return to the Yu Kingdom as quickly as possible. There's still more than half a month until the blood restriction trial, and I can't afford to be caught off guard at this time. The old voice was silent for a moment, then finally let out a sigh. All right, I'll consume soul power to help you one more time. At worst, I'll just fall into a slumber for a period. Thank you, Master. This disciple will not fail your high expectations in the future. The boy's entire body flashed with golden light, and the black robe on him was instantly shredded to pieces. Beneath the black robe, it was surprisingly the standard uniform of the Yellow Maple Valley. The boy looked up, then a golden escape lights tore through the air and shot away. Chapter 16, Strange Tales of Yellow Maple Valley. Liu Yun's was unaware at this moment that there would be another change to his trip to the Forbidden Land in half a month. He carefully put away his victory swallow and changed direction, flying dozens of miles on his magical artifact to hide. He sat cross-legged to recover his magical power, then began to repair the victory swallow. The golden light explosion just now almost penetrated the protective plate. It took Liu Yun's a full 5 days to repair the victory swallow. Afterward, he once again flew his magical artifact towards the Tianxing sect market. This time, no accidents occurred. Liu Yun smoothly purchased the materials he needed. He also bought all the upgrade materials for the victory swallow, planning to strengthen it as soon as he returned. At the very least, he wanted to strengthen it to the late Foundation establishment stage before the blood restriction trial. After buying his items, Liu Yun's headed straight for Yellow Maple Valley. Yellow Maple Valley, 100 Herbs Garden. Han Li was tossing and turning in the thatched hut of the herb garden. Half a month ago, he had received astonishing news. The Forbidden Land of the blood restriction trial would be temporarily sealed for 60 years starting 5 years from now. During this period, the 7 great sects would jointly send people to supervise, and no one would be allowed to enter to gather herbs. This news completely disrupted all his plans. He already had 2 Foundation establishment pills in his possession, but there was only half a month left until the next Forbidden Land trial. This amount of time was simply not enough for him to complete his Foundation establishment. Now he had to make a choice, either take the Foundation establishment pills immediately and completely give up on the blood restriction trial, or temporarily put away the Foundation establishment pills and take them after the blood restriction trial. Han Li was well aware of his own strength. Although he now possessed several top-tier magical artifacts and could be considered a minor expert among the low-level disciples, who knew if there would be ruthless characters feigning weakness, elites with powerful magical artifacts, or experts with hidden trump cards in the blood restriction trial. If he encountered any of these people, wouldn't he be doomed? Putting everything else aside, Han Li had personally witnessed Liu Yun slaughtering chi refinement stage cultivators as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Who knew if other great sects would also have experts like him? As Han Li was wrestling with this dilemma, a sound transmission talisman flew into the 100 Herbs Garden. Han Li frowned. He rarely had visitors here. Taking the sound transmission talisman, Han Li listened carefully for a moment, then showed a wry smile. Opening the restriction, Liu Yun stood outside and greeted him with a grin. Old Han, how have you been recently? Seeing his carefree expression, Han Li couldn't help but roll his eyes. Not so good. Hee. Liu Yun's laughed shamelessly. Come in and talk. Why is a distinguished disciple of the Unyu sect like you coming to Yellow Maple Valley to find me? Don't tell me you want to buy spiritual plants again. Han Li asked indifferently, a smile on his lips. Living alone in this 100 herbs garden for over 2 years, he was suddenly visited by a friend today. Although Han Li didn't say it, he was quite happy inside. Liu Yun's followed him into the restriction, curiously glancing around. Old Han, you know about the blood restriction trial in half a month, right? Han Li nodded with a solemn expression. Do you have any special news there? Liu Yun's asked. In his opinion, this person was the protagonist, and this kind of instance was prepared for him. If there was any possibility of an accident in this blood restriction trial, Han Li should be the first to notice it. At the very least, there should be some signs. Han Li turned his head, looking at him helplessly. You, a core formation stage expert's disciple from the Yunyu sect, come to ask me, a powerless handyman disciple of Yellow Maple Valley, for news about the Forbidden Land. What are you thinking? Liu Yun's waved his hand. I just happened to pass by Yellow Maple Valley while buying things, so I came over to ask. If you don't know, then forget it. Han Li glared at him irritably. Just happened? I'd be crazy to believe you. For a Yunyu sect disciple to enter Yellow Maple Valley to find someone, even if his master was a core formation stage expert, it probably wouldn't be a simple matter. Speaking of which, Old Han, according to the news I heard in Yellow Maple Valley, you were bullied quite badly. You couldn't even keep your foundation establishment pill. Liu Yun's laughed gleefully, but a coldness flickered in his eyes. How about it, do you need help? Liu Yun's asked very seriously. Just a foundation establishment stage cultivator from the Ye family, he truly didn't take them seriously. Han Li felt a warmth in his heart, but he said, don't mess around, I have my own plans. Really? Liu Yun's raised an eyebrow. Really? Han Li said with a calm smile, don't worry, my things aren't that easy to swallow. Liu Yun's nodded. He believed that. Although he hadn't known Han Li for long, he was sure that this person was a truly ruthless individual, and even more petty than a abbot. Old Han, nothing unusual has happened in your Yellow Maple Valley recently, has it? Liu Yun's asked again, still unwilling to give up. Han Li frowned. You ask that, some things really have happened these past 2 days. What things? Liu Yun's heart skipped a beat. I knew it. Where the protagonist goes, not a blade of grass grows. There must be something fishy about this trial. 2 days ago, several low-level disciples in Yellow Maple Valley mysteriously disappeared. Because one of them involved a highly talented disciple from a prominent family, the matter became very serious, even alarming the sect leader. Han Li's expression was grave. The sect leader Zhong of Yellow Maple Valley had investigated almost all the low-level disciples within the sect these past 2 days. If he hadn't been a recluse for many years, with a very low sense of presence within the sect, this matter might have even dragged him in. Just thinking about this made Han Li feel a chill. His hands weren't clean, that senior brother Liu with the anomalous spiritual root was still unburied, his ashes hadn't even cooled yet. Low-level disciples disappearing, Liu Yun's frowned. Could this have something to do with the blood restriction trial? Why are you asking this? Han Li couldn't help but ask. Nothing, it's just that the 7 sects don't seem to be very peaceful recently. Liu Yun shook his head, then asked, let's not talk about this anymore. Are you participating in this blood restriction trial? Han Li hesitated, not answering immediately. Seeing his demeanor, Liu Yun's roughly understood his concerns. Old Han, if you want to advance further on the path of cultivation, the foundation establishment pill is indispensable. Liu Yun's patted Han Li's shoulder. The 7 sects stipulate that 10 spiritual plants can be exchanged for 1 foundation establishment pill. Once this opportunity is missed, it might be very difficult to get another one. Han Li gave a wry smile. Although Liu Yun's didn't know he had 2 foundation establishment pills, what he said hit the nail on the head. To advance further, the foundation establishment pill was essential. With his aptitude, the probability of successfully completing foundation establishment with 2 foundation establishment pills was pitifully small. Brother Liu, with my aptitude, even if I get a foundation establishment pill, what good would it do? The chance of successful foundation establishment is still almost non-existent, Han Li said helplessly. Liu Yun's lips curved slightly upward, but he said nothing. Han Li was startled, then realized that Liu Yun's already knew him inside and out. His kind of conditioned reflex feigned distress was completely useless against Liu Yun's. Old Han, I must participate in this blood restriction trial. Liu Yun's took out a porcelain bottle and placed it in front of Han Li. This is the qi nurturing powder my master prepared for me, it works for anyone below the foundation establishment stage. Don't say I'm forcing you, whether you go or not is your decision. Setting the item down, Liu Yun's left the 100 herbs garden without looking back. Han Li looked at the porcelain bottle in his hand, his emotions complex for a moment. A faint smile appeared on Liu Yun's lips. Keep up the good work, protagonist. If anything really happens, it's still up to you. Chapter 17, The Forbidden Land opens. On a desolate mountain in northern Jian Prefecture, bordering the Yu Kingdom and Yuanwu Kingdom. 2 groups of people stood facing each other, each numbering several dozen. One group wore yellow robes, comprising men, women, the old, and the young. The other group wore daoist robes and consisted entirely of men. Standing at the head of their respective groups were a stern-looking elder, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, and a slender middle-aged daoist priest. The 2 were currently whispering to each other. The elder's face was ashen, while the daoist priest's expression was natural, even carrying a hint of joy. Has benefactor Li made up his mind? This bloodline flood dragon inner core is the inner core of a 5th level Yao beast. In terms of value alone, it surpasses your 2 pieces of iron essence. Such a rare wager, does benefactor truly not want it? The Daoist priest asked with a grin. Han Li, observing from the crowd, felt his mouth twitch. The thought that his and others' fates were being gambled upon by these 2 core formation stage cultivators made his mood incredibly complex. The Daoist priest, whose Daoist name was Floating Cloud Master, was the leader of the Kingsu sect for this trial. The elder was Li Huayuan, the leader of Yellow Maple Valley. All right, I'll take the gamble. Li Huayuan gritted his teeth and agreed. Still by the old rules? First, whoever collects the most spiritual plants. Second, the quality of the spiritual plants. Lastly, the number of people who walk out of the Forbidden Land alive. Of course, everything remains as before. Floating Cloud Master was overjoyed. He quickly extended a hand, intending to high-five the other party to seal the wager. A crisp smack, sound rang out. What he hit was not Li Huayuan's outstretched palm, but another dirty hand that appeared out of thin air. This hand materialized strangely between the two, covered in grease and grime, as if it hadn't been washed in a very long time. The expressions of both men instantly froze. Senior Kyung. Why call me senior? The 7 sects have always been of one mind, why are you two so distant? Kyung Wuji's mischievous voice sounded, and then, like a phantom, he appeared out of thin air between the two. Both being core formation stage cultivators, these two had not even noticed Kyung Wuji approaching so close. This clearly showed the senior's high cultivation and the profundity of his formless escape technique. Since it's a gamble, wouldn't it be too lonely with just the 2 of you? Count me in 2. Kyung Wuji said with a grin, his gaze never leaving the bloodline flood dragon inner core. Neither of them dared to gamble with him. Yunyu sect's strength was the greatest in the Yu kingdom, far surpassing the other 6 sects. No matter how confident they were in their own disciples, they wouldn't dare to accept such a guaranteed to lose wager. Kyung Wuji didn't care. He directly proposed that if the combined scores of the 2 sects surpassed Yunyu sect's, then he would lose. At the same time, he also took out 2 formless needle talisman treasures as compensation. Li Huayuan and Floating Cloud Master exchanged glances, both seeing the eagerness in each other's eyes. These were the formless needles that old freak Kyung had refined for hundreds of years. These needles incorporated Kyung Wuji's formless escape technique, even nascent soul old monsters would find them troublesome. Among core formation stage cultivators, they were an almost unresolvable existence. Such a powerful magic treasure, even if this talisman treasure only contained a tenth of its power, it was not something an ordinary core formation stage cultivator could deal with. It was enough to serve as a trump card for saving one's life at a critical moment. The two gritted their teeth and readily accepted the wager. Facts prove that gambling addicts never learn. Senior, why are you here? Could it be that you are leading the Yunyu sect? With the wager settled, Floating Cloud Master suddenly thought of something and quickly asked. Of course not, the one leading is that girl Ni Chong. I just came to observe and send off my disciple, Kyung Wuji said with a chuckle, reaching out and pulling someone seemingly out of thin air. Come, pay your respects to the 2 seniors. Kyung Wuji said, kicking Lu Yun's leg. With a thud. Lu Yun's knelt down with an incredibly smooth, practiced, and elegant motion. Junior Lu Yun's, greets the 2 seniors. This was a genuine greeting. Lu Yun's head almost touched the ground. No need for formalities, no need for formalities. Floating Cloud Master quickly pulled Lu Yun's up. This child is too honest. Just like his master. Lu Yun's raised his head, his pure and clear large eyes looking at the two with immense admiration. Li Huayuan and Floating Cloud Master shivered under his gaze. Lu Yun's had achieved a major accomplishment in his life, he had successfully unnerved 2 core formation stage cultivators. Cough. Floating Cloud Master couldn't take it anymore and quickly coughed. Since he is Senior Kyung's esteemed disciple, we seniors on the path of cultivation should naturally look after him. He patted his storage pouch and took out a yellow ruyi scepter. This magical artifact was something I obtained by chance in my youth. Its defensive capabilities are quite impressive. I'll give it to young friend Lu for self-defense. Thank you, Senior Floating Cloud Master. Lu Yun said from the bottom of his heart. He had just ruined a defensive magical artifact a while ago, and this one would perfectly replace it. Kyung Wuji also nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Li Huayuan along with Lu Yun's. Li Huayuan was cursing Floating Cloud Master to death in his heart. Why bring out such a good magical artifact? To show off how rich you are? He was only generous at the gambling table, ordinarily, he was extremely stingy. Forcing him to give a gift for no reason today was more painful than killing him. Fellow Daoist Floating Cloud Master is truly wealthy. After a long hesitation, Li Huayuan slowly said, I am indeed short on funds and don't have as good a magical artifact as fellow Daoist Floating Cloud Master. Seeing Kyung Wuji's expression already starting to change, Li Huayuan quickly said, however, I happen to have an intermediate level, low-grade wood escape talisman. If young friend Lu encounters danger in the Forbidden Land, this item might save your life. Kyung Wuji's expression softened slightly, and Lu Yun's happily accepted the wood escape talisman. His gaze subconsciously swept towards Yellow Maple Valley, just in time to see Han Li grinning at him. At this time, he was already at the 12th level of Qi refining. Lu Yun's returned a smile, but felt a little puzzled in his heart. He's advancing so fast, did he eat all of that bottle of Qi cultivation powder? That was a month's worth. Then Lu Yun's gaze shifted, and his smile instantly froze. Among the Yellow Maple Valley crowd, a boy who looked only 13 or 14 years old stood out conspicuously. Liu Yun's inwardly exclaimed, "Holy crap! Has Yellow Maple Valley gone so insane? They're not even sparing children?" The boy looked up, meeting Liu Yun's sympathetic gaze, and instantly felt his scalp tingle. "Master, what's going on? Did he recognize me?" "Probably not, let's wait and see." The boy gave Liu Yun's a cold glance, then simply closed his eyes and cultivated silently. Qian Wuji followed Liu Yun's line of sight and saw the boy in the crowd, his eyes lighting up. He said to Li Huayuan, "I heard that your Yellow Maple Valley produced a genius who reached the 12th level of qi refining at 13 years old without consuming any medicinal pills. I originally thought it was an exaggeration, but today I've seen the Immortal Master. It seems your Yellow Maple Valley has really invested heavily this time." Li Huayuan gave a bitter smile and said helplessly, "Senior is joking. If we could, we naturally wouldn't want such a talent to be in danger. It's just that his father is gravely ill and urgently needs the spiritual plants from the Forbidden Land to extend his life. And although we cultivators defy heaven and seek eternal life, we are not emotionless beings. With filial piety at the forefront, we seniors naturally cannot say much." Li Huayuan sighed, genuinely feeling regret. If this person hadn't rejected the invitations from the Chen family and Wang family, why would he need to risk his life for a few mere spiritual plants? Qian Wuji squinted and nodded, he is indeed a filial child. As he spoke, he gave Liu Yun's a sidelong glance. "What is his name?" Replying to senior, "This child's name is Li Wuya, from a small family in Jian Prefecture." Qian Wuji nodded, saying nothing more. Soon after, the other 5 sects arrived one after another. Qian Wuji pulled Liu Yun's to greet the leaders of the remaining 4 sects one by one, and Liu Yun's received many good items. The leaders of Huidao Dock and Tianq Fortress each gave Liu Yun's a top-grade magical artifact. Although they were common offensive magical artifacts, Liu Yun's didn't mind, the more, the merrier. The leader of Giant Sword sect seemed very familiar with Qian Wuji and was very generous to Liu Yun's, giving him a Giant Sword talisman treasure without blinking an eye. The leader of Spirit Beast Mountain was the most peculiar, he gave Liu Yun's a Yao Beast egg, said to be the egg of a 4th-level Yao Beast, the Golden-Eyed Li. Although this Yao Beast's combat ability was average, it was naturally capable of breaking illusions, making it a very rare Yao Beast. Although Liu Yun's had no particular research into Yao Beasts, judging from Qian Wuji's delighted expression, this item should be the best gift he had received today. In this harmonious and loving atmosphere, the time for the Forbidden Land to open arrived. The 7 core formation cultivators each displayed their abilities, working together to create a 10-foot-high circular passage in the Forbidden Land's restriction. The disciples of the 7 sects dared not delay and entered the passage in batches. Liu Yun's followed behind the crowd, hearing 2 spiritual messages. Disciple, safety first, survival above all. Never be careless. Liu Yun's, don't forget to come to me for your primal chaos crystal after you come out of the Forbidden Land. Liu Yun smiled and nodded, then leaped into the Forbidden Land. Chapter 18 Ambush. The Black Scale Wetland, located north of the Forbidden Land, is a swamp spanning over 10 li. This place is perennially shrouded in black miasma. Ordinary Qi refinement stage disciples, if they lacked protective spells, would not dare to easily touch it. At the center of the miasma was a wide, black pond, roughly a dozen zhang in size. Horrifyingly grotesque trees were rooted in the pond, and strange, dark, greasy substances floated on the water's surface. Occasionally, dirty bubbles would emerge from underwater, bursting on the surface and releasing a black miasma. This miasma was viscous and murky, carrying a strong putrid smell. If one looked closely, they would notice a slippery, massive creature subtly wriggling within the miasma. It was this nearly desolate place that received an unexpected visitor today. A figure descended from the sky, falling straight into the black pond with a perfectly enunciated Holy *T. The black pond was silent for a moment, then, as if a pot had boiled over, more than 25 to 6 zhang long scale-less giant snakes surged from all directions. Their dark, slippery bodies intertwined, and their mouths, large enough to swallow an ox, were filled with terrifying, interlocking fangs. These ugly giant snakes rotated their blood-red, eerie vertical pupils, staring intently at the uninvited guest who had fallen from the sky. The next moment, a flash of fire erupted. Liu Yun's held the crimson flame banner, and the towering crimson fire transformed into a swirling vortex of scarlet flames, engulfing all the scale-less giant snakes. The flames evaporated large areas of black water, revealing countless white bones beneath. Then, the flames met the miasma, and a massive explosion shook all the Qi refinement stage disciples in the northern part of the Forbidden Land, making their faces turn pale. Among them was Li Wuya of Yellow Maple Valley, who now looked gravely at the black scale wetland, with several white giant wolves, split in two, lying at his feet. Who caused such a commotion? Could it be that person from Yunyu sect? Li Wuya frowned, his eyes filled with apprehension. Not necessarily. An old voice rang out from his chest. This blood restriction trial of yours truly has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Besides that boy who uses puppets, there's also a girl in the Yunyu sect's team whose body faintly leaks the aura of a magic treasure. She likely possesses a magic treasure and is definitely not a normal Qi refinement stage cultivator. Magic treasure. Li Wuya's eyes widened in shock and anger. Isn't that something only cultivators above the core formation stage can use? That little girl probably used some secret art to control her cultivation to be below foundation establishment, but the magic treasure she has already refined is unaffected. The old voice also became somewhat solemn, and he said earnestly, be careful. The method of forcibly increasing cultivation by consuming evil chi in the 7 fiend soul locking art can only be used one more time, and at most, it can only raise your cultivation to the early foundation establishment stage. If you encounter that little girl with the magic treasure, you might not be able to keep your life. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? Li Wuya growled irritably. It just had to be this trial, with so many unexpected variables popping up out of nowhere. What are you afraid of? Spineless wretch. The old voice suddenly became stern. Are you scared stiff by a mere core formation stage cultivator suppressing her cultivation and a chi refinement stage cultivator using foundation establishment puppets? Don't forget, you are a disciple of me, Venerable Golden Talisman. Li Wuya's expression changed, and he quickly explained, Master, I'm not afraid, I just... What's there to explain? The path to longevity is inherently like sailing against the current, if you don't advance, you retreat. If you don't fight and snatch, if you don't risk your life to seize that sliver of opportunity, then you'll be trampled underfoot for a lifetime. Haven't you had enough of those days where you can't even lift your head? Li Wuya remembered something, instantly gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Master, I was wrong. Li Wuya said in a deep voice, a chilling killing intent emanating from his eyes. I'll go to the central area to retrieve your inheritance now. If I don't meet them, that's even better, but if those two try to attack me... Li Wuya sneered, then we'll see who's truly stronger. That's right. Venerable Golden Talisman laughed loudly. Don't worry, if things truly become impossible, I will protect you even if it means my soul flying away and spirit scattering, after all. Venerable Golden Talisman sighed deeply, you are the last hope of my heavenly talisman sect. Master, rest assured. Once this disciple's cultivation advances in the future, I will definitely go to Great Jin to revive the heavenly talisman sect. Li Wuya said without hesitation. Good, this way I can be considered worthy of my senior brother. Venerable Golden Talisman let out a gratified laugh. Li Wuya turned, looking towards the central area of the Forbidden Land, his eyes revealing undisguised greed. At this moment, the black scale wetland had transformed into a sea of fire. From within the flames, Liu Yun slowly emerged. He held a ruyi, was covered in yellow light, and his expression was incredibly grim. What kind of hellish start is this? This is way too unlucky. Liu Yun sighed, identified the direction, and headed towards the central area. After passing through a dense jungle and a pond filled with chilling cold, he only took most of a day to reach a valley not far from the central area. Perhaps the previous explosion was too startling, as Liu Yun's didn't see a single ghost along the way. Both cultivators and Yao beasts seemed to have agreed beforehand, disappearing without a trace. Seeing how peaceful the journey was, Liu Yun's breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to recover his magical power here. Just then, Liu Yun's brow twitched. He turned his head to look at a hollow at the exit of the valley. Sirs, do you still want to hide? As soon as his voice fell, 3 young men dressed in yellow robes emerged from underground. All 3 glowed with yellow light, having used earth evasion talismans, which were quite rare among chi refinement stage cultivators. At the same time, 3 other people appeared from the other 3 directions of the valley. One was covered in green light, one wore a light blue veil, and another had his spiritual chi completely restrained, seemingly cultivating a rather impressive cultivation technique. These 3 showed no trace of spiritual chi and were wearing clothes from Tianq Fortress, Giant Sword Sect, and Spirit Beast Mountain respectively, forming a pincer movement to block Liu Yun's path. Clearly, these 6 had been waiting for Liu Yun's for a long time. So, what kind of terrible luck did I run into? Liu Yun's mouth twitched. He slapped his head, wishing he could go home immediately and consult a calendar to see if today was an inauspicious day for dungeons. Little madman from Yunyu sect, just accept your fate. The speaker was a chi refining stage level 12 disciple from Yellow Maple Valley, whose cultivation was already the weakest among the 6. The other 5 were all at the peak of chi refining stage level 13, ranging in age from old to young. Every one of them was confident and possessed an astonishing aura. It was clear that they were elites among the low-level disciples, considered by most to be at the top of the food chain in this Forbidden Land expedition, so it was no wonder they had the audacity to ambush Liu Yun's. Indeed, flaunting wealth openly invites retribution. Liu Yun sighed. The 6 exchanged glances and simultaneously released their magical artifacts to attack Liu Yun's. Short swords, magical beads, strange blades, thorns, walking sticks, and giant swords. Each magical artifact gleamed with dazzling spiritual light, and all of them were top-tier magical artifacts. They had already reached a consensus before ambushing Liu Yun's. They must finish the fight quickly and absolutely not give Liu Yun's a chance to counterattack. However, since it was a temporary team, apart from the 3 from Yellow Maple Valley, the remaining 3 had no teamwork whatsoever. The magical artifacts varied in speed. The fastest was a black giant sword belonging to the Giant Sword Sect disciple, which surged far ahead of the other magical artifacts, cleaving down towards Liu Yun's head with astonishing aura. Liu Yun's waved the ruyi in his hand, and a yellow light immediately burst forth, transforming into a thick layer of yellow mist that blocked the giant sword. Then, he patted his storage pouch, and a magical artifact that appeared incredibly bizarre to the 6 was donned by Liu Yun's. It was skull-shaped, yet seemed to be made of gold and iron. It adhered tightly to all his joints like close-fitting clothing, as if it were a second skeleton grown outside his body. If he had the chance, Liu Yun's would have been happy to tell them that this kind of thing was called a human exoskeleton. Unfortunately, neither side had that opportunity now. The black giant sword arrived first, striking down with a dazzling black light. Then, a great yellow light erupted, and the giant sword was directly repelled, flying back several jong before barely stopping. At this moment, the other 5 magical artifacts arrived one after another. The yellow mist quickly began to shake violently under the siege, as if it could be shattered at any moment. A ferocious look flashed across the giant sword sect disciple's face. He formed a hand seal, and the black giant sword spun in the air, attacking again like a flood dragon. Liu Yun's entire exoskeleton, with its hundreds of components, tightened and combined, a flash of blue and white light appearing and disappearing instantly. Then, runes lit up one by one, covering his entire body like battle pattern that had existed since the primordial era. A smile appeared on Liu Yun's lips, incredibly simple and joyful, like a child finding his favorite toy. The ruyi in his hand flashed with yellow light, and the yellow mist above his head, on the verge of collapsing, instantly dissipated. The black giant sword and the other 5 magical artifacts mercilessly attacked him. Chapter 19, Quick Kill. The 6 were first startled by the abnormality on Liu Yun's body, then seeing that he didn't dodge, their faces immediately showed excitement, and an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged within them. Attacked simultaneously by 6 top-tier magical artifacts, it was impossible for him to survive, no matter how heaven-defying his methods. What kind of disciple of a prominent figure? What use was his prominent status within this forbidden land? Now he was still going to die by the hands of their group. As soon as they thought of the treasures in Liu Yun's storage pouch, the 6 were filled with greed and quickly distanced themselves from each others. Everyone understood that after Liu Yun's death, there would surely be a bloody battle among the 6 of them. Not only to monopolize the treasures on him, but also to silence the others. The 6 magical artifacts struck, stirring up a dazzling 6-colored spiritual chi glow. The explosive spiritual chi collided with each other, like an endless series of explosions, and the strong shockwave even pushed the 6 back several tens of feet. As the spiritual chi glow dissipated, the 6 quickly raised their hands to recall their magical artifacts. Ah! Before anyone had a chance to check Liu Yun's body, they heard a giant sword sect disciple let out a shrill scream. The 5 felt a jolt and instinctively turned to look. The giant sword sect disciple looked at them with a distorted face, his eyes full of disbelief. A huge bloody hole had appeared in his chest, the 5 could even see the stone wall behind him through him, as well as the remaining small portion of his lung in his chest cavity, and his mysteriously missing heart. The giant sword sect disciple opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. His pupils gradually lost focus amidst intense unwillingness, and his body collapsed to the ground like rotting flesh. His death was extremely tragic. The Tianq Fortress disciple was the youngest among the 6, only about 17 or 18 years old. Seeing the giant sword sect disciple die so tragically, he was immediately startled and retreated several steps, wanting to distance himself from the corpse. Just then, he suddenly heard the sound of wind by his ear. The next second, only darkness remained before his eyes. The remaining 4 watched with wide eyes as half of the Tianq Fortress disciples' head disappeared, and each felt as if a cold wind had poured over their heads, as if all the blood in their bodies was about to freeze. Run! Someone suddenly roared, the terror in the voice almost materializing. The Spirit Beast Mountain disciple released a huge black panther, and with a leap, jumped onto its back. The 3 Yellow Maple Valley disciples flashed with yellow light all over, joining forces to form a yellow long rainbow, moving close to the ground at an extremely fast speed. The Chi refining 12th level disciple, who had the lowest cultivation among them, looked back in horror, only to see the black panther and its master neatly split in 2. Immediately, a chill surged into his heart, and he couldn't help but greatly regret it. He couldn't understand how greed had gotten the better of him, making him come and provoke such a calamity star. Suddenly, his body felt light. He floated into the sky. He frowned in confusion, somewhat unable to understand what was happening. Until he saw 3 headless corpses, still wearing the unique yellow robes of Yellow Maple Valley. So, I'm dead, the Yellow Maple Valley disciple realized, then completely lost consciousness. Liu Yun's reappeared, with blue and white spiritual chi flowing all over his body, covered in runes emitting a faint glow. He wore a pair of glasses like insect compound eyes on his head, and held an incredibly thin short sword, seemingly made of glazed material, and a conical hand dagger as black as ink with runes faintly flowing on it. The effect of high-speed combat is good, but this scene, Liu Yun's took off his glasses, looked at the incomplete corpses of the 6, and frowned with a slight sense of nausea. It's a bit unsuitable for children. Brother Liu, a familiar voice came from not far away. Han Li walked out from the shadow of the stone wall, looking at the bloody scene on the ground without showing the slightest discomfort. Old Han. Why are you here? Liu Yun's took off his exoskeleton and asked curiously. Han Li was slightly startled, then felt a touch of emotion in his heart. Not long after he entered the Forbidden Land, he coincidentally met the many treasures maiden of Yunyu sect and the madman Feng Yu of Tianq Fortress. After a great battle, he even used a Sky Thunder Orb to survive. After this great battle with the 2, Han Li didn't want to cause any more trouble, so when he heard bursts of spiritual chi explosions not far away, Han Li didn't even think and wanted to bypass this troublesome area. However, with a hurried glance, he actually saw Liu Yun surrounded in the midst of the spiritual chi glow. Seeing his critical situation, Han Li gritted his teeth, activated his Luo Yan steps and the newly acquired magical artifact boots, and holding the transparent silk thread he had just obtained, he was about to join the battle. Originally, he thought of striking by surprise to kill 2 people first, giving Liu Yun's time to get into the victory swallow. However, he didn't expect that after not seeing him for many days, Liu Yun's had already updated his equipment, and in a flash, he had killed all 6 of these elites among the low-level disciples. Han Li looked at Liu Yun's, and spread his hands helplessly. I originally wanted to help, but now it seems I don't need to. Then I thank you in advance. Liu Yun's grinned, bent down, and skillfully took out storage pouches from the 6. Old Han, this is still some distance from the central area. How about we team up? Liu Yun's looked at Han Li with eyes shining with golden light, as if he had seen the god of wealth descend. It's here. It's finally here. I can finally go on an instance with the protagonist. Han Li pondered for a moment, then nodded with a smile and said, all right, then I'll rely on brother Liu for the rest of this journey. After seeing the corpses on the ground, Han Li already had a general judgment of Liu Yun's strength. In his opinion, Liu Yun's was in a league of his own within this forbidden land. Han Li even doubted whether anyone in the entire forbidden land could pose a threat to Liu Yun's. Teaming up with such a person, putting aside other things for now, his own safety would be greatly guaranteed first. Not to mention that Liu Yun's character was also acceptable, and teaming up with him at least meant not having to worry about being backstabbed by a teammate. Brother Liu, Han Li seemed to suddenly remember something, and smiled somewhat awkwardly at Liu Yun's, who was counting the spoils of war. Do you still have qi nourishing powder? I want to exchange for another bottle. Liu Yun's eyes immediately widened. You actually ate that whole bottle. That stuff isn't candy, aren't you afraid of having problems from eating it? Han Li slapped his storage pouch and took out a lifelike puppet archer, handing it to Liu Yun's. Brother Liu, I'll exchange it for this. What do you think? With a whoosh, the puppet archer in Han Li's hand instantly disappeared. In its place was a porcelain bottle. Han Li put away the porcelain bottle with a smile. Exchanging a puppet he couldn't use for a bottle of medicinal pill he could use, this transaction was a gain for him no matter how he looked at it. As for Liu Yun's, let's just say his drool was almost reaching his feet. He flicked his hand, and the palm-sized puppet instantly transformed into a majestic archer of equal height, with lifelike facial features and a fierce, imposing aura that conveyed power without anger. Han Li was startled. He had long known that Liu Yun's divine sense was powerful, but he hadn't expected him to be able to split his divine sense to control puppets. That was a skill only Foundation establishment stage cultivators possessed. Liu Yun's completely ignored the shocked Han Li. He was like a pervert, touching the puppet archer all over, front and back, left and right, up and down, rubbing it repeatedly. Han Li got goosebumps all over from watching him. Yes. This craftsmanship. These joints. This design. This concept, a genius. Liu Yun's was so excited his eyes gleamed with light. He looked like a dog seeing a bone, wishing he could rush up and meticulously lick it from inside out with his tongue. The materials are sentient. No. It's imbuing the entire puppet with sentience. Who thought of this idea? Liu Yun's was almost crazy with joy. He had originally thought that in this overly realistic, unromantic world, he was the only one struggling on the path of Gundam figures. Who would have thought? My Deo is not alone. With a swish, Liu Yun's pulled out 2 gleaming golden screwdrivers from somewhere, panting excitedly. Old Han, wait for me a moment. I'm going to take this thing apart and see what's inside. Chapter 20, Misaligned Illusion. In the end, Liu Yun still couldn't dismantle his beloved puppet archer. With a single silver needle from Han Li, Liu Yun's instantly calmed down. He regretfully put away the puppet and headed towards the central area with Han Li. Something truly strange happened. With a dream team like Liu Yun's and Han Li, it would be odd if nothing happened on their journey. Yet, they surprisingly had a peaceful trip with no accidents. Half a day later, the two were incredibly close to the central area. They only needed to pass through a small dense forest to reach the outermost wall of the central area. The two did not rush. Instead, they found a hidden spot in the dense forest, intending to recover their magic power and adjust themselves to their optimal state. But they hadn't meditated for long when they suddenly heard an exceptionally mournful scream from the edge of the dense forest. Both of them looked up simultaneously, exchanged glances, and then dashed out. As soon as they exited the dense forest, the scene that greeted Liu Yun's made his whole body go cold, and goosebumps instantly appeared on his skin. A handsome man in green robe was humming a tune while casting an ice cone spell, pinning a brocade-clad big man spread eagle against a stone wall. The big man was still alive at this moment, but he was so terrified that he had lost his wits, only able to let out wails. There were 2 other people next to him, also pinned to the wall, now motionless, their fates unknown. What kind of performance art is this? Liu Yun's scalp tingled. Although Liu Yun's was also a ruthless person who could cut people like sushi, he wasn't a pervert. This kind of art was still too much for him. Han Li watched the scene expressionlessly, his demeanor showing no abnormalities. He even had the leisure to carefully observe the wounds on the 3 individuals. The man in green robe frowned unhappily and turned his head to look at the 2 who had suddenly appeared. Han Li was fine, but when his gaze shifted to Liu Yun's, his originally calm smile instantly froze. So it's fellow deist Liu of Yunyu sect. The man in green robe smiled sweetly, performing a bow to Liu Yun's with an unusually effeminate demeanor. Then, as if finding the big man's screams too noisy, he frowned and released an ice cone that pierced the big man's throat. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched, and he asked with a grim expression, "Do I know you?" The man still wore his characteristic effeminate smile, showing no hint of displeasure. "I am Han Tianya of the Han family from Huidao Dock. Greetings, fellow deist." "No need." Liu Yun's knitted his brows, raised his hand, and released a slender blue light. Han Tianya's expression changed drastically. He quickly released 2 red glowing flying daggers to block in front of him. Fellow Daoist Lu, wait. If fellow Daoist is willing to let me go, I am willing to offer all my gains from the Forbidden Land with both hands. Fellow Daoist only needs to wait a few days. I said no need. Lu Yun's flipped his hand, and the crimson flame banner in his hand glowed brightly with red light. The sky-filling crimson flames transformed into countless fiery meteors, shooting directly at Han Tianya. Han Tianya turned and ran, not even having time to retrieve his personal magical artifacts. Just then, a dark-skinned, ordinary-looking man suddenly appeared in front of him. The man smiled gently at him, while simultaneously waving his right hand as if in greeting. Han Tianya immediately felt his vision go black, and then he was no more. Lu Yun's picked up the 2 flying daggers, retracted the sky-filling crimson flames, and the blue light returned to a thin blue needle, which he put back into his storage pouch. Let's go quickly. I don't want to stay in this cursed place for another second. Lu Yun's was covered in goosebumps. He quickly pulled Han Li and headed straight for the bronze gate not far from the stone wall. This bronze gate, of unknown age, had an antique style and unique design. Many ancient characters, resembling patterns, were inscribed on the bronze gate, making it appear exceptionally mysterious. The 2 passed through the gate and arrived at an area full of exotic plants. This layer was a garden specially arranged by the Forbidden Land's original owner, intended for aesthetic pleasure, with little practical value. Therefore, disciples from various sects would not waste time in such a place. Old Han, let's part ways here, Lu Yun said helplessly. He really wanted to venture into the central area with Han Li, hoping to stumble upon some opportunity. However, he had an important mission and had to immediately rendezvous with the main Yunyu sect force, so he could only reluctantly part ways with him. Han Li was also a bit reluctant to part with this powerful teammate, but he still smiled, cupped his fist, and said, Brother Lu, take care on your journey. Although he felt as if Han Li had cast some debuff on him, Lu Yun's didn't take it to heart. Instead, he bid Han Li a solemn farewell. Before leaving, he also gave Han Li a glazed short sword and a black hand dagger. These 2 magical artifacts were consumable magical artifacts he had specially crafted to complement his mechanical exoskeleton. The short sword was incredibly sharp but fragile and prone to breaking. The black hand dagger, on the other hand, was a one-time use item, specifically designed to break various protective spells. Because they were consumables, the raw materials were very cheap. Together, they didn't exceed 15 spirit stones, but they were indeed very suitable for Han Li. Han Li readily accepted them, then turned and walked into the flower bushes. Lu Yun's also changed direction and continued forward. After a while, a colorful figure cautiously poked his head out from the dense forest, wiping cold sweat from his forehead in fright. Oh my! What kind of people are these? Why are they making such a big commotion? Then the figure's eyes moved, and he walked under a flowering tree to conceal himself, preparing to do some no-capital business here. Lu Yun's walked several tens of feet away. After confirming that there was no one around, he cast the sex-pulling spell. Found her. Lu Yun smiled slightly. Nangongwan wasn't too far from him. Speaking of which, he had a pretty good impression of this martial ant Nangong. Before the blood restriction trial, the sect had even arranged for them to meet and discuss some details of the Forbidden Land trip. She gave him the impression of being a rather prim and proper person, and surprisingly, they were quite compatible. What a pity, if it weren't so criminal. Lu Yun's hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly felt as if his divine soul had left his body. In a void, Lu Yun seemed to have become a pure third-person perspective. He saw himself reuniting with the main force led by Nangongwan, and together they arrived at a huge blue stone hall. Then everyone entered the hall's underground passage, where a black flood dragon suddenly evolved underground, catching everyone off guard. He piloted the victory swallow and, together with Nangongwan, blocked the black flood dragon. Then, somehow, the stone hall sealed, and he and Nangongwan fought a great battle with the black flood dragon. After a bitter struggle, the two emerged victorious. Nangongwan collected the flood dragon's divine soul, while he stepped forward to dissect the flood dragon's corpse. Next, was a void. An illusion of collapsing heaven and earth played out before Lu Yun's eyes. The black flood dragon, the blue stone hall, Nangongwan, the main Yunyu sect force, everything in the illusion collapsed and vanished. This irresistible powerful force made Lu Yun's tremble all over, until a white light reappeared before his eyes. Lu Yun's was back. He raised his head, and before him were still those exotic flowers and plants that served no purpose. Time seemed to have shifted. Lu Yun stood blankly on the spot until the afterglow of the illusion in his mind gradually faded. Holy crap! I saw a ghost. Chapter 21, The Xian Family. The central area of the Seven Sects Forbidden Land is divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer is where Lu Yun's and his group are currently located. Although it has many exotic flowers and rare plants, they are mostly ornamental and not very valuable, so no one wastes time on them. The second layer is a massive circular mountain range, perpetually shrouded in an impenetrable, thick mist. Within this mountain, there are natural spiritual grounds such as caves, hidden valleys, and cliffs, as well as artificial structures like stone houses and stone halls. All sorts of heavenly spirit medicine grow in these places. The mist on this mountain never dissipates. When cultivators enter it, they quickly become completely lost in the fog after only a few steps. Furthermore, the circular mountain is home to countless Yao beasts, ranging from low-tier first-rank flame rats and wind-chasing rabbits to peak first-rank golden light pythons and ice-fire wolves, encompassing almost all first-rank Yao beast species the 7 great sects have ever heard of or not. Low-level disciples who rashly enter must grope their way through the impenetrable mist while also guarding against attacks from the Yao beasts hidden within. This is simply an impossible task. Therefore, without the unused sect's Moon Yang Pearl to disperse the mist, disciples from the various great sects can only gather ordinary spirit medicine in the outermost reaches of the Forbidden Land. With 1 day remaining until the Moon Yang Pearl disperses the mist, disciples from all great sects are, by unspoken agreement, conserving their energy, preparing for the bloodiest battle for resources in the Forbidden Land's second layer. This is the place. At the summit of the circular mountain range in the second layer of the Forbidden Land's central area, a cunning old man with a cunning expression squinted, looking at the colossal 100-jung-tall pagoda at the very center of the Forbidden Land. The pagoda was surrounded by a dense green forest, enclosing it completely. This is the so-called third layer, and also the residence of the Forbidden Land's original owner. This cunning old man was dressed in yellow Maple Valley attire, and judging by the spiritual chi emanating from him, he was merely a low-level disciple at around the 10th level of the chi refinement stage. Such a cultivation level, even among the low-level disciples in the Forbidden Land, was so low that he couldn't even be considered cannon fodder. Yet, this person disregarded the towering mist of the circular mountain range and the dangerous Yao beasts hidden within. He arrived at the mountain summit alone, without even a speck of dust on him. The old man looked at the 100-jung pagoda, let out a long breath, and muttered to himself, "I hope this isn't another false alarm." With that, the old man leaped, directly ignoring the unknown but powerful restriction at the central boundary, and quickly disappeared into the green dense forest. "Master, what is the origin of this Forbidden Land's owner? How could he lay down such powerful restrictions?" In the outer layer of the central area, a young man from Yellow Maple Valley stared at the thick mist before him, secretly transmitting his voice. "Hat. It would scare you to hear it. This place's owner was a very important figure in the ancient era." Venerable Golden Talisman smiled faintly, saying with some emotion, "This person was a renowned formation great master in the ancient era. It is said that at his peak, he had over 1,000 disciples and followers. This Forbidden Land was once his and his disciples' residence." Formation great master. The young man couldn't help but frown, but he said nothing. "Kid, are you wondering why I, a great Jin cultivator proficient in talismans, would come to this remote borderland of Tianese to find an ancient formation great master's immortal cave, and even lose my life here?" The young man gave an awkward smile. "Disciple does have some questions. If you want to know, I'll tell you. I wasn't planning on hiding it anyway." Venerable Golden Talisman's voice was calm as he slowly said, "Back then, my senior brother, Immortal Master Tianfu, founded the Heavenly Talisman sect, and with his self-created 3 secret talismans, he shook the entire Great Jin. At that time, the Heavenly Talisman sect once had tens of thousands of members and dominated an entire province. It even almost joined the ranks of the 10 great orthodox sects of that era. My senior brother's cultivation had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, making him one of the top figures in Great Jin. Unfortunately, no matter how brilliant and talented my senior brother was, after expending his efforts to create the 3 secret talismans and establish the Heavenly Talisman sect, his remaining lifespan was no longer enough for him to advance to the soul transformation stage." Venerable Golden Talisman sighed deeply, "It's a pity. My senior brother traversed the heavens and earth his whole life, but once his great limit arrived, everything turned to naught. My cultivation was similar to my senior brother's back then, and our ages weren't far apart. After his passing, I also had less than a century left to live." Venerable Golden Talisman's tone changed, becoming somewhat self-pitying. "Thinking back now, I was also blinded by the false reputation of being an elder of that sect. If I hadn't founded the sect with my senior brother and spent too much thought and time on developing the sect and scramble territory, I wouldn't have been without a chance to advance to soul transformation. Alas, I realized too late. At that time, seeing my great limit approaching, I foolishly stole one of senior brother's 3 secret talismans, the 6-ding Heavenly Armor Talisman. I used the method for making this talisman to exchange for information from a formation family in Great Jin that could help me advance to soul transformation." Venerable Golden Talisman's tone suddenly became fervent. "Kid, do you know about the Ling Miao Garden?" "Ling Miao Garden?" A bewildered expression appeared on the young man's face. "It's normal not to know. Even in Great Jin, the existence of the Ling Miao Garden is just a legend. But I know that the Ling Miao Garden truly exists." The confusion on the young man's face grew deeper. "Master, what exactly is the Ling Miao Garden?" "Hehe. That is a small interface that ancient cultivators themselves opened up with their heaven-defying divine abilities. The spiritual chi within it is far denser than in the human realm. It is a true blessed land of immortal caves. Opening up an interface themselves." The young man was stunned by these unbelievable words. Indeed, the divine abilities of ancient cultivators are far superior to ours, their descendants. Venerable Golden Talisman sighed with emotion and continued, "According to the information from that formation family, there is a Ling Miao Garden in the Tianese region, and the owner of this Forbidden Land participated in the opening of that Ling Miao Garden back then. And the reason that formation family was so clear about this matter is because they are descendants of one of that formation great master's disciples." Venerable Golden Talisman said with great melancholy, "I came to Tianese, and after poring over ancient texts, I finally determined the location of this immortal cave. With my late nascent soul stage cultivation, I was able to pass through the strange restriction outside the Forbidden Land that suppresses cultivation, and made my way to the base of the tall pagoda where that person once lived. Unfortunately, that person's formation skill was truly superb, and the restrictions he left behind were not something I could break with brute force. Upon hearing this, the young man quickly continued to ask, Master, you said before that your legacy is within that tall pagoda, which means you still broke the restrictions on that pagoda, didn't you? Broke it? You think too highly of me. Venerable Golden Talisman gave a bitter laugh. At that time, I was blocked outside the tall pagoda, only a wall away from the clue to the Ling Miao garden. In desperation, I searched all of Tianese, trying to find the descendants left by that formation great master. Heaven never seals off all exits. Although I didn't find the descendants of that formation great master, I did find the descendants of one of his personal disciples, a formation family named Xin. Chapter 22, Lost. Venerable Golden Talisman smiled triumphantly. I directly broke into the Xin family and soul-searched the Xin family patriarch. Only then did I learn that the Grand Master of Formations was extremely suspicious and hadn't passed down the method to remove the restriction. However, he did allow his personal disciple, who resided in the tower, to leave a teleportation array leading to a certain cave in the ring-shaped mountain range. At that time, I didn't have much lifespan left, so without much thought, I used that teleportation array to enter the interior of the tall tower. But I didn't expect that the Grand Master of Formations had even taken precautions against his own disciple. Inside the tall tower, not only were there defensive restrictions, but also extremely powerful offensive restrictions. I was careless and triggered the tower's restrictions, thus dying within that tall tower. Later, after who knows how many years, the divine thought I left in this spirit transformation talisman gradually gained sentience, and only then was I able to awaken. After recounting these old stories, Venerable Golden Talisman seemed somewhat weary and fell silent. Li Wuya also sighed, his heart filled with a touch of curiosity about that magnificent ancient era. Boy, I am but a wisp of a remnant soul. I have no more attachment to this mortal world. It's just that my senior brother treated me with boundless kindness back then, yet after his demise, I stole his secret techniques and abandoned the grand sect. Now that I think about it. Venerable Golden Talisman didn't continue, only sighing deeply once more. Master, I promise you. In this life, I will surely revitalize the Heavenly Talisman sect, or else I shall die under a heart demon. Li Wuya said with a resolute expression. Good. Venerable Golden Talisman was silent for a moment. With your words, that is enough. The master and disciple fell silent together, speechless for a long time. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. Accompanied by astonishing spiritual power, all the disciples in the Forbidden Land looked towards the southwest. A white pillar of light shot up into the sky there, condensing into a giant sphere of light above the sea of fog. With a bang. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the giant sphere of light exploded in the high sky, transforming into countless specks of light that drifted down, scattering over the towering sea of fog. As soon as the specks of light touched the mist, the nearby dense fog churned like a living creature. The entire mist instantly resembled a formless, shapeless, monstrous fiend from ancient times, capable of shattering the heavens and reversing rivers with a mere wave of its hand. Its amorphous, grotesque limbs struggled, stirring up an astonishing momentum like a mountain collapse in a tsunami. Finally, the mist gradually dispersed. The outline of the tall, treacherous ring-shaped mountain appeared before everyone for the first time. Li Wuya gazed at the thousand-jung-tall mountain, as if he could see the magnificent tall tower in its center through it. Junior brother Li, how have you been lately? A frivolous voice came from behind Li Wuya. Li Wuya turned around. 3 Yellow Maple Valley disciples in yellow robes approached with sneers. Senior brother Wang, is there something you need? Li Wuya asked coldly. Something. Of course, something. Senior brother Wang's eyes were frosty, and a cold arc formed at the corner of his mouth. Junior brother Li, there's one thing senior brother truly can't understand. Why would a heaven-blessed talent like junior brother participate in the blood restriction trial and risk his life with people like us? Li Wuya lowered his head, not saying a word. If I remember correctly, junior brother's Li family doesn't even have a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Junior brother should be the Li family's greatest hope. What if something were to happen? As he spoke, the 3 of them had already surrounded Li Wuya. Another slightly older man among them frowned and couldn't help but say to Senior Brother Wang, urgent matters take precedence. Let's get things clear first. Li Wuya's eyelids were slightly lowered, and his hand was already on his storage pouch. Junior Brother Li, aren't you usually quite eloquent? Why aren't you speaking now? Senior Brother Wang completely ignored the man's advice, asking mockingly with a slight curl of his lips. Li Wuya looked up at him, grinned, I don't like talking to dead people. It's too inauspicious. As soon as his voice fell, 5 misty, crescent-shaped blades shot out. The 3 were startled, then simultaneously attacked, releasing a short sword, a wooden shuttle, and a steel fork, respectively. All 3 magical artifacts were genuine top-tier magical artifacts. A flash of white light. The 3 froze in place simultaneously, then silently split into several pieces. Li Wuya sneered at the 3 mutilated corpses, then leaped into the mountain entrance. Only scattered corpses and fragments of 3 magical artifacts, cut into several pieces, remained on the ground. Where is Liu Yun's? Nangongwan asked with dignified coolness, looking at the disciples before her. A dozen or so young men and women from the Yunyu sect looked at each other in batches, and one of the older women stepped forward and respectfully said, Grand Master, none of us have seen Junior Marshal Uncle Liu. Nangongwan frowned, a thoughtful expression on her face. Never mind, he might have been delayed by something. We'll set off first. Everyone bowed in agreement, and the group walked orderly towards the depths of the central area. At the same time, Liu Yun's looked at the huge corpse of the yellow python before him and cursed angrily. Damn it! This was already the 9th Yao beast he had killed. Since earlier, it was as if he had activated a full map taunt. Powerful Yao beasts from all around rushed towards him one after another, the weakest of which were at the upper tier of level 1, leaving Liu Yun's mentally and physically exhausted. Besides that, there was an even stranger thing. Earlier, several Yao beasts appeared simultaneously to ambush Liu Yun's. Caught off guard, Liu Yun's didn't have time to take out his victory swallow, so he could only run into a cave, using the terrain to fight and retreat. He finally managed to kill all the Yao beasts, but when Liu Yun's came to his senses, he suddenly realized that he couldn't find the exit of the cave anymore. After wandering in this cave for nearly a day, Liu Yun's had to admit that he was lost. Liu Yun's, who had a map carefully prepared by the school and had even specifically studied the Inu sex pulling technique, was actually lost. This matter was simply ridiculously absurd, yet it truly happened to him. Liu Yun's couldn't help but think of the inexplicable illusions that had appeared earlier. As a modern person, Liu Yun's had enough imagination to explain everything that had just happened. For example, karma law, parallel worlds, quantum mechanics, and so on. But these were of no help to him. He didn't understand them. In the current situation, Liu Yun's could only assume that some kind of power was preventing him from joining the main force of the Inu sect. Or perhaps from meeting Nangongwan, but why? Liu Yun's couldn't figure it out. It couldn't be because the world will was a dead lowly Khan, could it? Then this world truly had no hope at all. Liu Yun's took a deep breath and released the victory swallow from his storage pouch. I can't delay any longer. Liu Yun still remembered his promise to Kaiang Wuji that he would come out first. If he kept being trapped here, let alone first place, he might not even get out when the 7 sects sealed the Forbidden Land in a few days. That would be a huge problem. If I can't find a path, I'll carve one out myself. Try to stop me if you dare. Liu Yun's took a deep breath, gave the sky a middle finger, turned his head, and sat into the cockpit. The victory swallow's wings folded, transforming into a huge metal shuttle. Golden light lit up, and the victory swallow shot directly into the stone wall, drilling in as easily as cutting tofu. Not long after flying, Liu Yun's felt the victory swallow encounter huge resistance. It was like changing from tofu to iron sand, and it was gradually developing in the direction of steel plate. Damn it! Liu Yun's divine sense spread out. At this moment, he was in a section of green rock wall. Up, down, and all around, a faint green light emanated, and upon closer inspection, it looked just like beautiful jade. What kind of hellish place is this now? Liu Yun's cursed inwardly, manipulating the victory swallow to change direction and continue drilling. Chapter 23, Breaking the Restriction. What's going on? Liu Yun's looked at the surrounding green jade stone walls, a faint sweat appearing on his forehead. No matter up, down, left, or right, it was all this green glowing stone wall. Even looking back, Liu Yun's found that the passage he had emerged from had silently disappeared. He was now like a small insect encased in amber, trapped within this green stone. By now, Liu Yun's had figured it out. He had probably accidentally, or perhaps even deliberately, been subjected to some unknown force that triggered a restriction within the Forbidden Land. Liu Yun's proficiency in formations was rather ordinary. He had only learned a little from Qi Yongxiao because some formation knowledge was needed when building the victory swallow. In terms of formations, Liu Yun's level was just enough. He could only determine that this restriction was likely some kind of wood or earth attributed restriction, and it also had some divine ability similar to spatial displacement. This was truly life-threatening. Seeing his magical power about to run out, the spirit stones in his storage pouch could still last for a while. But if this continued, he would eventually die. Liu Yun's heart hardened, and his magical power surged into the victory swallow. At the same time, he slapped his storage pouch, and over a dozen mid-grade spirit stones flew out and merged into the victory swallow. Earlier, when he built the mechanical exoskeleton and upgraded the victory swallow, he had already spent all the spirit stones he had. These dozen or so mid-grade spirit stones were found from the storage pouches of those 6 kind strangers who wished to remain anonymous. This was his last remaining possession. Golden light burst forth, and in the dazzling radiance, the victory swallow faintly transformed into a giant golden sword. The giant sword trembled slightly, and hundreds of slender golden lights shot out, circling endlessly around him. The golden lights became faster and faster, eventually merging into one, like a giant golden cone. The green jade stone wall was forcibly opened up by these golden lights, creating a huge space. Liu Yun's roared, and the golden cone instantly swelled, transforming into a golden whirlwind dozens of feet in size. Large sections of the green jade stone wall were instantly pulverized. Liu Yun's formed hand seals and chanted incantations, and the golden giant sword at the center emitted a clear ringing sound. Under Liu Yun's desperate and full power activation, the giant sword transformed into a golden rainbow, and together with the golden whirlwind, it forcibly carved out a huge passage in the green jade stone wall. Green light burst forth from the stone wall, and countless emerald green light threads surged from all directions, like a mountain collapse and a sea roar, like a devastating flood. Countless green light threads, carrying an aura like a natural disaster, violently collided with the golden whirlwind. The golden whirlwind let out a mournful cry, and after only a dozen breaths, it was torn to shreds by the countless light threads. But in just these short dozen breaths, the giant sword formed by the victory swallow had already escaped over 100 feet. Under full power activation, even at the cost of permanent damage to its structure, the victory swallow erupted with an escape velocity almost comparable to a core formation stage cultivator. However, it was still too slow. Countless emerald green light threads came like a hurricane carrying giant waves, stirring up dragon-like, sky-shattering tides on the boundless sea. One by one, the light threads were severed, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Countless emerald green light threads wrapped around the golden giant sword layer by layer. The victory swallow's speed became slower and slower, and the golden light also became incredibly dim, like a candle about to go out in a cold wind. Liu Yun's forehead was beaded with sweat, but his expression was more composed than ever. His powerful divine sense spread out, not letting go of any change. The formation knowledge he had learned told him that even the most profound ancient formations, without a master, must have a discernible pattern. Especially restrictions that included spatial displacement divine abilities, they must meet certain conditions to trigger the spatial displacement effect. Previously, he had plunged into the green jade stone wall. At first, everything was normal, but after he changed direction and drilled out over 100 feet, the passage behind him disappeared. Liu Yun's boldly concluded that the range of this green jade stone wall's restriction would definitely not be too large. As long as he drilled out over 100 feet in one direction, he would reach the edge of the formation, and then trigger the spatial displacement divine ability, moving him back to the center of the formation. Therefore, the moment that spatial displacement activated was his only chance to break the formation. The victory swallow struggled to fly over 10 feet, and the countless emerald green light threads surrounding it suddenly trembled slightly, subtly beginning to become transparent. At that instant, Liu Yun suddenly pressed the button next to his seat. Only a muffled thud was heard. The golden light all over the victory swallow retracted, and the entire cockpit was violently ejected. Liu Yun's formed hand seals, watching the victory swallow being pierced by countless emerald green light threads, his eyes filled with a mad, bloodshot gaze. Explode for me. Boom. The victory swallow, meticulously crafted by Liu Yun's over several years with countless precious materials, transformed into an enormous fireball. Large sections of emerald green light threads were instantly vaporized, and the powerful shockwave caused the entire green jade stone wall to tremble slightly. Just as the restriction was shaken, the cockpit, which had been blasted a dozen feet away by the shockwave, exploded a second time. Liu Yun's, enveloped in yellow light, was blasted 7 or 8 feet away by the explosion. Without time to stabilize himself, he slapped his storage pouch, and 8 top-grade magical artifacts, shining with various spiritual lights, shot out in the same direction. At the same time, the yellow ruyi in his hand flashed, emitting a large swath of radiant light. The emerald green light threads instantly regenerated, surging towards Liu Yun's. The yellow protective glow emitted by the yellow ruyi flashed wildly twice, then was easily torn apart. Crack! The yellow ruyi in Liu Yun's hand shattered directly into several pieces. But even this brief moment of buffer was enough for Liu Yun's to unleash his method. Explode! Liu Yun's divine sense was overdrawn, his eyes bloodshot, and a crazed smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The 8 top-grade magical artifacts hummed, then instantly burst apart. The self-destruction of the magical artifacts repelled countless green threads, and even forcibly opened up another 5 or 6 feet of distance within the green jade stone wall. But it was still not enough. Still a little short. Seeing the surrounding green light burst forth again, and spatial displacement about to activate, without the victory swallow, if Liu Yun's were to be teleported back to the center of the formation, it would be a dead end. Just then, Liu Yun's took out a green talisman. With a flash of green light, Liu Yun's instantly disappeared. The spiritual light in the green jade stone wall gradually dimmed, and the parts destroyed by Liu Yun's also recovered at an extremely fast speed. In less than a quarter of an hour, the green jade stone wall returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Underground in the ring-shaped mountain range, within a certain rock cave, a green light emerged from the stone wall and landed on the ground. As the green light dispersed, a green talisman, having exhausted all its spiritual qi, spontaneously combusted and disappeared. Liu Yun's collapsed to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices, unable to move a single inch. Senior Li Huayuan, thank you for your wood escape talisman. Liu Yun's let out a long breath. Then he burst into laughter, his laughter echoing far and wide in the empty rock cave. His divine sense was damaged, his magical power was overdrawn, and he had sacrificed the victory swallow, 9 top-grade magical artifacts, plus a wood escape talisman. But he survived. He survived in this ancient restriction from who knows how many years ago. He had, after all, made the right gamble. That restriction was indeed wood attributed. Even exhausting all the spiritual power of the wood escape talisman, he could only barely escape a dozen feet within that restriction, but that was enough for him to escape the restriction's range. After an unknown amount of time, Liu Yun's laughter gradually faded. He moved his fingers, took out 2 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch, and held them in his hand, slowly absorbing the spiritual power within them. All of Liu Yun's mid-grade spirit stones had been detonated along with the victory swallow, so now he could only make do with low-grade spirit stones. Another half a day passed, and Liu Yun's continuously absorbed over a dozen low-grade spirit stones, finally regaining his ability to move, albeit with difficulty. Although his head was splitting, this was merely a side effect of divine sense overexertion, and he would be fine after a period of recuperation. Liu Yun struggled to his feet, took a deep breath, then suddenly froze. There was an incredibly rich medicinal fragrance in the air. Liu Yun's quickly pulled out a moonstone, and under its faint silvery white glow, various spiritual plants appeared before Liu Yun's. Jade marrow Ganoderma, purple monkey flower, heavenly spirit fruit, blazing sunflower. Lu Yun's looked around, and the ground was covered with incredibly rare heavenly spiritual plants. Holy crap! Lu Yun's gasped, almost choking himself to death. Happiness came too damn suddenly. Lu Yun's took out a medicinal shovel from his storage pouch and harvested the spiritual plants, putting them away. As the spiritual plants were harvested, bare blue stone slabs were revealed beneath. Only then did Lu Yun's realize that this place was actually a stone hall abandoned for many years. This stone hall was not large, and its style was different from other buildings in the Forbidden Land. It only had a few broken stone pillars and ordinary bluestone bricks on the ground. Both its form and materials appeared extremely simple. He looked around, didn't find any other spiritual plants, but discovered a strange hexagonal formation in a corner of the stone hall. A teleportation array. Chapter 24, A Narrow Encounter. A faint green light flickered slightly in the grotto. Li Wuya, clad in golden light, emerged from the green light, his face incredibly pale. Master, have we arrived? He asked weakly. We're here. This is it. Venerable Golden Talisman's voice was exceptionally excited. This is where the teleportation array is located, there's absolutely no mistake. Li Wuya took a deep breath, clutching a mid-grade spirit stone tightly in his hand. Master, there won't be any danger here, will there? I just used evil chi possession, and my magic power is severely depleted. If I encounter a powerful enemy here, I might not be able to win. Venerable Golden Talisman chuckled. You're still as timid as ever, boy. Don't worry, this place is protected by the Azure Essence Aurora formation outside. Neither those chi refinement stage cultivators nor the level 1 Yao beasts in the Immortal Cave can possibly get in. Thinking of the incredibly perilous Grand Formation just now, Li Wuya nodded in lingering fear. That Grand Formation was indeed formidable. If it weren't for the evil chi possession increasing my cultivation and master's guidance, I would never have been able to break in. It's good that you know your limits, boy. Although this Azure Essence Aurora formation wasn't personally set up by that ancient formation great master, it was created by his disciple. If one tries to forcibly break it without understanding formations, even a nascent soul cultivator would suffer greatly. Back then, I also relied on my late nascent soul stage cultivation and the few clues from the Xin family head's memory to dare forcibly break the formation, which greatly reduced its power, but it's still enough to stop ordinary core formation cultivators. Venerable Golden Talisman said triumphantly, with your early foundation establishment stage cultivation after evil chi possession and my knowledge of this formation's weaknesses, it was still so difficult to get in. If other cultivators try to break into this formation, they can only meet their demise. Hearing this, Li Wuya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Master, let's go quickly. Less delay brings trouble. Hee. Boy, are you anxious now? Venerable Golden Talisman chuckled mockingly. When facing important matters, one must first calm their chi. Such an unstable state of mind can ruin things. You should know that back then, Wait. Something's wrong. Li Wuya suddenly froze, his face turning exceptionally grim. Lu Yun's divine sense was damaged, so he didn't detect these two uninvited guests. At this moment, he was looking at the teleportation array in front of him, falling into deep thought. With his formation mastery, he could only tell that it was a short-distance teleportation array, he couldn't discern anything else. So, where did the teleportation array lead? Lu Yun's thought for a while, then shook his head helplessly. In his current state, no matter where this teleportation array led, he couldn't risk going there. Right now, he probably couldn't even defeat the most common level 1 Yao beast. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind rose behind Lu Yun's. Lu Yun's instinctively lunged forward, executing a lazy donkey roll. Never mind how unsightly the move was, practicality came first. Lu Yun's only felt a chill behind him as two misty white blades almost grazed his back as they flew past. Lu Yun's rolled again, reaching the stone wall, and stood up with his back against it. Li Wuya, the Yellow Maple Valley disciple he had once met, was staring intently at him, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Indeed, you're badly injured, Li Wuya said with a sinister smile. Lu Yun's glanced at the two blades. So it was you. It seems you've recognized me. Li Wuya waved his hand, and the two blades flew back in front of him. Young and not learning good, actually resorting to highway robbery, Lu Yun sneered, speaking with disdain. The two blades danced around Li Wuya, his expression becoming incredibly cold, showing no joy or anger. You're also not lightly injured, are you? Lu Yun's asked with a sneer. The speed and power of these magical artifacts are far worse than last time, not even comparable to ordinary top-grade magical artifacts. And if I recall correctly, you used 5 blades last time. Li Wuya's eye twitched, but he remained silent. Lu Yun's continued to sneer, but he was panicking internally. No matter how serious his injuries were, his situation was definitely much better than his own, at least he could still control magical artifacts. The two men faced each other for a moment, then Li Wuya suddenly laughed. Fellow deist Lu, I am a very cautious person when it comes to my life. As he spoke, he pointed a finger, and the two blades burst into bright white light. Li Wuya's face grew even paler, but he continued with a cold smile, so no matter what, I cannot let you continue to live. Go. The two blades drew 2 white arcs of light in the air, slashing fiercely towards Lu Yun's. Lu Yun snorted coldly and slapped his storage pouch. A series of talismans shot out, transforming into fire snakes that met the white light. It really is like that. You don't even have the strength to use magical artifacts. Li Wuya burst into laughter, the two blades humming in the air as they easily shredded the fire snakes. Then the two white lights converged, shooting towards Liu Yun's at a speed nearly half again as fast as before. Liu Yun's could not avoid this attack no matter what. As the white light drew closer, his life seemed to flash before his eyes. Wait! A golden light shot out, instantly knocking the two blades away. Master! Li Wuya exclaimed in surprise. Liu Yun's hadn't understood what was happening when he saw the golden light transform into a golden rope that descended, binding Liu Yun's tightly from head to toe. Li Wuya's face was somewhat grim. Master, what do you mean by this? Venerable Golden Talisman's aged voice came from within the golden rope. Boy, if you still wish to advance further on the path of cultivation, then you cannot kill him yet. Li Wuya pondered for a moment, then slowly walked in front of Liu Yun's. Master, does this person have some special secret? It's not a secret, but this person's body is useful to you. Venerable Golden Talisman's voice was incredibly solemn. The previous 2 times we met, I felt that this person's magic power recovery speed was somewhat abnormal, and the concentration of spiritual qi around him was also not comparable to ordinary cultivators. Now I can finally confirm it, this person possesses the spirit gathering physique, a rarity in the cultivation world for hundreds of years. Boy, don't forget. Your spiritual root attribute is merely a 3 spiritual root. Foundation establishment is fine, but to go further after that, it can be said to be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Venerable Golden Talisman asked with a smile, this rare spirit gathering physique, don't you want it? Li Wuya's eyes lit up. Master, do you mean possession? Exactly. Once you inherit my mantle, and kill more cultivators and Yao beasts to accumulate evil qi, you can use evil qi possession again. Then, with your foundation establishment stage cultivation, possess this physical body, and this spirit gathering physique will be yours. Furthermore, aren't you interested in Kaiang Wuji of the Anu Sect's formless escape technique? The profoundness of this escape technique is something even I admire. Li Wuya squatted down, his eyes scanning Liu Yun's body with immense greed. Yes, the mantle inheritor of the Anu Sect's top core formation stage cultivator. This identity is far better than my current one. Li Wuya gave Liu Yun's a cold smile, then with a flip of his hand, he placed 3 restriction talismans on Liu Yun's body. Liu Yun's immediately felt his entire body's magic power stagnate, unable to exert any strength. The golden rope once again transformed into a golden talisman, flying back to Li Wuya's chest. Good, take him with you directly when we teleport later. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Venerable Golden Talisman said slowly, his voice filled with deep fatigue. Li Wuya frowned, then took out 2 more restriction talismans and placed them on Liu Yun's body. You're quite cautious. Don't worry, the last time he broke free from the evil qi shield was because of his powerful divine sense. These restriction talismans target magic power, and with his qi refinement stage magic power, he absolutely cannot break free. Li Wuya gave a bitter smile. It's always good to be more careful. Ha 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 ha. That's true. Li Wuya smiled along with Venerable Golden Talisman, then carried the immobilized Liu Yun's into the teleportation array. Chapter 25, Black Eats Black. This is inside that tall tower. Li Wuya looked at the surrounding scenery, his mouth almost agape with surprise. In his imagination, this place should have been magnificent, or at the very least, a scene of opulence with green brick floors and white jade steps. But what appeared before his eyes was an ordinary stone room, with only a wooden table and chairs and a white jade stone bed inside. Other than that, it was empty. It feels very strange, doesn't it? I felt the same way back then and was suspicious for a long time. Later, I realized that the ancient formation Great Master was extremely distrustful, even guarding against his own disciple. And this teleportation array was set up by that disciple surnamed Xin for convenience of entry and exit, so it naturally couldn't be placed in other critical locations in the tower. In the end, it could only be placed within his own quiet room. Venerable Golden Talisman slowly said, you'll understand once you open the door. To guard against his own disciple, that formation Great Master even set up an extremely powerful restriction at the entrance of this quiet room. I was caught off guard and died within that restriction. Li Wuya nodded, carefully pushing open the door to the quiet room. The scene outside the door was very consistent with the external appearance of the tall tower. This place seemed to be a grand hall, with all the floor tiles made of beautiful jade, and the walls were entirely golden, as if cast from pure gold. Various talisman-like patterns were carved on them, subtly flowing with 5-colored spiritual light, making the entire hall radiate brilliantly. 8 white jade pillars were arranged in 8 directions, carved with true dragons and spiritual phoenixes, appearing lifelike under the illumination of the spiritual light. After a brief shock, Li Wuya found a skeleton, whose age was unknown, beneath the white jade pillar closest to the door. Venerable Golden Talisman sighed, kid, go ahead. As long as you are careful and don't touch that white jade pillar, you won't trigger the restriction. Li Wuya took a deep breath and lifted his hand to throw the immobile Liu Yun's over. Liu Yun's landed next to the skeleton, and nothing unusual happened. Hee. Venerable Golden Talisman chuckled twice, saying nothing. Li Wuya then relaxed and slowly walked to the skeleton's side. A golden talisman floated out from his chest, hovering in front of the skeleton, silent for a long time. Master. It's nothing, just some feeling, emotion/sigh. The golden talisman, which Venerable Golden Talisman was possessing, leaned forward and flew directly onto the skeleton. Then the skeleton's entire body flashed with golden light, and Venerable Golden Talisman's voice was no longer heard. Li Wuya frowned, unable to resist going forward to investigate. Just then, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted. Li Wuya was sent flying several feet by the golden light, crashing heavily against the wall. The golden talisman then shot out from the skeleton, its blinding golden light at least several times stronger than before, with the shrunken skinny old man vaguely visible within. As soon as the old man in the golden light appeared, he unhesitatingly rushed towards Liu Yun's, his face full of greed. The shock and anger in Liu Yun's eyes almost solidified, but he couldn't move, only watching as Venerable Golden Talisman pounced towards his face. Exorcise! Accompanied by a sharp shout, a fireball shot out from Liu Yun's body. Venerable Golden Talisman was startled, waved his hand to disperse the fireball, and simultaneously stopped his movement. Master, you are so ruthless. Li Wuya leaned against the wall, his chest already deeply caved in, a trickle of blood still oozing from his sneering lips. Beneath his tattered yellow robe, there was a shimmering yellow scale armor. 2 restriction talismans slipped from Liu Yun's body, revealing 2 elementary low-grade fireball talismans hidden beneath. One of them turned to ashes as soon as it saw light. The other talisman's spiritual chi surged, ready to be activated. However, this fireball talisman was pasted on in reverse. If Li Wuya were to activate this talisman, the defenseless Liu Yuns would instantly turn to ashes. Good. You truly are my good disciple. Venerable Golden Talisman laughed in extreme anger. When did you realize something was wrong? As Li Wuya opened his mouth, blood uncontrollably spurted out. It's not that anything was wrong, it's just that you were a little too good to me, making me somewhat disbelieving. Li Wuya showed a bitter smile and calmly asked, Master, if it weren't for the spirit-gathering physique, which is rare in hundreds of years, would I have been your new physical body? Since things have come to this, why ask? Venerable Golden Talisman sneered, do you really think you can threaten this old man like this? I just devoured the residual soul power in this body. Killing you is but a thought. This inner armor won't save you a second time. Then let's do it. Li Wuya gave a despondent smile, anyway, if it weren't for you, I would have been beaten to death by those so-called clansmen long ago. Now this life is just being returned to you. It's just that you won't have the good fortune to enjoy that spirit-gathering physique. Venerable Golden Talisman was slightly stunned, then a cold smile appeared on his face. Good. You truly are my good disciple. In that case, you shall compensate this old man with your physical body. A golden flash, and the golden talisman shot directly towards Li Wuya's face. Li Wuya slowly closed his eyes, appearing completely resigned to his fate. Seeing the talisman about to stick to Li Wuya's face, Venerable Golden Talisman's heart filled with joy, not expecting things to go so smoothly. Although it was a pity not to get the spirit-gathering physique, but at this point, he was only a step away from resurrection. He had to complete the possession as quickly as possible, and there could be no more accidents. Even choosing a slightly inferior one was better than losing everything. Suddenly, Li Wuya opened his eyes. Within his eyes was a chilling killing intent. He opened his mouth, and a white light shot out from it. It instantly pierced through Venerable Golden Talisman, who was close at hand. Glare Divine Light. This is impossible. The spirit transformation talisman trembled slightly, and Venerable Golden Talisman's soul body was severely damaged by the white light, leaving only a transparent, skinny old man's head. The body part was directly reduced to nothing by that white light. Li Wuya bent slightly, retched twice, and spat out 2 eyeballs from his mouth. Upon closer inspection, there was a soul of a child about 10 years old curled up inside the eyeballs, extremely weak. The day I returned to Yellow Maple Valley, you fell into a deep sleep. I guess that you were so eager to incite me to come to the 7-sex forbidden land, you must have had something you wanted. Li Wuya grinned, his face ferocious like a beast. So I went to find this junior brother Wang, who has innate mysterious yin eyes. His glare divine light can restrain all yin souls and ghosts in the world, making him your nemesis. Of course, with his chi refinement stage cultivation, he couldn't use such a divine ability. So I captured his soul and put it together with these mysterious yin eyes into my body, nourishing them with evil chi, refining him into a small ghost. Li Wuya picked up the eyeballs and said with a smile, this way, as long as I don't hesitate to exhaust its origin soul power, I can emit an incomplete glare divine light, which is enough to deal with you. Within the eyeballs, the child's soul had become almost ethereal, as if it could experience soul flying away and spirit scattering at any moment. Venerable Golden Talisman's remaining head also became illusory, and the spiritual light emitted by the talisman flickered faintly, like a weak candle flame about to be extinguished in the cold wind. He roared in fury, driving the dim golden light to shoot towards Li Wuya. The scale armor on Li Wuya's body glowed brightly with yellow light. With a muffled sound, the golden light and yellow light perished together. The spirit transformation talisman floated to the ground, and the scale armor on Li Wuya's body also shattered into fragments. Cough. Li Wuya covered his chest, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Venerable Golden Talisman's desperate strike had, after all, severely wounded him. He swayed twice unwillingly, then collapsed to the ground, completely losing all signs of life. Silence filled the hall. After a while, Liu Yun suddenly moved slightly, and the restriction talismans on his body instantly burned up, quickly turning to nothing. Damn it! Liu Yun cursed as he stood up. As soon as he looked up, a white light shot through the air. Chapter 26, No Reincarnation. You actually faked your death. You weren't much better than me. Liu Yun and Li Wuya, one feigned being restrained to ambush, the other feigned death to probe, almost succeeding in his ambush. This excellent matching mechanism brought these two people together. Liu Yun's divine sense was damaged, making him unable to use magical artifacts. He could only throw out talismans to attack. Li Wuya was also severely injured, his entire magical power heavily overdrawn, so he could only release a single blade to slowly entangle with Liu Yun's. Both of them were gritting their teeth and holding on, to see if Liu Yun's talismans would run out first, or if Li Wuya's magical power would be exhausted first. Comparatively, Liu Yun's had a slight advantage. Because while they were fighting, Li Wuya's injuries were also gradually worsening. Time gradually passed, and Li Wuya's face grew paler and paler. After about 15 minutes, Li Wuya suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, and a jet of vital blood shot out like an arrow, transforming into a blood mist that enveloped the dim blade. Immediately, a clear ringing sound erupted. The blade emitted a dazzling white light, easily cutting through many spells. Overdrawing vital blood. You really don't care about your life. Liu Yun's face turned pale. Li Wuya, despite being severely injured, dared to use vital blood to activate a magical artifact. Even if he could defeat Liu Yun's, he would definitely not live for more than a few days. Li Wuya coughed weakly twice, staring at him coldly. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and he shouted, "Go!" The blade, carrying a dazzling white light, slashed towards Liu Yun's. Several talismans flew, forming layers of shields to block the blade. At the same time, Liu Yun slapped his storage pouch, and the mechanical exoskeleton, shining with a cyan white spiritual light, covered his entire body. The battle patterns, seemingly originating from primordial times, reappeared. Without divine sense assistance, Liu Yun's was almost unable to manipulate this set of magical artifacts. However, the insect compound eye-like glasses on his face gave him the possibility of turning the tide. This magical artifact was refined by Liu Yun's using the eyes of a certain level 1 demonic insect, capable of raising the user's dynamic vision to an extremely high level. With this magical artifact, Liu Yun's gained the ability to activate the exoskeleton purely with magical power. Even if he could only run in a short straight line, even if it would cause unpredictable internal injuries to his body after use. But at this moment, it was enough to turn the tide of battle. The blade tore through the air, and several layers of spell shields could only delay it for a moment. For Liu Yun's, this amount of time was already enough. A cyan white light flashed and was gone in an instant. Li Wuya's vision blurred, and Liu Yun's angry, ferocious face was only a fist's distance from him. Li Wuya subconsciously wanted to retreat, but behind him was already a wall. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but suddenly spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Liu Yun's arm had already pierced through his chest. "You're a madman. Do you really want to die with me?" Liu Yun's asked, almost roaring, blood at the corner of his mouth. Li Wuya spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs. A sarcastic smile appeared on his delicate face, which still had a hint of baby fat. "This body doesn't matter, because..." Li Wuya grabbed Liu Yun's arm, his face covered in blood and his ferocious laughter, instantly making him look like a malevolent ghost. "I've got you." His murderous eyes met Liu Yun's, and an overwhelming evil chi instantly surged out. Liu Yun's divine sense was already damaged, and at this moment, he was almost dragged into an illusion without any resistance. With the evil chi contained, Li Wuya's cultivation instantly rose to the early foundation establishment stage. He had actually hidden an extra portion of evil chi from venerable golden talisman. "Liu Yun's, I want your body." Li Wuya laughed wildly, and a grey orb of light shot out from between his eyebrows, directly entering the top of Liu Yun's head. In a bizarre, kaleidoscopic miniature world, a five-colored spiritual light orb happily swam around, occasionally striking a few classic poses, or drawing scenes of light dots in the small world. It was enjoying itself, very carefree. Suddenly, a grey orb of light of the same size as it burst in. The grey orb of light rotated slightly, and after seeing the size of the five-colored spiritual light orb, it was clearly stunned. Then it pounced forward ferociously. The five-colored spiritual light orb was initially very happy, circling around the grey orb of light, seemingly pleased to have a playmate. It wasn't until the grey orb of light split open a ferocious mouth and bit at it that the five-colored spiritual light orb realized the newcomer meant no good. It quickly transformed into a, "Wait. What kind of thing is this?" The grey orb of light was clearly stunned. The five-colored spiritual light orb transformed, changing into a strange humanoid shape. Its body was red, blue, and silver, and the gem-like substance on its chest emitted a shimmering blue light. Its eyes, shining with milky white light, were lowered like those of a Maitreya, carrying a sacred compassion. The silver head was intricately shaped, with rigid and handsome lines, and the crystal on its forehead was clear and transparent, as if a myth had descended. As soon as that person appeared, it shouted and kicked the grey orb of light away. Following that was a barrage of light techniques like a storm, interspersed with various punches and kicks, chasing the grey orb of light flying everywhere. Although for an orb of light, such a simple collision didn't cause much damage, far less than being bitten, the pain was real. After an unknown period of chasing, the grey orb of light suddenly trembled slightly, and a wisp of grey chi emerged from its body, dissipating into thin air. The grey orb of light instantly shrunk by a large circle. Just then, that person kicked it. The grey orb of light used the force to fly directly out of this small world. In reality, Liu Yun's opened his eyes, a momentary daze before him, as if he had a long dream. Suddenly, he remembered something. He quickly stood up. Li Wuya's corpse lay before him, a trace of ferocious wild laughter still on his face. With a thump sound, Liu Yun's collapsed powerlessly to the ground, patting his chest with lingering fear. Li Wuya was truly the most terrifying enemy he had encountered so far. Cruel, fierce, decisive, cunning. If Liu Yun's hadn't lived 2 lives, then he would have been the one to have the last laugh. Liu Yun's looked around and found the grey orb of light behind Li Wuya's corpse. The orb of light trembled slightly, and Li Wuya's faint voice came from within it. Impossible, there's no reason. How could my early foundation establishment stage cultivation fail in possession? Hat. Liu Yun slumped on the ground, a smile of relief appearing at the corner of his mouth. This time, your luck was just bad. You're quite similar to a friend of mine, both ruthless, shrewd and decisive enough. It's a pity you were greedier than him, otherwise, I would have been the one to die. The grey orb of light trembled and quickly said, Liu Yuns, I know I lost. I won't beg you to let me go. It's just that my parents don't have spiritual roots, and these matters have nothing to do with them. Li Wuya's voice trembled slightly. He spoke extremely fast, as if to imprint these words into Liu Yun's mind. My storage pouch contains all my wealth, and also my master's storage pouch. I'll give them all to you. All of them. Don't tell anyone about what I did, please help me, don't tell anyone. Help you. Liu Yuns couldn't help but laugh, followed by uncontrollable rage. He grabbed the orb of light, lifting it up entirely. Why should I help you? Who are you that I should help you? Open your eyes and look closely. Liu Yuns roared, pressing the 2 eyeballs in front of him. Ask him, ask this child if he's willing to help you. Li Wuya saw the 10-year-old child who could soul flying away and spirit scattering at any moment. I deserve what I got, I know. In my next life, I wish. Next life. Liu Yuns laughed in extreme anger, and casually threw it next to the golden talisman. Go see for yourself. Liu Yuns couldn't quite describe his current feelings. Anger? Definitely. Relief? Probably. Sadness? Perhaps. A 13-year-old child, actually lived his life like this. Truly, damn it. Living like this, aren't you tired? On the blood-stained jade floor tiles, a golden talisman soaked in a pool of blood, still emitting astonishing spiritual chi. Li Wuya stared blankly at this scene, remaining silent for a long time. After an unknown period, he slowly spoke. Someone like you wouldn't understand. Silence fell between the two for a long time. Forget it. Li Wuya suddenly chuckled lightly, and calmly said, I don't want to have a next life anymore. Liu Yuns watched as a wisp of grey chi emerged from him. The orb of light flickered wildly twice, then instantly burst apart. A trace of spiritual light dissipated, soul flying away and spirit scattering, never entering reincarnation. Liu Yuns picked up the talisman from the pool of blood, remaining silent for a long time. This is truly a sin. He cursed angrily through gritted teeth. He didn't know who he was cursing. Liu Yuns released a fireball, burning Li Wuya and Venerable Golden Talisman's corpses into ashes together. Only 2 storage pouches remained, one on the left and one on the right, in the middle of the 2 piles of ashes. Liu Yuns sighed deeply. This trip to the Forbidden Land had too many unexpected events. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the top of the tower. The interconnected patterns on the walls shimmered with specks of 5-colored spiritual light. The true dragons and phoenixes on the 8 white jade pillars also seemed to come alive at this moment, coiling back and forth on the white jade pillars, emitting high-pitched dragon roars and phoenix cries. Liu Yuns was greatly alarmed. What's going on? Chapter 27, Ancient Jade. What's going on? At the top of the tall tower, Yellow Maple Valley's cunning old man voiced the same question as Liu Yuns. Spiritual chi surged within the tall tower, and streaks of 5-colored light violently rushed forth, encircling the cunning old man. The old man's entire body glowed with spiritual chi, and a layer of purplish misty shield blocked the countless 5-colored lights. However, the 5-colored lights seemed endless. Before long, the purple shield began to shake slightly and ripple like water. The cunning old man inwardly cried out in alarm, raising his hand to point out 2 sword lights, one gold and one red, which charged towards the 5-colored lights like 2 long dragons. Various colored lights exploded, and for a time, they fought to a standstill. At the same time, Liu Yuns, in shock, collected the items on the ground, activated the wind riding art and the divine movement technique, transforming into after-images, and rushed towards the teleportation array. True dragon and phoenix phantom images flew out from the white jade pillar, bringing with them streaks of 5-colored light that pounced towards Liu Yuns. Fortunately, Liu Yuns was only a few feet away from the quiet room where the teleportation array was located. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yuns had already darted into the quiet room's entrance. 8 true dragon phantom images opened their massive mouths, simultaneously spitting out 8 silver white light beams. The light beams were extremely fast, giving Liu Yuns no time to react whatsoever. Just as Liu Yuns was about to be turned to dust by this attack, which even a late nascent soul stage cultivator couldn't withstand, a dazzling green light suddenly flashed within the quiet room. Green lotus flowers appeared at the entrance of the quiet room, their petals flashing with green light, actually blocking this terrifying attack. Liu Yuns stared dumbfounded, then sighed with a complex expression. It wasn't just Li Wuya and Venerable Golden Talisman who showed master-disciple affection, the pair of ancient era formation master and disciple in the tall tower also didn't trust each other. Looking at the golden talisman in his hand, Liu Yuns' thoughts raced for a moment. An idea suddenly appeared in his mind, and he couldn't shake it off. If Qiang Wuji wasn't nearing his end, if a cultivator's divine soul could escape the limitations of lifespan through possession. Would Kaiang Wuji treat him like venerable golden talisman treated Li Wuya? Liu Yun's gave a bitter smile. He didn't know the answer to this question, nor did he want to know. Taking one last look at the two fiercely battling restrictions, Liu Yun's turned and entered the teleportation array. Half an hour later, a flash of white light appeared at the edge of the Forbidden Land's central area. The cunning old man appeared here, looking disheveled and extremely embarrassed, his face filled with ill fortune. A loss. A loss. I lost decades of lifespan for nothing. The cunning old man was so angry he stomped his feet, but in the end, he reluctantly accepted reality. It's a pity, I still haven't figured out where this ancient formation master ultimately went, and what connection he has with that person in Great Jin. The cunning old man looked at the tall tower with a solemn gaze, an inexplicable aura of looking down on the world emanating from him. Could it really be related to the disappearance of Ling Miao Garden? Or do they have other plans? The old man shook his head. Forget it, at worst, I'll go back to Great Jin to look for clues. I've stayed in this southern region long enough. As he spoke, the powerful aura on the old man's body vanished without a trace. All that remained was a cunning old man from Yellow Maple Valley, with low cultivation, a glib tongue, a remarkably thick skin, and completely unharmed. Liu Yun's vision blurred, and he found himself in a small white jade pavilion. What's going on? Liu Yun's looked around doubtfully, then lowered his head to discover he was standing on a floor tile within the pavilion. This floor tile had complex patterns and an ancient design. Liu Yun's examined it carefully for a long time before discerning the shape of a teleportation array within the intricate patterns. A genius! Liu Yun's exclaimed with genuine admiration. Clearly, this was a contingency left by the ancient formation master's disciple. When the restriction inside the quiet room was activated, the teleportation array would automatically connect here. Liu Yun's looked around. He was now in an underground world, about 30 zhang high and several li wide. As far as the eye could see, there was muddy ground with black bubbles, and tall black earth mounds at the edges of the swamp. And the small pavilion he was in was located at the center of this underground world. Liu Yun's carefully observed his surroundings, his expression growing increasingly strange. This place was precisely the underground area of the Bluestone Palace that had appeared in the previous illusion. However, in the illusion, there should have been a golden giant chest suspended in midair within the small pavilion where he currently stood. Liu Yun's frowned slightly, wiggling his nose. Besides the peculiar stench of the swamp, there was also a faint smell of blood in the air, indicating that a fierce battle had clearly taken place here. Liu Yun's lightly tapped his toes, activated the wind riding art, and leaped to the center of the swamp. A bloody corpse of an exotic beast lay there, already dismembered. Level 2 Ink Dragon. Liu Yun's took a deep breath, his face flickering with uncertainty. The last shred of hope he held completely vanished. Liu Yun's was now certain that what he had encountered before was definitely not a simple illusion. But if it wasn't an illusion, what was it? Parallel world? Timeline branch? The more Liu Yun's thought about it, the less he understood. Finally, he simply sat on the ground, intending to tally his spoils to clear his head. Otherwise, he would surely be driven mad by this matter. Speaking of which, what was with this ink dragon? Besides the smell of blood, why was there also a scent of heather? Liu Yun's moved several feet back in distaste, placing all the gains from his trip to the Forbidden Land on the ground. First and foremost, the most conspicuous items were the pair of mysterious yin eyes. This kind of innate unusual pupil was extremely famous in the cultivation world and could be used to cultivate several unfathomable divine ability, the most renowned of which was the glare divine light, capable of countering all yin spirits and ghosts in the world. He had heard before that Yellow Maple Valley had taken in a child from the Wang family who possessed innate mysterious yin eyes. Both the Wang family and Yellow Maple Valley valued him greatly and planned to cultivate him vigorously. Yet, he ultimately fell victim to Li Wui's cruel hand. The missing low-level disciple, whose disappearance shook the entire Yellow Maple Valley half a month ago, should have been him. Liu Yun sighed, pulling out a jade box to carefully store the pair of mysterious yin eyes. His gaze swept over the remaining items, finally settling on the golden talisman. Although venerable golden talisman had completely soul flying away and spirit scattering, this golden talisman still emitted astonishing spiritual qi. Liu Yun felt a surge of alarm just by sensing it slightly. This talisman was definitely not something he could use at his current stage. Helplessly, he could only retrieve another jade box to store it, and incidentally, affixed 2 restriction talismans to prevent further spiritual qi leakage. Finally, the main event, Li Wui's and venerable golden talisman storage pouches. Liu Yun hesitated for a moment, then picked up Li Wui's storage pouch first, flipping his wrist to pour out everything inside. First and foremost, the most striking items were over 30 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon seeing these spirit stones, Liu Yun's breathing immediately became somewhat constricted. As fellow Qi refinement stage disciples, how could this kid be so rich? Even an ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivator might not have this many spirit stones. Liu Yun quickly put away the spirit stones. He had already seen the new model of the victory swallow waving at him. His mood, which had been low due to the heroic sacrifice of Unit 1, instantly improved significantly. Next were the magical artifact. First, there were the 5 white blades. There was nothing much to say about this set of magical artifact, their power was extremely astonishing, and Liu Yun had personally experienced it many times. Besides these, there was also a green treasure umbrella and an ancient jade. The green treasure umbrella was a top-tier defensive magical artifact. Judging from its spiritual qi, it should be no worse than his yellow Rui. However, Liu Yun's defensive magical artifacts had a somewhat high attrition rate recently, making him feel quite uneasy, fearing that he might have picked up some kind of armor killer buff. And that ancient jade. Chapter 28, Ancient Treasure. As soon as Liu Yun's took hold of the ancient jade, he discovered its extraordinary nature. A cool chi seeped out from the ancient jade, traveling along his meridians directly to his sea of consciousness. Liu Yun's felt his mind clear, and the severe headache caused by the damage to his divine sense instantly improved significantly. This was actually a rare treasure that could nourish the divine soul and strengthen the divine sense. No wonder Li Wui's divine sense was so strong. Carefully putting these items away, only a jade slip remained in Li Wui's storage pouch. Liu Yun's placed the jade slip against his forehead and began to read silently. His divine sense was still severely damaged, but with the help of the ancient jade, he could barely use his divine sense to read the jade slip. After a while, Liu Yun's raised his head and let out a long breath. This was actually written by Venerable Golden Talisman. Besides recording Li Wui's 7 fiend soul locking art, it also contained some of his understanding of the talisman Dao and some insights into secret talismans. Among them, what he most highly praised were the 3 great secret talismans created by his senior brother, Immortal Master Tianfu. On this jade slip, only the spirit descending talisman among the 3 great secret talismans was vaguely described, as if Venerable Golden Talisman didn't understand this talisman very well. However, he had a very thorough understanding of the other 2 great secret talismans, the Spirit Transformation Talisman and the 6-Ding Heavenly Armor Talisman, even recording their detailed creation methods on this jade slip, which left Liu Yun sighing with emotion for a long time. It seemed that to Venerable Golden Talisman, Li Wei was probably more than just his backup physical body. In his heart, he might have more or less genuinely regarded Li Wei as a disciple. It was just that this master-disciple affection was ultimately too fragile compared to the temptation of rebirth. From this jade slip, Liu Yun also found the name of that golden talisman, which was the Spirit Transformation Talisman, one of the 3 great secret talismans. Moreover, it was a personal spiritual talisman of Venerable Golden Talisman, a late nascent soul great cultivator. Liu Yun put away the jade slip. He currently had no interest in the talisman Dao, but he might research it in the future. For now, he looked at Venerable Golden Talisman's storage pouch. This storage pouch was clearly different from those in the southern domain. Not only was its style more ancient and old-fashioned, but the manufacturing materials also seemed to be some kind of advanced beast hide. Even after so many years, there was no sign of damage. Liu Yun flipped the storage pouch over, dumping out all the contents. There were only 6 items in total, the most eye-catching of which was a 6-colored talisman. Liu Yun recognized it at a glance. It was precisely the 6-Ding Heavenly Armor Talisman, which Venerable Golden Talisman highly praised. This was a secret talisman that used the power of talismans to condense the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi, forming 6 layers of protective shields. As long as the heaven and earth spiritual chi was inexhaustible, the 6 layers of protective shields could continuously regenerate and recover. It was one of the few spells in the world that could manipulate heaven and earth spiritual chi without soul transformation stage cultivation, truly astonishing. Most importantly, as long as this talisman could be refined, anyone could use it. The effectiveness of the spiritual talisman depended entirely on the heaven and earth spiritual chi. This meant that, in theory, even Liu Yun's, a chi refinement stage cultivator, could use this talisman. Of course, driving a spiritual talisman of this rank with such a low cultivation would likely require a very long preparation time. But even so, this was a life-saving trump card. As long as he had the opportunity to use this talisman, Liu Yun's would be invincible until its power was exhausted. Liu Yun's quickly took a deep breath, calming his excited emotions. He turned his head to look at the other 4 treasures, an azure dragon short staff, a pair of black and white scissors, a jet black bagua mirror, and a blue fishing net. At first glance, the 4 treasures appeared extremely ordinary, not even comparable to the simplest magical artifacts. But upon closer inspection, an incredibly powerful spiritual force could be sensed within them. Especially the black and white scissors and the jet black bagua mirror. With Liu Yun's current cultivation, he didn't even dare to casually probe them, otherwise, even his divine soul would be severely injured by the treasure's self-defense. At best, he would become an idiot, at worst, his soul flying away and spirit scattering directly. Looking at these 4 treasures, a word suddenly appeared in Liu Yun's mind. Ancient treasure. Liu Yun showed a bitter smile. These 4 treasures were most likely these extremely powerful items refined by ancient cultivators. They were indeed good things, but for Liu Yun's, these 4 ancient treasures would be of no use for a considerable period in the future. After all, even core formation stage cultivators found these powerful treasures incredibly difficult to use. For a chi refinement stage cultivator like him, owning such treasures was indeed useless, except for taking them out to admire when no one was around. Finally, there was this jade slip. To be honest, Liu Yun had the highest expectations for this item, as this jade slip likely contained Venerable Golden Talisman's cultivation technique. He was about to reach foundation establishment and what he lacked now was an excellent cultivation technique. Of course, he could also choose to cultivate Kaiang Wuji's cultivation technique. However, Kaiang Wuji had no backing in his youth and never had a master. Due to his personal image and aptitude, no advanced figures in Yunyu sect thought highly of him, and he didn't even have a dual cultivation Dao companion. Kaiang Wuji was so miserable back then that he naturally couldn't choose any top-tier cultivation technique. The 5 spirits chi hiding art he cultivated was just a relatively stable cultivation technique that was easier to break through bottlenecks. It wasn't until Qiang Wuji reached core formation stage and created the formless escape technique that his life began to take off. However, by that time, he naturally couldn't switch to any top-tier cultivation technique. Liu Yun's had a certain plan for his life, and if he had a choice, he still wanted a powerful, top-tier cultivation technique. He placed the jade slip on his head and slowly probed it with his divine sense. Liu Yun's was slightly startled. The text in this jade slip was actually an ancient script from the southern domain. This ancient script was not complicated, many ancient texts in the southern domain were written in it, and Liu Yun's also knew it. After a slight pause, Liu Yun's focused all his attention on the jade slip. About a quarter of an hour passed, and Liu Yun slowly raised his head, letting out a long breath. The jade slip did not contain the cultivation technique he had previously guessed, but rather an experimental journal written by the disciple of that ancient formation master. It was probably obtained by Venerable Golden Talisman when he first entered the tall tower using a teleportation array, picking it up from the quiet room. From this journal, Liu Yun's roughly understood Venerable Golden Talisman's purpose in coming here. According to the journal, the original owner of this forbidden land was a well-known figure in the southern domain back then, with profound formation attainments. Therefore, he participated in a project called Ling Miao Garden. After participating in this project, that Grand Master of Formations became greedy and tried to recruit and train talents by widely accepting disciples, and then establish his own Ling Miao Garden. The owner of this journal, being his personal disciple, naturally shared some of the tasks. He also began to write an experimental journal, recording daily progress and potential directions for inspiration. According to the journal, this forbidden land was the product of their attempt to replicate the Ling Miao Garden back then. However, not only did they fail, but that Grand Master of Formations also spent a lot of time and energy in the process, to the point where his lifespan was about to run out, yet his cultivation remained stagnant and unable to break through. In despair, he could only pin his hopes on replicating the Ling Miao Garden, which was fundamentally impossible to succeed. As his end approached, that Grand Master of Formations became increasingly suspicious and extreme, eventually not even trusting his personal disciples anymore. According to this journal, that Grand Master of Formations was nearly insane before his end arrived. The journal concluded with a mention that the Ling Miao Garden was fundamentally impossible for them to replicate. Besides that, he also mentioned a cultivator named Grand Master Taiyan, seemingly wanting to obtain something from this person. At this point, the journal abruptly ended. Liu Yun's raised his head and let out a long sigh. How to put it? To say this journal was useless, it actually contained a lot of knowledge and experience in ancient formation, the kind of valuable item that major sects would fight over if it got out, even serving as a sect TRN Tong Chi Bo for some sects specializing in formations. But to say it was useful, in Liu Yun's hands, this thing was just a diary. And it was the kind of diary that was messy and poorly written. This was like a Nobel laureate's research notes from Liu Yun's previous life, falling into the hands of a primary school student. Although it seemed very impressive, he couldn't understand it at all. Liu Yun's let out a helpless bitter smile, put everything away, and hid it close to his body. Then, just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly felt a dizzy spell. This was not only due to divine sense overexertion, but also because after the series of strategic battles, Liu Yun's was physically and mentally exhausted. Besides that, the inexplicable illusions that appeared also constantly bothered Liu Yun's. Han Li. Liu Yun's eyes flickered non-stop. He always felt that this matter was inseparable from Han Li, the protagonist. But what exactly was going on? Was it a special phenomenon that would have appeared in the original plot? Or was there some hidden setting in this world? The more Liu Yun's thought about it, the more his head hurt, and he regretted not finishing that novel back then. Forget it, if I can't figure it out, I won't dwell on it. Liu Yun's held the ancient jade in his hand. The severe headache had already improved significantly under the nourishment of the ancient jade's spiritual power, leaving only a faint, lingering sting. The rest was not something that could be healed in a short time just by the miraculous effects of the ancient jade, it required time for slow recuperation. Liu Yun stood up and patted his storage pouch. The mechanical exoskeleton, emitting a faint blue and white spiritual light, enveloped him. This exoskeleton was mainly driven by magical power, and the divine sense was only needed for steering, speed changes, and control. In his current state, he could barely use it. Liu Yun's moved his feet slightly, and his entire being instantly vanished from the spot. Chapter 29, The Bet. On the afternoon of the 5th day after entering the Forbidden Land, Martial Uncle Qiang looked coldly at the entrance to the Forbidden Land, his entire body's spiritual chi surging. The powerful spiritual pressure caused the other 7 core formation stage cultivators present to not even dare to breathe. Just an hour ago, the leaders of the 7 great sects once again worked together to open the Forbidden Land's entrance. People from the 7 sects walked out of the Forbidden Land one after another, but the disciples of Yunyu sect were conspicuously absent. Up until this point, Martial Uncle Qiang had worn a smug expression, clearly full of confidence in his disciple and the leader of the Yunyu sect contingent. But when he saw Nangongwan leading more than 10 Yunyu sect disciples out of the Forbidden Land, his smiling expression instantly vanished. Liu Yun's was not among the Yunyu sect's team. After calling Nangongwan over to clarify the situation, the face of this top core formation stage cultivator of the Yunyu sect became extremely grim. As time passed, and with the Forbidden Land's entrance about to close, Liu Yun's shadow was still nowhere to be seen. Martial Uncle Qiang. Nangongwan opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Her junior martial uncle was a loose cultivator by origin, with no family backing, nor any descendants or nephews. He had always been a lone wolf, making a great name for himself with his self-created formless escape technique. Now, with his lifespan nearing its end and no hope of reaching the nascent soul stage, he was still alone. If Liu Yun's hadn't appeared before him, he wouldn't even have found a successor to inherit his legacy. In a sense, his feelings for Liu Yun's even surpassed the secular bond of father and son. It was the emotion of seeing his life's achievements and efforts continued through a legacy, something a young sect favorite like Nangang Wang could never understand. Humph. Martial Uncle Kayang snorted coldly, his eyes fixed on the Forbidden Land's entrance, as five-colored spiritual light suddenly burst forth from his entire body. If Liu Yun's couldn't come out before the Forbidden Land closed, then Martial Uncle Kayang would test the power of this ancient restriction today. As for whether Liu Yun's might have died in the Forbidden Land, such a possibility had never crossed Martial Uncle Kayang's mind. Junior Martial Uncle, you mustn't. Please first. Fairy Nishang was about to stop him when she suddenly saw a figure at the Forbidden Land's entrance. Junior Martial Uncle, Liu Yun's is out. At the Forbidden Land's entrance, a young man with sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes and a handsome, distinguished appearance slowly walked out. It was indeed Liu Yun's. However, his face was pale, his eyes bloodshot, and there were faint traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, looking as if he had suffered severe injuries. This was a far cry from his high-spirited demeanor before entering the Forbidden Land. Martial Uncle Kayang appeared beside Liu Yun's as if by teleportation, grabbing his wrist. What happened? How did you get so badly injured? Martial Uncle Kayang quickly took out a medicinal pill and put it into Liu Yun's mouth. Who did this? Liu Yun swallowed the medicinal pill, intending to force a smile. But upon seeing Martial Uncle Kayang's greasy old face, a flood of grievances inexplicably welled up in his heart, leaving him with a bitter smile that was uglier than crying. Master, it's a long story. Then we'll talk later. I'll help you heal first. Martial Uncle Kayang pulled Liu Yun's back to the Yunyu sect's side. Nangang Wan and Fairy Nishang also stepped forward to check Liu Yun's injuries. Han Li felt a sense of relief when he saw Liu Yun's emerge from the Forbidden Land's entrance. Then, Martial Uncle Kayang's undisguised concern for Liu Yun's filled Han Li with envy. A master and disciple like father and son, he probably wouldn't have the chance to experience such a feeling in his entire life. Alright, it seems all the disciples should be out. Those who aren't. The leader of Spirit Beast Mountain cleared his throat and began to speak. But before he could finish, another person stumbled and crawled out from the almost closed passage. It was none other than the cunning old man from Yellow Maple Valley. Brother Li, I didn't expect your valley to be so rich in talent. Not only can those at the 11th layer emerge from the Forbidden Land, but even disciples with 10th layer cultivation technique can preserve their lives and come out. Your sect truly teaches well, I admire you. The giant sword sect's leading cultivator's face darkened. Only one person from his sect had emerged from the Forbidden Land, the fewest survivors among the 7 sects in this trial. Seeing that Yellow Maple Valley even had 2 low-level disciples escape and save their lives, he couldn't help but mock them. Li Huayuan's expression wasn't too good either, and he was about to retort. Enough. What is there for you two to argue about? It's a great feat for these juniors to survive. Do you really want to force these juniors to their deaths for a few spiritual plants? Seeing Liu Yun severely injured, Martial Uncle Kayang was naturally not in a good mood, and he sneered directly at the two. The giant sword sect member and Li Huayuan exchanged glances, then immediately fell silent. Martial Uncle Kayang was in a really bad mood at the moment, so they shouldn't provoke this esteemed senior. Humph. Martial Uncle Kayang snorted coldly and ignored them. He held Liu Yun's wrist, slowly channeling his magic power to help him refine the healing medicinal pill. Liu Yun suddenly opened his eyes, giving Martial Uncle Kayang an imperceptible wink, a hint of a smile on his lips. Martial Uncle Kayang was startled, and then a flicker of joy flashed in his eyes. Little Li. Quickly check the results of the bet. I still need to take my disciple back to his immortal cave to heal, Martial Uncle Kayang said coldly. Floating Cloud Master and Li Huayuan exchanged bitter smiles, then quickly called the disciples from the 3 sects who had emerged from the Forbidden Land to display their gains, so the winner of the bet could be determined. First were the disciples of Kingxiu sect. Only 4 deists from Kingxiu Valley emerged from the Forbidden Land this time. The first to step forward was a middle-aged deist who looked like an immortal. He smiled reservedly, patted his storage pouch, and a dozen white lights poured out. As the white light dissipated, exactly 14 spiritual plants were neatly arranged on the ground. Everyone around was astonished. Floating Cloud Master nodded with a smile, extremely satisfied. The remaining 3 deists stepped forward one after another. The 2 older deists each took out 9 spiritual plants and 11 spiritual plants from their storage pouches. The remaining young, inconspicuous deist also produced 5 spiritual plants. This drew gasps of admiration from the surrounding crowd. This was a much better performance than in previous years' trials. In fact, when it came to this matter, they also had to thank Liu Yun's and Han Li. In this trial, Liu Yun's had killed 6 elite disciples outside the central area in one go. Although Han Li killed fewer, only 3, their quality was higher. Duo Baonu, Kuang Ren Fengyu, and Han Tianya were all top-tier figures among the elite disciples. The presence of these two directly caused a large portion of the elite disciples who were originally going to see spiritual plants in the central area to be lost, significantly reducing the difficulty of competition in this trial. Oh, and the deceased Li Wuya also killed 3 elite disciples from Yellow Maple Valley. Speaking of Yellow Maple Valley, one simply has to write the word miserable. Almost all of the highly anticipated elites died outside the central area, leaving only the eldest son of the Chen family to rely on. As for the others, Li Huayuan glanced at the remaining three, one Chen Xiaoqian, essentially a leg accessory, and two others, one at Qi refining stage 10, and one at Qi refining stage 12, with poor aptitude and no reputation, clearly having coasted through the entire journey. A shooting star streaked across the sky that was Li Huayuan's 20 years about to be lost. If nothing unexpected happened, for the next 20 years, he would be reduced to a year-round laborer, refining iron essence with his renowned pure true fire, and then helplessly watching others use his iron essence to strengthen their magic treasures. In a sense, wasn't this also a form of NTR? Chapter 30, Victory and Defeat. The Chen family siblings, who had stepped forward, seemed to see a glimmer in Grandmaster Li Huayuan's eyes. After exchanging a glance, they immediately thought they must have been mistaken. They quickly shook their storage pouches and laid down 23 spiritual plants. Li Huayuan's expression improved significantly. He then looked at Han Li and another cunning old man. The old man quickly stepped forward and respectfully took out 2 purple monkey flowers. Li Huayuan nodded expressionlessly. He no longer held any hope for his own victory, it was merely a question of whether he would lose to Floating Cloud Master or Kaiang Wuji. If possible, he still preferred to lose to Kaiang Wuji. At least, it would be a show of respect to a senior. Han Li looked at Li Huayuan's ashen face and couldn't help but touch his nose with a wry smile. Without further delay, he tilted his storage pouch, and a full 27 spiritual plants piled up on the ground. Hiss! Li Huayuan, in surprise, pulled off a strand of his beard, gasping in pain. What is this? Floating Cloud Master was instantly stunned. His originally joyful face looked as if it had been suddenly punched, becoming incredibly comical. Li Huayuan, ignoring the pain of his beard, burst into joyous laughter. With this, his Yellow Maple Valley had a total of 52 spirit medicines, far exceeding King Xu's 39. Floating Cloud Master looked at Han Li, his gaze growing increasingly unfriendly. That was the inner core of a 5th-grade flood dragon. If he hadn't been so confident in suppressing Yellow Maple Valley, he would never have gambled it. But who would have thought? Floating Cloud Master's hands trembled with heartache, and a hint of killing intent involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Fellow deist, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to make things difficult for a junior? Li Huayuan stepped in front of Han Li like an arrow and asked coldly. Questioned by him, Floating Cloud Master suddenly sobered up and quickly waved his hand. Benefactor, you misunderstand. How could this humble deist be like that? It's just that this young benefactor, at such a young age, possesses such cultivation and methods. He is sure to have a great future, so I couldn't help but look a few more times. Li Huayuan sneered but said nothing more. Next up was Yunyu sect. A dozen or so Yunyu sect men and women came forward one by one, pouring out the spiritual plants from their storage pouches. The first few only had 3 or 4 spiritual plants each. Their results were even worse than King Xu's sect's young deists, only slightly better than Yellow Maple Valley's cunning old man. Kaiang Wuji's expression turned cold, and his gaze suddenly became unsightly. Liu Yun's, who was sitting cross-legged recovering from his injuries, couldn't help but open his eyes and glance at these disciples. That's not right. How could there be so little with Nangang Wan leading the team? Liu Yun's gaze swept over the next few disciples. These disciples' expressions and demeanors were clearly different from the previous ones, with a confident look between their brows, and even clear joy. Liu Yun sneered and closed his eyes again to adjust his breathing. He understood. Although it was a group effort, it didn't mean the spiritual plants were equally distributed. Those disciples with backing and connections naturally received more. Sure enough, the spiritual plants of the next few disciples suddenly increased, each having more than 10 spiritual plants. And Li Huayuan's expression went from beaming with joy to extremely grave, until the last disciple poured out 12 spiritual plants, and Li Huayuan was instantly ecstatic. Yunyu sect had 82 spiritual plants, while Yellow Maple Valley and Kingsu sect had a total of 91 spiritual plants. In this round, he actually won. Ha ha ha, cough. Li Huayuan couldn't help but laugh out loud, then remembered that old freak Kaiang was incredibly petty, so he quickly coughed dryly to suppress his laughter, but the smile on his face was impossible to hide. Senior Kaiang, what do you think of this? Kaiang Wuji smiled and glanced at him. What's the hurry? We still have one person here. Disciple, bring out your spiritual plants. Liu Yun stood up. Although his face was pale and his appearance disheveled, his eyes still held full confidence. This disciple obeys. Liu Yun grinned at everyone, flipped his storage pouch, and various spiritual plants immediately poured out, forming a small pile at his feet. 5 mature fiery sunflowers, 7 500-year-old heavenly spirit fruits, 4 600-year-old jade marrow ganoderma. Li Huayuan's expression instantly froze. The spiritual plants at Liu Yun's feet totaled a full 38. It was almost the total amount of the Kingsu sect faction. Ha ha ha, Kaiang Wuji laughed heartily. His disciple had, after all, brought him the first place among the 7 sects. Floating Cloud Master, quickly bring out that bloodline flood dragon inner core. I'm in a hurry to use it for alchemy. Kaiang Wuji unceremoniously demanded the wager. Floating Cloud Master's face fell. He forced a smile, wanting to say something, but couldn't. What? Are you trying to renege on the debt? Kaiang Wuji glared, instantly appearing extremely displeased. Senior Kaiang misunderstands. How could this junior dare? Floating Cloud Master's face flushed and paled. He stomped his foot and threw a white, round ball to the other party, then turned his head away, his face filled with heartache. That was precisely the bloodline flood dragon inner core. Old freak Kyan raised his hand, caught the inner core, and after examining it carefully, his face broke into a smile. However, he still grumbled, the quality doesn't seem very good. The spiritual chi isn't very abundant. It looks like I'll just have to make do with it. Upon hearing this, Floating Cloud Master's face turned crimson. He wished he could immediately grab his magic treasure and fight this person to the death. Unfortunately, he couldn't win. He could only make a frustrated bow and quickly moved far away from him. Fellow Daoist Li, you. Li Huayuan took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to vomit blood. He said, Li will have someone deliver 2 pieces of iron essence within 20 years. Good. Fellow Daoist Li is straightforward. Since that's the case, I won't truly delay fellow Daoist Li for 20 years for nothing. Everyone present was stunned to hear this. Had this old freak changed his nature? Kyan Wuji smiled slightly, his lips moving as he directly transmitted a message to Li Huayuan. And Li Huayuan, upon hearing that he wouldn't have to refine the iron essence himself, was first delighted, then his expression began to change erratically. How about it, fellow Daoist Li? Are you willing to help me with this favor? Kyan Wuji asked with a grin. Li Huayuan hesitated, then finally gritted his teeth and cupped his hands, saying, Senior, rest assured, this junior will do his utmost in this matter. There will definitely be news within half a year at the latest. Good. Fellow Daoist Li is straightforward. Kyan Wuji was overjoyed. He turned around, and the 5-colored spiritual light enveloped Liu Yun's, and the two vanished from the spot. The people present looked at each other in confusion, all a bit unsure what new trick this old freak was up to. Only Li Huayuan and Floating Cloud Master exchanged bitter smiles. There was no need to say more about Floating Cloud Master, but the price Li Huayuan had to pay was not much less than his. High in the sky, Kyan Wuji reappeared with Liu Yun's. He patted his storage pouch and took out a small spirit boat. What exactly did you encounter in the Forbidden Land? I don't believe anyone among the low-level cultivators of the 7 sects could have injured you like this. As soon as they stepped onto the spirit boat, Kyan Wuji impatiently asked. Liu Yun's opened his mouth, just about to reveal everything, but then Li Wuya and Venerable Golden Talisman suddenly flashed through his mind, and Li Wuya's dying plea seemed to echo in his ears. I was ambushed by several Yao beasts in the Forbidden Land and accidentally triggered a restriction. I only escaped by self-destructing the Victory Swallow. Speaking of the Victory Swallow, Liu Yun's truly twitched with heartache. After breaking the restriction, I was teleported into a certain underground cave, where spiritual plants grew everywhere. I gathered the spiritual plants and spent a long time searching for a way out, barely finding an exit before the Forbidden Land closed. Kyan Wuji let out a long breath after hearing his words. Good. Good child. You've truly given your master a lot of face this time. Kyan Wuji patted Liu Yun's shoulder, I'll open a furnace and refine medicinal pills for you when I get back. Now that I have this bloodline flood dragon inner core, besides that Huayuan pill, I can refine another batch of even better medicinal pills. With the help of these 2 batches of medicinal pills, with your talent, you can break through to the late foundation establishment stage within 20 years. Kyan Wuji clenched his fist excitedly, let's go. Home. Liu Yun sighed in relief and looked up in the direction of Yunyu sect. It's time to go home. Chapter 31, Dual Cultivation of Life and Soul, and Foundation Establishment. 5 months later, inside Kyan Wuji's immortal cave in Yunyu sect. Liu Yun's looked at the 2 blue medicinal pills in front of him, lost in thought, before finally revealing a faint smile. With the help of that nameless ancient jade, Liu Yun's divine sense injury healed faster than he expected, and by now, it had fully recovered. Moreover, whether it was due to the ancient jade or not, Liu Yun's could clearly feel that his divine sense had grown stronger. This made him recall his previous hypothesis about a cultivator's foundation establishment. In fact, when Liu Yun's was possessed by Li Wuya in the Forbidden Land's tall tower, he had already realized that his research might have taken a wrong turn. This was not surprising, after all, research is a process of continuous trial and error. To pick the correct path from countless possibilities right away isn't research, it's cheating. Liu Yun's error in research direction primarily stemmed from the inertia of scientific thinking from his previous life. The scientific rules of the material world made him subconsciously overlook the existence of divine sense when conducting research on foundation establishment. Thinking about it now, if foundation establishment was merely the tempering and upgrading of the Danshan and meridians, then why would divine sense also grow stronger along with it? To investigate this question, Liu Yun's conducted various tests on himself every day over these 5 months. As a result, Liu Yun's discovered that as his divine sense gradually recovered, although his magical power itself was not affected, his manipulation of magical power underwent a significant change. From being able to only perform simple and crude magical power releases when his divine sense was initially damaged, he later regained the ability to control it as if it were his own arm, and even took a step further. All of this indicated the importance of divine sense in magical power manipulation. But there was no reason for this. Magical power is stored in the Danshan and flows through the meridians. There's no room for divine sense to interfere in this process. This confusion plagued Liu Yun's for more than 2 months until he suddenly realized it during a cultivation session recently. At the same time, it also resolved a question that had bothered him for many years. What is divine sense? Liu Yun's believed that divine sense was merely a superficial phenomenon, the primordial spirit was the key. When a cultivator refines qi and cultivates to the 4th layer, a clear distinction from before appears, the 5 senses become acute, reaction speed increases, memory improves to the level of photographic recall, and there's even a slight boost in intelligence. Continuing to cultivate, a cultivator will then begin to develop what is called divine sense, capable of scanning a small area around them like radar, and also attaching divine sense to magical artifacts for command and control. After foundation establishment, a cultivator's divine sense can become powerful enough to perform divided soul techniques, attaching to and controlling magical artifacts like puppets. In this process, what appears to be strengthening on the surface is divine sense, but what is actually strengthening is the primordial spirit. The evidence is that when Li Wuya, with his early foundation establishment stage cultivation, attempted to possess Liu Yun's that day, although Liu Yun's cultivation was only at the peak of qi refining, his primordial spirit was not inferior to his at all. The fundamental reason was his second life as a human, and this manifested on the surface as powerful divine sense. Liu Yun's believed that whether it was the astonishing changes that appeared in the fourth layer of qi refining or the later emergence of divine sense, their essence was a manifestation of a powerful primordial spirit. And the primordial spirit is consciousness, it is the soul, and it is the commander responsible for mobilizing magical power during the process of circulating magical power. Therefore, the essence of divine sense damage is actually the weakening of the primordial spirit. This is why Liu Yun's magical power became so difficult to control. Thinking about it now, Li Wuya's evil qi possession to forcibly raise his cultivation must have been limited, incomparable to a true foundation establishment stage cultivator. Otherwise, with Liu Yun's weak primordial spirit at the time, he might not have been able to drive him out. Once he understood this, Liu Yun's immediately realized that magical power was the same. Previously, Liu Yun's believed that the strengthening of human organs like the danchan and meridians was for holding more magical power. But in reality, Liu Yun's had reversed the karma. It wasn't that a powerful physical body existed because of magical power, but rather that high-quality magical power existed because of a powerful physical body. Many people might not understand this, so to put it another way, what is the essence of a cultivator's physical body? Or rather, what is a cultivator's foundation? The answer had actually been right in front of Liu Yun's eyes, he had just overlooked it before. It is essence. Or it can also be called true essence. Only by possessing sufficiently powerful true essence can a cultivator have higher quality danchan and meridians, and thus convert into higher quality magical power. At this point in the research, the essence of a cultivator's cultivation was already evident. Dual cultivation of life and soul. By absorbing spiritual qi and cultivating cultivation techniques, one simultaneously strengthens their true essence and primordial spirit. Therefore, the foundation establishment pill's marrow cleansing and meridian refining is not simply strengthening the physical body, but rather removing impurities from the cultivator's true essence. This allows the cultivator to possess higher quality true essence. At the same time, the changes in the primordial spirit are also very important. The process of magical power liquefaction for foundation establishment cultivators is probably not the chemical reaction Liu Yun's previously understood, but rather a manifestation of the primordial spirit and essence both becoming stronger, allowing for higher purity refinement and precise operation of magical power. If that's really the case, then I probably only need one foundation establishment pill to successfully achieve foundation establishment, Liu Yun's murmured, picking up a blue foundation establishment pill. Being a human in his second life, he was naturally strong in divine sense, and his primordial spirit was also more robust than other cultivators. If Liu Yun's guess was correct, this advantage, besides making it easier for him to achieve foundation establishment, should also have led to him not discovering the error in his research direction in time. After all, if Liu Yun's conclusion was correct, it would mean that once the quality of magical power surpassed the strength of the primordial spirit, one would be unable to circulate magical power freely, and every time magical power was mobilized, it would be as strenuous as a small horse pulling a large cart. However, Liu Yun's, with his naturally strong primordial spirit, avoided this situation, but it also nearly led him down the wrong path. Improving the quality of true essence and primordial spirit. I don't need to worry about the primordial spirit. My true essence, under the circumstances of deliberately compressing magical power and tempering my body with medicinal pills over these past few years, should also be much stronger than other cultivators. After all, theoretically speaking, deliberately compressed magical power is not gained through normal cultivation, and the magical power accumulated after it's used up would revert to its original quality. However, my magical power quality is constant. This can only mean that, through these years of accidental efforts, the purity of my true essence has indeed increased significantly. Liu Yun smiled faintly, opened his mouth, and swallowed a foundation establishment pill, beginning to refine its medicinal pill power. If his conjecture was indeed correct, then this foundation establishment would be even simpler than he imagined. The medicinal power of the foundation establishment pill took effect quickly. After just a few hours, Liu Yun's felt a warmth emanating from his danchan, while his limbs and other areas became incredibly cold, creating a distinct sensation of hot and cold. All the true essence in my body is converging towards the danchan. Indeed, I wasn't entirely wrong before, the quality of the danchan is indeed the key. Liu Yun's furrowed his brows, mentally prepared. Physical strengthening was a very painful process. After all, there was only one way for the strength of true essence to manifest directly in human organs. To eliminate the old version of the organ and regenerate a new organ on its foundation that matches the powerful true essence. Simply put, break first, then establish. As expected, a sharp, excruciating pain, like 7 or 8 daggers simultaneously twisting, came from Liu Yun's danchan. Liu Yun's, in an introspective state, clearly saw his danchan swell bizarrely, quickly cracking with streaks of blood on its surface, followed by new tissue rapidly filling in. This process lasted less than 10 breaths of time. The scarred dantian was covered with new tissue, and it continued to grow relentlessly. Soon, the new tissue would replace the original dantian tissue and form a brand new, higher quality dantian. Before Liu Yun's could fully appreciate this strange change, the intense pain in his dantian suddenly transformed into countless hot currents, which immediately spread throughout his body along his meridians, even penetrating deep into his bones. Humph! The hot current turned into an unbearable itch, as if countless ants were crawling all over his body. This made Liu Yun's, who had already prepared himself, let out an involuntary groan, wishing he could tear off all the flesh and bones from his entire body. This unbearable itch only lasted for half an hour, but it had already made Liu Yun's contemplate suicide. And I've already improved the purity of my true essence, those who take the foundation establishment pill directly must be. Thinking this, Liu Yun's shivered violently. At this moment, Liu Yun's noticed that his entire body was covered in a sticky, grey substance, emitting an indescribable peculiar smell. These are the impurities of true essence. Liu Yun's curiously pinched a piece of grey substance from his skin. That's interesting, I'll keep it for now. Liu Yun's rolled all the true essence impurities from his body into dozens of small grey pellets and carefully put them away. At this moment, he felt warm all over, the remaining medicinal power of the foundation establishment pill was still working. It's just that. I actually achieved foundation establishment just like that. Liu Yun circulated his cultivation technique, and the liquid magical power surged through his meridians, finally converging into his dantian. 5 months after the blood restriction trial, Liu Yun successfully achieved foundation establishment. Chapter 32 Fairy Nishang. Master, I have successfully completed foundation establishment. Liu Yun excitedly walked out of the secret chamber, wanting to inform Qiang Wuji of the good news. However, after circling the immortal cave several times, Liu Yun couldn't find him. He went out. Liu Yun thought carefully. First, he had already advanced to the early foundation establishment stage, and many tricky operations that were previously difficult to achieve could now be attempted. Second, he now had a large sum of spirit stones, ready to be spent at any time. Finally, Qiang Wuji wasn't home right now. So, victory swallow number 2 machine. I'm coming. An escape lights shot out of the immortal cave, streaking across the sky. After about half a day, Liu Yun arrived above a beautiful mountain stream. He tidied his clothes and groomed himself a bit. Liu Yun cleared his throat and released a sound transmission talisman into the mountain stream. Not long after, a curtain of water rose from the mountain stream and parted in the middle, revealing pavilions and towers inside, as if in an immortal realm. A 7-colored rainbow bridge extended from the pavilions, all the way to Liu Yun's feet. Come in. A melodious voice was tinged with a hint of helplessness. Liu Yun grinned and stepped onto the rainbow bridge. He didn't know what kind of magic treasure this 7-colored rainbow bridge was. Although it looked as illusory as light and shadow, it somehow had a physical form. When his divine sense swept over it, it felt as if it was gently pushed aside without resistance, unable to perceive anything concrete. Liu Yun stood on the rainbow bridge, marveling. He passed through the water curtain with it, and then over the magnificent garden behind, which resembled an immortal family's private estate. The various exotic flowers and plants in the garden almost dazzled Liu Yun's eyes. The rainbow bridge carried Liu Yun directly to the main hall. As soon as he entered the hall, the rainbow bridge transformed into a 7-colored brocade ribbon, floating behind Fairy Nishang. She was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the hall, wearing a white, wide-sleeved gown with a light purple outer sleeve. An incredibly spirited peacock was embroidered on the lapel, and combined with the 7-colored brocade ribbon behind her, she looked like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Oh! Fairy Nishang opened her eyes and looked Liu Yun up and down in surprise. Martial nephew Liu, you've successfully completed foundation establishment. Thanks to junior martial uncle, I successfully completed foundation establishment, Liu Yun grinned. Speaking of which, I really have to thank martial aunt Nishang. Fairy Nishang was confused. Why are you thanking me? Junior martial uncle, you don't know, but when I was breaking through foundation establishment, I encountered a heart demon invasion. The situation at the time was incredibly perilous. That heart demon transformed into various forms, attempting to disrupt my Dao heart, Liu Yun said earnestly. Fairy Nishang was startled. Heart demons are something almost every cultivator encounters. Although their manifestations vary, the dangers are largely similar. A slight misstep can lead to losing one's mind and becoming a slave to the heart demon. That heart demon was ever-changing and extremely insidious. I almost fell for its trick. Just then, that heart demon, overestimating itself, actually transformed into your likeness, junior martial uncle. I saw it and almost laughed in anger. No matter how skilled a mere heart demon is at transformation, it couldn't possibly imitate even 1/10,000th of your peerless beauty, martial aunt Nishang. How could I possibly fall for that? I immediately broke free from the illusion and thus successfully completed foundation establishment. Fairy Nishang froze, then glared at him fiercely. Starting today, you're also considered a senior in the cultivation world. Why do you still talk so frivolously, simply annoying people for no reason? Yes, yes, yes. This martial nephew will definitely change. From tomorrow onwards, I will strive to be a mature and steady senior. Liu Yun rubbed his hands together and said with a chuckle, Junior martial uncle, about the primal chaos crystal we discussed last time, don't you think it's time you gave it to me? Fairy Nishang glanced at him, a very exaggerated look of surprise on her face. Oh my! I thought martial nephew Liu, with his vast resources, wouldn't care about this small primal chaos crystal after all. Liu Yun sadly clutched his heart, lowering his head slightly and saying, no wonder Junior Martial Uncle has such doubts. It's all my fault for being so busy cultivating and recuperating these past 6 months that I forgot to visit Junior Martial Uncle often. I truly deserve to die. Fairy Nishang rolled her eyes and took out an earthy yellow crystal, tossing it to him. This primal chaos crystal is a material for refining magic treasure. You must make good use of it, don't waste it. Don't worry, Junior Martial Uncle. How could I bear to waste something you gave me? Liu Yun's took the crystal, his smile exceptionally bright. Saying such things again. If it weren't for Martial Uncle Kayang's reputation protecting you, you'd probably have been beaten to death by now. Fairy Nishang spat, saying ungraciously. Junior Martial Uncle, you're really wronging me now. When have you ever seen me act like this towards other female cultivators? Liu Yun's took a slight step back, appearing exceptionally wronged. Fairy Nishang ignored him, pointing a finger like a jade green onion behind him. If you have nothing to do, hurry up and leave. Don't disturb my Deo heart for no reason here. Junior Martial Uncle, don't be so heartless. Actually, this Martial nephew still has one more thing I'd like to trouble you with. Liu Yun's chuckled, looking a little shy. Humph. Fairy Nishang snorted coldly, closing her eyes and silently circulating her chi. I knew you wouldn't come to me unless you needed something. You've been flattering me with sweet words ever since you came in today. As expected, you have a request. Liu Yun's quickly patted his chest and said firmly, Junior Martial Uncle, what you're saying isn't right. My feelings for Junior Martial Uncle are absolutely. Pa. You're not even ashamed to say such things. Fairy Nishang's face flushed crimson, and she interrupted him directly. She was afraid that if she listened any longer, she wouldn't be able to control herself and would unleash her 7 rainbow sill to blast him out. Liu Yun's gave an embarrassed smile. Junior Martial Uncle, you have extensive connections within the 7 sects and many acquaintances in the Yuanwu Kingdom. This martial nephew recently wants to buy some materials that are not very common, so could you please help this martial nephew see where these materials can be bought? As he spoke, Liu Yun's handed over a jade slip. Fairy Nishang glared at him fiercely in anger, then reached out and took the jade slip, probing it with her divine sense. Oh. These materials. Fairy Nishang put down the jade slip, her expression somewhat complex. They're not particularly valuable, but they are indeed rare. You don't want these materials to make your puppet again, do you? Junior Martial Uncle sees everything clearly. My previous victory swallow was destroyed in the Forbidden Land, wasn't it? I want to make a new one, so I wanted to ask Junior Martial Uncle for help. Fairy Nishang looked at his face and sighed helplessly. If Martial Uncle Kayang knew about this, he'd probably break your legs. Liu Yun's quickly waved his hands, no. The design for this one is already done. All that's left is simple manual labor. It'll be finished in a few months and won't delay much time. Martial Uncle has been busy running around for you all this time. Don't make him angry again. Fairy Nishang stood up, sighing with great emotion. With a flick of her long sleeve, a small door on the side of the main hall glowed and opened by itself. Come in. I happen to have the materials you need here. Don't waste time going to others. Liu Yun's was overjoyed, almost laughing out loud. Junior Martial Uncle is indeed. Stop. If you flatter me again, go to someone else. Fairy Nishang's bright eyes flickered, and she gave him a charming glare. Also, don't think you can take advantage of me here. Not a single spirit stone less than what's due. Understand? Understood. Liu Yun's excitedly followed Fairy Nishang into the storage room, the various rare materials making his heart pound. What a pity. He could only feast his eyes. He couldn't even touch them. Liu Yun's quickly shook his head. Don't be anxious, everything requires a gradual process. When I am older. What are you thinking about? Fairy Nishang raised her hand and smacked him on the forehead with a snap. Take what you need and hurry up and leave. If you delay any longer and Martial Uncle Kayang bumps into you, you probably won't get off easy. Liu Yun's eyes darted around, and he quickly gathered all the materials he needed. Fairy Nishang didn't stand on ceremony with him either. After taking Liu Yun's spirit stones, she unceremoniously kicked him out of her immortal cave. Although it was a bit hurtful, Liu Yun's didn't care anymore. Victory Swallow number 2 machine was beckoning to him. Compared to that, women had. Liu Yun stepped on his flying sword, accelerating to the extreme, and soon returned to his immortal cave. Then, he ran straight into Kayang Wuji, who had just returned. Looking at his disciple's joyful expression, slightly lewd eyes, and overly exaggerated movements, Kayang Wuji understood. You scoundrel! Master! This disciple knows his mistake. Chapter 33, The 5 Elements Escape Heaven Art. Inside the immortal cave, Kayang Wuji watched Liu Yun's kneeling on the ground, his teeth clenched in anger, wishing he could kill this little bastard with a single palm strike. 2 months. I was only gone for 2 months. Couldn't you have just stayed put? Seeing Liu Yun's punchable expression, a vein immediately popped out on Kayang Wuji's forehead, and he smashed a nearby chair into dust with his palm. Master. Liu Yun swallowed, forcing a fawning smile. Look, haven't I advanced to foundation establishment? My old cultivation technique is useless now, and staying in the immortal cave would just be a waste of time. It's better to go out, walk around, and connect with fellow sect members. Bah! Was that connecting with fellow sect members? Qian Wuji spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground, his eyes full of disdain. Nothing you say today will matter. I just finished refining that batch of Huayuan pills, essence transformation pills. You're going to cultivate properly for me. You're not allowed to leave the house until you've used up all the medicinal pills. As Qian Wuji spoke, he threw 2 porcelain bottles to Liu Yun's. These medicinal pills weren't easy to come by. Don't waste your master's hard work. He took a deep breath, his mood calming considerably. A small portion of the spiritual plants you obtained in the Forbidden Land earlier was exchanged by me for materials for Huayuan pills, essence transformation pills. With the rest, I exchanged them for an ancient pill formula and some other spiritual plants, which will be used to refine that bloodline flood dragon inner core into a medicinal pill. So, for the next period, I will be in seclusion to research the pill formula, to increase the chance of successful pill formation. After all, this 5th grade bloodline flood dragon inner core is a rare and good item, it cannot be wasted. Qian Wuji snorted coldly, saying unhappily, during this time, you cultivate honestly for me. Don't mess around with those other things. Liu Yun spread his hands, giving a helpless wry smile. Master, I don't even have a suitable cultivation technique right now. What am I supposed to cultivate? Humph. Qian Wuji glared at him, then took out a jade slip from his storage pouch. What do you think I was doing when I went out these past 2 months? Speaking of this, a smile couldn't help but appear on Qian Wuji's face. During the Forbidden Land gamble, Li Huayuan lost to your master. I didn't ask for his iron essence, but I made another condition. Qian Wuji chuckled, he has some connections with Old Monster Ning of the Huai sect in the 9 Kingdoms Alliance. I racked my brains to get him to help me obtain Old Monster Ning's main cultivation technique, the 5 elements escape heaven art. Liu Yun took the jade slip from Qian Wuji and curiously probed it with his divine sense. As soon as his divine sense entered, dense, golden characters surged into Liu Yun's sea of consciousness along with his divine sense. An intense throbbing pain almost instantly overwhelmed Liu Yun's reason, as if a large hammer was repeatedly pounding in his head, making his skull hum and vibrate, almost to the point of shattering. After an unknown period, all the golden characters poured into Liu Yun's mind. Only then did he collapse to the ground, covered in cold sweat. Uncomfortable, aren't you? Qian Wuji chuckled mischievously. It's good that you're uncomfortable. That means this cultivation technique is the most complete legacy, not a single word changed by Old Monster Ning. Qian Wuji saw Liu Yun's looking completely broken and couldn't help but frown, reaching out to place his hand on Liu Yun's head. A wave of cool qi poured into Liu Yun's sea of consciousness, instantly relaxing his tense nerves, and the fatigue of his divine soul was swept away. Each golden character appeared in Liu Yun's mind, incredibly clear. The 5 elements escape heaven art, from the 1st to the 13th layer, can be cultivated directly to the legendary soul transformation stage. From beginning to end, not a single word has been changed. Speaking of which, the mainstream cultivation techniques in the cultivation world are currently divided into 3 categories. The first category is combat-oriented. Most of these cultivation techniques have slower spiritual qi progression, but the accompanying divine abilities and methods for defeating enemies are extremely powerful. When fighting others, one can gain a huge advantage, and in actual combat, one can even fight opponents above their stage. Cultivators who believe they have no hope of core formation usually choose this type of cultivation technique, to avoid being bullied. Simply put, it requires more experience and is harder to level up, but the accompanying skills are strong. The second category is cultivation-oriented. This type of cultivation technique is easy to cultivate and practice, has fast spiritual qi progression, and the difficulty of breakthrough bottlenecks is much smaller than the previous type of cultivation technique, enough to allow most foundation establishment stage cultivators to reach the core formation bottleneck in their lifetime. However, the divine abilities of this type of cultivation technique are often pitifully weak, and when fighting others, one will generally be easily defeated by cultivators of the same stage. That is, it requires less experience and is easy to level up, but the accompanying skills are trash. The last category is the legendary top-tier cultivation technique. It combines all the advantages of the above 2 types of cultivation techniques, fast leveling and astonishingly powerful divine abilities. However, it has extremely high aptitude requirements for the cultivator. If one's aptitude is insufficient and they forcefully cultivate this type of cultivation technique, there is a very high chance of qi deviation, leading to the end of their life and deo. The 5 spirits hidden qi art that Qian Wuji cultivates is the second type of cultivation technique, which has fast cultivation speed but trash divine abilities. If he hadn't created the formless escape technique after core formation, Qian Wuji, even if he had cultivated to the peak of core formation, would never have his current renown. Liu Yun's situation is, of course, different from Qian Wuji's. Firstly, he has a special physique that meets the conditions for cultivating top-tier cultivation techniques. Secondly, he has a master. He doesn't have to be as pathetic as Qian Wuji was back then, picking a relatively less trashy one from a pile of trash cultivation techniques. This 5 elements escape heaven art is the top-tier cultivation technique that Qian Wuji painstakingly acquired for Liu Yun's after careful consideration. If this cultivation technique is successfully cultivated, it will greatly enhance a cultivator's affinity with the 5 elements spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Not only will it enable the practitioner to advance more quickly when cultivating spiritual qi, but even during combat, the spiritual qi required by the cultivator to cast 5 elements spells or drive magical artifacts and magic treasures will be reduced by several tenths. More importantly, after successfully cultivating this 5 elements escape heaven art, the practitioner will naturally master the extremely complex and profound 5 elements escape technique of the cultivation world, which has infinite wondrous uses, whether it's for fleeing when the situation looks bad or for engaging in combat out of competitiveness. It can be said that with this cultivation technique for protection, one can go anywhere in the vast world. Qian Wuji had been coveting this set of cultivation techniques for more than just a day or two. His formless escape technique also evolved from the 5 elements escape technique. With the assistance of this cultivation technique, the formless escape technique would surely reach a higher level. It was just that old monster Ning had astonishing divine abilities and powerful spiritual qi, almost identical to his own. And he came from the Huai sect, the largest sect in the 9 Kingdoms alliance, making him extremely difficult to deal with. It wasn't until he heard that Li Huayuan had some connections with old monster Ning in his early years that Qian Wuji seized the opportunity. Through Li Huayuan, he arranged a meeting and, after paying a considerable price, managed to acquire this renowned cultivation technique. To be honest, if he hadn't been unsure of the outcome if he were to fight old monster Ning, Qian Wuji would have preferred to simply kill him and seize the treasure. On this side, Liu Yun's had also finished digesting this cultivation technique, his eyes filled with pleasant surprise. Qian Wuji smiled and nodded. If this cultivation technique could help Liu Yun's master the formless escape technique and, in the future, further improve it, then the price he paid would be absolutely worth it. Liu Yun's looked at Qian Wuji and bowed respectfully. Master, rest assured, this disciple will not fail your expectations. Qian Wuji nodded with a smile, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. The laughter shook the entire immortal cave, causing it to tremble slightly. Holding the Huayuan pills, essence transformation pills, that Qian Wuji had painstakingly refined and the 5 elements escape heaven art, Liu Yun's entered the secret chamber. The secret chamber door closed, and it remained closed for 3 years. Chapter 34 Alchemy Great Master. 3.5 years later, within the sphere of influence of Yellow Maple Valley, a desolate mountain in the northwest of the Taiyu mountain range, Jian Prefecture, Yunyu Kingdom. A 5-colored escape light tore through the air, moving at an extremely fast speed, arriving above the desolate mountain in the blink of an eye. The escape light dissipated, and Liu Yun's floated in the air, looking at the precipitous peaks below with an extremely puzzled expression. He couldn't quite understand what kind of ghostly place this was. Not long after, Han Li, stepping on his cloud-piercing shuttle, came up to meet him. Brother Liu, long time no see. Han Li smiled slightly, his body radiating the spiritual energy fluctuations of an early foundation establishment stage cultivator. Old Han. Liu Yun's looked at him with a complicated expression, deliberating for a long time before saying, if you wanted to find me, you could have just come to my immortal cave and called me. Instead, you sent someone to deliver a letter, and then used a talisman for sound transmission. It made me wander around this broken place 3 times without finding it, almost running off to the neighboring Yunyu Kingdom. Do you really need to be like this? My master won't eat you. The more Liu Yun's looked at Han Li, the more confused he became. If you said he was socially anxious, there was nothing wrong with his interactions with people. But if you said he was normal, he would occasionally pull off some strange stunts. Being a recluse all day was one thing, it wasn't a strange habit among cultivators. But this person treated strangers like wild beasts, and just circling around under Senior Qiang's nose would almost cost him his life. This made Liu Yun's increasingly suspect that he probably had some childhood trauma. Han Li, however, didn't think anything was amiss and simply rolled his eyes at him. Then what's your deal? You're already at the foundation establishment stage, yet you're still living in your master's immortal cave. Don't you want to go out and open up your own immortal cave? I do. I dream of it. Speaking of this, Liu Yun's also felt a surge of grievance. Being under Qian Wuji's watchful eye every day, even researching a Gundam had to be done in secret, making it feel like hiding adult magazines at home in the past. It was incredibly tense and exciting. My master said that when I advance to the late foundation establishment stage, then he'll allow me to move out. Liu Yun sighed deeply, looking quite mournful. Han Li looked at his demeanor and smiled with a hint of envy. He also had a master, but ever since he became a disciple, that master had never bothered with him, as if he didn't exist. Regarding the relationship between Qian Wuji and Liu Yun's, he could only feel envy. Alright, stop wasting time here. Do you have any news about the matter I asked you to help with? Han Li didn't want to continue on this topic and quickly asked his most pressing question. Don't worry, it's just formation magical artifacts. A friend of mine has several very powerful sets, I'll take you there now. Liu Yun's pressed his storage pouch, just about to release something. Oh, right, did you bring the 1000-year spiritual plant I asked you to prepare? My friend is waiting for it to save his life. Han Li took out an ordinary wooden box from his storage pouch and shook it in front of him. Good that you brought it. A yellow light shot out from Liu Yun's storage pouch, gradually taking shape in mid-air. It was a mecha quite similar to the deceased Victory Swallow Unit Number 1, only its length was twice that of Unit Number 1, almost 10 zhong, and its body was wider and thicker, with distinct edges and corners, exuding a strong sense of oppression and power. If Unit Number 1 was a yellow divine eagle soaring in the sky, then this mecha was a golden giant sword cutting across the long sky. Behold, Victory Swallow Number 2 machine. Liu Yun's eyes gleamed, a look of triumph on his face. He couldn't help but be proud. This Unit Number 2 almost completely suppressed Unit Number 1 in all aspects of performance. Liu Yun's even added several transformation forms, making it more versatile and far more practical than its predecessor. In terms of pure strength, Liu Yun's was confident that he could pilot Unit Number 2 to directly confront a Foundation establishment peak cultivator. Han Li's mouth twitched as he watched, clearly recalling some unbearable past events. Old Han, do you want to? No. Han Li sat in the back row without hesitation, you drive it yourself. Liu Yun's pouted and sat in the driver's seat. Oh, right, I brought the things you asked for. Liu Yun's threw 2 jade slips into Han Li's arms without looking back. One is called Huayuan pill, and the other is called Qi refining powder. Both pill formulas are the ancient Foundation establishment stage pill formulas you wanted, and their effects are quite strong. Liu Yun's was practically a living example. One batch of Huayuan pills, essence transformation pills, had pushed him to his current cultivation of peak early Foundation establishment stage, just a hair's breadth from the Foundation establishment middle stage. It could be said that it saved Liu Yun's at least a dozen years of hard work. Han Li took the pill formulas, examined them with his divine sense, and then put them away with satisfaction. As we agreed before, once I refine the medicinal pills, I'll give you a portion to offset the value of these pill formulas. Han Li himself was quite satisfied with this arrangement. With Liu Yun's at the forefront collecting pill formulas for him, he wouldn't have to worry about exposing himself and attracting suspicion, allowing him to safely hide in his immortal cave to perform alchemy and cultivate. This was ideal for him. Liu Yun's gave a thumbs up without looking back, then activated Victory Swallow Number 2 machine, transforming into an astonishingly fast yellow escape lights. Oh, right, what did you tell your master? Han Li asked curiously. Given the rarity of ancient pill formulas, even if Liu Yun's was Kaiang Wuji's direct disciple, it would be impossible for him to simply copy them and give them to an outsider. What else could I say? I told him the truth. Liu Yun shrugged, saying nonchalantly. What? Han Li excitedly grabbed Liu Yun's shoulder, almost popping his eyeballs out. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes. I told my master that I have a friend from Yellow Maple Valley who is an alchemy prodigy, rarely seen in a century, so I wanted to give him 2 pill formulas to try. Senior Kaiang just agreed to that. Han Li's expression was a bit grim. Alchemy Great Master, once that title was out, it would bring endless trouble. Of course not. I guaranteed him that I would provide the materials myself, and that after getting the 2 pill formulas, at least one batch could be refined. If not, I would go into seclusion for life and death cultivation and not emerge until I reached the late Foundation establishment stage. At this point, Liu Yun's expression changed, suddenly remembering something. Oh, right. Tell me which materials on those 2 pill formulas you don't have, and I'll see if I can gather them from my side. We need to at least gather the materials for 1 pill formula and refine a batch within 2 months, otherwise. Liu Yun shivered, you won't see me for at least 20 years. Han Li looked at the 2 pill formulas in his hand, his expression exceptionally strange. You really have a lot of faith in me. Liu Yun snorted, not responding. Are you kidding? Even if you are not the protagonist, you're still a cheat. If I can't even produce a single batch of medicinal pills, then I... Calm down. Don't set a flag. Liu Yun shivered, quickly halting his thoughts. Han Li put away the pill formulas, looking out the window with a grim expression. Seeing this, Liu Yun sighed helplessly and said, Don't worry, I told my master. My friend has a strange personality, isn't good at socializing, has severe social anxiety, and is a prime example of someone with autism. Are you using this as an excuse to insult me? In short. Liu Yun's didn't respond to Han Li, my master is secretly happy, he won't spread this matter. Han Li breathed a slight sigh of relief. If only Kaiang Wuji knew, then this matter would be relatively easy to handle. Unit number 2 trembled slightly and stopped in mid-air. We're here. Han Li was stunned, so fast? Chapter 35, Inverting 5 Elements Formation. The Tianxing sex market was very unique, centered around a giant pavilion 20 to 30 zhang tall, with other buildings only a tenth of its height distributed around it. The entire market was arranged in a radial, circular pattern. As soon as Han Li entered, he saw the 3 large silver characters Stardust Pavilion on the central pavilion from afar, clearly a shop belonging to the Tianxing sect itself. Liu Yun's did not take Han Li to look around there, but instead led him in a winding path around the outer perimeter of the market. Han Li curiously looked around. He noticed that there didn't seem to be too many cultivators in this market, only about 20 or 30 people, which was significantly more desolate than the Yellow Maple Valley's market. In contrast, the many shops in the market were thriving, with specialized shops selling magical artifacts, talismans, medicinal pills, and even Yao beasts. He wondered how such a sparse number of people could support so many shops. Han Li's gaze lingered on the magical artifact shop and the spirit beast shop for a while, appearing somewhat moved. Want to go in and take a look? Liu Yun's asked with a smile. Han Li hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Pointing to the magical artifact shop that claimed to be able to refine everything from low-grade magical artifacts to top-grade magical artifacts, he said, the owner of this shop speaks with such arrogance. I wonder if he truly has the ability. Liu Yun's followed his gaze and said, that's old man Su's shop. His artifact refining skills are quite good, and he has refined several famous magical artifacts before. But if you want to custom make a magical artifact, there's no need to find him. Liu Yun's grinned, confidently saying, I can do artifact refining too. Han Li looked at him with an extremely distrustful gaze. He wasn't questioning Liu Yun's ability, but rather his work ethic. This person was usually fine, but once he got carried away, no one could stop him. Han Li was genuinely afraid that if he handed over a pile of advanced materials, he would get a giant robot the next day, the kind that could transform. Although he wouldn't mind having one, as the client, it was better for a vendor like Liu Yun's, who completely disregarded requirements, to stay far away. What do you mean by that look? Liu Yun's was bewildered by his gaze. Nothing, I won't trouble young Master Liu with such a small matter. Han Li waved his hand and looked at the spirit beast shop not far away. Liu Yun's pouted, clearly dissatisfied with Han Li's perfunctory attitude. Don't bother looking. The spirit beasts sold in these shops are at most first-tier advanced green light pythons or crimson fire wolves, common spirit beasts like that. Even if you buy them, they won't be of much use. If you really want a spirit beast, I suggest you go to the market on Spirit Beast Mountain, their variety of spirit beasts is very comprehensive. Han Li nodded noncommittally. Liu Yun's then led Han Li on another large circuit before finally stopping in front of an ordinary-looking magical artifact shop. Entering the main hall at the front of the shop, a dark-faced middle-aged man quickly came forward to greet them. Immortal Master Liu, my young master has been waiting for a long time. Liu Yun's nodded, lead the way quickly. He's probably going crazy by now. Han Li followed behind the two, curiously observing the man. There was no spiritual chi fluctuation from him, he was merely immortal. The three passed through the main hall and entered the backyard. The middle-aged man walked in front. Although it was a wide and straight path, he walked as if on a rugged and difficult trail, turning left and right from time to time, and occasionally retreating a few steps. Liu Yun's followed him without any objection. Han Li secretly guessed that there must be some hidden restriction protecting this place, and they could only enter in such a troublesome way. After much effort, they finally passed through the main path and entered a beautiful courtyard. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled somewhat ingratiatingly at the two. Two immortal masters, my young master is right here. Liu Yun's nodded and said to him, you go about your business. We'll call you if we need anything. The middle-aged man hastily assented and discreetly left the courtyard. Qi Yungxiao, I've brought someone. Liu Yun's pushed open the door of a side room in the courtyard. Qi Yungxiao was inside, pacing back and forth restlessly. Seeing Liu Yun's bring Han Li into the room, an uncontrollable look of surprise and joy immediately appeared on his face. Young Master Liu, is there really news of a millennium spiritual plant? Qi Yungxiao asked anxiously, momentarily overlooking Han Li behind him. However, Han Li didn't mind. He was curiously examining the furnishings in the room, as well as the magical artifacts and formation plates and formation flags displayed on the bookshelf. Liu Yun's pressed Qi Yungxiao's shoulder to calm him down, then slightly shifted his body to let Han Li step forward. This person's surname is Han, and he is a good friend of mine. He is the owner of that millennium spiritual plant. Only then did Qi Yungxiao notice Han Li, who had been silent all this time. He was a bit flustered and apologized repeatedly. Han Li smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't take the matter to heart. Young Master Qi, I am Han Li. I heard from young Master Liu that you are in urgent need of a millennium spiritual plant. Coincidentally, I also need a powerful set of formation magical artifacts recently, so I asked young Master Liu to introduce us. Qi Yungxiao nervously rubbed his hands, Senior Han, rest assured. As long as Senior is willing to part with it, all these formation flags and formation plates are yours to choose from. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Yungxiao took out his storage pouch and gently shook it. Several sets of formation magical artifacts, exuding spiritual qi, flew onto the tabletop, flashing with dazzling spiritual light. Han Li unhurriedly picked up a few sets of magic arrays and slowly examined them. Qi Yungxiao was so anxious that he was at a loss, frantically winking at Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's returned a helpless expression, then shifted his attention to the landscape painting nearby, as if he had suddenly developed a strong interest in the green bamboo in the painting. Seeing that the time was about right, Han Li put down the formation magical artifacts and shook his head with some disappointment. Young Master Qi, these formation magical artifacts of yours are all very good, but unfortunately, they still fall short of my requirements. Moreover, in terms of value alone, your magic arrays and magical artifacts cannot compare to a millennium spiritual plant. Qi Yungxiao's face flushed red, and he quickly said, Senior is right, my formation magical artifacts indeed cannot compare to a millennium spiritual plant. However, if you could give me some time, I will definitely be able to refine a powerful enough set of formation magical artifacts. Without waiting for Han Li's reply, he hastily picked up a set of formation magical artifacts from the table. Senior, please see, this formation is the famous inverting 5 elements formation. Inverting 5 elements formation. Han Li was startled. Han Li had, of course, heard of the famous minor restriction formation. Aside from its small coverage area and lack of offensive capabilities, its ability to conceal and disguise a school's gate, and to confuse and trap enemies, was in no way inferior to the protective grand formations of those large schools. If it truly was this formation, then exchanging a millennium spiritual plant for it would naturally be more than enough. However, the spiritual chi of this formation did not seem as astonishing as rumored. This is indeed the formation magical artifact for the inverting 5 elements formation, but it is not yet fully successful and can only exert 1/10 of the formation's power. Qi Yungxiao's anxious voice trembled slightly. If Senior is willing to entrust this spiritual plant to me, I can guarantee that within a few years, I will definitely increase the power of this set of formation tools by several times, at least reaching half of its intended power. Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression instantly changed. To be honest, in his heart, obtaining the unimproved version of the inverting 5 elements formation in exchange for this millennium spiritual plant was already enough, at least for him, it was not a loss at all. And now, this person also guaranteed that he could further increase the power of this formation by several times, which made Han Li's heart stir. Looking up at Liu Yun's, Han Li immediately said, "All right, since young Master Qi has such sincerity, I cannot be a harsh person. This spiritual plant will be given to young Master Qi." Han Li flipped his hand and handed over the wooden box containing the millennium spiritual plant. "Thank you, senior, for making this possible." Qi Yongxiao was overjoyed. He took the wooden box, opened it slightly for a glance, and then quickly closed it again. Han Li put away the set of inverting 5 elements formation, greeted Liu Yun's, and left the shop with him. "Young Master Liu, why is that Qi Yongxiao so eager for that millennium spiritual plant?" Walking down the market street, Han Li curiously asked Liu Yun's. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's shook his head, a smile that was hard to describe hanging at the corner of his mouth. What is love in this world? Chapter 36, Red Gauze Heaven Furnace. Han Li's initial thought was to return to his immortal cave as soon as possible to set up the formation magical artifacts after purchasing them. However, Liu Yun's mysteriously led him to a solitary, dilapidated hut. The hut's door was tightly shut, devoid of any markings, and appeared very inconspicuous. "Take this." Liu Yun's tossed Han Li a hooded black robe, then took out an identical one and put it on himself. Han Li lightly pinched the black robe with his fingertips, discovering that its material was quite peculiar, unlike ordinary cloth or animal hide, it resembled some strange metal. It even carried traces of spiritual qi, making it a high-grade magical artifact. He extended his divine sense towards it, and the black robe immediately emitted a faint black light, unceremoniously repelling his divine sense. Han Li's eyes lit up, this was a good item. "Stop looking and put it on quickly." Liu Yun's was completely covered by the black robe, and he had even reined in all his spiritual qi. Han Li also put on the black robe and looked at him in confusion. "Why did you bring me here? And why do I have to wear this kind of clothing? Is it for something illicit? The most illicit things I've ever done in my life have all involved you." Liu Yun's rolled his eyes and said irritably, "I brought you here to broaden your horizons and buy a small item. Don't casually insult my character." Han Li scoffed at this, about to retort, when he saw Liu Yun suddenly step forward and tap the wooden door rhythmically. The door opened, and a woman of about 30 years old emerged. She had an ordinary appearance and her cultivation technique was only at the 6th or 7th layer of the qi refinement stage, making her seem unremarkable. Yet, for some unknown reason, she showed no hint of fear or reverence towards Liu Yun's and Han Li, 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators, instead smiling charmingly at them. "May I ask what brings the 2 seniors to our humble shop?" Liu Yun stepped forward slightly, his spiritual qi flashing and disappearing instantly. The woman's expression changed, and her smile instantly blossomed. "So it was senior. Please, come in quickly." The woman promptly led them into the small hut, where various low-quality materials for alchemy and artifact refining were haphazardly displayed, seemingly just an ordinary shop catering to low-level cultivators. Liu Yun's ignored this, following the woman directly to a corner of the hut. A yellow light flashed from the woman's hand, and a large hole opened in the ground. The woman then stood with her hands clasped, smiling as she watched them from beside the hole. Liu Yun's became unexpectedly taciturn after arriving here. Without even greeting the woman, he simply descended the steps first. Han Li quickly followed, his gaze strangely sweeping over Liu Yun's. How was this man acting as if he were in his own home in Yuanmu Kingdom? The tunnel was only about 10 zhang long, and after a few steps, they saw a small stone door. Standing on either side of the door were 2 men in black, each wearing a ghastly mask. Han Li's gaze sharpened, 1 early foundation establishment stage, 1 foundation establishment mid-stage. What was the origin of this secret shop? It could even employ foundation establishment stage cultivators as doormen. Liu Yun said nothing, maintaining the demeanor of a master by looking straight ahead. He pushed the stone door open directly. The 2 guards didn't move an inch, either recognizing Liu Yun's or being overly confident in the security of the place. Upon entering the stone door, a resplendent oval-shaped hall greeted their eyes. Red carpets covered the floor, white jade adorned the walls, and enormous palace lanterns hung from the ceiling, illuminating the entire hall brightly, resembling the opulence of the mortal world. Han Li's eye twitched. From Tainan Valley to Yellow Maple Valley, and from Yellow Maple Valley to this underground secret shop, he had finally understood. What purity and detachment, what single-minded devotion to the Dao. These cultivators clearly yearned for worldly wealth, yet they insisted on putting on airs, feigning indifference and superiority. He wondered why. Inside the hall, which was several tens of zhang in diameter, there were 7 or 8 rows of wooden chairs, occupied by dozens of cultivators dressed in various styles. Facing them were an empty table and 3 sandalwood chairs behind it. Seeing them open the stone door, most of the cultivators turned to look. Han Li instantly tensed up, more than half of the people here were foundation establishment cultivators. Liu Yun's, however, seemed completely unfazed by these people. He maintained a cold, unapproachable demeanor, looking straight ahead from beginning to end, and led Han Li to 2 adjacent empty chairs. Han Li noticed that most of the cultivators present had concealed their true appearances using masks, cloaks, and other methods. However, only a rare few, like the 2 of them, directly used magical artifacts to block divine sense. It seemed that others either couldn't find such magical artifacts or believed that there wouldn't be anyone with overly strong divine sense in this secret shop, allowing them to use divine sense to probe without being detected. Approximately 2 or 3 hours passed, and the chairs in the hall were almost all filled. Yet, everyone remained silent, creating an exceptionally quiet atmosphere. Seeing this, Han Li found it inappropriate to speak aloud. He merely moved his lips slightly, transmitting his voice to Liu Yun's beside him. What exactly is going on here? Liu Yun's expression remained unchanged, his body, hidden by the black robe, making no movements from head to toe, appearing unfathomable. As you can see, it's a secret shop, specifically for dealing with illicit goods from the surrounding kingdoms. Liu Yun's voice echoed in Han Li's ear. A few years ago, when I was collecting materials for the Victory Swallow, Qi Yongxiao recommended this place to me a few times. Because this secret shop has a decent reputation, I became a VIP here. Essentially, I get special treatment. If they have any particularly rare or precious items for sale, they specifically contact me. Han Li finally understood, lowering his head in silence. Not long after, the wooden door behind the table finally opened, and 3 individuals emerged consecutively. These 3 were dressed identically to the 2 men in black guarding the stone door outside, even wearing the same style of ghastly masks. They now stood side by side behind the long table, and the one on the right spoke first in a low, hoarse voice. Welcome, fellow deists of the Immortal Realm, to our shop's trade fair. This time, we have both old customers and newcomers attending for the first time. But that doesn't matter, our shop treats everyone equally. No sooner had the person on the right finished speaking than the person on the left immediately followed, saying. The rules of this transaction remain unchanged. Our shop will announce a base price in spirit stones, and everyone will then bid with spirit stones. For those with insufficient spirit stones, other items of equal value may be used as collateral. The specific value will be jointly assessed by the 3 of us. In short, the highest bidder wins the item. This person's voice was the exact opposite of the one on the right, sharp and thin, making it extremely uncomfortable to listen to, likely using a falsetto. Finally, after our shop's items have been auctioned, it will be time for everyone's free trade. If you have any items you wish to exchange or sell, you may come forward to display and trade them independently. We will not interfere in the slightest, we merely provide the venue. Well, that's all for now. Let the auction begin. The person in the middle spoke, his voice deep and resonant, echoing throughout the hall. As he spoke, the 3 of them moved aside, vacating the positions behind the table, and then sat down on the 3 sandalwood chairs. Simultaneously, a tall, thin middle-aged man with a shrewd expression emerged from behind the wooden door. This man came to the table, cleared his throat a few times, and then began to speak. This auction will be presided over by me. First up for auction is a top-grade magical artifact, the Fiery Cloud Sword. This magical artifact was crafted by a great master over several years, primarily using top-tier artifact refining materials such as red sunstone and bright fire essence, supplemented with precious materials like blazing firestone, spiritual yang seed, and 100-year purple jade. It comes with the Fiery Cloud spell, which, once cast, unleashes blazing fire clouds extending for several li, capable of easily refining opponents into ashes. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, gently stroking the Fiery Cloud Sword. The sword immediately emitted a scorching heat, making everyone feel parched and secretly alarmed. The starting bid is 200 spirit stones. Fellow deists, you may begin bidding. No sooner had he finished speaking than 3 or 4 cultivators quickly placed bids. Soon, this magical artifact was raised to the high price of over 300 spirit stones. Liu Yun's and Han Li secretly clicked their tongues, neither having any intention of participating in the bidding. This Fiery Cloud Sword was indeed good among top-grade magical artifacts, but only just good. Ultimately, it was merely a rather common offensive magical artifact, and 300 spirit stones was already its absolute maximum value. At the current price, it had already far exceeded its inherent worth. Neither of them lacked top-grade magical artifacts, so naturally, they wouldn't jump out to be the sucker. Of course, not everyone had the same confidence as the 2 of them. Top-grade magical artifacts were still quite scarce for ordinary cultivators. After a round of bidding, a cultivator wearing a baby-faced mask purchased the magical artifact for just over 400 spirit stones. After the tall, thin man watched the cultivator receive the magical artifact, he cleared his throat and said again. The second item our shop will be auctioning is an artifact refiner's favorite, a top-grade red gauze heaven furnace. This furnace has been passed down through the hands of many artifact refining masters and has refined many exquisite items among top-grade magical artifacts. For example, the illusionary sound sword, azure dragon flag, black flame pearl, and so on. It is said to have a certain enhancement effect on the refining of magical artifacts. However, whether this is true or false, our shop does not know. As the man spoke, he pulled out a fiery red cauldron from his storage pouch and placed it on the table for everyone to examine closely. Liu Yun's instantly straightened his back, startling Han Li. It's here. Liu Yun's looked at the red gauze heaven furnace with immense fervor. The red gauze heaven furnace has a starting price of 400 spirit stones. The auction begins now. Chapter 37, Puppet Beasts. At this moment, although no one in the hall was speaking loudly, the atmosphere immediately heated up. Many people stared intently at the pill furnace with fiery gazes, clearly, like Liu Yun's, having taken a liking to this item. Han Li was startled by the suddenly agitated Liu Yun's, understanding that this was Liu Yun's purpose for coming here. However, he knew nothing about artifact refining and couldn't understand why Liu Yun's was so excited. It was just a top-tier artifact refining furnace, with his status, couldn't he acquire a similar one? It was fortunate that Liu Yun's didn't know what Han Li was thinking, otherwise he might have instantly transformed into an ancestral and to unleash a relentless, mother-cursing tirade at Han Li. In the cultivation world, auxiliary magical artifacts for miscellaneous skills like talisman-making brushes, artifact refining furnaces, and pill furnaces were already extremely rare, and advanced magical artifacts were even harder to find. Even if such magical artifacts were only high-grade magical artifacts, they were enough to be enshrined as a treasure by some mid to high-tier shops. Once sold, their price alone would be no less than that of top-tier magical artifacts, and in terms of rarity, they might even surpass them. The Red Gauze Heaven Furnace was a top-tier artifact refining furnace, and a premium one among top-tier items. The Yunyu sect only had 2 similar magical artifacts, which they cherished dearly, and only the 2 most top-tier artifact refining masters within the sect were qualified to use them. Once the furnace was opened, it was either used to refine exquisite top-tier magical artifacts or to purify some difficult-to-process magic treasure raw materials. In the eyes of an artifact refiner, the value of this Red Gauze Heaven Furnace was not much less than some magic treasures. 450. 470. I offer 500 spirit stones. Liu Yun's was not the only one who recognized its value. This Red Gauze Heaven Furnace was soon bid up to an exorbitant price. 800 spirit stones. A female cultivator called out unhurriedly, and the surrounding cultivators instantly fell silent. Liu Yun's clenched his fists in urgency. It seemed he wasn't the only one who had received the news. Several others had also come for this Red Gauze Heaven Furnace, possibly even family cultivators who wanted to buy this item as a family heirloom. 850. A corpulent cultivator gritted his teeth and called out, glaring fiercely at the female cultivator. 900 spirit stones. The female cultivator calmly called out an absurdly high price, ignoring the corpulent cultivator's implicit threats, appearing full of confidence. Liu Yun saw the corpulent cultivator's eyes flash with ferocity, but he no longer showed any intention of bidding. He knew it was his turn to make an offer. 1,000 spirit stones. Liu Yun's calm voice seemed to stir up a huge wave in the hall. The other cultivators were already numb from the series of high prices, but this did not affect their continued enjoyment of the spectacle. The female cultivator glanced at Liu Yun's and said in a deep voice, 1,100 spirit stones. 1,500. Liu Yun's didn't hesitate at all, directly shouting out a terrifying price. The female cultivator fell silent, her expression under the veil fluctuating between various emotions, occasionally showing signs of struggle. 1,500 spirit stones, once. 1,500 spirit stones, twice. Are there any other fellow deists who wish to bid? This Red Gauze Heaven Furnace is a true treasure. If you miss it, who knows what year it will be before another top-tier artifact refining furnace appears. The middle-aged man exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. The female cultivator was still struggling, her silver teeth grinding audibly. Finally, she lowered her head helplessly, though a fierce glint flickered in her eyes. 1,500 spirit stones, third time. Sold. Liu Yun's let out a huge sigh of relief, his back already drenched in cold sweat. He truly had no more money left. If that female cultivator had managed to bid another 100 spirit stones, he would have had no choice but to slink home, pretending the whole thing never happened. Congratulations, fellow deist. The middle-aged man, his face beaming, slightly cupped his hands towards Liu Yun's. Liu Yun stepped forward, patted his storage pouch, and placed 8 magical artifacts down. Fellow deist, I will use these magical artifacts to pay for the spirit stones. Oh. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in surprise, and he looked back at the 3 people behind him. The 3 of them discussed amongst themselves for a few moments, and finally, the middle-aged man handed the 8 magical artifacts to them. The 3 thoroughly inspected the 8 magical artifacts several times. After whispering and discussing for a quarter of an hour, they finally reached an agreement. 8 top-tier magical artifacts, valued at 1,500 spirit stones. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall was astonished. In the cultivation world of Yu country, even foundation establishment stage cultivators might not each possess a top-tier magical artifact. Yet, this person could produce 8 top-tier magical artifacts at once, even if they were all ordinary offensive magical artifacts. It was still incredibly shocking. Liu Yun's also breathed a sigh of relief. These 8 magical artifacts were all made from the scraps left over from manufacturing the Victory Swallow No. 2 machine over the past few years. Not only were their functions singular, but their power was only average among top-tier magical artifacts. Fortunately, there was a large quantity, and no matter what, they had been exchanged for this Red Gauze Heaven Furnace. Although he knew the price of those magical artifacts had been significantly suppressed by them, this was how secret shops operated, so Liu Yun's had nothing to complain about. Taking the Red Gauze Heaven Furnace, Liu Yun's contentedly sat back down beside Han Li. Meanwhile, Han Li was now caught in a dilemma. Han Li could naturally guess that these 8 top-tier magical artifacts were all refined by Liu Yun's himself, which made Han Li look at Liu Yun's artifact refining skills with new admiration. He couldn't help but start to struggle internally. Should he ask Liu Yun's to help him refine magical artifacts? This person's skill was superb, and his character was trustworthy. Most importantly, having him refine magical artifacts would save him a large sum of spirit stones. At most, it would just mean giving him a larger share of medicinal pills after they were refined. For Han Li, this was no problem at all. While Han Li was still deliberating. Inside the hall, the enthusiasm of the many cultivators, stimulated by the previous series of high prices, soared to an unprecedented level. The originally quiet atmosphere in the hall became exceptionally heated, and one after another, top-tier magical artifacts and rare materials were eagerly snapped up by the cultivators. In a blink of an eye, more than 20 items were bought, and the auction was nearing its end. High-grade magical artifacts, a pair of puppet mechanical beasts. Their strength is comparable to cultivators at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. Moreover, they are absolutely loyal and fearless in death. If you buy them, it's like carrying 2 personal bodyguards with you. The base price is only 100 spirit stones. The middle-aged man shouted loudly. Han Li frowned. Why would magical artifacts of this caliber be brought out near the end of the auction? Suddenly, Liu Yun's perked up. Han Li was startled by him again, wondering what was wrong with this person. Why was he always so jumpy? Liu Yun's completely ignored Han Li's feelings, his eyes were fixed only on those 2 dark puppet beasts. Neither lion nor tiger, appearing like gold and wood, with eyes like lightning and mouths like a basin of blood. Their fangs were sharp, and their claws formidable. Placed there, they looked incredibly imposing. Liu Yun's almost drooled. Many guests may not have heard of, or have rarely heard of, the Daoist magic of puppet mechanism arts. This is a Daoist magic that originated from artifact refining but is completely different from magical artifacts. Although few people here know of it, it is extremely prosperous and popular in the far west, where there is even a sect called the Thousand Bamboo Sect, which was founded specifically on this, having developed this Daoist magic to its utmost. It is said that top-tier puppet mechanism people can even contend with late foundation establishment stage cultivators. Furthermore, rating this pair of mechanical beasts as high-grade magical artifacts is merely our shop's private assessment. According to the official classification of mechanism arts, they should be called level 2 puppet beasts. Seeing that no one was bidding, the man hurriedly recited the information he had prepared beforehand, hoping to pique the cultivator's interest. He succeeded. Liu Yun's was so excited he almost jumped up. I offer 100 spirit stones. Seeing no one else bidding, Liu Yun's shouted without hesitation. This fellow Daoist offers 100 spirit stones. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and was about to bring down the hammer when he suddenly heard another voice from a corner. 200 spirit stones. Chapter 38, Essence of 5 Metals. Everyone looked over, and the one who made the bid was the female cultivator who had previously competed with Liu Yun's for the Red Gauze Heaven Furnace. The female cultivator glared coldly at Liu Yun's, the icy glare in her eyes chilling to the bone, carrying a shuddering malice. Everyone chuckled inwardly, thinking that the female cultivator held a grudge against the male cultivator, who was suspected to be an artifact refiner, and was deliberately trying to sabotage his plans. Liu Yun's turned back and glared furiously at the female cultivator, then shouted without hesitation, 300 spirit stones. 400 spirit stones. A hint of mockery flashed in the female cultivator's eyes as she directly added 100 spirit stones. 500 spirit stones. 550 spirit stones. 600. The female cultivator and Liu Yun's were at loggerheads, exchanging bids and driving the price of the pair of puppets sky high. Han Li rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Why hadn't this person changed his bad habit? He always got carried away when he encountered such things. 800 spirit stones. Liu Yun's eyes were bloodshot, and he was panting heavily with anger. If it were a high-grade magical artifact or a rare material, Liu Yun's wouldn't really care much, giving it to her wouldn't be a big deal. But these were mechanical puppet beasts. This design, these joints, these parts, this craftsmanship, and that legendary Tianzhu sect. He had transmigrated for over 20 years and this was the first time he had heard of such a place. This was simply a plastic model hobbyist's paradise. 800 spirit stones, the female cultivator looked at Liu Yun's and chuckled softly. Fellow Daoist is truly wealthy. Since that is the case, these 2 puppets shall be yours, fellow Daoist. Liu Yun's was overjoyed, but then his smile froze on his face. Wait, where would I get 800 spirit stones now? Liu Yun stiffly turned his neck and cast a pleading glance at Han Li. Han Li sighed helplessly, patting his storage pouch to check if he had enough spirit stones. Just then, a hoarse voice came. 850 spirit stones. Everyone was startled. Following the sound, they saw a burly man wearing a green cloak sitting in the last row of chairs with his arms crossed, oblivious to everyone's surprised gazes. 900 spirit stones. Another unfamiliar voice. The bidder was a strange man with a cloth bag over his head, coldly staring at the pair of puppets. 1,000 spirit stones. 1,100. 1,300. The 2 competed fiercely, and the atmosphere was even more intense than between Liu Yun's and the female cultivator. Seeing the price climb higher and higher, Han Li frowned deeply, feeling a sense of unease. There must be something strange about this. Liu Yun's also made a similar judgment. At this point, he had completely calmed down and was silently scrutinizing the 2 men. The cultivators in the hall also harbored some suspicions. The previous competition between Liu Yun's and the female cultivator was clearly a result of their tempers flaring, trying to win a dispute. What was going on with these 2 now? Could there be some secret hidden within that pair of puppets? Although they thought so, no one else made a bid. There was nothing they could do, the price of this pair of puppets was already absurdly high, and their financial means simply couldn't afford it. I offer 1,500 spirit stones, plus this item. The burly strange man grew anxious and pulled out a black piece of metal from his storage pouch, placing it on the table. This item is worth several thousand spirit stones. It's more than enough to exchange for this pair of puppets, quickly give them to me. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned, then said without ceremony, Your Excellency had best calm down. We will assess the value of your item, but for now, it is proper to return to your seat. Otherwise, this establishment will consider Your Excellency to be deliberately causing trouble, and we will not be polite. Upon hearing the man's threat, the burly strange man was initially furious. Then, for some unknown reason, he suddenly calmed down, snorted, and returned to his seat. As soon as Liu Yun saw the medal, he was immediately startled and quickly sent a message to Han Li beside him. Something is wrong, that's a piece of iron essence. Han Li's heart trembled slightly, he was certainly not unfamiliar with iron essence. This material is a precious magic treasure raw material that only a core formation stage cultivator can refine from a large amount of raw iron using pill fire over more than 10 years. If even 3 or 5 grams of it could be mixed into an ordinary magical artifact, its power would definitely increase greatly, and it wouldn't be impossible to even raise its grade. Similarly, there are 4 other materials, gold essence, silver essence, copper essence, and tin essence, which together with iron essence are known as the essence of 5 metals. They are highly renowned in the cultivation world and are rare, high-grade magic treasure materials. Qian Wuji's famous magic treasure, the formless needle, was refined from the essence of 5 metals. Along with his formless escape technique, it dominated the Yu Kingdom for several hundred years. Such items, for the most part, are refined into magic treasures by core formation stage cultivators to enhance their power as soon as they are made, making it almost impossible for them to circulate. Therefore, this burly strange man most likely has a core formation stage cultivator behind him, or he himself could even be a core formation stage cultivator. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li shook his head again. This possibility was too low. If he were truly a core formation stage cultivator, why would he be so threatened by the secret shop and endure it silently? This person was most likely a personal disciple of a core formation stage cultivator, just like Liu Yun's. A high-grade piece of iron essence, valued at 2,000 spirit stones. The two exchanged glances, both simultaneously considering leaving at any moment. The middle-aged man, at the signal of the 3, continued to shout, Is there anyone else who will bid above 3,500 spirit stones? If not, this pair of puppets will belong to this fellow deist. The hall was silent. Not to mention whether they could even produce that many spirit stones, even if they could, facing a foundation establishment cultivator with a core formation stage cultivator as a backer, they wouldn't have the guts to compete with him. The burly man in the cloak, as soon as he received the puppets, immediately left his seat and walked towards the stone door. But when he reached the door, he found that the stone door had been sealed shut from the outside. He pushed it hard twice, but the stone door didn't budge. What does this mean? The strange man asked sinisterly. This is our establishment's rule, no one is allowed to leave before the auction ends, one of the men in black sitting on the right said in a deep, unusually gloomy and hoarse voice, which sent chills down one's spine. Your Excellency couldn't possibly be unable to wait even this short amount of time, could he? The burly strange man was initially enraged, then suddenly remembered something and snorted coldly. Of course I can wait, do you think I'm afraid of you? After saying that, he actually swaggered back to his seat. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall was restless. Several foundation establishment cultivators exchanged glances, and the previously calm scene suddenly grew a few degrees colder. Liu Yun's glanced at everyone, a hint of mocking smile playing on his lips. Human greed knows no bounds, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Next, the middle-aged man brought out a few more items, but everyone's attention was focused on the 2 puppets from before, and for some reason, a few people even began to scrutinize Liu Yun's and Han Li, wondering what they were plotting. Under these circumstances, the subsequent items received no bids and were passed over. The middle-aged man was a bit embarrassed by this, but fortunately, the auction was drawing to a close. The truly grand finale item had arrived. A top-grade spirit medicine, a 1,000-year-old Huang Jingzi. The middle-aged man took out a jade box of emerald green and scanned the crowd in the hall. I won't say much more. The base price for this item is 500 spirit stones. Bidding starts now. Chapter 39, Ambush. After a bidding war, the Millennium Spiritual Plant fell into the hands of a foundation establishment stage cultivator who bid over 2,000 spirit stones. Almost as a matter of course, several more people turned their attention to this cultivator. However, this person was quite composed, ignoring those gazes. He likely had some trump card for survival and wasn't afraid of these ill-intentioned individuals. The auction ended, and the time that followed was for the cultivators present to engage in free trade. Liu Yun's and Han Li left the auction without hesitation. However, the foundation establishment cultivator who bought the spiritual plant and the burly whack who bought the puppet beast remained in the hall, trading with others with great interest. Upon seeing the 2 leave, several people in the hall also stirred restlessly. The female cultivator who competed with Liu Yun's for the Red Gauze Heaven Furnace snorted coldly, her eyes flashing with a cold light as she followed them. 3 other people exchanged glances and then simultaneously rose and left the hall. After a while, the burly whack walked out of the small room above the hall, sneered a few times at the people behind him, and then swaggered towards the outskirts of the market. Next was the cultivator who bought the Millennium Spiritual Plant, who also left calmly and without looking back. 2 groups of people emerged from the small room almost simultaneously, exchanged glances, and then chased in the direction the 2 had left. On the market street, Liu Yun's expression darkened as he sensed someone behind him. Someone followed us? Han Li asked. His divine sense was far inferior to Liu Yun's at the moment, and the 4 people were very cautious, so Han Li couldn't detect them for a while. 4 people, 2 middle stage, 2 early stage. One of them is that female cultivator, probably after the red gauze heaven furnace. Liu Yun sighed helplessly, every time I buy something in a place like this, I have to deal with a few people. By now, I've gained experience doing it. Then you really have it tough, Han Li said with a wry smile. At this moment, Han Li also felt a bit eager to try. He had never fought against a foundation establishment stage cultivator before and didn't know where he stood among foundation establishment stage cultivators. Now that Liu Yun's was by his side, his safety was guaranteed. Since that was the case, why not use these few people to practice? Thinking of this, Han Li smiled slightly and said to Liu Yun's beside him, leave one early foundation establishment stage for me. Liu Yun's gave him a look of disdain. He was a protagonist, after all. Couldn't he show a little more ambition? The two walked leisurely, occasionally entering roadside shops to slowly pick out some materials, appearing carefree. After a while, the two seemed to suddenly realize that 2 grown men shopping like this was too damn gay. So they quickly picked up their pace and swiftly left the Tianxing sect market area. The 4 people trailing behind them were almost shaken off by this acceleration. Fortunately, all 4 were foundation establishment cultivators with powerful divine sense, so it didn't take them long to find the 2 again. Liu Yun's and Han Li had already left the Tianxing sect market's territory, each stepping on a flying sword, leisurely flying through the sky. The female cultivator, who was closer behind the 2, saw this obviously suspicious scene, and her expression immediately became uncertain. However, the 3 further back, relying on their numbers, unhesitatingly urged their flying magical artifacts, directly surpassing the female cultivator and chasing after the 2. 2 middle stage, 1 early stage. The early stage one is yours, Liu Yun said to Han Li, a leisurely smile still on his face. He had dealt with this kind of thing too many times and was already numb to it. Han Li nodded with a calm expression. Turning around, 6 golden cicada blades shot out. Liu Yun's also patted his storage pouch, a dazzling golden light flashed, and the massive body of Victory Swallow number 2 appeared in the air. Although Han Li's attack was fierce and swift, these 3 had very seasoned combat experience. Almost without thinking, they simultaneously raised their hands, and 3 shields shot out, blocking the golden cicada blades. Although these 3 shields were only high-grade magical artifacts, driven simultaneously by 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators, Han Li's golden cicada blades were unable to succeed for a time. Just then, a violent spiritual chi fluctuation came from behind Han Li. Han Li smiled slightly, and a huge golden beam of light whistled over his head, instantly striking the 3 shields. The shields emitted a harsh buzzing sound, and their spiritual light instantly dimmed. The 3 cultivators, seeing that the situation was not good, instantly scattered. The next second, the golden beam of light directly pierced through the 3 shields and shot several hundred zhang further before gradually dissipating. Victory Swallow number 2 retracted the cannon barrel that had appeared on its deck. Its body flashed with golden light, and it appeared before one of the cultivators like a chasing wind and lightning. Its nearly 10 zhang long massive body, like a towering giant sword, mercilessly crashed into that cultivator. How could that cultivator dare to meet it head-on? A green light flashed around his body, and a pair of transparent green wings appeared out of thin air behind him. With a flap of its wings, the cultivator transformed into a green light and fled. Its speed was surprisingly not much slower than Victory Swallow. Liu Yun's laughed wildly inside the cockpit, pressing a red button with an incredibly exaggerated motion. 4 fierce flames suddenly erupted from the rear of the Victory Swallow, instantly increasing its escape light speed by nearly half. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the cultivator. The cultivator only had time to let out a scream before being smashed into a puddle of blood mist. The early foundation establishment stage cultivator, who was entangled with Han Li, heard the scream and subconsciously turned his head to look. Han Li's eyes flashed with fierce light, and a white light shot out from his hand, easily bypassing the person's magical artifact and piercing his heart. This cultivator looked at Han Li in disbelief, a faint layer of protective spiritual light on his body flickered twice, and then he fell to the ground. The white light returned, transforming into a small white wooden shuttle that revolved ceaselessly in Han Li's hand. One got away, what do we do? Han Li couldn't help but frown, looking at the escape lights that had already fled over 100 zhang away. This person was decisive, seeing that things were not going well, he abandoned his 2 companions and fled directly. Don't worry, he won't escape. The cannon muzzle on Victory Swallow number 2 rose again, dazzling golden light gathered in the muzzle, finally transforming into a huge beam of light, about a zhang in diameter, that flashed and disappeared in the air. The person 100 zhang away was instantly reduced to ashes. The protective magical artifact circling his body didn't play any role at all. Not far away, the female cultivator saw all of this. Her face turned pale with shock, and she raised her hand to release a spiritual boat and fled. Should we chase? Han Li asked. Why chase her? It's a waste of time, Liu Yun said with a dismissive curl of his lips. The 2 took the storage pouches, boarded Victory Swallow, and once again transformed into a golden light, breaking through the air. Just then, several beams of light suddenly rose in the distance, their aura astonishing, shooting straight into the sky. Liu Yun's was stunned by the sight and drove Victory Swallow to approach that area. Relying on his powerful divine sense, Liu Yun's planned to first observe the situation from a distance. As soon as his divine sense probed, Liu Yun's expression immediately changed drastically, and he shouted. Holy crap! Han Li's ears were ringing, and he couldn't help but glare at him fiercely. This person had no manners. Old Han. Liu Yun swallowed, piloting victory swallow upwards. From high in the sky, Han Li finally saw the situation on the ground. This sight made Han Li's mouth drop open in astonishment, his jaw nearly dislocating. There were people having a group fight on the ground. 4 or 5 Foundation establishment stage cultivators were gathered together, completely suppressed by the other side, unable to even retaliate effectively. And their opponents, one by one, were filled with death chi, all of them mechanical beasts like puppet tigers and leopards. Among them were also some puppet people, similar to the puppet archer in Han Li's hand. There were hundreds of these puppets, completely surrounding the few people. They were spewing out huge beams of light as thick as bowls, while the puppet people held bows and arrows, shooting out a continuous stream of 5-colored light arrows, as if unending. There were also some melee puppet people, clad in heavy armor and wielding weapons, making the protective shield jointly supported by the few Foundation establishment cultivators precarious. The cultivators gritted their teeth and counterattacked, driving powerful magical artifacts to fly out in the gaps between the opponent's attacks, each time destroying several puppets. However, no matter how many puppets they destroyed, new puppets would emerge from the forest on one side to replenish their numbers, keeping the size of the encirclement constant. The few Foundation establishment cultivators became more and more desperate as they fought, until one of them suddenly added several layers of protective spells to his body and wielded a banner-shaped defensive magical artifact, directly leaving the main shield and flying outwards. At this, the shield supported by the group became even more fragile. The remaining few cursed loudly, but before they could display much of the excellent linguistic culture of the cultivation world, they saw a giant beam of light shoot out from the forest, instantly striking the person who had flown away. The original timeline of this chapter was a bit illogical, so I made some minor adjustments myself. Chapter 40, Escape. Hiss. Inside the victory swallow, 2 people simultaneously gasped, causing the temperature in the cockpit to rise considerably. Han Li looked at Liu Yun's with a solemn expression. How does that beam of light compare to the light cannon on your victory swallow? Liu Yun's pondered for a moment, then gave Han Li an incredibly shocking answer. It's hard to say which is stronger. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Han Li's brow. The light cannon on the victory swallow was already Liu Yun's most powerful offensive method, and the power of that beam of light was not inferior to it at all. Could it be that the person on the ground controlling the puppets was able to rival Liu Yun's, or even surpass him? After all, without the victory swallow, Han Li didn't believe Liu Yun's could deal with so many puppets. On the ground, those Foundation establishment cultivators were clearly even more shocked. After all, they were the unlucky ones who had to face that terrifying beam of light at any moment. Although the Foundation establishment cultivators were still unleashing various magical artifacts at this time, their offensive clearly slowed, and they simultaneously began to think about conserving their magic power and seizing an opportunity to escape. This also made everyone curse inwardly, secretly complaining about why the others couldn't fight desperately against that person to create an opportunity for themselves to escape. An older cultivator, with a frosty face, suddenly shouted towards the forest. Your Excellency, do you really intend to kill us all? We are disciples of several schools in the Yuanwu Kingdom. If you kill us, it would be equivalent to offending the entire cultivation world of the Yuanwu Kingdom. Aren't you afraid of bringing about a fatal disaster? So what if I offend your Yuanwu Kingdom's cultivation world? I am not from your Yuanwu Kingdom to begin with. The worst that can happen is that once I'm done with my business, I'll directly return to the far west. Do your sect elders really intend to come back to the Tianzhu sect's main altar to demand justice from me? If that's truly the case, then I would indeed admire their courage. A stiff, dry voice came from the forest. It was precisely the burly man who had just left the secret shop. These few people clearly had the same idea as the group who had ambushed Liu Yun's and Han Li before, wanting to kill people and seize treasures to uncover the secret within that pair of puppet beasts. However, they didn't expect that walking too much at night would eventually lead them to encounter ghosts. Their momentary greed had brought a fatal disaster upon themselves. Everyone, fight him. This guy clearly intends to kill us to silence us. The older cultivator roared, taking the lead in activating his magical artifact to attack the puppet. However, although this attack was dazzling and powerful, in Liu Yun's size, it seemed somewhat flashy and impractical. Presumably, this person was still planning to incite the other few to fight desperately while he himself slipped away. Fight me? Are you even worthy? The burly man sneered and said, forget it, I've had enough fun with you all. Now, it's time for you to die. As soon as his voice fell, a giant tremor suddenly came from the forest, followed by a series of extremely heavy footsteps, approaching step by step from within the forest. Although the footsteps were very heavy, their speed was abnormally fast, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the edge of the forest. A giant puppet tiger, about 5 or 6 jong tall, slowly poked its head out. With a slight twist of its body, it shattered several thick trees and walked onto the open ground step by step. The burly man, still wearing his cloak, sat on the huge tiger's head, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. He stopped talking nonsense, reached out, and patted the tiger's head. The giant tiger puppet slowly opened its lower jaw, and points of white light gathered in its huge mouth, quickly forming a white light sphere like the sun, held in the giant tiger puppet's mouth, ready to be unleashed. The other puppets that were besieging the cultivators all stopped and retreated a few steps in unison, clearing a path. Alarm bells rang wildly in the cultivators' hearts, feeling a great sense of foreboding. They all stretched out their hands, pressing them against their protective shields, and their entire magic power surged into them without reservation. A huge beam of light shot out from the giant tiger's mouth, its dazzling brilliance almost dyeing this part of heaven and earth a pure white. The protective shield glowed brightly, like a hard reef, remaining unmoved under the impact of the white light. However, the cultivators inside the protective shield showed no joy. At this moment, their faces were pale, and almost half of their magic power had disappeared instantly, and it was still continuously pouring into the protective shield. They could only hope that such a powerful attack could not last long, so they would still have a glimmer of hope. A moment later, the beam of light dissipated. Although the protective shield was only a thin layer, as if it could break at any moment, it had, after all, blocked this terrifying blow. The cultivators, having survived the ordeal, showed a hint of a smile on their pale faces. The burly man sneered at this sight, then suddenly opened a hidden door on the tiger's forehead. He raised his hand and threw a mid-grade fire attribute spirit stone inside. In the despairing eyes of everyone, the white light that had extinguished in the giant tiger's mouth lit up once again. This scene not only made the cultivators on the ground scared out of their wits, but even Lu Yun's and Han Li in the sky were left speechless. A full power attack directly consumed a mid-grade spirit stone. This Tianzhu sex puppet technique was actually a pay-to-win style of play. No wonder it was so incredibly powerful. Lu Yun's touched the control panel of the Victory Swallow. He suddenly felt that he was truly a genius. He wasn't sure whether the Victory Swallow or the Tianzhu sex puppet technique was stronger, but it was definitely more economical than theirs. After all, what powered the Victory Swallow was not spirit stones, but his own magic power. While Lu Yun's was still proud of his design, the several Foundation establishment stage cultivators underground finally completely broke down. They scattered in all directions, fleeing separately. The burly man looked at their retreating figures, a cruel expression in his eyes. The giant tiger puppet beneath him opened its large mouth, and with two consecutive blasts, one in front and one behind, it swept down two of the individuals with huge beams of light. The other two cultivators flew far away, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. The burly man coldly watched their retreating figures, showing no intention of chasing them at all. Your Excellency, you've watched the show for so long, it's about time you made your move, isn't it? The burly man said coldly. Lu Yun's did not hesitate. He urged the Victory Swallow, which immediately transformed into a golden escape lights of incredible speed and disappeared into the sky. Only the burly man on the ground, looking bewildered, and the strange man with a cloth bag, who had appeared out of nowhere and was equally bewildered, remained. Meanwhile, the Victory Swallow, under Lu Yun's full activation, streaked across the sky like lightning, returning to Han Li's immortal cave in less than an hour. Quick, quick, quick. Hurry up and set up that inverting 5 elements formation. Lu Yun's opened the hatch and jumped out directly. Han Li rolled his eyes in exasperation. Why are you in such a hurry? What if he wasn't talking about us? You can't be sure about such things. What if it was us? Do you really want to fight that group of puppets? Lu Yun's pouted and walked straight into Han Li's immortal cave. Han Li had nothing to say. He raised his hand and took out the inverting 5 elements formation and its accompanying formation jade slip from his storage pouch. This magic array was much simpler to set up than Han Li had imagined. He only needed to insert and bury the formation flags and formation plate in the correct positions, arrange a few spirit stones into a small magic array as required, embed them in the formation core, and provide enough spiritual power for the entire grand magic array. Afterward, with simple manipulation, he could use the main formation flag remaining in his hand to activate different formation variations of the grand magic array, trapping and confusing enemies. Han Li tried it briefly, and layers of green bamboo mountains and stones materialized, covering an area of several tens of acres near the immortal cave, showing no abnormality from the outside. After the magic array was set up, Han Li walked back into the immortal cave, feeling satisfied. However, as soon as he entered the door, Han Li's heart suddenly trembled, almost stopping. Chapter 41, Fright. Lu Yun stood in a corner of the immortal cave, surrounded by small spiritual chi vortices. He stared at the secret door in front of him, his eyes filled with doubt. Old Han, it's not that I'm complaining, but I know you are usually not too particular. Still, you can't be that unparticular. Lu Yun's looked at the crude immortal cave. It was fine that there was no decoration or lighting. But the stone walls were uneven, and there wasn't even a proper hall or reception room, it was clearly just a hole gouged into the mountain wall with a magical artifact. Also, what's going on inside your secret door? I can feel the spiritual chi from here. Han Li sighed in relief, then showed a bitter smile. He was truly overly cautious. Compared to the secret of his little green bottle, what was a small spirit eye spring? Thinking of this, Han Li stepped forward and directly opened the secret door. That overly small spirit eye spring was inside, emitting astonishing spiritual chi. Lu Yun's took a slight breath, an almost visibly white spiritual chi swirled around him, like young swallows returning to their nest, eager to burrow into Lu Yun's body. A spirit-gathering physique is truly blessed by nature. Han Li watched with a pang of envy. Lu Yun's carefully observed the spirit spring, thought for a long time, and then said, "It's so small." Thankfully, Han Li didn't have a habit of eating kimchi, otherwise, with those 3 words, one of them would have died there today. For such a barren spiritual vein, it's already a miracle that it could give birth to a spirit eye spring, Han Li said with a sigh. That's true. Lu Yun's looked around disdainfully. Old Han, why don't we fix up this place of yours? It's bothering me. Then you can continue to be bothered. Han Li glared at him irritably. You just got the red gauze heaven furnace. Come with me for a moment, I need a small favor. What for? Liu Yun's looked at him warily. I have some materials here. How about you help me refine a few magical artifacts? Han Li asked with a smile. Liu Yun's narrowed his eyes, his wary gaze darting around him. You wouldn't be trying to make me work for free, would you? With an expression that said, I knew you'd say that, Han Li took out a jade slip from his storage pouch, waved it in front of him, and said, I bought some materials at the Tianxing sect market, just enough to gather the materials for qi refining powder. Once I've processed all these materials in a little over a month, I can start refining. When the medicinal pills are out, I'll give you an extra share. Deal. Liu Yun's agreed without hesitation. Qi refining powder was a genuine ancient medicinal pill, and its effects were no less potent than a Huayuan pill. He needed spirit pills to break through his bottleneck recently, and with the help of qi refining powder, he would be able to break through to foundation establishment mid-stage in just a few days. At that time, he could go to Kaiang Wuji for the medicinal pills refined from the bloodline Flood Dragon inner core. According to Kaiang Wuji, this type of medicinal pill was too potent. If one forcefully consumed it without foundation establishment mid-stage cultivation, not only would a portion of the medicinal power be lost, but they would also suffer the pain of torn meridians. Liu Yun's did a quick calculation. With the qi refining powder provided by Han Li and the medicinal pills from Kaiang Wuji, he even had confidence in breaking through to late foundation establishment stage within 10 years. In 10 years, he would only be in his early 30s. Compared to the average 200-year lifespan of a foundation establishment stage cultivator, he was excessively young. Brother Liu, what magical artifacts do you think can be refined from these materials? Since he had decided to trust Liu Yun's, Han Li didn't hesitate. He slapped his storage pouch and released a large number of Yao Beast materials obtained from the Forbidden Land. Liu Yun's eyes instantly widened. Second-grade ink Flood Dragon. Liu Yun's looked at Han Li in shock. He seemed to have missed a very important part of the plot. That's right, these ink Flood Dragon materials were obtained from that Forbidden Land. Speaking of this matter, Han Li's gaze drifted, and he couldn't help but recall a cold, beautiful face, and those several hours of madness. Seeing Han Li's flushed face, Liu Yun's instantly remembered the smell of gorse near the ink Flood Dragon's corpse. Combining that with the scenes he saw in his illusion, Liu Yun's immediately broke out in goosebumps. He subconsciously retreated several steps, his face filled with disbelief. Who would have thought? Han Li, you thick-browed, big-eyed scoundrel, actually had such heavy tastes. And Nangang Wang usually seemed so dignified, how could she be so open-minded? How did you manage that bloody scene? What did you two do to the ink Flood Dragon's corpse? Did you consider the ink Flood Dragon's feelings? Liu Yun's gasped, almost disgusted to death by the scene he had imagined. Who would have thought? He had thought the cultivation world was simple and pure, but you two actually played wilder than those perverts from his previous life. Han Li was confused by his series of reactions. How could he know that this transmigrator, deeply poisoned by internet culture, had already branded both him and Nangang Wan as perverts? Old Han, Liu Yun swallowed nervously, a horrified look on his face. After calming down slightly, he decided to give Han Li a chance. Tell me the truth, were you forced? Considering Nangang Wan's combat power crushed Han Li, Liu Yun's had reason to believe that Han Li might have been forcibly coerced by Nangang Wan into that, and it was even by the ink Flood Dragon's bloody corpse. Liu Yun shivered. That was too terrifying. Forced. Han Li looked at him in confusion, not quite understanding his meaning. It's just, Liu Yun's glanced at the ink Flood Dragon's corpse. Nangang Wan. Han Li was instantly struck by lightning. His face changed drastically as he took a step back. Brother Liu, what do you mean? Liu Yun's nodded with a solemn expression, Old Han, I understand this kind of thing might be embarrassing, but... Don't say it. Han Li's face flushed crimson, his expression extremely agitated. Brother Liu, you're mistaken. Actually, Han Li opened his mouth, his usually quick mind seemingly thrown to the winds. I have no connection with Senior Nangang. Han Li said loudly. If his face wasn't so red, it might even have been somewhat convincing. What do you mean? Do you think I'm blind? This matter is complicated, Han Li stammered, his face red, unable to form a complete sentence for a long time. Liu Yun's eyelids trembled slightly, looking at Han Li with an incredibly complex expression. If it were organized into a pie chart, it would probably be 1/3 shock, 1/4 sympathy, 1/4 disgust, and the remaining 1/6 the silent accusation against this world. Looking at your lewd little expression, are you two perhaps into the alphabet community? Are the higher UPS of Yunyu sect all this chaotic? Or is it just Nangang Wan? In this incredibly awkward atmosphere, Han Li suddenly gritted his teeth, cupped his hands, and said, Brother Liu, this matter concerns my life, and also Senior Nangang's reputation. I ask Brother Liu to keep this secret. Liu Yun's nodded calmly. He gave up thinking. Forget it, what they do behind closed doors is none of his business. He would build his Gundam, and he would play his alphabet games, they both had bright futures. But he never heard this was an adult novel before? Liu Yun sighed deeply. Damn it. Young and ignorant. He actually didn't finish reading it. Brother Liu, Han Li's face was full of embarrassment, shall we talk about these magical artifacts first? Alright. Liu Yun's nodded, shaking off the dirty thoughts in his mind, and focused his attention on his area of expertise. Han Li finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly picked up the ink Flood Dragon materials. These are the Ink Flood Dragon's claws. I want to refine them into a pair of offensive magical artifacts. And these Ink Flood Dragon's eyes. Chapter 42, An uninvited guest arrives. After listening to Han Li's request, Liu Yun's nodded very seriously, indicating that he could take on the task. Han Li's heart pounded. He always felt that Liu Yun's was acting too normal this time, which made him seem abnormal. However, Han Li had no other choice but to trust him for now. Liu Yun's prepared for a bit, then started the furnace that night, even helping Han Li find an artifact refining room. Claws, horn, eyes, scales, tail fin, scraped quite clean. Liu Yun's picked through the materials in front of him, muttering incessantly. Too bad, it just advanced to second level. The claws and horn are a bit brittle. And these eyes, what exactly did Han Li and Nangongwan do? Liu Yun's disdainfully picked out a shattered eyeball. No matter, I'll refine it all the same. Liu Yun slapped his storage pouch, and the red gauze heaven furnace shot out, transforming into a 3-jong diameter red giant cauldron. Liu Yun's opened his mouth and exhaled a wisp of innate true fire, a unique fire possessed by Foundation Establishment cultivators. The flame drifted beneath the red gauze heaven furnace, burning slowly. At the same time, runes appeared on the red gauze heaven furnace, beginning to emit a faint red light. Spiritual power transmission, amplification, flame guidance, perfect. Liu Yun's was delighted and couldn't help but burst into laughter. It wasn't easy. Finally, he didn't have to use the trash artifact refining furnaces of the 100 Mechanisms Hall anymore. Liu Yun's guided with his hand, and the ink dragon horn floated before him. This horn was the hardest part of the flood dragon's body, even tougher than its sharp teeth and claws. Although this horn had just grown, if refined properly, it could still be made into a powerful magical artifact, like a trump card. Han Li was lucky. Without the red gauze heaven furnace, Liu Yun's might only have been able to refine this item into some kind of disposable consumable. Liu Yun's took out an empty jade slip and began to seriously draw up a design diagram. Just then, an escape light sped towards Han Li's immortal cave from outside, haphazardly plunging into the inverting 5 elements formation at the entrance of Han Li's immortal cave. Sensing someone had intruded, the formation instantly activated itself. It conjured layers of illusions, and at the same time, a 5-colored spiritual light shield enveloped the entire formation, trapping the escape light within the formation from both inside and out. The main formation flag of the inverting 5 elements formation trembled slightly, but at this moment, Han Li, believing he had the inverting 5 elements formation and Liu Yun's as double insurance, felt his safety was assured and had fallen into a deep sleep. Liu Yun's was still wrestling with the design diagram in the artifact refining room, and it was hard to tell who would win anytime soon. No one noticed that outside the immortal cave, everything had been turned upside down. Although the inverting 5 elements formation was unattended, when it activated on its own, various layers of illusions began to manifest. The escape light circled back and forth, wildly crashing left and right, yet it remained firmly trapped by the formation. The escape light dissipated, revealing a grey-robed old man. The old man's face was dark, and his features were withered, as if he had already been poisoned and was not long for this world. I am a Yellow Maple Valley, the old man shouted, but as soon as he spoke half a sentence, he immediately spat out a mouthful of black blood. This mouthful of poisoned blood seemed to have exhausted all the vitality in his body. The old man swayed slightly, then slumped weakly to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices, dying a miserable death. Liu Yun's in the artifact refining room frowned, looking suspiciously outside the immortal cave. He seemed to have heard something just now. Liu Yun subconsciously released his divine sense, but as soon as it extended less than 10 zhong, he immediately felt as if it was weighed down by 1,000 catties, unable to move an inch further. The inverting 5 elements formation has activated. Liu Yun's was startled and blew open the stone door with a raised hand, leaping out of the artifact refining room. Outside the immortal cave, layers of green bamboo, accompanied by 5-colored spiritual light, rose from the ground, transforming into various illusions, exuding an astonishing aura. Not far from the immortal cave entrance, a figure lay motionless on the ground. Liu Yun's took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, Han Li. Someone has come knocking. Han Li, for once, had a long sleep and a sweet dream. In his dream, he returned to Qingnu Town, to that small village by the mountain. His parents and elder brothers were all there, affectionately rushing forward to help him with his luggage, chattering incessantly. They asked him how he had been all these years. Was he tired? Was it hard? His closest younger sister hugged his arm, like a little sparrow on a tree, chirping about the changes at home over the past few years. The family had built a large tiled house, acquired dozens of acres of irrigated land, and his brothers at home no longer had to go hungry or squeeze onto one kong to sleep. He took off his Jianghu attire and put on a squire's robe, spending every day eating, drinking, and playing with his family. His elderly parents even hired a matchmaker to have him marry Nangongwan, the young miss from the city. On the wedding day, many people came. Li Fiyu, with Zhang Xiu'er on his arm, insisted on having a drinking contest with him, while Zhang Xiu'er kept urging him to drink less. Zhang Tai helped greet guests everywhere, busy off his feet. And then there was Liu Yun's, who wandered around, flirting with the young wives of one family, teasing the big girls of another, causing people to glare at him angrily. Finally, he ran up to Han Li, pressed on his shoulder, and shouted loudly. Han Li! Someone has come knocking. Han Li instantly woke up. Beneath him was the hard, cold stone bed, and before him was the dark, empty immortal cave. After a moment of confusion, Han Li's eyes sharpened again. He flipped over and stood up, summoning the main formation flag of the inverting 5 elements formation with a single hand gesture. Liu Yun's only saw a blur, and Han Li appeared eerily beside him, his face ashen, his eyes filled with evil chi. What's going on? Han Li asked in a low voice. I don't know, but we're definitely in trouble, Liu Yun sighed, his eyes somewhat bewildered. He had run so fast, yet someone still managed to follow him. How did this person do it? Han Li waved the formation flag, parting the grand formation. The two then walked over to the person. Liu Yun raised his hand and used the chi restricting technique, lifting the person into the air from a distance. This allowed Han Li to clearly see the person's face. Senior brother Lin. Han Li exclaimed in surprise. Liu Yun was also stunned, you know this person. We met once. Han Li's expression was a bit grim. This person was a foundation establishment cultivator of Yellow Maple Valley, and now he was dead at the entrance of his immortal cave. Leaving aside who killed him and whether they would find this place? Just the news of this would be trouble. This poison is quite potent, Liu Yun remarked, looking at senior brother Lin's expression of dying with grievances, clicking his tongue in wonder. Humph. Han Li snorted coldly, then raised his hand and cast a fireball spell, reducing senior brother Lin to ashes. Amidst the ashes, a green light flashed and disappeared. Faintly, an almost inaudible wail accompanied it. Liu Yun was startled and said with a wry smile, you Yellow Maple Valley truly are, united and loving, with brothers respectful to each other. Han Li curled his lip in disdain, from what you're saying, your Yunyu sect has a pure sect style. That's not it, but we generally don't go straight for the knife. Liu Yun remembered his fellow disciples, and his brain throbbed with pain. Han Li was about to sneer and make a few sarcastic remarks when Liu Yun suddenly raised a hand, his expression becoming unusually solemn. Old Han, someone's coming. Chapter 43, Killing the Enemy. Several hundred zhang away from Han Li's immortal cave, the burly man they had seen before was forming hand seals, his expression unusually serious. Besides him, there was a man and a woman, and 4 identical-looking men. At this moment, the 6 of them were looking at him with grave expressions. The man and woman among them looked the most troubled. A moment later, a smile appeared on the burly man's face. Senior brother Huang Long, how is it? Did you find that person? The charming woman, seeing Huang Long's expression relax, quickly stepped forward and asked. Her voice was melodious and delicate as silk, directly piercing into the hearts of men. Found him. That person is motionless. He's probably suffering from the effects of the black silk goo. Huang Long completely ignored the woman's intentional or unintentional teasing, turned his head, and excitedly said to everyone. Let's hurry and bring that person's corpse back to the sect for a reward. Senior brother, that person ran so fast before, now suddenly stopping, could it be a trick? The middle-aged man beside the woman frowned and asked in a low voice. At the same time, he subtly glared at the woman. Huang Long was startled, then pondered for a moment. That's possible. Everyone, release your divine sense and be careful, Huang Long said calmly. Contrary to his appearance, this person was meticulous and cautious. The 7 people simultaneously released their divine sense. 7 streams of divine sense, far exceeding that of ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivators, traversed several hundred zhang and reached Han Li's immortal cave. Huang Long's expression changed, and the other 6 also frowned. There really is a problem. Our divine sense can't penetrate it. The middle-aged man spoke with an I knew it tone, a hint of triumph appearing on his face. But then he remembered something, instantly wiped the slight smile from his lips, and adopted a calm, unperturbed expression. Huang Long didn't pay attention to this person's complex mental journey, he just nodded slightly and said, there is indeed something strange. It might be that person set up a formation that can block divine sense. And when I just tried to probe with my divine sense, I encountered another divine sense that seemed not much weaker than ours. What? The middle-aged man's expression changed. How is that possible? All of us protectors have cultivated the great evolution art to the 2nd level, and our divine sense far surpasses that of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. That person's divine sense can actually rival ours? Could it be that the one surnamed Lin actually passed on the great evolution art? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Huang Long's face was ashen, and the killing intent in his eyes was almost bursting forth. It's not impossible. The one surnamed Lin after all has the first 4 levels of the great evolution art and the complete true art of puppetry. He could completely establish his own sect and contend with our section. The other 6, hearing this, immediately looked at each other. Under everyone's gaze, one of the quadruplets spoke with some helplessness, Senior brother Huang Long, if the one surnamed Lin has really established a sect in Yu country, then with just us, we might not be able to take them down. Should we return to the main altar first to bring some reinforcements? Huang Long narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. No need. I was mistaken earlier. If that person truly wanted to establish a sect, first and foremost, the Yellow Maple Valley would be the first to destroy him. Huang Long let out a cold laugh, then continued, the current situation of the 7 sects coexisting in Yu country is a balance that has been painstakingly formed after 1,000 years of adjustments. The one surnamed Lin wouldn't dare to break this balance, no matter how bold he is. At most, he would secretly take in a few disciples. What kind of power can one achieve by acting like that? Don't forget, in order for us to achieve success in one fell swoop, the sect master opened the treasury and allowed us all to fill up on puppets. And just in case, he even specially bestowed this level 4 giant tiger puppet. With such generosity, we cannot fail his painstaking efforts. Huang Long spoke the last sentence clearly and forcefully. Everyone was startled, quickly lowered their heads in agreement, not daring to say another word. Huang Long nodded in satisfaction and released a huge emerald green bamboo raft from his storage pouch. The 7 people leaped onto it, transforming into a green light that traversed several hundred zhang in the blink of an eye, arriving above a bamboo forest. This is the place. Huang Long looked at the bamboo forest below, a sinister expression on his face. Attack! With Huang Long's loud shout, hundreds of white lights shot out, transforming into hundreds of puppets, densely covering the sky above the bamboo forest. The next second, overwhelming light beams and light arrows poured down like a torrential rain, carrying an aura that seemed capable of destroying the world, blasting the bamboo forest within 100 zhang radius into a basin. Everyone widened their eyes in confusion. What's going on? Where are the one surnamed Lin and his helper? Seeing that the ground seemed empty, the middle-aged man took a small step forward and respectfully said, Senior brother Huang Long, do we need to send the puppets down to check? Huang Long gently nodded and waved his hand forward. Hundreds of puppets, under everyone's control, landed on the ground and began to search carefully. Not long after, a puppet suddenly split into 2 halves, and a 5-colored light barrier, several zhang in size, suddenly appeared out of thin air. Senior brother Lin lay inside the light barrier, his face blackened, bleeding from his 7 orifices, already as dead as could be. Beside the corpse was an ordinary-looking young man in a yellow shirt, looking at everyone with a terrified expression. Humph! A brat from Yellow Maple Valley. Huang Long stepped onto the bamboo raft beneath his feet and landed on the ground. His eyes swept over the deceased senior brother Lin, then he refocused his gaze on the young man. Sure enough, the one surnamed Lin really did secretly pass on our sect's supreme mind cultivation technique. The middle-aged man was furious, glaring fiercely at the young man. Huang Long looked at the terrified young man, his eyes also revealing killing intent. Brat, I don't care how you learned our Tianzhu sect's supreme secret art from the one surnamed Lin, you must die here today. Huang Long raised a hand, and hundreds of puppets held light orbs in their mouths, drew their bows, and were about to unleash a world-shattering attack. Just then, the young man in the light barrier suddenly smiled at everyone. Everyone's vision blurred, and the bamboo forest covering the mountains and plains reappeared. Looking around, all they saw were towering, thick green bamboos, reaching high into the clouds. Something's wrong. Ascend! Huang Long shouted loudly and quickly jumped onto the bamboo raft. The man and woman who had been by his side also quickly jumped on. Wait! Huang Long looked around in horror. In the deep, silent bamboo forest, not a sound could be heard, as if even the wind had vanished into the darkness. Senior brother! The Zhao brothers are gone. The middle-aged man's voice trembled. The quadruplet brothers had been just a few steps away from him, how could they all disappear in a blink of an eye? Ascend! Huang Long shouted loudly, driving the bamboo raft upwards. In just a few breaths, it flew to the top of the bamboo forest. Huang Long secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then looked back warily. The bamboo forest swayed slightly, each green bamboo soaring into the clouds. In the deep, silent bamboo forest, not a sound could be heard. Huang Long stared blankly at the scene, he had returned to this bamboo forest again. Something's not right. This is an illusion formation. We need to quickly. Huang Long turned around, and the scene before him directly choked the latter half of his words in his throat. Behind him, only 2 headless corpses remained. A man and a woman, standing side by side, complementing each other. At this moment, Huang Long's blood almost flowed backward. Uncontrollable fear rushed into his brain. Get out here! Fear to the extreme is anger. Huang Long's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Hundreds of puppets unleashed a barrage of attacks in all directions. However, nothing happened. The overwhelming light beam attacks didn't even disturb a single bamboo leaf. The bamboo forest swayed slightly, as if a gentle breeze brushed past his ear. Huang Long's vision went black, and he could no longer muster any strength in his body. Before eternal darkness descended, Huang Long saw it. A young man wearing a strange magical artifact stood behind him, his entire body covered in Dao runes like battle patterns, as if he had transmigrated from primeval antiquity. A bitter smile remained on his face forever. Chapter 44, Armor. Liu Yun's put away the exoskeleton on his body and looked at the 3 headless corpses in front of him, helplessly patting his forehead. This mechanical exoskeleton was indeed useful, but every time he used it, it left blood all over the place, which was too inappropriate for children. Liu Yun's picked up the 3 storage pouches, collected the hundreds of puppets scattered on the ground, and smiled like a simpleton who had found thousands of taels of silver. However, the surprise didn't stop there. Liu Yun's divine sense swept across and he actually found the giant tiger puppet in the yellow dragon storage pouch. Liu Yun's looked at the moon in the sky and clasped his hands together in gratitude. Thank you for this gift from heaven. The bamboo forest parted, opening a path. Han Li walked step by step with his back to the moonlight, holding 4 identical human heads in one hand. It seems you are done on your side too. Han Li threw the 4 heads onto the ground, then took out a jade slip and tossed it to Liu Yun's. Take it. I just found it in senior brother Lin's storage pouch. Han Li said with a smile. The moment Han Li saw this item, he knew Liu Yun's would definitely like it. Liu Yun's picked up the jade slip and pressed it against his forehead, slowly extending his divine sense into it. Half an hour passed, and Liu Yun's remained motionless in that posture. Han Li thought this was normal for Liu Yun's and didn't pay him any mind. Another half an hour passed, and Liu Yun's was still motionless. Although Han Li felt it was still within the normal range, he was starting to get a little anxious. Half an hour later, Liu Yun still hadn't moved. Han Li finally couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to shake his shoulder. Liu Yun's, what's wrong with you? Liu Yun slowly took down the jade slip and held it in his arms with immense affection. Old Han. Under the bright moonlight, 2 lines of clear tears streamed down Liu Yun's face. I feel like I am the happiest person in this world right now. Oh no. This guy has completely lost it. Han Li's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. The jade slip recorded the first 4 layers of the Great Evolution Art, the Tianzhu sects, the sect's unique skills, sect founding ultimate technique, from the extreme west. This was a cultivation technique specifically used to strengthen divine sense. After mastering it, not only would one's divine sense greatly increase, but it would also allow the cultivator to divided soul a large number of souls to control puppets. The 7 protectors of the Tianzhu sect were only able to divide soul their divine sense into hundreds of parts and control hundreds of puppets because they had mastered the 2nd layer of the Great Evolution Art. Of course, a cultivation technique that merely strengthened divine sense couldn't possibly excite Liu Yun's to this extent. The latter half of the jade slip, titled True Art of Puppetry, recorded various puppet manufacturing methods, making it an incredibly detailed compendium of puppet creation. It was only after reading this that Liu Yun's entire mental state went awry. After more than 20 years of transmigration, Liu Yun's, relying on his passionate love for Gundam figures and his own talent, had created 2 victory swallows from scratch. The hardship and difficulty involved in this were simply incomprehensible to outsiders. How many obstacles had stood in his way, leaving him with a pile of ideas but nowhere to start, forcing him to rely on talent and perseverance. How many times had he encountered a bottleneck, looking around but finding no references or help, only to grit his teeth and struggle alone. And now, a mature and complete puppet system lay before him. So parts could be processed like this, energy transmission could be done this way, and there was no need to rely on material strength, a few rune variations could bypass the problem. All these problems that had plagued him for years were now easily solved, like brilliant fireworks exploding in his mind, turning into an eternal starry sky. A brand new door had opened before him. Countless inspirations instantly flooded Liu Yun's brain, dancing wildly on every neural connection in his cerebral cortex. In simple terms, this guy was high. Old Han, get me a blank jade slip. Liu Yun's felt various ideas gushing out of his mind, eager to be released. Han Li was startled by his appearance and quickly handed him a jade slip. Liu Yun's took the jade slip, and inspirations poured out one after another, turning into written records. After a full stick of incense time, Liu Yun's finally took the jade slip away, a satisfied smile still on his face. Currently, these were just immature inspirations, still requiring wisdom, perseverance, knowledge, and a large amount of spirit stone to transform them into tangible things. Fortunately, Liu Yun's lacked none of these. He looked up and took 2 deep breaths, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Han Li watched with trepidation. Brother Liu, if you continue like this, you'll easily encounter a heart demon. The cultivation world knew very little about heart demons, only that they were a tribulation almost every cultivator would face. They would take advantage of cracks in one's Dao heart, setting up layers of obstacles and temptations. Once a cultivator wavered for even a moment, they would completely sink, dying and having their Dao extinguished. After generations of research over many years, although the cultivation world still didn't know what heart demons truly were, they had at least grasped some rules. One of them was that those who were overly obsessive about something would almost certainly encounter heart demons. Given Liu Yun's level of obsession with puppets, it was a miracle he hadn't encountered a heart demon yet. Liu Yun's nodded silently, putting away the jade slip in his hand. He indeed needed to calm his mind recently, otherwise, encountering a heart demon would be no joke. Let's go, we'll get your magical artifact ready first. Liu Yun's let out a long breath, as if temporarily unburdening himself of a heavy load. Han Li nodded, and with a few fireballs, he incinerated the remaining corpses into ashes. A night breeze blew, leaving no trace behind. Han Li breathed a sigh of relief. Today was just an ordinary night. He had been sleeping in his immortal cave the whole time, with the personal disciple of Kaiang Wuji, the Yunyu sect's first core formation cultivator, as his witness. Anyone with questions could go to the Yunyu sect to find Kaiang Wuji. Thinking this, Han Li suddenly felt much lighter. He turned to return to his immortal cave, planning to catch up on some sleep. Liu Yun's also returned to the artifact refining room, continuing to struggle with the designs. Half a month later, Han Li looked at the several magical artifacts in front of him with confusion. These are the magical artifacts you made. Yes, all according to your requirements. Liu Yun's picked up a pair of magical artifacts that resembled sharp claws. These are the offensive magical artifacts you wanted. I call them dragon seizing cones. Not only can they be used for offense, but they can also restrain or even directly seize the opponent's magical artifacts. Liu Yun's raised his hands, and the 2 magical artifacts immediately spun, transforming into 2 incredibly fast black lights that darted back and forth. Liu Yun's cast another spell, and the black lights changed. The 2 sharp claws instantly spread open, their sharp blades glinting with a chilling light, emitting a captivating brilliance. And for the stealth magical artifact you requested, I refined the 2 eyeballs of the ink dragon into 2 magical artifacts. They are called Green Luo Mist and Black Cloud Smoke respectively. Liu Yun's put down the dragon seizing cones and picked up 2 round beads, one black and one green. The green Luo mist can release green poisonous smoke. If an enemy is not careful, they will be severely poisoned. The black cloud smoke is non-toxic, but the black smoke it releases can cover an area of several tens of zhang and has the function of obstructing divine sense. Han Li picked up the 2 magical artifacts, looked at them, and said, "These magical artifacts are pretty good, but I remember I also asked for a defensive magical artifact. How could I forget such a small matter?" Liu Yun's handed a belt to Han Li. "Here, the defensive magical artifact you wanted." Han Li's eyelids twitched. "Just this. Don't underestimate it. The remaining dragon scales, bones, tail fins, all these materials were added by me." Liu Yun's proudly grinned, raising an eyebrow at Han Li triumphantly. "Aside from the victory swallow, this magical artifact is my peak work of the past few years. It's absolutely powerful beyond your imagination." Han Li rubbed his chin, somewhat puzzled. "Then how do I use this magical artifact?" "It's very simple." Liu Yun's put his hands on his hips and said righteously, "First, hold the belt like this, just like me." Han Li followed suit. This action was quite interesting. "Next, you need to shout with confidence and belief." Liu Yun's took a deep breath and roared. "Armor merge." "What's wrong?" "Shout." Han Li wanted to kill someone. Chapter 45, The Li Family. Han Li really wanted to kill this bastard right now. "Old Han, you should have some faith in me. This magical artifact is quite good, you'll know once you try it." Han Li looked at him, not saying a word. Liu Yun's felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and quickly said with a smile, "Old Han, one should be practical. If you don't even try it, how will you know if this magical artifact is good or not?" Han Li pressed his waistband, his eyes showing some struggle. Liu Yun stepped forward and patted Han Li's shoulder. "Old Han, this magical artifact is the fruit of my labor, tailor-made for you. It's fully functional and powerful. I guarantee you that with this magical artifact, an average foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator will definitely not be your opponent. You have to trust my technique, right?" Han Li pursed his lips and gave Liu Yun a deep look with a strange gaze mixed with resentment and sorrow. "Only this one phrase, right?" Han Li asked in a low voice. "Don't worry, just this one phrase." Liu Yun thumped his chest, making a loud sound. Han Li took a deep breath. "Armor. No. Too quiet." Liu Yun confidently put his hands on his hips. "Louder." Shouted out with confidence. "Armor body integration." Liu Yun stepped back and waved his hand vigorously. "Even louder. You need to shout it with passion." Han Li looked up, deciding to give up struggling. "Armor body integration." Han Li shouted loudly in self-abandonment. The next moment, a black light burst forth. Countless parts flew out from his storage pouch, covering Han Li's entire body in the blink of an eye. The parts assembled, the scales transformed, and lines of silver-grey battle patterns appeared and connected on the black armor. A majestic black battle armor enveloped Han Li's entire body. Spiral-shaped silver-grey battle patterns adorned it like indestructible armor, overall slender yet not lacking a sense of power. A pair of insect-like compound eyes extended crystal-like antennae from the faceplate, one blue and one red emitting a faint fluorescent glow. Liu Yun watched with surging emotions, a feeling no less profound than the first time he sat in the victory swallow. This was a living black rabbit tank. Liu Yun took out a full-length mirror from his storage pouch and placed it in front of Han Li, impatiently saying, "Look. Isn't it handsome?" Han Li looked at the black battle armor in the mirror, which possessed both strength and beauty, then lowered his head to look at his arm. With a gentle clench of his fist, he could feel the abundant power throughout his body. It was worth it. The previous sense of shame was instantly swept away. Only a forgotten passion and excitement remained. "Come on. Try out this armor." Liu Yun retreated a dozen zhang, leaving space for Han Li to move freely. Han Li moved his feet and instantly disappeared from his original spot. Then, a series of explosive sounds came from the air, but no one could be seen. After an incense stick's time, Han Li reappeared at his original spot, his heart uncontrollably excited. This armor could completely offset the burden of his misty step on his body, and even provided a certain amplification. In addition, his dynamic vision was also raised to an unimaginable level for ordinary people, making him even more adept at high-speed movement. Liu Yun nodded with satisfaction, patted his storage pouch, and released 3 verdant flying daggers. "Old Han, stand there and don't move. Let's test the defense of this armor." Han Li nodded, allowing the 3 top-grade flying daggers to shuttle back and forth over his body, emitting a series of crisp clanging sounds. Liu Yun showed a proud smile. The armor, refined from the ink flood dragon's scales, bones, and tail fin, indeed had astonishing defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding top-grade magical artifacts head-on. Next, let's test its offensive capabilities. Liu Yun pointed to Han Li's waistband. "Press the waistband again and try." Han Li lowered his head and found a button on the side of the waistband. Pressing the button, the left arm armor instantly transformed, and a spiral-shaped cone spike shot out with a whoosh. This is called the dragon-piercing spike, made from the ink flood dragon's single horn, specifically used to break various defensive spells and magical artifacts. Liu Yun released an earthy yellow round shield to block in front of him. Han Li understood instantly and disappeared from his original spot. Bang! With a crisp sound, the round shield was instantly pierced through by the dragon-piercing spike. Han Li didn't even feel any resistance. Although another magical artifact was scrapped, Liu Yun's didn't care at all. From the initial trial of the mechanical exoskeleton to the current rabbit tank armor, which was considered a prototype, the nearly perfect actual measurements indicated that some difficult hurdles had been completely overcome by him, and his technique for making armor had matured. This meant that Liu Yun's could now begin to design and manufacture a truly mature set of armor magical artifacts for himself. Thinking of this, Liu Yun's was incredibly excited. With a wave of his hand, the azure loyal miasma and black cloud smoke flew out and were embedded into the chest of the rabbit tank armor. The two dragon seizing cones were also embedded on the armor's shoulders, one on the left and one on the right, transforming into a pair of majestic shoulder guards. Han Li looked at this entire set of magical artifacts on his body and couldn't help but fall into contemplation. So, Liu Yun's ultimately still made him a transforming robot, just a close-fitting one. Han Li sighed helplessly. This armor was really to his liking, so it was hard to say anything. He pressed the waistband again, and the full body armor redisintegrated into parts, which were then stored in his storage pouch. Thank you. After the qi refining powder is out of the furnace, I'll give you 40% of the first 5 batches. The excited Han Li was uncharacteristically generous. Liu Yun's grinned with satisfaction. Deal. When will the first batch of medicinal pills be ready? Han Li briefly estimated the time required to ripen the spiritual plants and held up one finger to Liu Yun's. Within a month, it will definitely be refined. Liu Yun's was silent for a moment, an image flashing through his mind. 1 month. All right, I have some matters to attend to, I'll definitely be back within a month. Liu Yun's walked out of the immortal cave and released the victory swallow. Han Li nodded and asked, where are you going? To visit the home of one of my adversaries. Liu Yun's eyes held a hint of loneliness. He sat into the cockpit, and the victory swallow transformed into a golden escape lights, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Only Han Li, with a strange expression, remained. 2 hours later, the victory swallow hovered over a small mountain. Liu Yun's furrowed his brows, his powerful divine sense probing downwards. In the depths of the mountain, a small mountain villa was hidden within a faint mist. At first, Liu Yun's thought it was just ordinary mountain mist, until he detected faint spiritual qi fluctuations and realized it was actually a low-level illusion formation. It was simply pitifully simple and shallow, at most capable of obstructing mortals. Even a cultivator with a little cultivation would not be stopped by such a formation. The mountain villa beneath the illusion formation only had a dozen rooms. Their appearance was elegant and refined, but the cultivators within the villa were pitifully few, only a dozen or so at the qi refinement stage. Besides them, there were also dozens of mortals who seemed to be servants. Jian Prefecture, Mount Xiaomang, Li family. Liu Yun's expression was somewhat complex. The mountain villa below was precisely the Li family from which Li Wuya originated. When Liu Yun's first arrived here, he thought he had come to the wrong place. After all, the quality of the spiritual vein here was really poor, and it was pitifully small. If one didn't specifically look for it, it would even be impossible to discover that there was a spiritual vein here. However, considering the Li family's strength, Liu Yun's understood. If the quality of the spiritual vein here were even slightly higher, then this Li family would probably have been driven out long ago by stronger cultivator families. In the land of Tianese, there were too many monks and too little gruel. Having a spiritual vein was already considered good. Liu Yun sighed, put away the victory swallow, and floated down towards the ground. He came here not to eliminate the roots, nor to seek compensation from Li Wuya's family. He came here to investigate a very important matter. He had to figure out how Venerable Golden Talisman had broken through the limitations of his lifespan, still retaining a trace of his soul tens of thousands of years later, and even capable of possession and rebirth. If he couldn't figure this out, Liu Yun's would never be at peace in this life. Chapter 46, The Li family's young daughter. Inside the woodshed of the Li family, a little girl, about 10 years old, was holding a dirty, tattered cloth and haphazardly wiping her clothes. Yinger, are you there? A tender male voice came from outside the woodshed. The girl's body trembled, and she accidentally tore a small piece of the coarse cloth from her clothes. Brother Wen, don't come in. The girl's voice was tearful, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Yinger. What happened? The woodshed door was pushed open, and a young man, dressed in brocade and about 13 or 14 years old, rushed in. The young man's spiritual qi was still immature, only at the 5th level of the qi refining stage, but for his age, it was already quite good. The girl covered her face and turned her back. The young man grew more anxious and quickly stepped forward, forcefully pulling the girl's hands away. Her delicate and lovely face bore a large bruise, almost covering half of her face. Is this their handiwork again? The young man stomped his foot in anger, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. When your brother was here, these people were all submissive, but now that he's dead, they all come to bully you. They're useless at cultivation, but they're experts at fawning over the powerful and trampling on the weak. How can our Li family be full of such trash? The young man angrily punched the wall, his face filled with the frustration of seeing others fail to live up to expectations. Brother Wen, don't be angry. The girl wiped away her tears and choked out, it's all my fault. If only I had a spiritual root. Yinger, don't say such things. The young man tenderly stroked her hair, then his gaze sharpened as he noticed the girl's torn clothing. What happened here? The young man's eyes turned cold, and he asked in an icy tone. This is, the girl clutched her clothes, biting her lower lip in distress, large tears welling in her eyes, yet stubbornly refusing to fall. The young man abruptly clenched his fists, his eyes red, and his teeth grinding audibly. It's young Master Ming from the third branch. He wants me to be his concubine in 2 years. The girl looked up, her large, tear-filled eyes gazing up at the young man. Brother Wen. The young man lowered his head, his furious expression like a starved beast. This beast. The young man spun around, rushing out of the woodshed with killing intent all over his face. Brother Wen. The girl suddenly pounced, hugging the young man from behind. Young Master Ming is 19 this year and already at the 7th level of the Qi refining stage. You will be in danger if you go to him, and besides, the girl choked up. I also don't want you to risk yourself for a mortal like me, who has no spiritual root. The young man stood still, not saying a word. Brother Wen, if young Master Ming truly wants me, I can only go with him, but I don't want to be with him. The girl hugged the young man tightly. Brother Wen, take me. The young man lowered his head and took a deep breath. Yinger, you go home first today. I'll go back to father right now and ask him to move you into my room. The young man turned around and lovingly wiped away the tear stains on the girl's face. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. The girl nodded vigorously, revealing an incredibly pure and clean smile. The young man returned a smile, then strode towards the center of the manor. His slightly immature figure was incredibly tall and straight, like a man standing firm against the heavens. As the girl watched the young man walk away, her worshipful expression abruptly vanished. She coldly wiped away the tears from her face, turned around, and walked down the mountain. A moment later, Liu Yun's figure gradually emerged from mid-air, looking in the direction the girl had left with a shocked expression. I don't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. JPG. Liu Yun's cast a sympathetic glance at the young man's retreating figure, then his body flashed with 5-colored spiritual light and he abruptly disappeared. This, of course, couldn't be Qiang Wuji's formless escape technique. Liu Yun's would have to reach the core formation stage before he could begin cultivating that. This divine ability was called the 5 Elements Qi Convergence Method, one of the few secret arts from the 5 Elements Escape Heaven art that could be cultivated during the foundation establishment stage. It was primarily used to converge one's qi and conceal one's figure. Its effect was quite good, more than enough to deal with these qi refining stage cultivators. Liu Yun's quietly followed behind the girl, watching this seemingly delicate little girl walk 7 or 8 li of mountain road, her steps still steady and agile, clearly indicating a good foundation in martial arts. She walked until she reached the halfway point of the mountain, where a very ordinary-looking small village nestled among the forest. The village contained about 100 households, all living in extremely simple-looking stone houses. Without exception, all of them were mortals with no spiritual qi fluctuations whatsoever. Father, mother. I'm home. The girl entered the village and, under the fearful gazes of the other children, emotionlessly knocked on a stone house door. The door opened, and a very dignified-looking middle-aged man emerged, staring at the girl expressionlessly. Did you succeed? The man asked coldly. Yes, I succeeded. Good. The man finally smiled. Child's mother, prepare good wine and dishes. Tonight, we'll celebrate properly. A middle-aged woman rushed out of the stone house, excitedly embracing the girl, continuously murmuring, this is wonderful. My Yinger has finally entered young Master Wen's room. The middle-aged man's eyes also reddened slightly, and he turned to look around. Don't just stand there, come inside and talk. The man called out, ushering the mother and daughter into the house. As soon as the door closed, the middle-aged man revealed an excited expression and said to the two, it seems we made the right move. Young Master Ming of the third branch is too old and simply doesn't fancy Yinger. Young Master Wen of the second branch is much simpler. Father and mother, don't worry, the girl smiled brightly, touching her stomach and saying, in 2 or 3 years, I'll be old enough to be a mother. By then, I'll definitely give birth to a cultivator with a spiritual root. Ha ha ha. Good. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. I still have a few spring spirit pills. When the time comes, you can secretly give them to young Master Wen, they can greatly increase the chances of pregnancy. Speaking of this, the middle-aged woman's cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced at the man, then suddenly remembered something else, and her eyes actually reddened. It's a pity. If your brother hadn't gone to participate in that blood restriction trial, wouldn't all the cultivators of the Li family be yours to choose from? Our family wouldn't need to go through so much trouble just to get close to young Master Wen. The middle-aged man's originally joyful expression instantly froze. After a long while, he coldly said to the woman. Don't say such things anymore. This is fate. If Yair hadn't died, we wouldn't have had to move to this Li family village halfway up the mountain, nor would we have to endure others' scrutiny and humble ourselves. The middle-aged man finally couldn't help but sigh deeply, heaven truly doesn't favor our family, allowing this soul spiritual root physique to die tragically. The girl looked at the two with a resolute expression, saying firmly, Father and mother, don't worry. My brother will never be the only cultivator in our family. My future child will definitely also embark on the path of cultivation and bring glory to our family. The couple nodded, moved, and were about to say something when they heard someone applaud from the rafters. Good. Damn good. Chapter 47, Li Family Manor. The Li family was divided into 2 parts, cultivators with spiritual roots and their families lived in Li Family Manor on Mount Xiaomang, with all their needs provided by the family. Their sole job was to cultivate and to act when the family's interests were threatened. Li Family Village, located halfway up the mountain, was home to the mortals of the Li family who lacked spiritual roots. Their job was to support the entire Li family. This included but was not limited to farming, business, herding, and even banditry. Do not assume that cultivators truly distance themselves from the mundane world and are unaffected by its burdens. Look at Tainan Valley, the 7 great sects, the various marketplaces, and the immortal caves of cultivators. It is clear that these people have no resistance to worldly pleasures. In fact, their demands in certain aspects even far exceed those of mortals. Pure ascetic cultivators like Han Li are a minority among cultivators. The Li family itself was just a small family, marketplaces, spirit stone businesses, and the like were beyond their reach. To maintain a respectable life for their cultivators, they could only exploit the mortals within the family. Originally, Li Wui's family also lived among the elite in Li family manor. Due to Li Wui's status as a disciple of a great sect, his family of 4 was even at the pinnacle of the Li family's existence. It wasn't until Li Wui's demise in the blood restriction trial that his family was driven to the halfway point of the mountain. So that's how it is. Liu Yun's rubbed his temples, having finally understood the situation. At this moment, the dignified-looking middle-aged man knelt before Liu Yun's, his body trembling slightly, almost burying his head in the ground. His wife and daughter knelt behind him, similarly not daring to lift their heads. What do you and your family usually do? Liu Yun's asked calmly. Replying to Immortal Master, because of our past special status, we didn't have to do the work of mud-footed peasants. This humble one was mainly responsible for doing business with outside mortals, earning money for the family's use, the man said, kneeling on the ground, his voice trembling. Liu Yun's frowned, you may rise. I came here with no ill intentions. The man lowered his head and gave a bitter smile, not daring to respond. Seeing this, Liu Yun sighed and said helplessly, I had some dealings with Li Wuya. This time, I came mainly at his request before his death. The 3 people kneeling on the ground trembled. The middle-aged woman's body went limp and she collapsed onto the ground. Immortal Master, the middle-aged man suddenly looked up, then thought of something, his face turning pale, and he quickly buried his head in the ground again. Is what Immortal Master said true? The middle-aged woman asked cautiously, tears in her eyes. Of course it's true, I have no need to deceive you, Liu Yun said, rubbing his temples, a headache forming. Li Ying'er's eyes darted around, and she stood up, extending a hand to help her parents. Father, mother, please get up quickly. Immortal Master is willing to travel thousands of miles for Big Brother's dying wish, so he must be a noble gentleman who values loyalty and righteousness. He will not blame us. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched, feeling a bit amused and exasperated. Genetics truly are amazing. Li Wuya was top-notch in schemes and methods, and his younger sister was no less. If this girl had a spiritual root, she would undoubtedly be another Li Wuya. The couple shakily stood up, still keeping their heads bowed, not daring to look at Liu Yun's. Don't be so nervous. Tell me about your usual affairs, Liu Yun said. Seeing them trembling like sieves, the words he had planned to say were difficult to utter. You said you usually do business. What do you buy and sell? How much money can you earn? Liu Yun's asked tentatively. Speaking of this, Liu Yun's was actually quite curious. He began cultivating at the age of 10 and had hardly spent any time in the mundane world of this realm, knowing little about it. So, he always had a question, the resources consumed by cultivators are enormous. Not to mention luxury items like gold and jade, just for cultivators to refine a piece of silver essence or iron essence requires tens of thousands of taels of silver and raw iron. So what do these mortals usually use? After the resources of this world are consumed by cultivators, will there still be enough for them? Replying to Immortal Master, this humble one usually travels between Yuanwu Kingdom and Yu Kingdom, reselling salt and ironware. The money earned is quite decent, with about 1,000 taels of silver in income each month, the middle-aged man respectfully replied. Liu Yun's was stunned. I didn't expect that, old man. You have quite the connections. Over 1,000 taels of income each month, Liu Yun's looked at the surrounding environment and the coarse cloth clothes on the 3 of them. Since you can earn so much money, why don't you get good clothes for your family? Liu Yun's asked curiously. Immortal Master is joking. No matter how much is earned, it's still the family's money. This humble one's share of remuneration is only 20 taels per month. Although it's not a small amount, my daughter serves Immortal Master in the upper village, and some social courtesies are unavoidable. After all is said and done, not much money is saved. The middle-aged man gave a bitter smile, his figure appearing even more hunched. Liu Yun's leaned back in the chair, his fingers on his temples, looking at the 3 people before him with some confusion. This great, Liu Yun suddenly paused. He had habitually wanted to call him uncle or elder brother, but was afraid that saying it aloud would scare him to death. The middle-aged man quickly said, this humble one is Li Wu. If Immortal Master doesn't mind, you can just call me by my name. All right, Li Wu. Liu Yun's awkwardly shifted in his chair. You are able to smuggle salt and ironware across the border between Yuanwu Kingdom and Yu Kingdom, so you must be a capable person. Since that's the case, why do you insist on staying here? And your daughter? Liu Yun's looked at Li Ying'er, who was only about 10 years old, and couldn't bring himself to say the rest of his words. Immortal Master is joking. This humble one is a member of the Li family, so how could I abandon the family and leave? Moreover, this humble one has no spiritual root, so even if I leave the Li family, where could I go? I can't possibly go and mingle with those mortals outside, can I? Liu Yun's eyes widened in surprise. He carefully scrutinized Li Wu and found that his eyes were firm and his expression showed no unnaturalness when he said this. He genuinely believed that even as mortals without spiritual roots, he was far superior to the mortals outside. Never mind. Liu Yun's awkwardly averted his gaze, raising his hand to place down a dozen spirit stones. I came at Li Wui's dying request to check on you all. Now that I see you are all safe and sound, I should be going. Li Wu quickly led his wife and daughter in a bow, saying, farewell, Immortal Master. Not so fast, do you recognize this? Liu Yun's took out an unremarkable small leather pouch and handed it to Li Wu. Li Wu and his wife looked at the item with confusion, both completely bewildered. It was Li Ying'er who gasped. This is Big Brother's. I saw him wear this around his neck, and he wouldn't let anyone touch it. Li Wu and his wife looked at the small leather pouch in horror, and tears welled up in Li Lady's eyes again. That's right, these are Li Wui's relics. Liu Yun's took a step forward, looking at Li Ying'er, whose height only reached his waist. Do you know when Li Wui started wearing this leather pouch? Li Ying'er subconsciously avoided his gaze, clutching her clothes tightly with both hands. I don't remember clearly either. Li Ying'er's voice was barely louder than a mosquito. Liu Yun sighed in disappointment, is that so? Then never mind. With that, he turned and left. Wait. Li Ying'er quickly called out to him. May I ask Immortal Master's name? Li Wu's face turned pale, and he shouted loudly, Ying'er, you are too presumptuous. Li Ying'er did not speak, but simply stared intently at Liu Yun's with a pair of clear, bright eyes. Liu Yun's looked at her like this, and with a thought, he couldn't help but chuckle softly, then turned and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 48, Divine Light of Disillusionment. The bright moon hung in the sky, without a single cloud. Li Ying'er opened her eyes in the darkness. She quietly sat up, her quilt sliding down to reveal the night-traveling clothes she had changed into at some point. Taking advantage of the deep night, Li Ying'er's body, like a venomous snake, silently slipped out of the window. Outside the window, Liu Yun's had already been waiting for a long time. Immortal Master. Li Ying'er was startled and opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Liu Yun suddenly raised his hand to interrupt her, then formed a hand seal, and a faint, transparent light shield enveloped the two of them. You can speak now, Liu Yun said calmly. Li Ying'er looked at the protective shield beside her, her eyes somewhat mesmerized, and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. It was soft and cool, like a layer of extremely resilient water. You snuck out in the middle of the night instead of sleeping. You're not just trying to watch me cast spells, are you? Liu Yun's asked with a smile. Li Ying'er's small face flushed, and she reacted, quickly bowing in greeting. Immortal Master, I just... Alright, just say it directly. What do you want from me? Liu Yun's interrupted her. He had witnessed this little girl's methods before, she was by no means benevolent. Liu Yun's didn't want to be led by her, so he went straight to the point, giving her no chance to play her hand. Li Ying'er bit her lower lip lightly, appearing somewhat wronged, but still continued, Immortal Master, actually, before my elder brother participated in the blood restriction trial, he left me something. He specifically instructed me that if anything happened to him, I should give this item to any cultivator who came looking for us. No matter. Li Ying'er hesitated for a moment, then continued, no matter if that person is good or evil, or what their intentions are, I must give them that item. Liu Yun's frowned, lost in thought for a moment. Bring the item, let me see it. Liu Yun's extended a hand, holding it out in front of Li Ying'er. Li Ying'er lowered her head and whispered, that item isn't with me right now. Liu Yun's looked at the 10-year-old little girl in front of him, his heart feeling very complex. To be safe, I hid the item in Li family manor. How about I take Immortal Master? Li Ying'er slightly raised her head. In the moonlight, Liu Yun's handsome features glowed with a pure white like the bright moon, and his star-like eyes were clear as water, reflecting the most brilliant starlight in the night sky. For a moment, Li Ying'er was utterly captivated. Li Ying'er. His voice was clear and pleasant, like a summer evening breeze rustling wind chimes under the eaves, sending their enchanting melody deep into her heart. Tell me, where is the item? It's behind the woodshed wall in Li family manor. I hid it under a brick. A happy smile bloomed on Li Ying'er's lips, she felt that everything was worth it for him. Even abandoning the plan to have him cause chaos in the Li family, even giving up the chance to show off in front of the Li family cultivators, even offering her biggest bargaining chip with both hands. As long as he was happy, everything was worth it. Very good. The voice gradually faded into the distance. After an unknown period, a cold evening breeze swept by. Li Ying'er shivered violently, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat, as if she had just climbed out of the water. After a while, Li Ying'er collapsed to the ground, sobbing softly. At the same time, Liu Yun's was already standing outside the woodshed in Li family manor, reaching out to remove a broken brick, and saw the item Li Wei had left behind. A black jade slip. A faint smile appeared on Liu Yun's lips. As a foundation establishment cultivator of the Anya sect, using a shallow charm technique against a mortal was incredibly easy. No matter how cunning Li Ying'er was, facing this kind of dimensional reduction strike, she could only accept her fate obediently. Looking at the jade slip in front of him, Liu Yun's hesitated slightly, but still extended his divine sense into it. Besides wanting to understand how venerable golden talisman broke through the lifespan limit to allow his divided soul to undergo possession and rebirth tens of thousands of years later, he was also very curious about the last trump card Li Wei left for his family. Inside the jade slip, small characters appeared one by one. I am Li Wei. Since fellow deist has found this jade slip, it means I have perished by fellow deist's hand. I do not resent fellow deist. After all, I have killed countless people in my life, my hands stained with blood. No matter how tragic my eventual death, it can be considered well-deserved. Even if fellow deist is still not satisfied after killing me and intends to exterminate my entire clan, I, Li, have nothing to say. However, my little sister is innocent by nature and has no spiritual root, destined to live as a mortal her entire life. I implore fellow deist to spare her. As a token of my gratitude, I am willing to share the greatest secret of my life. It is in an inconspicuous cave in the northern part of Mount Xiaomeng. Within the cave lies a heaven-sent opportunity. Liu Yun's put down the jade slip and stood in place, deep in thought for a long time. Innocent by nature? Do you have some misunderstanding of that term? And what exactly do you mean by leaving this message? This move is a bit hard to understand. Not to mention if he were truly seeking revenge, would he even give Li Ying a chance to bring this out? Just the idea of using such a thing to make someone spare his sister is too naive. It doesn't seem like something someone like Li Wuya would do. Is there a trick? Thinking this, Liu Yun's furrowed his brow and transformed into a streak of escape lights, flying into the sky. The massive form of the victory swallow appeared high in the sky. With it, Liu Yun's was confident that Li Wuya's contingency plan would not be able to harm him, even if he couldn't win, he could escape. The location Li Wuya left wasn't too far, not even exceeding the scope of Mount Xiaomeng. It was a stone cave on a steep cliff face, concealed by an unknown illusionary restriction. Liu Yun's looked at the narrow stone cave in front of him, frowned, and put away the victory swallow. He patted his storage pouch, and mechanical exoskeleton, accompanied by blue and white spiritual light, covered his entire body. This place was shrouded by some kind of restriction that even Liu Yun's divine sense couldn't penetrate. Out of helplessness, Liu Yun's could only put on the mechanical exoskeleton as a precaution. After putting on the exoskeleton, Liu Yun's didn't immediately enter. Instead, he patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist and released a palm-sized black kitten. As soon as the kitten was released, it clung tightly to Liu Yun's collar, its fluffy little head rubbing against Liu Yun's chin, emitting loud purrs. The cat's appearance was neither lynx nor leopard. Its two ears were slender and pointed, identical to a lynx, yet it had a long leopard tail behind it, almost half the length of its entire body. Besides this, the most striking feature of this cat was its pair of golden yellow eyes, bright as molten gold, radiant as torchlight. It was precisely the golden-eyed Li that Liu Yun's had obtained from the core formation cultivator of Spirit Beast Mountain. More than 3 years ago, it was still a beast egg, cultivated by Liu Yun's in Kayang Wuji's Spirit Eye Spring, and hatched a year ago. Liu Yun still couldn't understand what the principle of Yao beast reproduction in the cultivation world was. Why did a feline animal hatch from an egg? Given his lack of research in biology, Liu Yun's very rationally gave up on this topic. Liu Yun stroked its fluffy little head. In this situation, he didn't release this golden-eyed Li for it to act cute. The golden-eyed Li's two small paws clung to Liu Yun's fingers. It turned around and, under Liu Yun's command, shot a golden light from its eyes. This was the beast's innate illusion-breaking divine ability, the divine light of disillusionment. The divine light shot into the stone cave, dissolving layers of obstacles within into nothingness. A moment later, the narrow stone cave revealed its true appearance, a blue stone passage several zhang wide. Inside the passage, the floor was paved with blue stone, the ceiling inlaid with bright pearls, and even the two sides of the passage were decorated with beautiful jade, further adorned with runes that interconnected, forming glowing patterns. Liu Yun's frowned. How was the architectural style of this place exactly the same as the ruins in the Seven Sects Forbidden Land? Chapter 49, Talisman Array. The blue stone passage was as bright as day, with fist-sized luminous pearls of unknown material emitting a brilliant yet not dazzling, strange light. Liu Yun strolled through the passage, the golden-eyed Li on his shoulder playing happily with its own tail. The entire passage was not long, only about 100 zhang. Liu Yun's walked cautiously for half an hour and arrived at the end of the passage. What appeared before Liu Yun's was an ancient and elegant bluestone hall. It was entirely constructed from massive bluestone bricks carved with dragons and phoenixes, and in the four corners of the hall stood 4 stone pillars, crystal clear and verdant, looking almost like solid pieces of natural jadeite. Liu Yun's looked up and noticed that the illumination source on the hall ceiling was not the luminous pearls from the passage, but a massive, smooth crystal ball, 5 or 6 zhang in diameter, embedded directly into the bluestone ceiling. The owner of this place certainly has good taste. Liu Yun stroked his chin, thinking that he could arrange his own immortal cave in a similar fashion in the future. The hall, illuminated by the crystal, was unusually spacious. In the several dozen zhang of space, there was only an unremarkable stone table placed in the center, otherwise, it was completely empty. Liu Yun's walked to the stone table and paused, slightly stunned. It was intricately carved with talismans he had never seen before. These hundreds of talismans were interconnected, transforming the stone table into an incredibly complex and ingenious talisman array. A strangely shaped blank space was left in the center of the talisman array. Liu Yun's meticulously studied it for a long time, even taking out venerable golden talismans' talisman notes and identifying and combining the talismans one by one. I don't understand it, Liu Yun's clicked his tongue, feeling a headache coming on. Such a complex talisman array was clearly beyond his current ability to decipher. He could only vaguely discern that the talisman array seemed to have the effects of gathering souls and spiritual qi. Amidst his headache, Liu Yun's looked at the blank space in the center of the talisman array, feeling that its size and shape looked somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Liu Yun's. He patted his storage pouch and took out a jade box sealed with a restriction talisman. Liu Yun's blew on it, and with a flicker of spiritual light, the restriction talisman detached itself. An incredibly pure and powerful metal attribute spiritual power surged out. He opened the jade box, revealing the shimmering golden talisman inside. It was precisely Venerable Golden Talisman's Spirit Transformation Talisman. Before Liu Yun's could even act, the Spirit Transformation Talisman, as if possessing a spirit, flew out of the jade box on its own and landed in the blank space at the center of the talisman array. Liu Yun's was slightly startled, then looked at the center of the talisman array. It was mostly filled by the Spirit Transformation Talisman, but still lacked a little. A wry smile appeared on Liu Yun's lips. Teacher Zhou, I was wrong. Geometry truly is a profound subject. Liu Yun sincerely apologized to his former math teacher, then pulled out the ancient jade treasure from his embrace and placed it on top of the Spirit Transformation Talisman. It fit perfectly, without the slightest gap. The talismans on the talisman array lit up, transforming into 6-colored spiritual light that trembled slightly. Streams of incredibly pure heaven and earth spiritual chi surged in, directly pouring into the ancient jade through the talisman array. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched as he watched, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath, muttering. This move is brilliant. He understood. If Liu Yun's wasn't mistaken, this ancient jade, tens of thousands of years ago, should have been a relatively ordinary magical artifact for strengthening divine sense and nourishing the divine soul. In the hands of a cultivator below core formation, it would certainly be considered an ancient jade treasure, but for a high-level cultivator, it would be relatively dispensable. However, this item fell into Venerable Golden Talisman's hands, allowing him to perform a rather outrageous and brilliant maneuver. First, before entering the Seven Sects Forbidden Land, he placed the Spirit Transformation Talisman, which he had meticulously cultivated for hundreds of years and had long since gained sentience, along with this ancient jade here. Then, he set up a talisman array, derived from the 6-ding Heavenly Armor Talisman, capable of attracting heaven and earth spiritual chi. After his death, the talisman array here continued to operate on its own, pouring a massive amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi into the ancient jade. After tens of thousands of years of spiritual chi irrigation, this jade was forcibly transformed into an ancient jade treasure. During this process, the spirituality within the Spirit Transformation Talisman, influenced by the ancient jade's miraculous effects, gradually developed intelligence. And since this item was originally Venerable Golden Talisman's life-bound talisman, upon gaining intelligence, it naturally acquired a portion of Venerable Golden Talisman's memories and emotions. Simply put, Venerable Golden Talisman was indeed dead. The one alive was the Spirit Transformation Talisman, which had gained sentience and possessed a part of his memories and emotions. Venerable Golden Talisman exploited a bug in this world, successfully achieving a partial rebirth tens of thousands of years later. This also explained why he insisted on going into the Forbidden Land to find his own corpse. Thinking about it now, for a corpse from tens of thousands of years ago to still retain some soul power, Venerable Golden Talisman must have tampered with his own body as well. That day, after the Spirit Transformation Talisman devoured Venerable Golden Talisman's remaining soul power, it transformed from an invisible soul body into Venerable Golden Talisman's appearance in life. If he wasn't mistaken, at that time, he had already retrieved all his memories and self, successfully resurrecting and undergoing rebirth tens of thousands of years later. This operation truly was genius. Liu Yun's praised sincerely. Venerable Golden Talisman's brilliance in his maneuvers and the ingenuity of his thinking actually made Liu Yun's feel a sense of kinship. At the same time, it also eased the constant worry that had been hanging over Liu Yun's heart. This set of operations, while simple to describe, was actually incredibly complex and demanding, making it impossible to replicate. Several years had passed since the trip to the Seven Sects Forbidden Land, and Liu Yun's had always feared such secret arts that could break through lifespan limitations and allow for possession and rebirth. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if Qian Wuji learned of such a secret art. Liu Yun's didn't want to think about what would happen next, nor did he dare to. And now, Liu Yun's could finally relax. Qian Wuji was still his good master, and he was still that good. Genius disciple. Liu Yun's raised his hand to put away the ancient jade and the Spirit Transformation Talisman. After some thought, he also put the stone table covered with the talisman array into his storage pouch. Although this item wasn't immediately useful, its research value was truly very high, and he could study it slowly when he had time later. As Liu Yun's put away the items, his mood instantly relaxed, as if 1,000 jin boulder had been lifted from his heart. He also had the leisure to survey the entire hall. The bluestone hall was indeed quite spacious, and on both sides of the hall, there were inconspicuous small doors, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Liu Yun's expression became solemn. Li Wuya was definitely not a benevolent person. He estimated that there was a 90% chance that there was a problem here, and the remaining 10% was that there was a big problem. Given Li Wuya's dark thoughts, it was highly probable that he believed his parents and younger sister would surely die if his enemies came to their home, so he set up traps to make the murderers pay for his family. Thinking of this, Liu Yun's quickly put the golden-eyed Li, which was playing with its tail with genuine fervor on his shoulder, back into his spirit beast pouch. He also applied several layers of protective spiritual light to himself and did not forget to put on the insect compound eye glasses that came with the mechanical exoskeleton. Having made these preparations, Liu Yun's took a deep breath, and the extreme speed provided by the mechanical exoskeleton instantly carried him to the doorway. He held a cyan treasure umbrella in one hand and an elementary high-grade golden blade talisman in the other, with his mechanical exoskeleton ready to activate at any moment. With utmost caution in his heart, Liu Yun's raised his hand and pushed open the stone door. Chapter 50, God-forbidding tablet. There were no restrictions on the stone door, and Liu Yun's easily pushed it open, revealing a dark, pitch-black room inside. Unlike the outside, this room had no lighting. Liu Yun's frowned and took out several moonstones from his storage pouch, throwing them in. A faint white light illuminated the entire dark room. The space inside was not large, and there was nothing else. Liu Yun's could only see an offering table directly facing the door, on which sat 3 shattered spirit tablets. Opposite the offering table was only a single prayer mat, which had rotted beyond recognition. Liu Yun's cautiously walked in, stepped over the prayer mat, and approached the offering table. The 3 spirit tablets, made of an unknown material, were still as clean and bright as new after tens of thousands of years, but they were completely cracked. Only the characters Xin, Fan, and Li could be faintly discerned on them. Liu Yun's examined them closely for a long time before he saw a few runes behind the spirit tablets. God-forbidding tablet. Liu Yun's was startled. This kind of malicious item was commonly found in the hands of demonic path cultivators, a byproduct of a spell called soul restraining art. It was a spell that only a nascent soul cultivator could master, allowing them to separate a portion of a cultivator's primordial spirit and inject it into this tablet. From then on, that cultivator's life would be in the hands of the nascent soul cultivator who cast the spell. As long as the nascent soul cultivator destroyed this tablet, the cultivator whose primordial spirit was separated would either become an imbecile in minor cases or die on the spot in severe cases. Such things are quite rare now, after all, they are related to another's life, and it's not easy for outsiders to even catch a glimpse. The reason Liu Yun's could recognize this item was because he also had a similar item, called a primordial spirit token. That was based on Liu Yun's agreement, where he voluntarily split a small part of his primordial spirit to reside in the token, which was then kept by Qiang Wuji. Once Liu Yun's encountered danger, he could use this item to call for help from Qiang Wuji. If the distance was too great and he couldn't be saved in time, Qiang Wuji would at least know where Liu Yun's died and by whose hand, making it easier to collect his body and seek revenge later. Generally, close disciples or younger relatives of high-level cultivators have similar items. Liu Yun's looked at the god-forbidding tablets in front of him, his gaze lingering for a long time on the tablet with the character Xin written on it. Undoubtedly, these god-forbidding tablets were all destroyed by the caster themselves, rather than shattering on their own due to the death of the person on whom the spell was cast. Combining the decorative style of this place, which was identical to that of the 7 sects Forbidden Land, and this god-forbidding tablet with the character Xin written on it, Liu Yun's believed this should be the former immortal cave of the original owner of the 7 sects Forbidden Land. It was only later that Venerable Golden Talisman usurped the place, turning it into the location where he set up his contingency plans. Then this becomes interesting. If the god-forbidding tablet shattered, even if the disciple surnamed Xin didn't die on the spot, he should have become an imbecile. However, according to the information he found in that experimental log, the disciple surnamed Xin not only showed no fear towards his master, but also seemed to have successfully left the Forbidden Land later and passed on his legacy. How is this possible? How did he do it? Is there a cultivation technique in this world that can break the soul restraining art? Liu Yun's was at a loss for a solution for a time. For some reason, Liu Yun suddenly thought of Grand Master Taiyan, who was mentioned in that log. He always felt that this series of events seemed to be related to him. Liu Yun's immediately felt a headache and decided to just ignore this mess. What could matters from the ancient era have to do with him? Surely, something from that time couldn't still be causing trouble today, could it? If that were truly the case, then these ancient cultivators would be a bit too weak. Liu Yun's no longer dwelled on it, but instead, as stated in Li Wei's jade slip, cautiously reached his hand under the offering table. After fumbling for a moment, Liu Yun slowly pulled out a piece of silk as thin as a cicada's wing from underneath. This item should have been made from the silk spun by some strange insect. Although incredibly thin, it was exceptionally tough and had remained unchanged after tens of thousands of years in this place. Using the light from the moonstones, Liu Yun spread out the silk, revealing the undulating curves on it. Mountain range map. Liu Yun's frowned deeply. This thing was actually a map. And it was an ancient map that indicated locations by recording the trends of mountain ranges. Taiyu Mountain Range, Changliu River, Southeast Huangjiao Peak. Because it was a map from the ancient era, many geographical features had long since changed. Liu Yun's found it extremely difficult to decipher, only vaguely able to identify it as a map of a certain place in Yu country. This won't do. If I keep this up, my eyes will be ruined. I should go back to the sect and look for a map of Yu country from the ancient era. Liu Yun's temporarily took off his compound eyeglasses and rubbed his dry eyes. Despite the extreme difficulty in seeing, Liu Yun still discerned what the map indicated from some of the pictorial descriptions. It was a complex hexagonal formation. An ancient teleportation array. Yu country actually has something like this. Liu Yun's let out a long breath. Just this alone made his trip today worthwhile. If he could find a map of Yu country from the ancient era in the sect and compare it with this mountain range map, there was still hope of finding this ancient teleportation array. Liu Yun's turned his head to look at the stone door on the other side of the hall. He had already searched this dark room and gained a lot, but he didn't know what was in the other room. According to Li Wei's jade slip, he had never entered it because his cultivation was not high enough to break the restrictions on it. Liu Yun's put away the map, moved his feet slightly, and in the blink of an eye, crossed dozens of feet to arrive in front of the stone door. Restrictions? Where are the restrictions? Liu Yun's looked at the stone door, which showed no abnormalities, and frowned slightly in confusion. Suddenly, Liu Yun's expression changed drastically, and he flashed sideways, moving more than 10 feet away. Just now, the golden-eyed Li in his spirit beast pouch suddenly let out a warning cry, then trembled and curled into a ball, as if it had seen something unusually terrifying. What's going on? What exactly is wrong here? Liu Yun's forehead was covered in sweat. His powerful divine sense meticulously swept through the hall, but he found nothing. Calm down. There must be something here, I just can't see it right now. Liu Yun swallowed, reaching up to put on his compound eyeglasses. Li Wuya must have known this thing existed, which is why he wanted to lure me here. The hall was silent, with no hint of abnormality. But in Liu Yun's eyes, the hall at this moment seemed to be shrouded in an invisible killing intent. For the golden-eyed Li to be so afraid, it must be a Yao beast of its natural enemy. With its divine light of breaking illusions. Wait. Divine light of breaking illusions. A flash of inspiration struck Liu Yun's, and he suddenly realized he had overlooked a detail. Li Wuya's jade slip had detailed that this place was protected by an illusion formation. Just now, Liu Yun's had indeed seen the illusion outside and easily broke it by summoning the golden-eyed Li. The golden-eyed Li's divine light of breaking illusions was indeed the bane of illusions, but it was currently only a first-grade low-level Yao beast, and its divine light could only deal with some crude illusions. Was the illusion formation here really that weak? Or, have I been in an illusion all along? Liu Yun suddenly looked up. The crystal ball that illuminated the entire hall was subtly wriggling, and dense, crimson scales were emerging layer by layer. Then, the giant body curled into a sphere gradually stretched out. Beneath that twisted, boneless, cold-blooded body, the true light source that illuminated the entire hall was revealed. A giant, blood-red vertical pupil. Chapter 51, Strange Serpent. Inside Li family manor, Li Wen knelt in the ancestral hall, his expression stubborn as he looked up, his gaze firm. Li Yuan deeply sighed, looking at his son's appearance. For a mortal maidservant, you dared to defy your birth father and frame your clan brother. Li Wen, do you know your mistake? Li Wen tightly pursed his lips, his still young body, though kneeling on the ground, remained perfectly straight. Father, I don't understand. I believe I have never asked anything of you. Now I merely want a mortal maidservant, why can't you grant me this? Because she is the younger sister of that Li Wuya. Li Yuan's eyes almost bulged out. He sat in the main seat of the ancestral hall, his hands clasped a few times, forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart. If I weren't worried about giving others an excuse, I would have killed that entire family long ago. Li Yuan slammed the table and abruptly stood up. Winner, have you forgotten? When Li Wuya was alive, how difficult life was for our main branch of the Li family. Seeing his son's bewildered look, Li Yuan shook his head, looking angry at his lack of ambition. That Li Wuya, relying on his profound cultivation and astonishing talent, never once put me, the clan chief, in his eyes. Nor did he ever put any of you, his peers, in his eyes. If he hadn't died in the blood restriction trial, then the position of Li family head would have changed hands long ago. Li Yuan angrily flicked his sleeve. That Li Wuya came from a collateral branch, his ancestors for 3 generations were mortals without spiritual roots. Just because he suddenly emerged, he wanted to seize the position of family head from my main branch. Winner, do you think this is fair? Of course not. Li Wen's face flushed red, and he quickly said, with such a bloodline, how can one guarantee that future generations will also possess spiritual roots? If he became the family head, and the Li family's descendants had no cultivators, wouldn't we be ridiculed? Li Yuan finally showed a relieved smile, patting his shoulder and saying, I am very happy that you think this way. No matter how likable that Li Ying'er is, she is nothing more than an ant-like mortal. You possess a natural 3 spiritual root and are destined to embark on the path of cultivation. Cultivators like your clan brother Ming and clan brother Tian are the ones you should befriend and associate with. Always dealing with those ants living on the mountainside, how can you advance further on the path of cultivation? How can you inherit my position as family head? Li Wen's eyes lit up, and he looked at Li Yuan in surprise. Li Yuan sighed, of course, if you truly like her. It's possible for me to put that Li Ying'er in your room, but only for venting desires, never take it seriously. Also, remember to apologize to your clan brother Ming, you were too reckless this time. Your son will heed father's teachings. Li Wen's eyes darted, and he suddenly said, Father, why don't you first transfer Li Ying'er to my room, and then I can give her to clan brother Ming? How about that? Oh. Li Yuan's eyes brightened. Tell me, why do you want to do this? Li Wen snorted lightly, who in Li family manor doesn't know that Li Ying'er is close to me? I also intended to take her into my room, but she is still too young, and it would easily give others an excuse. I also don't want to trouble father for a mortal maidservant. And that Li Ming's deliberate disrespect is clearly a provocation to me. If I really let him take Li Ying'er into his room, then I would become the laughingstock of the entire village. At this point, a hint of evil chi appeared on Li Wen's face. I dare to give her, let's see if he dares to accept. If he accepts, then he has rebellious intentions. If he doesn't accept, then I will kill Li Ying'er with a single palm strike in front of him. Li Wen confidently grinned, and said proudly, firstly, it's an apology, we can't let a mortal ruin our brotherly affection. Secondly, it's a deterrent, to let him see my magnanimity. Li Yuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh, good. Worthy of being my son. But can you bear to part with her? She's just an ant, what's there to be reluctant about? Li Wen said with a smile, there are plenty of beautiful and lovely mortal women. My interaction with her was merely a game, at worst, I'll just find another one later. That's right, father. Wait. What's that sound? Li Yuan and Li Wen were startled simultaneously. From an unknown depth beneath their feet, a series of dull rumbling sounds erupted, like muffled thunder continuously exploding underground. At first, it was just sound, but then the entire Mount Xiaomang peak began to tremble slightly. Dragon turning over. Li Yuan's heart jumped, and he quickly led Li Wen out of the ancestral hall. Dragon turning over. Everyone, quickly ascend to the sky with your magical artifacts. Li Yuan shouted, releasing a flying sword and pulling Li Wen onto it. Just then, the earth cracked open, and a red pillar of light burst out of the ground. Li Yuan tried his best to dodge, but the light pillar still grazed him, instantly vaporizing one of his arms. Ah! Li Yuan cried out in pain, falling off the flying sword. Li Wen reached out to pull him, but caught in the sudden upheaval, his legs were already trembling like sieves, making him unable to move an inch. He could only watch as his father, the head of the Li family who held power over life and death, fell to the ground and had his head crushed by a flying boulder. He died like an ant. At the same time, deep within Mount Xiaomang, Lu Yun's opened his azure treasure umbrella, emitting a verdant protective shield, and was then struck several dozen feet away by a giant claw. The monster that appeared before him was 30 feet long, shaped like a giant snake but with a pair of ferocious claws on its belly. A blood-red single eye on its head continuously shot out blood-red light pillars, which were astonishingly powerful and simultaneously conjured numerous illusions, attempting to disturb one's mind. Lu Yun's gritted his teeth and blocked, golden light bursting from his eyes. He was connected by divine sense, using the Jin Muli's innate divine ability to resist the illusions. This monster was enormous and incredibly strong. As soon as they started fighting, it tore apart the entire immortal cave. Lu Yun's intended to fly out of the immortal cave to shift the battlefield outside. As long as there was ample space, he had plenty of means to employ. Who knew that this monster possessed considerable intelligence? It actually forced him all the way into the mountain's core. Lu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slapped his storage pouch. 5 misty white blades shot out. The monster's giant eye shifted, and with a twist of its body and a claw, it struck all 5 blades away, while a blur of an afterimage shot towards him. Lu Yun's felt a slight tremor in the treasure umbrella in his hand, and the white umbrella surface instantly split. Then, he was struck heavily by a massive force, sending him flying to crash against the uneven stone wall. The monster coiled up, its long, sharp tail coiled in front of its body, vibrating rapidly at an imperceptible speed, emitting a buzzing muffled sound. It was this thing that had instantly sent Lu Yun's flying and ruined one of his top-tier magical artifacts. Cough. Lu Yun's coughed up a mouthful of blood, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. A mere peak 4th grade Yao beast, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Lu Yun's tossed aside the remains of the treasure umbrella in his hand, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Come. On Mount Xiaomang, over a dozen escape lights shot into the sky. Young Master Wen, what happened? Where is the clan chief? A middle-aged cultivator, with the cultivation of around the 10th level, quickly approached Li Wen upon seeing him and asked. Father, he. Li Wen was already in a panic, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. What are you panicking about? It's just a dragon turning over, what can it do to us cultivators? The middle-aged cultivator frowned, angrily scolding him, disappointed by his weakness. No. This is... Before Li Wen could finish speaking, the entire Mount Xiaomang peak exploded with a roar. Countless tons of shattered rocks, mixed with gigantic ancient trees crushed into fragments, shot into the sky like cannonballs. Before the cultivators of the Li family could even react, 7 or 8 of them were swept into it, leaving no bones behind. Among them was the middle-aged cultivator in front of Li Wen. Li Wen, however, was quite lucky. The flying sword beneath his feet blocked the incoming boulders for him. Although it was instantly shattered into pieces, it bought Li Wen time to escape. The earth churned endlessly, and tens of thousands of pounds of shattered rocks pierced through the clouds. In this apocalyptic scene, Li Wen fled down the mountain like a madman. His magical artifact was ruined, and his magical power was almost depleted. He could only rely on his feet to run wildly on the trembling mountain path. He didn't know how many times he fell along the way. Li Wen's fine clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in mud and bloodstains. He ran all the way to the mountainside, and only when he saw the familiar Li family village did he suddenly breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. This is... Young Master Wen. Li Wu looked at Li Wen in a panic, surrounded by the people of Li family village. Young Master Wen, what happened? Li Wen opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He could only turn his head to look at the peak of Mount Xiaomang. At this moment, Mount Xiaomang was directly cut in half at its waist, the upper part of the peak completely blown apart. Under the bright moonlight, a majestic golden-armored warrior, 30 feet tall, rose from the rolling smoke and dust. Opposite him was an equally enormous, giant serpent covered in crimson scales. Li Wen lay in the mud, gazing up at the 2 colossal beings with the mortals of Li family village. Chapter 52, Mortal Path. Lu Yun sat in the cockpit of the Victory Swallow, a wide grin on his face, unable to suppress his wild laughter. Piloting a Gundam to fight monsters, this was the ultimate dream of every plastic model hobbyist. In Lu Yun's life checklist, this event's priority was second only to becoming light. The golden armored giant spread its 2 iron wings from its back, which then merged to form a golden giant sword, soaring into the sky. The giant snake's single eye narrowed, emitting a crimson blood light beam directly at the giant sword. Just then, a massive fist landed squarely on its face. The light beam was forcibly deflected, plowing a deep trench into the ground. Inside the cockpit, Liu Yun's laughed without restraint, like a madman. Are you kidding? You think I'm here to duel you when I'm piloting such a massive Gundam? The golden armored giant pressed one arm against the giant snake's right claw, while its other hand gripped its slender neck, exerting force to slam it directly onto the ground. Bang! A tremendously heavy thud echoed. The entire Mount Xiaomang range trembled twice, and the remaining half of the mountain was covered in deep cracks. The monstrous snake writhed its enormous body, attempting to struggle, but the golden armored giant smashed its head with a punch. The immense force directly collapsed the entire Mount Xiaomang. The earth cracked, and dust billowed everywhere. Amidst a scene of doomsday, the remaining members of the Li family manor scattered like wild horses, fleeing down the mountain in a frenzy. 2 or 3 cultivators were mixed among the mortals, indistinguishable from them. They were equally disheveled, equally panicked, and even their appearances were quite similar. Clang! Liu Yun's felt the mecha body shake as the giant snake's rapidly vibrating tail, like a swift blade, left a deep gash on the victory swallow. The golden armored giant trembled slightly, then suddenly raised a hand, and the golden giant sword descended from the sky, flying into the giant's hand, and striking at the giant snake's long tail. The giant snake opened its mouth, letting out a strange hiss, its single eye glowing with a powerful blood light. The golden armored giant abruptly lowered its head, delivering a headbutt directly to the single eye. Blood light burst forth. Red, white, and black liquids all sprayed out. Liu Yun sneered disdainfully, casting a powerful skill at close range? Who are you looking down on? In a life-or-death moment, the giant snake suddenly hissed, and enduring intense pain, its giant tail wrapped around the giant's neck from an incredible angle. Then, with a burst of monstrous strength, it desperately flung the 10 jung tall golden armored giant away. Liu Yun's was somewhat surprised. This Yao beast was likely some primordial exotic species, not only was its talent extraordinary, but its physical strength was also quite terrifying. Fortunately, this was the Victory Swallow No. 2 machine. Liu Yun's pressed a button, and the golden armored giant directly transformed and disassembled in midair, becoming a golden giant eagle. The giant sword shot out, splitting into 2 to form a pair of steel wings. A 4-winged giant eagle, seemingly forged from gold, soared through the sky, twisting its body and shooting straight into the clouds. The giant snake let out an earth-shattering hiss, its mouth containing a dark blood light. Even with its single eye destroyed, this exotic giant snake still possessed the ability for long-range attacks. Just then, the 4-winged giant eagle spread its 4 wings high in the sky, and dazzling golden light burst forth, transforming into hundreds of golden light blades that fell like meteors. The giant snake wailed, its entire body torn and bleeding by hundreds of light blades. The 4-winged giant eagle swooped down, retransforming into the golden armored giant in midair, holding the giant sword, and striking down with a single blow. Deprived of sight and severely wounded, the giant snake could only hiss unwillingly as it was beheaded by the golden armored giant with a single sword stroke. As the giant snake's headless corpse fell, Liu Yun's also let out a sigh of relief. The great battle ended, but Mount Xiaomang had vanished forever. This battle, far exceeding the standard of ordinary foundation establishment, directly leveled the small mountain. Liu Yun's turned his head and saw a group of about 100 refugees fleeing in panic not far away. The first to suffer in this battle were the cultivators of the Li family manor on the mountain peak. The mortals living halfway up the mountain had run fast enough, incurring no significant losses. Liu Yun's heart had been trembling with excitement, but this sight immediately calmed him down. Without another word, Liu Yun's collected the giant snake's corpse and piloted the Victory Swallow away from there. After today, the Li family manor would likely disappear from the numerous cultivator families. Liu Yun's mood grew irritable, and he directly piloted the Victory Swallow towards Han Li's immortal cave. Old Han, still alive. Liu Yun's brazenly barged into Han Li's immortal cave, his opening remark making one want to punch him. Han Li walked out with a sullen face, looked at the rising sun in the distance, and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" Liu Yun's opened his mouth, then turned his head and spat. "Forget it, let's go inside first, and I'll tell you slowly. Do you have any wine here?" The two entered the immortal cave and talked for most of the day. From what he witnessed at the Li family manor, to exploring the immortal cave at night, and finally to the great battle with the giant snake. Liu Yun's hadn't originally intended to say so much, but once he opened up, he couldn't stop. By the end, his throat was dry, and he picked up the teapot and took a large gulp. That's right, Han Li didn't even have wine here. The pot of tea he brewed was God knows how old, tasting moldy. Han Li listened quietly the whole time, perfectly playing the role of a listener. He knew very well that what Liu Yun's needed right now was a listener. Now that I think about it, Li Wei's target from the beginning was the cultivators of the Li family manor living in Li family manor. I was just a tool for him. Liu Yun's angrily slammed his fist on the stone chair, his eyes bloodshot. Damn it. That was, Liu Yun's took another large gulp of tea, unable to finish the rest of his sentence. Brother Liu, Han Li held his teacup, thinking for a moment. He suddenly asked Liu Yun's, "Do you know how many people I've killed?" Liu Yun's shook his head blankly. "You don't know," Han Li chuckled softly. "Actually, even I don't know. Countless, and I don't dare to count anymore." Now that I think about it, along this path, I've done good deeds and bad deeds. To seek eternal life, I don't know how much I've given up, how much I've sacrificed. Liu Yun's opened his mouth. He thought of Li Wuya, Li Yinger and those people from Li family village who preferred to be enslaved rather than return to the mortal world. After a long silence, he asked in a low voice. Aren't you tired? Tired? How could I not be tired? Han Li smiled slightly. It's just more tiring to be a weakling who can't even control his own destiny. Han Li still smiled gently. He looked at Liu Yun's, with a mix of emotion and self-mockery. You might find it hard to understand, but for people like us, simply being alive is a very tiring thing. Words like easy have never been associated with us. He patted his chest, so I'm very grateful for my identity as a cultivator, at least it has given me the means and hope to control my own destiny. Liu Yun's, your talent is extraordinary, and you are also the direct disciple of the first core formation of the Yunyu sect. There are too many things you were born with. We are different, everything people like us possess must be exchanged with benefits, fought for with our lives. Just like the blood restriction trial last time, in your eyes, foundation establishment is a matter of course. You can leisurely plan every step after foundation establishment. For you, the blood restriction trial is just a stepping stone that allows you to walk more easily on your future path. It's good to have it, but it doesn't seem like a big deal if you don't. But for me, the blood restriction trial is a glimmer of hope that I must fight for with my life. You do everything because you like it. And I do everything because I want to survive. Han Li patted Liu Yun's shoulder. To be honest, it's hard for me to understand your feelings, and I believe it's hard for you to understand mine. I can't think about what will happen to those I've killed, those I've used, those I've abandoned. Because I'm truly already very tired, and I really don't have any extra mental energy to think about these things. Do you understand? Liu Yun's opened his mouth, as if something had lodged in his throat, blocking all the words he wanted to say. Old Han, Liu Yun's leaned back, looking at Han Li's almost undecorated immortal cave. Am I being too sentimental? To be honest, yes. Han Li smiled, reaching out and pulling him back up. But it's understandable, who doesn't have flaws? Liu Yun sighed, recalling his constant anxiety after learning of Venerable Golden Talisman's existence in recent years, and couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. Heaven's chosen? What chosen? Bullshit. We are all mortals struggling to survive, not some reincarnation of a celestial venerable or a Dao ancestor descending to the mortal world. How can there be any chosen? You and I are both on our way. Perhaps my path has been smoother than yours. But in the end, you and I are still fellow travelers. Liu Yun's let out a long breath, smiling as he said, let's strive to live. I hope that one day, you and I can both live the way we want to. Don't end up like the Li family village. Liu Yun said in his heart. Han Li was a bit stunned, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Good. You and I are on the same path, and I hope that one day, we can both live the way we want to. Chapter 53, Gifting Medicine. A month later, above a peak named Wangjiao Peak, located in the mountain range where Yu State's Yunyu sect resided, a five-colored escape light flew by. As the escape light dissipated, Liu Yun's looked at the peak before him, his expression exceptionally conflicted. One day prior, after an unknown number of failures, Han Li finally succeeded in refining a batch of qi refining powder. It must be said, when it comes to alchemy, one still has to look at Han Li. Others count their failed medicinal pills by the piece, he counts his by the batch. Just thinking about this made Liu Yun's brain throb. It truly is you. Of course, the materials were all prepared by Han Li, so he didn't feel the pinch, and Liu Yun's didn't need to worry about it. After successfully refining the first batch of qi refining powder, Liu Yun's took 4/10 as agreed and set a date to return in half a year to collect the remaining 4 batches of medicinal pills. However, before he left, Han Li hesitantly produced another 2/10 of the qi refining powder, asking him to deliver it to Nangongwan. According to his estimation, the qi refining powder's potent effects would even be somewhat beneficial to a core formation cultivator. It just so happened that Nangongwan had suffered decades of cultivation loss in the Forbidden Land earlier and was in urgent need of suitable spirit medicine. These words startled Liu Yun's again, thinking, just how wild did you two get to actually lose cultivation? Han Li saw his strange expression and immediately knew that this guy had misunderstood again. He wanted to tell the truth but was worried Nangongwan would settle accounts with him, so in the end, he could only vaguely state that it was all an opportunity coincidence, and both he and Nangongwan were victims. If one had to blame someone, blame the Ink Dragon. It's entirely responsible. Liu Yun's was confused again, but at least he finally understood that he had misunderstood. Helpless, he could only bring Han Li's medicinal pills to Wangjiao Peak. Liu Yun's requests an audience with Martial Ant Nangong. Outside Wangjiao Peak, the thick fog, so dense one couldn't see 5 fingers in front of them, swirled and parted before Liu Yun's, revealing a path. Come in. A clear, cold voice sounded in Liu Yun's ears. Liu Yun sighed inwardly, his body transforming into a 5-colored escape light as he flew inside. Nangongwan's residence was surprisingly simple, merely an ordinary immortal cave. All the facilities were complete, yet it appeared somewhat rudimentary and lacked much in the way of decoration. However, a few strangely shaped rocks, combined with the luminous pearls embedded in the immortal cave walls, did give it a unique charm. Walking into the immortal cave's main hall, Nangongwan sat cross-legged on a prayer mat, her clear, noble gaze unchanged even upon seeing Liu Yun's. Martial nephew, do you have business here? Nang Gongwan asked coldly. Liu Yun's couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had long understood this woman's personality, outwardly cold and noble, but actually quite playful, with an restless nature deep down. As for how Liu Yun's figured this out, one could only say that birds of a feather flock together, and the ancient's words still held much truth. Martial Ant Nangong, I recently met a friend, a peerless alchemy prodigy rarely seen in 100 years. Liu Yun's thought for a moment and decided to help Han Li. He continued, this person seems to have admired Martial Ant for a long time. It just so happens that he recently refined a batch of qi refining powder, so he asked me to bring some over and speak a few good words on his behalf. Nangongwan frowned, her tone growing even colder as she said, how can Martial nephew be so rash? How precious is this qi refining powder? I have never met that person, how can I accept it? Quickly return the item, and do not mention this matter again. Martial Ant Nangong, that person said he had met you once. Liu Yun's raised an eyebrow, almost laughing out loud. That person is called Han Li, a foundation establishment stage cultivator from Yellow Maple Valley. What? Nangongwan's eyes widened, and in a burst of excitement, she jumped directly off the prayer mat. Who did you say that person was? Nangongwan asked incredulously. Liu Yun's mouth twitched, Martial Ant, you're not wearing shoes. Nangongwan looked down to see her fair, jade-like feet exposed so casually, her 10 white jade-like toes seemingly moving with a mind of their own. Ah! Nangongwan's face turned crimson. Annoyed, she glared at Liu Yun's, then turned and pulled a pair of shoes from under the prayer mat to put on. Cough. Nangongwan lightly coughed, then sat cross-legged on the prayer mat again, as if nothing had happened. Martial nephew Liu, did you just say that your alchemy prodigy friend is named Han Li? Liu Yun's was bent over, trying his best not to laugh out loud. That's right, that person is named Han Li, and he had a chance encounter with Martial Ant in the Forbidden Land. A blush flashed across Nangongwan's face, seemingly from annoyance, yet also from shame. Give it to me. Nangongwan extended her fair hand, demanding the item with righteous indignation. Liu Yun subtly rolled his eyes, then took out 2 porcelain bottles from his storage pouch and handed them over. Nangongwan snatched them, eagerly opened the bottles, and lightly sniffed the medicinal pill's fragrance. Your friend's refining is mediocre, just barely usable. Nangongwan said, while quickly hiding the porcelain bottles in her sleeves. No. Can't laugh. If I laugh out loud now, this woman will try to kill me. Martial nephew Liu, you just said your friend has already reached foundation establishment. Nangongwan's eyes flickered, asking as if unintentionally. That's right, this person's cultivation talent is average. But in the Dao of alchemy, he is a true prodigy, he can even refine ancient medicinal pills like qi refining powder in a single batch. These words were so sincere that Liu Yun's himself almost believed them. Is that so? Nangongwan lowered her head, muttering to herself. Martial Ant. Liu Yun's eyes twitched slightly, somewhat not understanding this person. Honestly, Nangongwan and Han Li had only met that one time at most. To say there was any emotional foundation was pure nonsense, but what was with these two acting inexplicably like they were deeply in love? Liu Yun's couldn't figure it out, and in the end, could only simply conclude that love, this thing, defies logic. Your friend, besides these medicinal pills, did he say anything else? Nangongwan lightly coughed, her neck stiff as she forced herself to appear calm. Yes. Sweat beaded on Liu Yun's forehead. Heaven help me. Han Li is a pure straight man. It's already good enough that he remembered to send a gift. He said, he hopes there will be a day to meet again. Liu Yun's back was covered in cold sweat, he had never been this nervous even when making up lies to tease Fairy Nishang. Nangongwan listened to Liu Yun's words, then lowered her head, somewhat lost in thought. Martial Ant Nangong, I think my friend might be interested in you. Liu Yun's chuckled. Of course, he's just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. I've already severely reprimanded him, guaranteeing that he won't dare to be presumptuous ever again. Liu Yun said earnestly. Nangongwan listened to Liu Yun's words, surprisingly without any reaction, just lowering her head in silence. Liu Yun's couldn't help but frown. If Martial Ant still feels unsatisfied, your martial nephew will go to Yellow Maple Valley right now to settle accounts with him, hang that scoundrel up and beat him for 3 days and 3 nights, to vent Martial Ant's anger. Nangongwan looked up and glared at him. Slick talk. How much did he tell you about our business? Liu Yun's couldn't help but rub the back of his head, smiling somewhat sheepishly. Martial Ant saw through it. I knew it, this tactic definitely wouldn't work on you. Nangongwan rolled her eyes, then fell silent again. After a while, she continued, has he really reached foundation establishment? That is natural. Liu Yun's nodded very seriously. Then how likely do you think he is to reach core formation? Nangongwan then asked. Liu Yun's really wanted to say 100%, after all, he's the protagonist, how could he possibly fail? In my opinion, Han Li has a great chance of successfully reaching core formation. Is that so? Nangongwan said softly, but her face showed disbelief. Actually, Martial Ant, if you truly have any thoughts, why not just call him over and talk? Why be so conflicted? Liu Yun's couldn't help but say. Nangongwan gave him a cold look, then lowered her head and sighed. Chapter 54, The Agreement. How can things be as simple as you think? Nangongwan subconsciously retorted, then suddenly realized she seemed to have exposed something and blushed crimson. Junior Marshal uncle, stop hiding things. It's not good for your health to keep them bottled up, Liu Yun said, casually sitting on the ground and rubbing his temples helplessly. Sometimes I really don't understand why you all like to make a simple matter so complicated. Nangongwan sighed, her brows deeply furrowed, and a hint of ferocity suddenly appeared in her usually calm expression. I have no such intentions towards that person. If you want to talk about feelings, it's only to grind him to dust. Liu Yun nodded noncommittally, then took out a handful of candies and snacks from his storage pouch and offered them to her. Nangongwan took them naturally, then suddenly fell into a dilemma. To eat this candy, or not to eat this candy? Liu Yun's. Who can tell him why a few pieces of candy are so complicated? Marshal Aunt Nangong, can you tell me what your concerns are? Nangongwan pouted, hesitated for a long time, then opened her mouth and stuffed all the candy in her hand inside, making herself look like a hamster. As if an invisible burden had suddenly been lifted, Nangongwan relaxed completely. She sat cross-legged like Liu Yun's, her back naturally curved, completely unrelated to words like aloof and noble, or polite and dignified. Your friend has an ordinary appearance, inferior aptitude, low cultivation, and as for his character, I don't even know what kind of person he is. Nangongwan seemed to have entered a state of breaking the jar, throwing a tantrum like a little girl, her small fists clenched tightly, looking extremely aggrieved. Tell me, should I kill him? Liu Yun nodded understandingly. He understood, she didn't fancy Han Li. So, Junior Marshal uncle, do you mean to pretend this never happened? Or should we secretly get rid of him? Liu Yun asked tentatively. Nangongwan opened her mouth, looking so wronged she seemed on the verge of tears. Don't worry. Don't worry. What happened today will only come from your mouth and enter my ears. Absolutely no third person will know, Liu Yun said enthusiastically, his eyes incredibly sincere. It was a bit shameful to admit, but in his previous life, during high school, he was known as a woman's friend and an emotional guru. The couples he successfully matched were at least 8, if not 10, pairs, making him the lifelong enemy of guidance counselors. The only flaw was that, despite being so professional, he somehow couldn't find a girlfriend and remain single for 3 years. He thought things would change after university, but who knew he would transmigrate before university even started. Now that he thought about it, that damned old heaven would really do anything to prevent him from getting into a relationship. He is, after all. Nangongwan sighed softly, then changed the subject. I also want to pretend all of this never happened, but I can't. Liu Yun pressed his temples, a little headache. Junior Marshal uncle, you don't even know his personality or character, so how can you not forget him? You don't understand. Nangongwan's face flushed slightly as she avoided Liu Yun's gaze. For some reason, Liu Yun suddenly felt offended. Junior Marshal uncle, I suggest you two have an honest talk, Liu Yun proposed very seriously. At least try to get along. If you feel it's suitable, then follow the normal dual cultivation process. After all, no one stipulates that the cultivation levels of Dao companions must be identical. How many core formation elder male cultivators these days have a foundation establishment stage female cultivator as their Dao companion, and no one ever says anything. Liu Yun ticked them off on his fingers, one by one, like Senior Li of Yellow Maple Valley, Junior Marshal Uncle Lu of Aryunyu Sect, Senior Zhou of Tianq Fortress, and also, all those you mentioned are male cultivators. Nangongwan couldn't help but interrupt. What's wrong with that? They are in the core formation stage, and you are also in the core formation stage. Even if you choose a dual cultivation Dao companion with slightly lower cultivation, who would dare to say anything unpleasant? Liu Yun spread his hands and continued, if there's someone so blind, go beat him up. If you can't beat him, just pretend he doesn't exist, cultivate diligently, and go beat him up when you can. Why make such a simple matter so complicated? Nangongwan's cherry lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. Then, as if imagining something, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up. No. Nangongwan suddenly closed her eyes and shook her head vigorously. What you said is wrong. I am a core formation elder of the Anu sect, and he is just a foundation establishment cultivator of the Yellow Maple Valley. Moreover, that person has inferior aptitude, an ordinary appearance, and also. Nangongwan suddenly opened the floodgates, unleashing a torrent of complaints about Han Li, who was far away in Yellow Maple Valley. Liu Yun looked at her like this and couldn't help but sigh. After all that talk, she still didn't fancy Han Li. As she spoke, Nangongwan suddenly fell silent, her expression quite complex. Liu Yun tilted his head and tentatively said, Junior Marshal uncle, let me ask you a question. He leaned forward slightly, getting a bit closer. How do you feel about Han Li? Nangongwan froze. After a long while, she frowned and said, I don't know either. Liu Yun nodded. Generally speaking, once such words were spoken, things were usually settled. Very good. Han Li's life was saved. Isn't he your friend? Tell me, what kind of person is he? Nangongwan asked curiously. Liu Yun sighed, Junior Marshal uncle, even if you ask me about such things, I can only speak of the good. Some things you still have to judge for yourself. Nangongwan gave a bitter smile, how can I judge? We've only met once and barely exchanged a few words. If there's no opportunity, create one. How about this, if there's a chance, I'll take you out. Liu Yun thumped his chest, his gaze firm. Take me out. Nangongwan's beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened, filled with surprise. That's right. If you feel it's inappropriate to use your own identity, then simply change it, Liu Yun said with a thumbs up and a smile. I promise you, only the two of us will know about this. You can judge for yourself what kind of person Han Li truly is. Nangongwan lowered her head, feeling a bit moved, and also struggling. Looking back over 100 years, her life seemed to consist only of cultivation. If she could go out and see the major thousand worlds, it didn't seem bad either. Liu Yun calmly watched Nangongwan. He already understood what was going on between Nangongwan and Han Li. To put it bluntly, these two might not have any feelings for each other, and Nangongwan currently felt more hatred towards Han Li. It was just that the cultural environment they had been exposed to for a long time subconsciously placed each other in a special position. This was true for Han Li, and Nangongwan's situation was even more complex. The cultivator of this world were actually a very awkward group of people. On the surface, they appeared high and mighty, transcendent and refined. But in reality, their small numbers meant they were unconsciously influenced and assimilated by the cultural trends of the mortal world. Nangongwan, who grew up under such cultural influence, naturally believed she had to be a dignified, aloof and rule-abiding senior, even if it meant suppressing her true nature. Therefore, Han Li was quite complex in her heart. On one hand, he was the first thing she did in her life to break free from restraints, the only excitement in her dull and boring life. On the other hand, the education she received from childhood told her that the gap between them was too large to be together. Yet, her education also contained ideas like one husband for life and not marrying a second husband. This plunged her into contradiction and also made her begin to question the rationality of the education she had received all along. Rather than saying she had any special feelings for Han Li, it was more accurate to say that Han Li represented her rebellion against the restraints placed upon her in a partial, reluctant compromise. Martial Aunt Nangong, your life is yours to decide. No one else can make decisions for you. Liu Yun stood up and chuckled softly. So, make up your own mind. Whether it's for Han Li or for yourself, this is a good thing. After all, a forced melon isn't sweet. In the end, it still depends on whether you like it or not. Nangongwan lowered her head and let out a soft breath. Martial nephew Liu, why are you helping me so much? Nangongwan asked, puzzled. Because it's interesting. Liu Yun's lips curved into a smile as he said. Who isn't a fun-loving person? I'm leaving. Liu Yun waved his hand, humming a song in a cheerful mood as he transformed into a five-colored escape light and shot out. Only Nangongwan remained, sitting there in a daze, lost in thought for a long time. Chapter 55 Advanced. The five-colored escape light that Liu Yun had transformed into flew back to Qian Wuji's immortal cave, holding chi refining powder in his hand, intending to show off in front of Qian Wuji and also get a couple of pill formulas. Who knew that after circling the immortal cave 2 or 3 times, he couldn't find anyone, only 3 porcelain bottles and a note. 3 bottles of blood dragon pills, with a level 5 bloodline flood dragon inner core as the main ingredient, supplemented by numerous spiritual plants. The medicinal pill is potent, consume with caution. Liu Yun frowned. For some reason, Qian Wuji seemed unusually busy these past few years, often leaving for long journeys without a word and only returning after 1 or 2 months. He didn't want to say where he went, so Liu Yun didn't dare to ask. However, seeing Qian Wuji's increasingly serious expression, Liu Yun always felt a sense of impending storm. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yun walked into the seclusion chamber. No matter what was going to happen, it was always right to increase his own strength first. Moreover, he also wanted to carefully study and research the newly acquired true art of puppetry. After entering the seclusion chamber, Liu Yun did not immediately begin to cultivate. Instead, he sat cross-legged and meticulously recalled everything that had happened during this period. From the great evolution art and true art of puppetry to his experiences in the Li family, and from his heart-to-heart with Han Li to his conversation with Nangongwan. Scene after scene flashed by, Liu Yun's mood shifted from joy to solemnity, and then from vexation to tranquility. Finally, Liu Yun's state of mind gradually became as calm as still water. Under the cool sensation emanating from the ancient jade treasure, all emotions returned to their origin, leaving only the purest true self. Liu Yun took a deep breath, picked up a packet of chi refining powder, hesitated for a moment, then poured half the packet into his mouth. At this very instant, Liu Yun's entire body's spiritual chi surged, his meridians expanded to their limit by the vast spiritual chi, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. Liu Yun was greatly alarmed and quickly circulated the 5 elements escape heaven art to refine this immense spiritual chi. Several hours later, the pain in his meridians gradually lessened. Liu Yun breathed a sigh of relief, drenched in cold sweat as if he had just been pulled out of water. After letting out a long breath, Liu Yun raised his right hand. 5-colored spiritual light flickered at his fingertips, causing the surrounding 5 elements spiritual chi to subtly waver. Unbeknownst to him, he had actually cultivated the 5th layer of the 5 elements escape heaven art, advancing to the foundation establishment mid-stage. Hiss. Liu Yun turned his head, looking at the chi refining powder in shock. The medicinal pill was actually so potent. Even the spirit pills weren't this exaggerated. Of course, he didn't know that for some of the auxiliary spirit plants in the spirit pills Qian Wuji refined, he couldn't find ones of sufficient age. Out of desperation, he could only make do with younger spiritual plants, which naturally reduced the medicinal pill's effectiveness. Han Li's chi refining powder was different. To guarantee its effectiveness, he maniacally increased the age of several main spirit plants by a lot, and also added plenty of various auxiliary spirit plants, which naturally made the effect extraordinary. Liu Yun's cultivation was originally just a hair's breadth away from the middle stage. Now, with the boost from this enhanced half packet of qi refining powder, advancing to foundation establishment mid-stage was naturally a matter of course. Recalling how his meridians had almost burst open just now, Liu Yun's was immensely grateful that he had the self-awareness to only consume half a packet. However, seeing how potent the qi refining powder was, Liu Yun's had a small idea. He still had a good amount of qi refining powder, and in half a year, he could get 4/10 of 4 more furnaces from Han Li. Coupled with the 3 bottles of blood dragon pills he currently held, advancing to late foundation establishment stage suddenly seemed like a rather easy task. His original estimate of 10 years was clearly too long. With the efficacy of these medicinal pills, it seemed it would only take 5 years, and after 5 years. By then, I'll only be 30 years old, damn it. A drop of cold sweat ran down Liu Yun's face. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be upgrading too quickly. If he continued to cultivate at this speed, it seemed impossible not to encounter a heart demon. Looking at the qi refining powder in his hand, Liu Yun's hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and consumed the remaining half packet, continuing to circulate the 5 elements escape heaven art. Feeling the surging spiritual qi in his body, Liu Yun's couldn't help but think of his current predicament. Within the Yunyu sect, there were not just 1 or 2 people coveting Qiang Wuji's formless escape technique. While Qiang Wuji was alive, they naturally wouldn't dare to act rashly. But once his time limit arrived, if he hadn't yet advanced to core formation, those people would unhesitatingly pounce on him, skin him, dismember him, and devour him completely. This time might not be too long. A trace of sadness flashed in Liu Yun's eyes, then he refocused his mind and silently refined the spiritual qi within his body. Just like that, 4 years passed in a flash. On this day, above a certain mountain range in the northwest of Jian Prefecture, Yu Kingdom, a golden light streaked across like lightning. The golden light was astonishingly fast, and soon, it skillfully stopped on a certain mountain peak. Old Han, open the door quickly. Liu Yun shouted loudly, without a hint of politeness. The inverting 5 elements formation split open, clearing a path. Han Li walked out with a solemn expression. Upon seeing Liu Yun's, he immediately lowered his head and sighed, appearing very helpless. What's with that attitude? Liu Yun's pouted and swaggered into Han Li's immortal cave. Old Han, you really don't plan to repair this immortal cave, do you? At least, wait, that's not right. Liu Yun's words were cut short as he suddenly frowned. What's going on with your cultivation? It hasn't increased at all these past 2 years. Han Li gave a bitter smile and said helplessly, this is a long story. Initially, Han Li's cultivation with qi refining powder was completely normal. The powerful medicinal pill only took less than 2 years to bring him to the peak of the early foundation establishment stage realm. But ever since then, the effect of the qi refining powder had been continuously weakening, until eventually, it had no effect at all. Listening to Han Li's complaints, Liu Yun's mouth twitched. He wasn't sure what to say. If you eat spirit medicine like it's food, problems are bound to arise. The current situation is already quite good, at least there aren't any sequelae. Old Liu, have you experienced any drug resistance over the past few years? Han Li asked curiously. Liu Yun's recalled his experiences over these 4 years. For 4 years, Liu Yun's had been cultivating the 5 elements escape heaven art while consuming spirit medicine, and also cultivating the great evolution art, which could strengthen divine sense. The 5 elements escape heaven art, needless to say, was already a top-tier cultivation technique, and it perfectly matched Liu Yun's physique. Cultivating it was naturally incredibly smooth. Coupled with his spirit-gathering physique and the 5 elements escape heaven art's affinity for 5 elements spiritual qi, his speed in refining the medicinal pill's potency also far surpassed ordinary people. Liu Yun's didn't even take much time to cultivate to the peak of foundation establishment mid-stage. As for the great evolution art, whether it was because Liu Yun's was born with strong divine sense or because of the assistance of that ancient jade treasure, its cultivation was so smooth that Liu Yun's himself could hardly believe it. After easily mastering the first layer, the second layer was just a hair's breadth away, with a breakthrough possible at any time. Over these 4 years, Liu Yun's experience could be entirely summarized by the word smooth. Perhaps it was due to the 5 elements escape heaven art's control over 5 elements spiritual qi, or perhaps the spirit-gathering physique's efficient utilization of spiritual qi, but Liu Yun simply did not experience the drug resistance that Han Li spoke of. Of course, it was also possible that it was simply because Liu Yun's didn't pop pills as intensely as Han Li. After listening to Liu Yun's words, Han Li sighed deeply. Having experienced that feeling of surging magical power, Han Li truly didn't want to cultivate slowly like a crawling turtle anymore. Old Han, there's always a way. I'll get you a couple more pill formulas later, no need to worry. Liu Yun's patted Han Li's shoulder. His qi refining powder was also used up, and he only had 2 bottles of blood dragon pills left. Then I thank you. Han Li rolled his eyes and threw a storage pouch to him. The things you wanted, take them. Liu Yun's quickly caught it and probed inside with his divine sense. Chapter 56, Green Origin Master. Looking at the items in his storage pouch, Liu Yun's lips curled into a genuine smile. First the youth-preserving pill last time, and now this 1000-year ironwood. The things you ask for are getting more and more outrageous, Han Li said, glaring at him irritably. Old Han, you make it sound like I'm freeloading. Am I that kind of person? Just look at my face, you can tell I never freeload. Liu Yun shamelessly tucked the storage pouch into his embrace. Do you know how much effort I put in to help you investigate Green Origin Master's matter? Han Li's eyes lit up at his words. You found out about Green Origin Master. This Green Origin Master was an ancient cultivator from Tianese from an unknown number of years ago. His current main cultivation technique, the Qing Yuan sword art, was created by him. Han Li was quite interested in his experiences, not only because his cultivation technique originated from this person but, more importantly, because he had included an auxiliary cultivation technique called the Three Revolutions Heavy Origin Art within the Qing Yuan sword art. According to him, this cultivation technique had the miraculous effect of bypassing the core formation bottleneck. However, it required the cultivator to disperse his cultivation and recultivate 3 times consecutively upon reaching the late foundation establishment stage, compressing and refining his magic power and true essence to bypass the core formation bottleneck. To be honest, Han Li was half skeptical of this claim. On the one hand, according to this expert himself, he had already successfully formed his golden core when he created this cultivation technique. Therefore, he himself did not know the actual effect of the Three Revolutions Heavy Origin Art, it was merely a not-so-mature hypothesis. On the other hand, Han Li had to admit that, given his aptitude and the appearance of drug resistance in his body, it would be almost impossible for him to achieve the feat of dispersing his cultivation and recultivating 3 times in his lifetime. Even with Liu Yun's helping him collect pill formulas, it would be the same. Thus, once he decided to cultivate the Three Revolutions Heavy Origin Art, Han Li would essentially have no turning back. After several months of deliberation, Han Li decided to first investigate the past of the senior Green Origin Master to understand what kind of person he was, thereby judging the credibility of the Three Revolutions Heavy Origin Art. This arduous task naturally fell to Liu Yun's. After all, with the master who was the Anu sect's top core formation cultivator, everything he did would be much more convenient than for Han Li. You wouldn't believe how troublesome this matter was, Liu Yun said, pouting his lips and beginning to complain bitterly. It seems your Yellow Maple Valley used some underhanded methods back then to annihilate the entire mysterious sword sect. Because of this, Yellow Maple Valley has strictly suppressed the history of the mysterious sword sect over the years, with almost no information leaking out. At this point, Liu Yun picked up the teapot and took a large gulp of tea. Not bad, this tea was quite good this time, at least it didn't have that musty smell from last time. Han Li picked his ears, quietly waiting for Liu Yun to continue. Fortunately, as fellow sword cultivator sects, the Giant Sword Sect and the Mysterious Sword Sect had a somewhat ambiguous relationship back then. Their scripture pavilion actually preserved quite detailed information. Han Li's heart stirred, and he immediately remembered that the complete manual of the Qing Yuan sword art he possessed was obtained from a Giant Sword Sect disciple during the blood restriction trial. It seemed the relationship between the Giant Sword Sect and the Mysterious Sword Sect back then was quite complex. I visited a core formation senior from the Giant Sword Sect, and through his introduction, I was able to enter the Giant Sword Sect's scripture pavilion. I really did find some interesting things. Liu Yun stroked his chin and chuckled. It turns out that the Mysterious Sword Sect was once extremely prosperous at its inception, even almost unifying the entire Tianese at one point. What? Han Li's expression changed drastically. How is that possible? Liu Yun waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. I also thought it was nonsense at first, until I discovered that Green Origin Master, the ancestral master who founded the Mysterious Sword Sect, was one of the few verifiable soul transformation stage cultivators in the Tianese region, A&D. Liu Yun picked up the teapot, looked directly into Han Li's eyes, and slowly said, he was also the only person in Tianese history explicitly recorded to have ascended to the upper realm. Han Li was stunned at first, then couldn't help but get excited. He never expected to be linked to such a figure. Now it seemed the credibility of the Three Revolutions Heavy Origin Art was beyond doubt. Old Han, it's about time you told me why you're investigating this person, isn't it? Liu Yun stroked his chin, looking at Han Li with confusion. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression immediately became extremely rich. Old Han. Liu Yun stealthily leaned closer to Han Li, lowering his voice and asking, you wouldn't happen to have clues about a secret immortal cave or a legacy left behind by Green Origin Master, would you? Given Han Li's status as the protagonist, Liu Yun felt this was highly probable. If that were true, things would get exciting. Han Li rolled his eyes at him, exasperated. You're thinking too much. Then what is it? You have to tell me the bottom line. Liu Yun slumped lazily on the stone chair, showing no trace of a high-ranking disciple's demeanor. Han Li pondered for a moment, then sighed helplessly. Actually, there's no harm in telling you, just don't spread it. Han Li began to try and explain the principles of the Three Revolutions Heavy Origin Art and Green Origin Master's hypothesis to Liu Yun in the most concise way possible. According to Green Origin Master's hypothesis, the golden core was originally formed by solidified true essence. Now, after 3 instances of cultivation dispersion and recultivation, the cultivator would naturally possess similar solid true essence. Forming a golden core on this basis would naturally be effortless. Liu Yun, what do you think? Nonsense. Liu Yun scoffed, directly interrupting Han Li. Han Li's eyes showed shock. He never expected Liu Yun to show such disdain for the hypothesis of such a senior expert. First, this Green Origin Master believes that the golden core is solidified true essence and magic power. This statement isn't exactly wrong, but if you truly believe it, you'll definitely be led astray. Let me put it this way. Liu Yun extended a hand, and 5-colored spiritual light bloomed in his palm. My 5 elements escape heaven art is a rare 5 elements attribute cultivation technique, so my magic power is 5 colored. Han Li, your Qing Yuan sword art is a pure wood attribute cultivation technique, so your magic power appears green. Am I right? Han Li nodded curiously, preparing to hear him continue. If, as Green Origin Master said, the golden core is solidified true essence and magic power, then if one day you form a golden core, your golden core should be the same as your magic power, purely green. Can you understand this point? Han Li nodded, feeling a bit awkward in his heart. He always felt that Liu Yun's tone was treating him like a child. But in reality, if you truly form a golden core one day, your golden core will only be 4 colors, green, blue, red, and yellow. Do you know why? Han Li froze for a moment, then fell into deep thought. Liu Yun glanced at him, picked up the teapot, and took a large gulp of tea for himself. He believed Han Li would figure it out. Chapter 57, Golden Core. Time passed by second, and Han Li's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later that Han Li looked up, his eyes grave, and he uttered 2 words. Spiritual root. Snap. Liu Yun snapped his fingers. You got it, it's because of the spiritual root. Liu Yun's starmic power surged within him, displaying an image of 5 chi steaming before Han Li. The essence of cultivation is actually dual cultivation of both nature and life, elevating one's primordial spirit and physical body, transforming them into the most suitable form for receiving heaven and earth spiritual chi. Liu Yun grabbed Han Li's arm, slowly inputting dharmic powers, guiding Han Li to circulate his own dharmic powers through his meridians, ultimately returning them to his danshan. Han Li observed his danshan internally, where thick, liquid dharmic powers slowly flowed. Meridians and danshan are important organs for a cultivator to circulate and store dharmic powers, and they are also the key to elevating true essence. The mortal body has its limits, which is why there are foundation establishment pills to cleanse the meridians and elevate true essence. And foundation establishment cultivators' bodies also have their limits. Liu Yun held his hands level, allowing Han Li to carefully sense the changes in his dharmic powers. The physical limitations of the human body itself determine that relying solely on self-strengthening true essence can, at most, only reach the foundation establishment peak. This has nothing to do with anything else, it is mainly because the danshan, as a true essence converter and dharmic power storage, can only be strengthened to this rank. Liu Yun placed his hand on his lower abdomen, as a human organ, this is the danshan's limit. Therefore, to advance further, one must abandon the danshan and recreate a powerful organ with the same function. Meeting Han Li's astonished gaze, Liu Yun smiled triumphantly, that's right, the golden core is not some solidified true essence. Its essence is actually an acquired human organ, used to replace the danshan that has already reached its limit. And limited by the human body's own constraints, this powerful human organ cannot be generated on its own, so the seniors of the cultivation world began to rely on external objects. Liu Yun patted Han Li's shoulder, signaling him to close his mouth. I once asked several core formation stage seniors about the process of forming a core, and their answers were surprisingly consistent. First, the true essence begins to solidify, then a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi pours in, cleansing the meridians while merging with the true essence, and finally, dragon and tiger converge, forming the golden core. Liu Yun grinned, now you understand, right? The golden core, this thing, is actually the product of a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi combined with pure true essence. It is an acquired human organ generated by borrowing the power of heaven and earth. That's why the golden core displays the color corresponding to the spiritual root attribute, because that is the attribute of the heaven and earth spiritual chi you can attract. Green Origin Master's judgment can only be said to be partially correct. If you were to follow everything he said, you might not even know how you died later. Looking at the spirited Liu Yun, Han Li felt a myriad of emotions. There are always some people who make you deeply realize that you might just be born into this world to make up the numbers. After thinking for a long time, Han Li let out a helpless bitter laugh. According to what you said, then this 3 revolutions heavy origin art is actually not very useful. That's not it, Liu Yun thought seriously for a moment. Theoretically speaking, repeatedly dispersing cultivation and recultivating can indeed increase the quality and purity of essential chi. And high purity essential chi is indeed an important component of the golden core. If you were to truly cultivate according to this 3 revolutions heavy origin art, it could indeed increase your chances of forming a core, but definitely not as high as he claimed. At this point, Liu Yun suddenly realized that Green Origin Master and he had made similar mistakes. When he judged foundation establishment back then, he overlooked the primordial spirit due to the inertia of his previous life's materialistic scientific thinking. This Green Origin Master, too, probably overlooked the possibility of the golden core as a human organ due to similar cognitive inertia. He might have even stumbled upon the correct method under a mistaken premise, just like himself. 2 geniuses, separated by many years, made the same mistake for the same reason. It must be said, this was truly a rather marvelous coincidence. Han Li lowered his head, looking quite dejected. He knew in his heart that with his aptitude, the possibility of forming a core was almost non-existent. Now it seemed that the 3 revolutions heavy origin art, obtained by chance, was not very reliable either. Han Li had to plan carefully how his future cultivation path should proceed. Old Han, if you want to increase your chances of forming a core, I suggest you try cultivating the Great Evolution art. Liu Yun said somewhat helplessly, seeing Han Li's dejected look. Great Evolution art. Han Li was stunned. Of course, he had a copy of this miraculous cultivation technique. He just couldn't understand what this cultivation technique, which strengthened divine sense, had to do with forming a core. As I said, the golden core is actually a combination of heaven and earth spiritual chi and pure true essence. So the key to forming a core lies mainly in 2 points. The first point is pure true essence. Only sufficiently pure and powerful human essential chi can solidify during cultivation, thereby combining with heaven and earth spiritual chi. The second point is drawing heaven and earth spiritual chi into the body. This requires you to have a sufficient affinity for heaven and earth spiritual chi. In a sense, this is also why heavenly spiritual root cultivators can directly ignore the core formation bottleneck. My spirit gathering physique also has a certain advantage in this regard, but my spiritual root attribute is really not that great, so forming a core is also a considerable problem for me. Liu Yun spread his hands and continued, your physique is nothing special, and your spiritual root is a 4-attribute pseudo-spiritual root. So, to improve your affinity with heaven and earth spiritual chi, you can only work on your primordial spirit. And this Tianzhu sect's great evolution art, while seemingly strengthening divine sense, is actually tempering the cultivator's primordial spirit. As long as the primordial spirit is strong enough, the ability to control spiritual chi will also become strong, and the affinity with heaven and earth spiritual chi will naturally increase. Han Li's eyes flickered, and he tentatively asked, then if I cultivate both the great evolution art and the 3 revolutions heavy origin art, will my chances of forming a core be even greater? Theoretically speaking, yes. Liu Yun's thought for a moment and realized that this was indeed a good method. After all, what a cultivator cultivates is still nature and life. As long as both are elevated to a specific realm, the so-called bottleneck naturally ceases to exist. However, that might require cultivating both these cultivation techniques to a very high level, given your current situation. Liu Yun's looked Han Li up and down a few times, then sighed deeply. Still lacking pill formulas. I'll ask my master again later to see how many he still has. Han Li's mouth twitched, and he said with some headache, don't just empty your master's library. If you do, he'll definitely come looking for me to settle the score. Liu Yun's pouted. He had actually just thought of doing that. Han Li shook his head and smiled, saying calmly, thank you for this time. This 1000-year ironwood will be my tuition fee for this time, and it's well worth it. Liu Yun's dramatically clutched his heart, his gaze mournful and sorrowful, deeply moving. I didn't expect it. I'm actually such a cheap person in your heart. Scram. Han Li glared at him angrily. Liu Yun shifted his body, changing to a more comfortable sitting posture. Old Han, as the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. What's more, you not only have will, but also a cheat. A mere great evolution art and 3 revolutions heavy origin art won't stump you. There's no need to put on a dead face like you just had your kidney cut out, right? When Han Li heard Liu Yun's bizarre description, his face immediately became even uglier, as if he had just had 2 kidneys cut out. You, forget it. Realizing that stooping to this person's level would only lower his own intelligence, Han Li could only sigh, then changed the subject, asking with a gloomy expression. Have you heard of Dong Xiener? Chapter 58, Dong Xiener. Dong Xiener. Liu Yun's frowned, recalling carefully. This name sounds so familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Han Li glanced at him with a strange look in his eyes, not saying a word. That Dong Xiener was the Dao companion his master recently intended to introduce to him for dual cultivation. She was beautiful and had a profound background. It was originally a good match, but Han Li felt he had too many secrets and dared not have another person by his side. What's more, this Dong Xiener had an extremely bad reputation within the sect, always getting entangled with some handsome male cultivators of the same generation. This was even more unacceptable. He was a traditional man and truly couldn't stand this kind of peculiar stimulation. Thinking of this, Han Li thoughtfully refilled Liu Yun's teapot. Among the 7 sects, Han Li only knew one fellow cultivator who was handsome, astonishingly talented, and came from an extraordinary background, Liu Yun's. Thinking about it carefully, apart from his somewhat abnormal mind, this person basically met Dong Xiener's criteria for a partner. If this matter truly couldn't be avoided, then he could only find a way to push Liu Yun's out to take the fall. After all, Han Li's, youth-preserving pill wasn't so easy to obtain. Thinking of this, Han Li's gaze towards Liu Yun's became even softer. Dong Xiener. Liu Yun's frowned tightly, scouring his memory, and finally found a clue. I remember now, she's Marshal and Hong Fu's personal disciple from Yellow Maple Valley, right? Liu Yun's finally understood why he felt this name was familiar. She was quite a celebrity back then. Liu Yun's had heard when he was in the chi refinement stage that a new female disciple in Yellow Maple Valley had achieved something no one had accomplished in over 1,000 years. She poached a female cultivator from Yunyu sect. Liu Yun's wasn't very clear about the specific details, only knowing that during that period, the low-ranking female cultivators within the sect seemed to have formed some strange offensive and defensive alliance. If they met and didn't curse the vixen from Yellow Maple Valley a few times, they wouldn't dare to show their faces. It was just that later, this paragon of the romantic scene, this prodigal son of the emotional world, the #1 person in Yu country's deep-sea aquaculture industry, for some unknown reason, suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only a legend that still circulates among the low-ranking female cultivator groups in Yu country to this day. You know Dong Xiener? Han Li frowned. Oh no. It's going to be hard to fool him now. I know her quite well, actually. Liu Yun's lips curved into a faint smile. Speaking of which, he quite admired this woman. After all, he knew very well the methods of those female cultivators from Yunyu sect. For this Dong Xian'er to actually snatch food from the mouths of these professional players showed how formidable she was. What's wrong? Do you know her? Liu Yun's looked at Han Li with a puzzled expression. It wasn't that he looked down on Han Li, but rather that Han Li's appearance truly lacked any appeal. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be within Dong Xian'er's hunting range. Could it be that the senior, having grown accustomed to strong seafood and rich meat, now desired something light? Han Li gave a helpless bitter smile. My master wants to bring us two together. Ha 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 ha. Then congratulations to you. Liu Yun's roared with laughter while slapping Han Li's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a big red envelope on your wedding day. I'll also be there for your child's 100th day and first year anniversaries, and I'll even take care of naming and courtesy names. Oh, does your son need a godfather? Han Li. No surprise. He wasn't surprised at all. After so many years of getting along, he had long seen clearly what kind of bastard Liu Yun's was. Don't get happy too soon. Han Li glared at him fiercely. That Dong Xian'er's reputation is truly outrageous, and my master is also afraid of affecting his reputation. This matter is mostly over now, and I wonder who the next unlucky person will be. Han Li looked at Liu Yun's with ill intent, his eyebrows slightly raised, his eyes narrowed like a fox's. Humph. What a joke. Would I be afraid of such a thing? Liu Yun snorted disdainfully. It wasn't that Liu Yun's was boasting, but with his looks, aptitude, and background, he had managed to remain pure for so many years on a stage like Yunyu sect, which was full of green tea girls and sea queens. Putting everything else aside, in terms of being disliked, Liu Yun's had ample confidence. When it came to notoriety, that Dong Xian'er didn't even have the right to stand and speak in front of him and Master Kaiyang Wuji. If you didn't believe it, you could ask around the various 7 sects. In the vast cultivation world of Yu country, who didn't know that his master's character was not good and that he himself had problems with his mind. To dare to use such a thing to scare Liu Yun's only showed that Han Li was dreaming. Thinking of this, Liu Yun's triumphantly raised an eyebrow at Han Li. Although he wasn't quite sure what he was being triumphant about, Han Li probably understood that the idea of pushing Liu Yun's to take the fall was hopeless. Just then, a sound transmission talisman broke through the air and was blocked outside by the inverting 5 elements formation at the entrance of the immortal cave. Han Li's gaze sharpened. He raised his hand to part the formation, took the sound transmission talisman, and began to listen with closed eyes. In the next quarter of an hour, Liu Yun's personally witnessed Han Li's fascinating emotional changes, from expressionless to shocked, then to wronged, and finally, like a salted fish, giving up completely. What happened? Liu Yun's asked in surprise. Han Li, with a world-weary face and dead fish eyes, swept his gaze across Liu Yun's face, then let out a deep sigh. The sect has ordered me to attend the Yan family's treasure-seizing assembly with that Dong Xian'er in half a month's time. Your master is quite thoughtful. Liu Yun said from the bottom of his heart. Han Li covered his face with both hands, slumping onto the stone chair like a salted fish that had suddenly lost its dream. You don't need to be so sad. Liu Yun's looked at him in this state and felt a little bad for him. Although the two of them had been arguing fiercely just now that the matter had truly fallen on Han Li, the nature of it was different. Didn't your master also not force you? At worst, you can take her out for a spin, casually spar a bit, and then come back and say your personalities don't match. Your master can't possibly tie you up and force you into the bridal chamber, right? Speaking of this, Liu Yun's also felt a little nervous. In those days, parental commands and matchmakers' words were the mainstream. Even if cultivators were a bit more free, they were still heavily influenced by this trend. If Li Huayuan really insisted that Han Li marry Dong Xian'er, then Han Li's only option would be to secretly stab Dong Xian'er to death, then scatter her ashes, and happily claim the title of widower. If it really came to that, Liu Yun's could only help Han Li keep watch and perhaps provide a false testimony afterward. Brother Liu. Han Li said in a low voice. How about you and I travel together to the treasure-seizing assembly in half a month? Han Li looked at Liu Yun's with earnest eyes. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident, nothing more than save the child and help a brother out. Liu Yun's instantly fell silent. You mean, you want me to seduce Dong Xian'er? Liu Yun's instinctively leaned back. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Seduce is too strong a word. Just helping to attract her attention is enough. Han Li took out 7 or 8 porcelain bottles and placed them in front of him, saying with utmost sincerity, all the qi refining powder is here. Brother Liu, please help your little brother out. Liu Yun's lips twitched. To use something he couldn't use himself to do a favor, that's truly you. However, acceptable. Liu Yun's collected the qi refining powder on the table and solemnly said, don't worry, old Han. I'm a professional at this kind of thing. I guarantee that Dong Xian'er won't even glance at you the entire way. Han Li nodded. These words were true, but why did they sound so awkward? Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. See you in half a month. Liu Yun's transformed into a 5-colored escape light and flew directly out of Han Li's immortal cave, heading straight for Yunyu sect. Upon returning to the sect, Liu Yun's did not go straight home but instead arrived above Wangjiao Peak. Is Marshal Ant Nangong present? Chapter 59, Fellow Travelers. Half a month later, a golden escape lights of astonishing speed streaked across the sky above the Yunyu sect's mountain gate, heading straight for Jian Prefecture in Yu State. Within the golden light, Liu Yun sat in the cockpit of the Victory Swallow, his expression serious, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Junior brother Lu, your magical artifact is so fast. It's not much worse than some low-grade magic treasures. Junior brother Lu, what are all these buttons in front of you for? Junior brother Lu, why aren't you speaking? Junior brother Lu. Lu Yun's glanced at the voluptuous and beautiful female cultivator beside him, and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Martial Aunt Nanggong, I understand it's not easy for you to let loose once you leave home, but could you please be quiet for a bit? We're not out for a picnic. That's right, this woman was indeed Nanggong Wan, after changing her appearance. Half a month earlier, as soon as Lu Yun's returned to the Unyu sect, he went straight to Nanggong Wan's immortal cave. He had no other intention, he just suddenly remembered that he had previously promised Nanggong Wan a chance to clearly see what kind of person Han Li was. And thinking about it carefully, this so-called treasure-seizing assembly, just by its name, sounded like another dungeon prepared for Han Li. Lu Yun's could figure out the upcoming plot with his feet. It would probably involve Han Li unleashing his divine might, defeating numerous nameless passers-by, winning first place at the treasure-seizing assembly, and incidentally capturing Dong Xianer's heart. Later, it was highly probable that some unforeseen event would occur, such as the Yan family fort people playing dirty tricks, or some opportunity emerging by chance and benefiting Han Li. Although he estimated that nothing major would happen, thinking about Li Wuya and venerable golden talisman from the last blood restriction trial, Lu Yun still decided to play it safe and trick a core formation cultivator into being a bodyguard, just in case. In summary, Lu Yun's bringing Nanggong Wan along was entirely out of good intentions and respect for the difficulty of the dungeons in this world. He absolutely had no intention of watching Han Li make a fool of himself. However, despite saying that, thinking about Nanggong Wan, Han Li and Dong Xianer meeting. Pfft. Lu Yun's couldn't help but burst out laughing. Nanggong Wan, having finally let loose and not having to maintain a stern facade as an elder, seemed to have returned to her 15 or 16-year-old self, acting like a proper young girl. She even watched Lu Yun's pilot the victory swallow and couldn't quite control her hands, strongly demanding to try flying it herself. However, after a short while of trying, she lost all interest. According to Nanggong Wan, after getting used to the extreme speed of magic treasures, the victory swallow seemed to be nothing special. Lu Yun's heart suffered a blow of unimaginable magnitude. Here, inside the victory swallow, one man was sullen, and one woman was acting crazy. On the other side, on a small mountain somewhere in Jian Prefecture, Yu State, there was also a man and a woman. The man was looking at the sky, and the woman was also acting crazy. Dong Xianer furiously stomped on the rocks beneath her feet, muttering silently, having already engaged in countless extra-friendly relations with Han Li's ancestors. Han Li looked up at the sky, a cold sneer on his lips, completely ignoring the enchanting beauty behind him. These two were probably natural enemies. One was a straight-laced man, completely uninterested in this woman whose conduct was scandalous, and the other was a die-hard looks fan, equally unimpressed by this plain-looking man. One could only say that the elders on both sides were blind from the start, actually thinking these two could be matched together. Hey! You there! Dong Xianer channeled her magical power, crushing the rocks under her feet into dust, and turned to shout at Han Li, we've been waiting for half an hour, how much longer do we have to wait here? Han Li didn't even glance at her, saying coldly, soon, my friend is always punctual. Humph. Friend, with your aptitude, cultivation, appearance, and character, what kind of decent friends could you possibly have? Dong Xianer rolled her eyes and said irritably, I bet whoever comes will also be a crooked gourd and a cracked date, just dirtying young Mrs. Eyes for nothing. Han Li heard this, his expression unchanged, and he calmly said, indeed, Han's aptitude is inferior. During foundation establishment, I barely managed to advance with the help of a foundation establishment pill. Unlike junior sister Dong, whose aptitude is exceptional and talent outstanding. Dong Xianer's face instantly darkened, and she huffed coldly, annoyed. She had barely succeeded in foundation establishment after using 3 foundation establishment pills. In terms of aptitude alone, she really wasn't much stronger than Han Li. Han Li glanced at her, then suddenly changed the subject, saying, Junior sister Dong doesn't need to be like this. We are merely traveling together by order of our sect. Once this matter is concluded, we will have no further ties. Is that so? Dong Xianer sneered, then suddenly lightly jumped, appearing before Han Li. A flash of brilliance crossed Han Li's eyes. Dong Xianer lightly tapped her toes. Her skin, like congealed fat and white jade, reflected stunning and captivating brilliance under the sunlight. Her curvaceous figure rose with the wind, revealing a graceful posture. A hint of charm in her brows and eyes, like a gentle spring breeze, like flowing clear water, every frown and smile exuded allure. Senior brother Han, her soft, low voice was enchantingly seductive, like a cat's paw gently caressing one's heart, a tantalizing itch that couldn't be scratched. A beauty like me, so close at hand, yet only fleetingly passing through senior brother Han's life. Is senior brother Han truly content with that? Dong Xianer smiled alluringly, but her eyes were cold. Humph. Han Li sneered, not bothering to respond to her. Dong Xianer's expression stiffened, and she stomped her foot angrily. Junior sister Dong should restrain herself a little. Don't forget senior martial uncle Hungfu's instructions. As soon as Han Li said this, Dong Xianer's heart instantly chilled, and she completely lost her temper. Junior sister doesn't need to be so disheartened. The friend we are waiting for, whether in appearance, background, or aptitude, is top tier among the 7 sects, a true young talent. Han Li said with a smile, instead of wasting time on me, junior sister might as well save some energy and focus wholeheartedly on that person. It would also be a good match. Humph. If there really were such a person, why would they associate with you? Dong Xianer pouted, saying disdainfully. Han Li smiled slightly, not getting angry. Has junior sister heard of Liu Yun's from the Yunyu sect? Hiss. Dong Xianer gasped in shock, instinctively retreating 2 steps. The little madman from the Yunyu sect. You actually know him? Han Li frowned. Oh no. Liu Yun's reputation was actually this bad. Junior sister Dong has also heard of Liu Yun's name. Han Li's heart sank by half at this point, but he still asked with some curiosity. It was embarrassing to admit that after knowing Liu Yun's for so many years, Han Li only knew that this person had a notorious reputation among the 7 sects, but he had no idea why. Of course I've heard of him. He's the direct disciple of old freak Kaiyang from the Yunyu sect. He usually relies on his status to act tyrannical and unreasonable. Not only does he wantonly bully cultivators from other sects, he doesn't even spare his own fellow disciples. At this point, Dong Xianer's face was pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Han Li's brow suddenly furrowed. Liu Yun's mind was indeed not quite normal, but to say he bullied the weak and acted tyrannically was going too far. How did such an outrageous rumor even spread? Just as Han Li was about to ask for more clarification, a golden escape light streaked across the sky. He's here, Han Li said softly. Dong Xianer let out a strange cry of alarm, her legs trembling slightly, wanting to flee but not daring to. The golden light dispersed, and the huge body of the Victory Swallow appeared. The cockpit slowly opened, and a man and a woman slowly stepped out. The man had sword-like brows and starry eyes, but his face was gloomy, and he seemed to be in a terrible mood. The woman was beautiful and alluring. Her gaze swept over Han Li and Dong Xianer, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a cold sneer. Chapter 60, Yan Liang Mountain. The Yan family, the foremost family in Yu country, is rooted in Linzhou, the most inconspicuous of Yu country's 13 states. Qingliang city in Linzhou is just an ordinary small city, and the nearby Yan Liang mountain only has decent scenery. Besides that, it has no special features. Even in the eyes of cultivators, Yan Liang mountain only possesses a spiritual vein with ordinary spiritual qi. Yet, the Yan family's important family stronghold, Yanling Fortress, is located within Yan Liang mountain. It can be said that the entire Yan family has taken the Dao of low-key moderation to its extreme, and perhaps this is why the 7 sects tacitly acknowledge them as the foremost cultivation family in Yu country. At this moment, Liu Yun's and Han Li each held a piece of paper, which was an invitation to the treasure-seizing assembly. The location for the assembly written on it was Yanling Fortress. The two stood side by side near a mountain peak, with the ceaseless sound of wind in their ears and the chirping chatter from not far away. Old Liu, who is the female cultivator you brought? Han Li asked with a frown. He had been holding on to this question the entire journey. Didn't I tell you already? That's senior sister Nanggong Yu from my sect. She also happens to be participating in the treasure-seizing assembly this time, so I gave her a ride since it was on the way. Liu Yun's lied without batting an eye, his confident demeanor directly stifling a belly full of questions from Han Li. For some reason, Liu Yun's senior sister seemed to look down on him, never giving him a good look the entire journey. Han Li didn't care about her attitude, the main thing was that the surname Nanggong was too familiar, making it impossible for him to ignore. The chirping laughter nearby grew louder, and the two men couldn't help but exchange glances, sighing in unison. Initially, Nanggong Wan hadn't given either of them a good look. But later, for some unknown reason, she inexplicably started chatting with Dong Xianer. The two women, so different in style and with no common ground except their beauty, quickly became unusually familiar and chatted happily, even calling each other sisters. Liu Yun's hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly turned and walked towards the two women. There was no other way, Han Li was essentially invisible to these two women right now. Senior sister Nanggong, junior sister Dong. We've been waiting here for some time now, and still no cultivator from the Yan family has come to pick us up. There might have been an unexpected delay. How about we go back first and come again tomorrow? As soon as Dong Xianer saw Liu Yun's, her expression stiffened, and she instinctively hid behind Nanggong Wan. Nanggong Wan, however, pondered generously for a moment. Let's wait for another half day. The Yan family cultivator should just be delayed by something. Liu Yun's nodded, he was indifferent. After all, with Nanggong Wan here, there was no need to worry even if something unexpected happened. The gap between core formation and foundation establishment was immense, far beyond what ordinary low to mid-tier cultivators could imagine. Liu Yun's could now say without reservation that as long as no core formation stage cultivator appeared, ordinary foundation establishment cultivators would die no matter how many came, without exception. Even if this instance was incredibly difficult, and a core formation stage cultivator really did jump out. Nanggong Wan could completely entangle the opponent first, allowing them to retreat calmly, and then slip away. At their realm, it was easy to defeat or injure, but truly taking the life of a fellow cultivator of the same realm was incredibly difficult. Thinking of this, Liu Yun suddenly felt completely relaxed. This was a sure win. Dong Xianer hid behind Nanggong Wan, secretly observing Liu Yun's. Honestly, Liu Yun's looks, background, and talent perfectly matched Dong Xianer's ideal partner criteria. If it weren't for his terrifying reputation, he would indeed be a good match, as Han Li had said. Throughout their journey, Dong Xianer's eyes had hardly left Liu Yun's. And his behavior was surprisingly normal, although he occasionally had minor quirks, yelling at a strangely shaped magical artifact. With his good looks, these weren't big problems. At least, they weren't problems for Dong Xianer. Now that they were nearing the Yan family, Dong Xianer looked at Liu Yun's handsome and elegant face, and her heart suddenly felt a little restless. Senior brother Liu. Dong Xianer said softly. Xianer hasn't thanked senior brother Liu for his care along the way. That was truly improper. Liu Yun's cast a questioning look at Nangongwan. What was wrong with this woman? Nangongwan rolled her eyes at him, then her gaze swept to Han Li not far away, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, letting out a cold snort and turning her head away. Seeing this, Dong Xianer couldn't help but chuckle twice, her eyes fixed on Liu Yun's. Senior brother Liu is quite renowned in Yu country. Xianer has long admired him and always wanted to meet senior brother Liu. However, these past few days, having the chance to spend time with senior brother, I've become a bit nervous and don't know what to say. Please don't blame me, senior brother Liu. That's fine. Liu Yun's looked at Dong Xianer with a wry smile, his eyes filled with amusement. Junior sister Dong, if I'm not mistaken, my reputation isn't exactly great. If not infamous, it's at least notorious. You admire me? Isn't that a bit too fake? Dong Xianer shook her head. Senior brother, you are mistaken. Xianer is not one to follow the crowd, and besides. Her voice suddenly stopped, her cattail peach blossom eyes wide, as if she had remembered something. Liu Yun's looked at her in confusion, only to see Dong Xianer's lips struggle for a few moments, then turn up slightly, a smile with a hint of bitterness now carrying a touch more sincerity. Besides, is what others say always true? These words, spoken by Dong Xianer, drifted like ethereal smoke, their destination unclear, and it was unknown who they were meant for. Hat. That's true. Liu Yun spread his hands, a cynical smile still on his lips. The world is never short of a rabble that follows the crowd. It's rare for junior sister Dong to have such an understanding. Dong Xianer shook her head and said, Senior brother Liu, you jest. In Xianer's opinion, senior brother, you are truly broad-minded. They say rumors can kill, yet senior brother shows no sign of wavering. Dong Xianer smiled faintly, her charming demeanor lingering. Rumors? Ha! My magical artifact can kill too. Liu Yun's laughed unrestrainedly, pointing at the victory swallow behind him. Junior sister Dong, would you like to try? Let's catch a moral gentleman who's good at using a tongue sword and see whose words are sharper, or whose magical artifact is more powerful. Han Li, not far away, gave a helpless wry smile. He probably understood how Liu Yun's terrible reputation had spread. Dong Xianer tilted her head, smiling as she looked at the victory swallow. Okay. But I'll do the catching. Nangongwan slapped her arm irritably. It's one thing for him to act recklessly, but why are you joining in? What if you ruin Senior Hungfu's reputation? At these words, Dong Xianer's face instantly turned pale, and she quickly lowered her head, remaining silent. Just then, a black dot appeared in the sky. An ugly, two-headed giant bird gradually flew closer. Two figures were vaguely visible on the bird's back. The Yan family's people had arrived. Chapter 61, Ghost Spirits Sect. My sincerest apologies. I have kept you waiting. I am Yan Yu, and this is my younger sister Yan Ling. We are here to escort you two to Yanling Fortress. The ugly large bird flew to the peak, and immediately, a man and a woman jumped down from it. The older of the two, a young man, bowed apologetically as soon as he stood firm. Han Li smiled and returned the bow, saying, It's fine, we just arrived ourselves. Hearing Han Li's considerate words, Yan Yu's embarrassment deepened, and he quickly said, Actually, there were originally Yan family disciples waiting for honored guests here. However, an accident occurred with the disciple who was supposed to be waiting, which caused this delay. Liu Yun's eyes flickered, and he leaned in to ask, What kind of accident? Do you need any help? No. Honored guests have come a long way, and our Yan family fort has already been remiss in its hospitality. How could we shamelessly ask for your help? Yan Yu quickly said, his tone becoming several times more respectful. There was no other way. Among the Foundation establishment cultivators who received invitations to this treasure-seizing assembly, many had a core formation stage backer. Although their Yan family also had a core formation stage old ancestor, there were many honored guests this time, and they truly dared not offend anyone. What's more, Yan Yu recognized this person, the little lunatic of Yunyu sect. The inheritor of old freak Kaiyang of Yunyu sect. This person was notoriously overbearing and unreasonable. If he were offended, the consequences would be dire. Please rest assured, our Yan family fort has made ample preparations for this treasure-seizing assembly and will absolutely not affect any of our honored guests. The four looked at each other, and Nangongwan stepped forward and said, Then please, two fellow deists, lead the way. Yan Yu smiled apologetically, then said, Before leading the four of you, I still need to routinely check your invitation cards. Please, four honored guests, do not mind. It's fine, it's expected. Liu Yun's waved his hand and handed over his and Nangongwan's invitation cards. This caught Yan Yu off guard. He hadn't expected this little lunatic from Yunyu sect to be so reasonable. Han Li and Dong Xianer also handed over their invitation cards. Yan Yu took the invitation cards and looked up, meeting Dong Xianer's gaze. In that instant, he felt a momentary daze, as if he had seen a fairy in the clouds, Chang'e from the heavens. Seeing his expression, Dong Xianer also smiled charmingly, her eyes curving, as if to ensnare Yan Yu's very soul. Yan Yu was momentarily entranced, unable to recover for a long time, and the invitation cards in his hand slowly slipped, about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, his younger sister Yanling was still behind him. Seeing the situation, she immediately stepped forward to catch the invitation cards, while discreetly punching Yan Yu in the ribs. Humph! Yan Yu's face paled, his body hunched slightly, then instantly straightened up. Yanling glared at him, then lowered her head to inspect the invitation cards in her hand. So it's senior brother Han and senior sister Dong from Yellow Maple Valley, and senior brother Lu and senior sister Nangong from Yunyu sect. Yanling looked at Lu Yuns curiously, then cupped her hands and bowed, saying, "The invitation cards are fine. Please, 4 of you, follow us." Yanling returned the invitation cards to everyone, then pulled the clearly distracted Yan Yu onto the back of the two-headed strange bird. Dong Xianer giggled, her eyes sweeping over Lu Yun's. Seeing his expression was normal, and he was curiously examining the two-headed strange bird, she couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. Is this young Mrs. Charm really inferior to a bird's? Lu Yuns didn't pay attention to Dong Xianer's gaze, he was just seriously studying the two-headed large bird. This was a rare item, after all. The two-headed strange bird felt its feathers stand on end under his peculiar gaze. With a flap of its wings, it soared into the sky, flying back at several times the speed it came. The four quickly followed, and after flying several tens of li together, they arrived at a secluded spot between some mountain peaks. As soon as they arrived, Yan Yu pulled out a token from his person, then gripped it tightly, injecting his spiritual power into it. The token trembled slightly, emitting a large swathe of yellow light. The originally empty area was swept by the yellow light, and immediately, 5-colored spiritual light burst forth. The four's eyes lit up, and a magnificent ancient fortress appeared between the originally empty mountain ridges. Looking at the massive city walls, 30 to 40 zhang tall, and the countless tall, ancient buildings visible within the walls, everyone was filled with continuous exclamations. This is Yan family's important stronghold, Yanling Fortress. Welcome, 4 honored guests, Yan Yu said with a serious expression. Just then, Lu Yuns and Nangong Wan simultaneously showed a change in expression, turning their heads to look at a certain spot within Yan family fort. The others also followed their gaze, and saw 2 men in different attire floating in confrontation on a platform at the corner of the fortress. One was a burly man in the Yan family's brown attire, and the other had a curly beard, grey eyes, yellow hair, dark skin, and wore a greenish-blue long robe, appearing extremely eerie. Below the platform, 2 groups of people stood distinctly separated. One group wore Yan family attire, their ranks neat and orderly. The other group wore green robes, most of them also having grey eyes and yellow hair, but there were also some people with ordinary faces mixed among them. Lu Yuns raised an eyebrow, asking in surprise, "Foreign cultivators?" Yan Yu and Yanling's expressions instantly became extremely unnatural. Yanling even clenched her fist, unable to help but say, "It's these people again, they're simply too much." Nangong Wan's face grew solemn, and she turned to Yan Yu, asking, "Are these people also here for the treasure-seizing assembly?" "Of course not, these fellows are uninvited, troublesome guests." As soon as they arrived, they injured the Yan family fort disciple who was receiving guests, and insisted on participating in the treasure-seizing assembly. I don't know what the elders were thinking, but they actually agreed. Yan Yu hadn't even opened his mouth when Yanling couldn't help but say. Lu Yuns rubbed his chin, suddenly understanding. So it was these people who made us stand on the mountain in the cold wind for most of the day. Han Li rolled his eyes at him, then turned to look at the Yan family siblings. "2 fellow deists, could you perhaps tell us the details? Perhaps the 4 of us can also offer a little help." Yan Yu sighed upon hearing this, saying helplessly, "It's nothing unspeakable. These people arrived outside our Yanling fortress this morning, attempting to force their way in and injuring 2 disciples who were receiving guests. After other disciples received the distress call and arrived, they originally wanted to severely teach these people a lesson. But unexpectedly, they produced some letters and tokens. After seeing the tokens, several elders leading the team, for some unknown reason, swallowed their anger and invited them into the fortress. But these people were not at all peaceful after entering Yanling fortress, and immediately requested a spar with the Yan family. Several elders discussed it and seemed to also want to show these people a thing or two, so they agreed. And it was a series of 10 matches, all to be contested by Foundation Establishment stage disciples. Before I went to pick you up, several matches had already taken place, but the results," Yan Yu shook his head slightly, his expression somewhat downcast, clearly indicating that without asking, one would know the Yan family was at a disadvantage. "So that's how it is." Nangong Wan's eyes flickered, staring at the group of green-robed cultivators, her expression extremely solemn. "Fellow deist Yan, there's something I'd like to ask." Lu Yuns pointed to the green-robed cultivators by the side of the platform. "Do these people use demonic path cultivation techniques?" Yan Yu's face changed, and he quickly said, "Precisely. We don't know the origin of these people, but the cultivation techniques they use are overbearing and insidious, with immense power. Our Yan family disciples find it extremely difficult to deal with them. One careless mistake and they either fall victim to a potent poison or inexplicably faint. We don't even know where to begin treatment." Lu Yuns nodded, then turned to look at the solemn Nangong Wan. "Senior sister, what do you think?" "It looks like it, but I can't be sure yet." Yan Yu and Yanling looked at the two, somewhat unclear about the situation. These two were fine just a moment ago, so why did they suddenly become riddle speakers? "2 fellow deists, may we be permitted to observe the matches there?" Nangong Wan glanced at Yan Yu with a calm expression. Yan Yu opened his mouth, just about to say something. But as soon as his eyes met Nangang Wan's, Yan Yu suddenly felt a chill in his heart, as if a basin of ice water had been poured over his head, his body stiff and unable to move an inch. He subconsciously said, "Of course you can. Please, make yourselves at home." Han Li looked at Nangang Wan, his brow furrowing slightly. He seemed to have some suspicions, but he said nothing. With a calm expression, he followed everyone and flew down near the platform. At this time, the battle on the platform had entered a heated stage. The Yan family cultivator was enveloped in yellow light, raising his hand to send out massive boulders directly at the green-robed cultivator. At the same time, a triangular yellow banner in his hand conjured a yellow wind, enveloping himself within it for thorough protection. The green-robed cultivator, on the other hand, had an even more astonishing presence. Several streams of ink-black chi emanated from his body, writhing like venomous snakes, effortlessly batting away the massive boulders. Seeing the stalemate, the Yan family cultivator's face showed a hint of gloom. He slapped his storage pouch with one hand, and with a solemn expression, took out a yellowish-green paper fan, waving it vigorously with both hands. Immediately, a large cloud of purple mist surged towards the green-robed whack, like a rushing purple tide, creating an astonishing momentum. Yan Yu's face changed. Bone-melting fan. Cousin actually used this treasure. Before everyone could marvel at the power of this treasure, the green-robed man opposite suddenly burst into laughter. "Kid, trying to show off with a little bit of poison mist in front of me? You're truly courting death. You don't even know that we are the ancestors of poison." With that, the green-robed man suddenly released several bone-white skull heads. As soon as these skull heads were released, they instantly swelled to the size of carriage wheels, and like living creatures, they opened their mouths and inhaled, actually sucking the large cloud of purple mist into their mouths. The Yan family cultivator's face changed drastically, and he quickly tried to recall the purple mist, but he only saw the green-robed cultivator let out a strange laugh, gently pointing a finger. Several skull heads immediately opened their large mouths, spitting out several black light pillars, which merged into one in the air, instantly piercing through the Yan family cultivator's protective yellow wind. Suddenly, 5 streaks of white light shot out, effortlessly intercepting the black light pillar, revealing 5 hazy, crescent-shaped blades. Everyone was first startled, then felt a blur before their eyes, and a young man with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes and a vibrant spirit suddenly appeared on the platform. "Your Excellency is a cultivator from Ghost Spirit Sect, aren't you?" Liu Yun's looked up and smiled slightly at the green-robed cultivator. "I have long heard of the great name of the 6 demonic sects, and seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. I am Liu Yun's of Yunyu sect, and I would like to seek some guidance from your Excellency. Would you do me the honor?" Below the platform, Nangang Wan's cold gaze fell upon a mysterious person wearing a silver ghost mask among the Ghost Spirit Sect members. This chapter used a lot of original text, but the total word count is over 3,000, and the original content is still over 2,000 words. In the future, free chapters that require original text will all be handled this way. Chapter 62, Provocation. Several skulls, wreathed in eerie black chi, flew back and forth in the air. Streams of dense black chi spewed from their mouths, enveloping the entire arena as if it were a ghost domain. Amidst the boundless black chi, 5 streaks of white light, like 5 white dragons, rolled back and forth. No matter how powerful the black chi became, they unhesitatingly cut it in two. The green-robed cultivator in the arena's eyes flashed with fierce light. He chanted a spell, and the boundless black chi suddenly converged, descending like an overturned giant bowl. The 5 blades hummed, then were suppressed by the rolling black chi, unable to move. The green-robed cultivator's lips curled. He was about to mock them when suddenly, a brilliant red light burst from within the black giant bowl. Crimson flames soared into the sky, instantly incinerating all the black chi. The green-robed cultivator's expression changed drastically, but he didn't notice a slender blue light shooting towards him with extreme speed, directly piercing his chest. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, the green-robed cultivator knelt on the ground, clutching his endlessly bleeding chest. "Good." Cheers immediately erupted below the arena. The Yan family cultivators' voices were the loudest, as if they wanted to shout until their throats gave out. "It seems this round, senior brother Liu has won again." Yan Yu stood below the arena, laughing exceptionally loudly. The flames dissipated, revealing Liu Yun's holding the crimson flame banner. He glanced briefly at the green-robed cultivator who was dejectedly leaving the stage, and very ungracefully picked his ear. This was the 3rd Ghost Spirit Sect cultivator he had defeated. "I've always heard that the demonic technique of the Demonic Path's Ghost Spirit Sect is formidable, skilled in ghost and demon manipulation, and also quite accomplished in poisons and dark arts. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation." The words themselves were complimentary, but in this context, it was hard not to perceive them as mockery. The Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators below the arena all had fierce glints in their eyes, wishing they could rush onto the stage and hack this person to death. However, after a long while, no one dared to step forward again. Liu Yun's gaze shifted slightly, looking at a mysterious man with a silver ghost mask among the Ghost Spirit Sect crowd. This person had a profound aura and pure spiritual power. His cultivation technique was clearly extraordinary, not at all on the same level as the others. Yet, even with his provocations to this extent, this person did not make a move, and the Yan family also showed no reaction. This matter was truly a bit strange. As Liu Yun thought this, he exchanged a glance with Nangang Wan below the arena, and his heart immediately felt a little more at ease. With Nangang Wan, a core formation cultivator, present, and a few trump cards he had deliberately held back. Even in the worst-case scenario, Liu Yun's was confident he could preserve his life. I've long heard that fellow deist Liu Yun's of the Unyu sect possesses astonishing divine abilities, and is one of the most outstanding individuals among the new generation of cultivators in Yu State. Seeing him today, his reputation is indeed well deserved. Below the arena, the mysterious man with the silver ghost mask said calmly, it's just that our side, having only defeated a few Yan family disciples, became arrogant and complacent, underestimating the cultivators of Yu State. Speaking of which, I should thank fellow deist Liu for waking them up. At the last sentence, the mysterious man's voice suddenly sharpened. The ghost spirit sect members quickly lowered their heads, looking apprehensive. Liu Yun's frowned. This person seemed to only be at the foundation establishment mid-stage, yet he could command such awe from these ghost spirit sect cultivators of similar cultivation. It seemed this person either concealed his cultivation or possessed an extraordinary status. If that were the case, the ghost spirit sect's purpose in coming to Yan family fort this time was probably significant. Thinking this, Liu Yun's glanced at the Yan family cultivators below the arena out of the corner of his eye. As soon as the mysterious man spoke, many Yan family cultivators immediately flushed with shame and indignation. Their gratitude towards Liu Yun's also plummeted, and it wasn't impossible for a few narrow-minded individuals to even resent Liu Yun's because of this. Liu Yun's, however, was indifferent to this. After all, he wasn't here to gain favorability. It was just that under the mysterious man's flattery, if Liu Yun's had any shred of dignity, he should have taken the hint and stepped down. So, the question was, did Liu Yun's care about his dignity? Looking at Nangongwan and the ghost spirit sect members below the arena, Liu Yun's felt that he didn't have to. After all, dignity was a consumable for Liu Yun's, it would be a shame not to use it. This fellow deist who can't show his face. Liu Yun's grinned at him, his smile incredibly sincere and kind, but the words that came out of his mouth were anything but human. Seeing that your spiritual power is pure, clearly different from these miscellaneous fish, why don't you come up? Shall we play a little? Presumptuous. Before the mysterious man could speak, a green-robed burly man beside him roared, black chi erupting from his entire body, looking as if he was about to rush up and fight Liu Yun's to the death. It just took a bit long to prepare. Liu Yun stood for several seconds, watching the burly man exude oppressive black chi, yet he still didn't step onto the arena, making everyone quite awkward. Enough. The mysterious man growled angrily. The green-robed burly man heard this, retracted all his black chi, and retreated 2 steps with an indignant expression. This big brother's demonic technique is well practiced, truly able to retract and release at will. Next time, don't practice it. Humph. The mysterious man glared at him coldly, then turned to Liu Yun's and said, why is fellow deist Liu in such a hurry? Perhaps it won't be long before you and I can have a good spar. Then I'll be waiting. Liu Yun's lips curled upwards, a genial smile on his face. He turned and jumped off the arena. Senior brother Liu is truly amazing. In just a few moves, he made these demonic path fiends too scared to come on stage. Xianer has truly had her eyes open today. As soon as Liu Yun stood firm, Dong Xianer eagerly approached him, startling him. But immediately after, he saw a handsome young man behind Dong Xianer, looking at him with hostility. This is... The handsome young man's face was as cold as frost. He said indifferently, Feng Sun of the Feng family greets senior brother Liu. Liu Yun's looked at Han Li in confusion, receiving a helpless look in return. Before Liu Yun's could figure out the situation, an elderly Yan family elder with bright, sharp eyes stepped forward from the crowd and bowed. Thank you, fellow deist Liu, for your righteous assistance. This old man thanks you on behalf of the Yan family. You are too kind, fellow deist. Liu Yun's quickly returned the bow. The Yan family elder smiled kindly, then turned to the mysterious man and said, the ghost spirit sect's profound methods are exquisite. Our Yan family is inferior and has nothing to say. However, there are still 5 matches left out of 10. I wonder if your excellency wishes to continue the competition. Let's not for now. For the remaining 5 matches, it wouldn't be too late to compete after the disciples of the Yan family's Hall of Life and Death arrive. I've long heard of the great name of the Yan family's blood cultivators. The mysterious man said gently and courteously. Good. Since the young sect master truly has such an interest, our Yan family will naturally accompany you to the end. Let today's competition conclude here. The Yan family elder frowned deeply, replying coldly. Young sect master. Liu Yun's raised an eyebrow, his heart immediately feeling much lighter. What he feared most was that the mysterious man was a core formation cultivator with hidden cultivation. But now it seemed, this person could only command other ghost spirit sect cultivators because of his high status. As long as he wasn't in the core formation stage, Liu Yun's felt he had nothing to fear. After all, even if he was the young sect master of the ghost spirit sect, he couldn't possibly command the core formation elders within the sect to trouble him, right? As Liu Yun's thought this, while feeling a little uneasy, he also admired his own foresight even more. If he hadn't managed to get Nangongwan to come over earlier, he would only be thinking about how to escape right now. Thank you for your assistance this time, senior brother Liu. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Yan Yu approached with a complex expression and bowed deeply. After seeing Dong Xianer beside Liu Yun's, Yan Yu's eyes darkened again, and without waiting for Liu Yun's to return the bow, he turned and disappeared into the crowd. Yan Ling saw her elder brother's appearance and couldn't help but roll her eyes. She cupped her hands towards Liu Yun's and said, my elder brother isn't very sensible. Please forgive any offense. It's fine, I understand. Liu Yun's wasn't so petty as to bother with such a love-struck fellow. Fellow deist lose kindness in assisting us today, Yan Ling will engrave it in her heart. Yan Ling's eyes darted around, sweeping over the four of them, revealing a lively and cheerful smile. The four of you are new here and not very familiar with Yan family fort. How about I take the four of you around and fulfill my duties as a host? Chapter 63, Old Acquaintances. After some discussion, the four split into two teams. Nangongwan and Dong Xianer went with Yan Ling to tour the Yan family fort, while Liu Yun's and Han Li decided to wander around on their own. Walking on the blue stone path of the Yan family fort, Han Li glanced at Liu Yun's and calmly said, "What's wrong with you today? Why did you suddenly want to stick up for the Yan family?" Liu Yun spread his hands, "I don't know them, so why would I stick up for them? I only acted to probe the intentions of these ghost spirit sect cultivators. If anything happens, we'll at least be prepared." Ghost spirit sect. Han Li frowned in thought for a moment. "I remember you telling me that they are the lowest ranked demonic sect among the 6 demonic sects, right?" "That's right, they are the last ranked among the 6 demonic sects of Tianluo country. Despite that, their strength can still easily suppress our Yunyu sect," Liu Yun said with a somewhat solemn expression. "The ghost spirit sect young sect master leading so many people into Yu country must have significant intentions. This matter must be clarified." Han Li still looked confused, not quite understanding the importance of the matter. Seeing his expression, Liu Yun could only helplessly explain, "The 6 demonic sects of Tianluo country are the foremost major power in the Tianese region, far from what a mid-tier power like our 7 sects of Yu country can compare to. In the Tianese region, apart from the Righteous Path Alliance of Fengdu country and the 9 Kingdoms Alliance on the Tianese border, cultivation powers in other countries cannot individually withstand their invasion. For many years, the 6 demonic sects have always wanted to annex the surrounding countries and expand their sphere of influence. However, on one hand, they are restrained by the Righteous Path Alliance, and on the other hand, several surrounding mid-tier countries have formed a wartime alliance to jointly resist the demonic path invasion. That's why these guys have always stayed obediently in Tianluo country. And between Yu country and the 6 demonic sects are 2 small countries, Zhang country and Cheki country. Although these 2 countries are small, their cultivation world strength is not weak, and they have resisted demonic path invasions hand in hand for many years, clashing fiercely with the 6 demonic sects, adhering to an iron-blooded principle of killing every demonic cultivator they see. Now do you understand? This young lord of the ghost spirit sect, bringing such a large group of people, risked crossing Zhang country and Cheki country to enter Yu country and headed straight for this Yan family fort." Liu Yun sneered, "A mere treasure-seizing assembly is not worth such a great effort from them. They must have other intentions, and their ambitions are significant." Han Li suddenly understood, then asked somewhat uneasily, "Since it's confirmed they have ulterior motives, then this trip to Yan family fort will likely encounter many complications. Why did you still provoke that ghost spirit sect young lord?" Liu Yun smiled slightly. "To be honest, if Nangongwan wasn't here, he would have run away long ago. Don't look at Nangongwan's combat record as seemingly unremarkable. In reality, her slightly reincarnation cultivation technique is a genuine top-tier cultivation technique, and she herself is proficient in several powerful Yunyu sect secret arts. Her combat power is definitely not comparable to ordinary cultivators of the same rank. No matter what, I am a Yunyu sect cultivator. Since I've encountered some things, I still need to investigate them." Liu Yun patted Han Li's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, old Han, no matter how bad the situation gets, I'm confident I can keep all 4 of us alive. Now, all we need to do is wait for the fish to bite." Han Li's eyes flickered, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "So that's it. I was wondering why you dragged me around for so long." Liu Yun just smiled without speaking. As a reader who had only read a bit of the beginning, he truly didn't know what new trouble this trip to Yan family fort would bring. But it didn't matter. He had a living quest trigger beside him, so he wasn't afraid of not finding clues. While the 2 were still strolling, a fierce argument between a man and a woman suddenly erupted from a nearby shop. Then, accompanied by a man's roar, a woman dressed as a young wife stormed out of the house, rushing onto the stone street and nearly colliding with the 2. "Miss, be careful. Men and women should keep their distance, you." "Old Han." Liu Yun's words trailed off as he saw Han Li freeze like a stone statue, his eyes fixed on the young wife, unmoving. "Old Han, that's too much. We cultivators need to pay attention to our conduct, you can't be like this." Liu Yun grabbed Han Li's shoulder and shook him vigorously. Who knew how large Nangongwan's divine sense range was? What if she saw them? That would be disastrous. A female cultivator like Dong Xianer, who clearly had no chance with Han Li, approaching Nangongwan would at most provide some entertainment for Liu Yun, with no real worries. But this situation was different. If Han Li himself proactively made some principled mistake, then, damn it, someone would die. The young wife was initially very annoyed by Han Li's unreserved gaze, but then, distracted by Liu Yun's, she subconsciously looked up. With that one glance, her eyes could no longer move away. "Senior brother Han." The young wife's voice trembled slightly as she covered her mouth and nose in disbelief. Her exposed eye sockets instantly reddened, and large tears streamed down uncontrollably, flowing along her slightly weathered cheeks to her fingertips, bringing a bitter saltiness. "Junior sister." Han Li paused slightly, pushed Liu Yun aside, his eyes filled with shock. "Holy crap." Liu Yun staggered back a few steps, his gaze darting between the 2, his eyes widening as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Dumbfounded.jpg. He truly hadn't expected that Han Li, this outwardly upright fellow, would also play such games. This was too much. He actually didn't bring a shadow recording pearl. Liu Yun's was filled with regret, wishing he could make the two pause so he could immediately return to his immortal cave to bring over recording equipment and capture this rare moment. Putting everything else aside, if Han Li were to hold a dual cultivation ceremony someday, and he was invited to attend, he could play this clip at the ceremony. How exciting would that be? By this time, a crowd of idle people, both mortals and cultivators, had gathered around the three. They only saw 2 men and 1 woman standing in the middle of the street, a beautiful young wife shedding tears for one of the men, and the other man looking up at the sky with a face full of regret. If a hack writer had seen this scene, they could have easily churned out 200,000 words. Han Li clearly noticed this as well and quickly said to the young wife, "Junior sister, let's find another place to talk in detail. This doesn't seem like the right place to speak." The young wife, crying profusely, immediately wiped away her tears upon hearing Han Li's words and nodded obediently, saying, I'll listen to senior brother." Han Li paused upon hearing this, looking at the young wife's beautiful and charming face, his eyes involuntarily softening. Although he didn't know why, Liu Yun suddenly felt a bit superfluous standing there. "Senior brother, why don't we go to my house? My mother is there too." The young wife finished speaking, then turned to look at Liu Yun's. "May I ask who this immortal master is?" "He's nobody, just passing by." Han Li waved his hand, then turned to Liu Yun's. "Don't you have something to do? What are you still standing here for?" "Well done. As expected of you. I'm definitely going to report this." Chapter 64, Secret Talk. A crescent moon hung in the sky, a massive dark cloud obscuring its silvery light. The dense night gradually enveloped the entire Yanling fortress. Inside the Flying Cloud Pavilion, the tallest building in the central point of Yanling fortress, a red-haired old man with his hands clasped behind his back paced back and forth, his expression unreadable. Not far in front of him, 3 grey-robed elders stood respectfully, one of whom was the Yan family elder who had thanked Liu Yun's by the arena earlier that day. "Zai-jun, did the Ghost Spirit Sect young master really say he would meet me tonight?" The red-haired old man stopped and asked impassively. The Yan family elder stepped forward half a pace with utmost respect, bowing his head and saying deferentially, "Yes, old ancestor. The Ghost Spirit Sect young lord did indeed transmit this message to me privately after the martial arts competition." The red-haired old man said nothing more, his features as rigid as if carved from stone, showing no trace of emotion. Just then, a black-clad middle-aged man walked in from outside the door and respectfully bowed, saying, "Old ancestor, 3 elders, the guest has arrived and has been settled in the main hall." However, his 2 bodyguards refused to wait outside the hall, and have even restrained our iron guards. They appear to be core formation stage cultivators. How should we handle this? Please enlighten us, old ancestor. The red-haired old man snorted coldly upon hearing this, a flicker of anger crossing his face. That's not surprising. How could the esteemed young sect master of the Ghost Spirit Sect venture into a dangerous place alone? The Ghost Spirit Sect leader must have made thorough preparations before daring to let him enter U-state. As the old man spoke, his brows furrowed slightly, suppressing the anger in his heart. "Let's go. Let us all see what kind of person this secretive young sect master is." Everyone entered the main hall, where the mysterious young man, wearing a silver demon mask, sat motionless in the guest seat. Behind him stood 2 people, one old and one young. The old one had a head of white hair and layers of wrinkles, looking at least 100 years old. The young one had rosy lips and white teeth, with 2 small braids on his head, appearing to be less than 10 years old. The red-haired old man's pupils constricted slightly, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. So it's the renowned Li brothers. No wonder Sect Master Wang of the Ghost Spirit Sect is so at ease, daring to let his own son venture into such a dangerous place. The Li brothers were extremely famous, even he, far away in U-state, had heard rumors about them. It was said that this pair of brothers cultivated an extremely rare demonic technique that required 2 people to cultivate together. This cultivation technique had extremely harsh requirements, not only demanding that the cultivators be blood brothers, but also having strict requirements for the 8 characters and spiritual roots of both brothers. Once successfully cultivated, its power was astonishing. When the 2 brothers joined forces, even cultivators 1 stage higher than them would not fare well. Although the red-haired old man was at the peak of the middle core formation stage, he had no confidence at all when facing this pair of brothers. To think that the fame of us brothers has spread so far that even the Yan family old ancestor has heard of us. We are truly ashamed, the boy chuckled, his voice hoarse and low, like an old man on the verge of death. However, the one in charge this time is not us brothers. We are only responsible for protecting the young lord's safety. Senior Yan, you still need to discuss the specifics with the young lord. The red-haired old man nodded slightly, but his heart was in turmoil. In the cultivation world, strength reigns supreme. This Ghost Spirit Sect young lord, with only foundation establishment mid-stage cultivation, could command the close protection of the Li brothers, who were notorious even among core formation stage cultivators, without any complaints. Either this person possessed astonishing methods, or Sect Master Wang of the Ghost Spirit Sect had a level of control over his subordinates far beyond the ordinary. Regardless of which it was, it did not seem to be good news for the Yan family. He turned to look at the mysterious man and asked in a calm voice, "Esteemed young lord of the Ghost Spirit Sect, why do you always wear a mask?" The ghost spirit sect young lord chuckled lightly and said calmly, this junior wears a mask for a different reason, it's not that I'm unsightly. If senior wishes to see, this junior can certainly remove the mask for senior to view. Humph. No need. The red-haired old man snorted coldly, saying impatiently, you people from the ghost spirit sect have traveled all the way to our Yan family, and you insisted on meeting me. Now that I'm here and you've seen me, just get straight to the point. To be honest, senior, this junior has come at my father's command specifically to deliver a letter to senior, the ghost spirit sect young lord said with a smile, while taking a letter from his Hawaii and handing it to the other party. The red-haired old man coldly glanced at them and casually tore open the envelope. After just a few glances, the red-haired old man's expression changed drastically, his tiger-like eyes widening, exuding an intimidating aura without needing to be angry. After a long while, the red-haired old man put away the letter and looked at the ghost spirit sect young lord with a gloomy expression. Who else knows about this matter? The ghost spirit sect young lord smiled upon hearing this and said, aside from this junior, no one knows the specific contents of this letter, including the two elders Li. The red-haired old man looked at the Li brothers behind him and found that their expressions were normal, directly acknowledging the matter. Are you sure the news hasn't leaked? The red-haired old man asked in a cold tone. The ghost spirit sect young lord's brow furrowed slightly, then as if he thought of something, his expression returned to normal. Is Senior Yan worried about that Yunyu sect boy from earlier today? The red-haired old man snorted, that person is old freak Kaiyang's personal disciple from the Yunyu sect, said to be groomed as his successor. If he truly discovers any clues and draws that old monster here, the entire Yan family, along with all you ghost spirit sect cultivators, will not escape. Oh. Is old freak Kaiyang of the Yunyu sect truly that formidable? Then we brothers truly wish to give it a try. The old man like Li brothers raised their eyelids, saying somewhat unconvinced. The red-haired old man couldn't help but frown. This person's voice was weak, as if he could die at any moment. Moreover, his tone was a bit too arrogant, truly not putting the heroes of the world in his eyes. Fellow deists Li, do not underestimate him. I once personally witnessed old freak Kaiyang's formless escape technique back then. The red-haired old man took a sip of tea, speaking with a hint of lingering fear in his voice. For core formation stage cultivators, they lost their lives in a daze without even seeing him. When that formless escape technique is unleashed, we core formation cultivators are nothing but lambs to the slaughter. If we can't even find him, how can we fight? The red-haired old man gave the Li brothers a meaningful look. For so many years, old freak Kaiyang has been addressed as an equal by the nascent soul elders of various sects in U State, and all other core formation cultivators consider themselves his juniors upon seeing him. Why do you think that is? Don't forget, the cultivation world ultimately respects strength. The Li brothers were somewhat surprised by this, exchanging glances and immediately falling silent. Senior Yan, there's no need to worry, the ghost spirit sect young lord chuckled, his expression calm as he said, this junior can assure senior that this matter has not leaked in the slightest. The brat surnamed Lu at most only discovered some clues, far from enough to alarm that old monster. Besides, old freak Kaiyang is far away in the Yunyu sect, even if he receives the information, he'll be beyond reach. By the time he truly arrives, we will probably have already. At this point, the ghost spirit sect young lord's gaze swept over the other Yan family members, and he immediately stopped speaking. The red-haired old man lowered his head and drank his tea, remaining silent. If senior truly cannot rest assured, then how about we capture him first? This way, whether old freak Kaiyang knows about this matter or not, we will be in an invincible position. The red-haired old man slowly rose, this matter will be discussed later. You come with me first. In front of numerous Yan family disciples, the Yan family old ancestor led the ghost spirit sect young lord into a secret room protected by multiple barriers and restrictions. They remained there for an entire night. Chapter 65, Yan Nan. Lu Yun's walked alone on the bluestone path of Yan family fort. The shops on both sides had already hung large red lanterns, illuminating bright candlelight. Under the bright lights, some figures appeared solitary and particularly pitiful. I've been walking all day, and no one has come out to block me. Are these demonic cultivators of the ghost spirit sect really that patient? Lu Yun's intended to use fishing as law enforcement, but they completely ignored him as bait. And Han Li, after he left with that young woman, he was never seen again. He wondered where he had gone by now. That's truly loyal. I can't help but report this. Lu Yun's fumed silently in his heart. Just then, a pink escape light suddenly streaked across the sky, accompanied by a familiar sharp shout. Don't let that lecherous villain escape. Lu Yun's eyes lit up. The pent-up anger he had been holding in for so long finally had a place to vent. 5 misty white blades transformed into 5 white long rainbows, slashing upwards in a cross pattern. The pink escape light abruptly stopped, revealing a beautiful woman dressed in men's clothing. Lu Yun's was immediately stunned. This was the lecherous villain? Which lucky fellow was harvested by her? A white light flashed, and Nangong Wan stood suspended in the air, her eyes filled with evil chi. The beautiful woman lightly furrowed her moth-like brows, and a man's voice actually emerged from her mouth. Fellow deist, junior sister Dong Xianer willingly agreed to dual cultivation with me, Tian. Why must fellow deist be so aggressive, acting as the villain who breaks up a loving couple? Pa. Nangong Wan spat, her face flushed red, you lecherous villain, how dare you? You actually used a soul bewitching technique on a cultivator of the 7 sects. Today, watch me grind you to dust. Lu Yun's quietly flew to Nangong Wan's side and asked with a strange look in his eyes. Senior sister, Who did this lecherous villain bewitch? Who else? Naturally, junior sister Dong Xianer. Nangongwan stared intently at the beautiful man, her silver teeth almost biting until they bled. Junior sister. Every time Liu Yun's heard Nangongwan say that word, he felt a chill run down his spine. After all, a young girl over 100 years old referring to a mature woman under 20 as junior sister really challenged Liu Yun's psychological acceptance. The beautiful man sighed slightly, fellow deist should speak with evidence. When did I use a soul bewitching technique? Why don't I even know about it myself? Hat. Liu Yun's couldn't help but laugh aloud, asking with amusement, fellow deist, lecherous villain, can't you see it even now? He slightly raised his hand, and 5 misty white blades, 3 green and 2 red flying daggers, a total of 10 magical artifacts, rose from below, blocking all escape routes for the beautiful man. We didn't plan on reasoning with you. Liu Yun sneered. The 10 magical artifacts shone with 3-colored spiritual light, sweeping in like a storm of blades. The beautiful man's face changed drastically. Pink mist rose from his entire body, beginning to spin rapidly, transforming into a pink sphere several meters in diameter, repelling all 10 top-tier magical artifacts. Oh! Liu Yun's eyes flickered with surprise. He pointed a finger, and the 10 magical artifacts transformed into 10 long rainbows, continuously attacking the pink sphere. The beautiful man inside the sphere was extremely anxious. Even if he was confident in the sphere formed by his demonic technique, he didn't believe he could sustain it for long under such a terrifying assault. Although he still had some unused methods, this operation was confidential, so how could he expose his origins in broad daylight? Seeing that the sphere had already begun to tremble slightly, flickering intermittently, it was about to be broken through by the many magical artifacts. 7 or 8 escape lights suddenly emerged from various parts of Yanling Fortress, speeding towards this location. Yan family iron guards are here. Who dares to cause trouble in Yanling Fortress? Liu Yun glanced at them, then hesitated before retracting his magical artifacts. The beautiful man let out a huge sigh of relief but still dared not withdraw the sphere. Instead, he shouted from inside the sphere. Fellow deists of the Yan family, I am a participant in the treasure-seizing assembly. Tonight, I was almost killed by these two for no reason. I ask all fellow deists to uphold justice for me. The escape lights flew around the 3 people, revealing 7 or 8 foundation establishment stage cultivators, all uniformly dressed in black and wearing iron masks. Nangongwan frowned, about to speak, but Liu Yun stopped her and spoke first. Fellow deists of the Yan family, I am Liu Yun, a disciple of Kaiyang Wuji of the Yunyu sect. Just now, one of my companions fell victim to this fiend's soul bewitching technique and nearly lost her innocence. My senior sister was present at the time and, in a fit of rage, struck the person. I ask you all to investigate clearly. The several Yan family cultivators exchanged glances. One burly man among them suddenly chuckled lightly and cupped his hands in a salute to Liu Yun. So it's fellow deist Liu. We arrived too hastily just now and didn't see clearly. I am Yan Nan. Thank you, fellow deist Liu, for assisting my younger brother earlier. Liu Yun tilted his head in confusion. May I ask who your younger brother is? My younger brother is Yan Bei. If fellow deist Liu hadn't intervened during the day, he would have been injured by that fiend from the ghost spirit sect. Yan Nan sighed, his words filled with gratitude towards Liu Yun. The beautiful man, still inside the pink sphere, immediately felt a bad premonition. So that's how it is. Fellow deist Yan, there's no need to be so polite. My intervention at the time was merely a coincidence. Liu Yun revealed an incredibly warm smile. If his fellow disciples from the Yunyu sect saw that expression, they would probably be scared stiff. Fellow deist Liu, you're too modest. How can such a great kindness go unrewarded? Wait. Did I tell you to leave? Halfway through his sentence, Yan Nan's voice suddenly erupted in fury. Seeing that the situation was dire, the beautiful man, using some secret technique, directly transformed the sphere into a red-crowned crane. With a flap of its wings, it turned into a red beam of light and shot through the air at an extremely fast speed. Caught off guard, everyone present allowed him to escape. Nangongwan raised her delicate brows, looking at Liu Yun in confusion. Just now, he had used a voice transmission to stop Nangongwan, who was about to strike, and watched as the beautiful man escaped. Liu Yun went over and exchanged pleasantries with the several Yan family cultivators. At the same time, Liu Yun's voice transmission echoed in Nangongwan's ear. Something's not right. The timing of these people's appearance was too precise. There might be a problem. Nangongwan's eyes flickered slightly, but she showed no trace of abnormality. She floated quietly in the air, maintaining the cold and elegant demeanor of an ice beauty. Seeing the woman's cold expression, the several Yan family cultivators gave up on trying to talk to her. They only chatted with Liu Yun, and before long, they began to address each other as brothers. As night deepened, dark clouds covered the sky. Seeing that it was late, the several Yan family cultivators reluctantly bid farewell to Liu Yun, agreeing that Yan Nan and the others would fulfill their duties as hosts tomorrow morning. You all had quite a lively chat. Nangongwan touched her chin with interest, her lips curving upwards, smiling like a fox that had spotted a fat chicken. Liu Yun rolled his eyes. Don't look at me. Let's go back and see how Dong Xianer is doing first. Nangongwan suddenly remembered this matter and quickly transformed into a white escape light, flying towards Fenjiayuan, where everyone was staying. Dong Xianer sat in her room, her arms tightly crossed over her chest, her face pale and bloodless, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Yan Ling softly comforted her beside her. After some time apart, their relationship seemed to have improved quite a bit. How is she? Nangongwan pushed open the door and walked quickly to Dong Xianer's side. Dong Xianer seemed to find an outlet for her emotions instantly, throwing herself into Nangongwan's arms and bursting into tears. There, it's all right now. Nangongwan, full of maternal affection, stroked Dong Xianer's hair, comforting her softly. Yan Ling breathed a sigh of relief and skipped 2 steps to Liu Yun's side. Big brother Liu, did you catch that lecherous villain? Liu Yun spread his hands, saying helplessly, I was almost about to catch him, but then I ran into your Yan family iron guards, and he slipped away while I wasn't paying attention. Yan Ling stomped her foot in anger upon hearing this, rattling off a stream of words. Which iron guard was so blind? How could they let that lecherous villain escape? Liu Yun gave a wry smile and said, he said he was the older brother of the person I saved during the day, named Yan Nan. Yan Nan. Yan Ling was startled by the name. What? You know him? Liu Yun asked, feigning indifference. I don't know him, but I've heard of him. Yan Ling frowned, saying with some uncertainty. But he's clearly a blood cultivator from our Yan family's Hall of Life and Death. How did he become an Iron Guard? Chapter 66 Blood Cultivators. Yan family, Hall of Life and Death, Blood Cultivators. When these 3 terms appear together, most cultivators in Yu country would instantly feel a chill run down their spines and try to get as far away as possible. For a considerable period, this group of elite cultivators, secretly nurtured by the Yan family, was almost synonymous with death in the cultivation world of Yu country. It is said that several hundred years ago, the Yan family relied on these killing machines to establish their reputation as the #1 family in Yu country. After that, they were hidden away by the Yan family, almost never showing their faces to the outside world. For the next few hundred years, the Yan family blood cultivators seemed to become a terrifying, elusive legend, only glimpsed in fragments within certain orally transmitted horror stories. Outsiders' impressions of them were reduced to labels like mysterious, powerful, terrifying, and leaving no survivors, yet few living cultivators had ever truly interacted with them. Tisk. Liu Yun couldn't help but click his tongue as he gazed at the crescent moon outside the window. This was a big problem now. Although Liu Yun was confident that no one below the core formation stage could kill him, the appearance of the blood cultivators meant something else. The Yan family might have already allied with the ghost spirit sect. This was not something a foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator like him could get involved in. Thinking of the series of consequences this matter might trigger, Liu Yun's expression couldn't help but turn grim. He also began to wonder, if everything happening in Yanling Fortress was truly the plot from the original novel, how did Han Li solve such a high-level problem without his and Nangongwan's help? Or was it because of his presence that a butterfly effect was triggered? Perhaps the original situation wasn't as bad as it was now? The more Liu Yun thought about it, the more his head ached. Although he had already told Nangongwan his conjecture, he always felt that this woman didn't seem particularly reliable. What happened? A familiar voice came from outside the door, and an unremarkable face peeked into Liu Yun's room. Why is Dong Xianer suddenly crying so hard? And your senior sister? Han Li frowned, looking at Liu Yun with confusion. I always feel like your senior sister seems to dislike me, and she seems to be hiding something along the way. Liu Yun, is there something you haven't told me? Liu Yun sighed, turning around to look at Han Li helplessly. Damn. I forgot to report. Old Han, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that the current situation is a bit complicated, and I'm not entirely sure. Liu Yun looked out the window, his divine sense, powerful enough to rival a core formation cultivator, enveloped the surroundings like a giant net. Sure enough, 5 or 6 divine senses had completely surrounded the entire inn, 2 of which were quite strong, likely late foundation establishment stage cultivators. Old Han, I need to tell you some things now, listen carefully. Liu Yun closed the window, turned, and placed his hands on Han Li's shoulders, his expression incredibly serious. Tomorrow morning I have to go out. I may or may not return. If I don't come back, you take Dong Xianer and Nangong Yu to participate in the treasure seizing assembly. Remember, no matter what happens, you must not leave Nangong Yu's side. As long as you are with her, both of you will be absolutely safe. Han Li's eyes widened, filled with shock. Old Liu, what exactly happened? Is there a change at the treasure seizing assembly? Liu Yun waved his hand, not to that extent. There are over 200 foundation establishment cultivators at the treasure seizing assembly, either elites of the 7 sects or distinguished guests from other countries. Even if these people are bold, they wouldn't dare to act against them. Relatively speaking, you are still safer. Upon hearing this, Han Li's face immediately darkened. After a long period of contemplation, he finally asked. Do you need help? Liu Yun grinned, don't worry, a mere Yan family cannot keep me. At the same time, in the Fiyun Pavilion's deliberation hall of the Yan family, an extremely secret clan meeting was being held. The Yan family old ancestors sat in the main seat, while all the powerful stewards and elders of the Yan family sat in 2 rows, each with an unpredictable expression. The ghost spirit sex conditions for the Yan family's return this time are extremely generous. They are willing to lend us the sub-volume of the Myriad Spirit True Scripture for perusal, and they are also willing to let a member of our Yan family serve as the ghost spirit sect's deputy sect leader. Their only request is that we must marry Yanner to their young sect master to cultivate the blood spirit great law together, and that the position of Yan family head can only be held by the child of their young sect master and Yanner in the future. Of course, the position of ghost spirit sect leader will be the same. Everyone, please share your thoughts. The Yan family's fate depends on today's decision. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone exchanged glances but remained silent. What? Are you all mute? The Yan family old ancestor frowned, asking in a displeased tone. To the left of the Yan family old ancestor, a pale-faced old man hesitated before speaking. Old ancestor, there is one thing I don't understand, and I ask the old ancestor to enlighten me. Ask away. At today's assembly, everyone can speak freely, without any worries. The Yan family old ancestor nodded to the old man and said calmly. Since the old ancestor has spoken to this extent, I will ask directly. The pale old man breathed a sigh of relief, then asked. Old ancestor, aren't the ghost spirit sect's conditions a bit too generous? The myriad spirit true scripture is the foundation of the ghost spirit sect, and the position of deputy sect leader holds immense power. Although our Yan family has considerable influence in Yu country, we are still far inferior to the ghost spirit sect. Why would they offer such generous conditions? Is there a trick involved? As soon as the old man finished speaking, everyone in the deliberation hall began to discuss animatedly. All right. Quiet down, everyone. The Yan family old ancestor swept his gaze over the crowd, a faint smile appearing on his face. Indeed, 4th Junior's concerns are not unfounded, but I have already investigated thoroughly. The 6 demonic sects of Tianluo country will invade Yu country in 5 days. Zhang country and Cheki country fell half a month ago, with most of their sects destroyed, and a small portion surrendered, becoming affiliated schools of the 6 demonic sects. To seize the initiative in this great war and take over the territory of Yu country, the ghost spirit sect approached our Yan family. After all, the Yan family has operated in Yu country for many years, and with our assistance, their chances of taking this country will greatly increase. Before everyone could fully digest this astonishing news, the Yan family old ancestor spoke again. Moreover, the ghost spirit sect is not doing so well right now. The various demonic sects within Tianluo country are restless, all eyeing the ghost spirit sect's position among the 6 demonic sects. If they cannot seize a country in this great war, then the ghost spirit sect, which is already at the bottom of the 6 sects, might not even be able to retain its status as one of the 6 sects. At this point, the Yan family old ancestor sneered. You also shouldn't be truly fooled by the series of generous conditions. Among those of the demonic path, strength is revered. If that sect master Wang of the ghost spirit sect didn't have nascent soul stage cultivation, how could he sit firmly in that sect leader position? Our Yan family's strength is ultimately insufficient. Even if they truly give us the position of deputy sect leader, we wouldn't be able to hold on to it. As for the marriage between the Yan family and the Wang family, it's merely to firmly bind our Yan family to their Wang family's war chariot, so we will diligently work for them. So, to summarize, the greatest benefits we can actually gain are the myriad spirit true scripture and the opportunity to join the ghost spirit sect's Wang family group. As for the other conditions, just listen and forget them. Everyone suddenly understood. While cursing the Wang family's treachery in their hearts, they also pondered the pros and cons. For a time, the deliberation hall was silent. The Yan family old ancestor's brows were tightly furrowed as he turned to look at a middle-aged Confucian scholar seated third from the right at the bottom. Xian Yat, what do you think of this matter? You are the Yan family's strategist, and this concerns the Yan family's survival, so please analyze it carefully. The Confucian scholar dared not neglect, stood up and said. Your grandson obeys. Chapter 67 The true colors are revealed. An hour later, the Yan family members dispersed in 2s and 3s, leaving only the Yan family old ancestor and Mr. Xuanyi in the deliberation hall. Not long after, the ghost spirit sect young master and Yan Ruyan entered the deliberation hall. Now that our Yan family has decided to rejoin the ghost spirit sect, does the young sect master have any further instructions? The Yan family old ancestor's tone was noticeably gentler this time than before, clearly out of deference to the fact that the Yan family would soon be a part of the ghost spirit sect. Why is Senior Yan so formal? Now that young Miss Ruyan and I have sworn a life and death oath, we will live and die together from this day forward. This can be considered an engagement. Senior Yan, you may simply call me Wang Chan from now on, no need for a young sect master. Wang Chan said with an air of elegance after a slight bow. How can that be? As long as you and Ruyan are not yet married, how can I be so disrespectful as to call you anything but young sect master? After all, the current Yan family is about to become a member of the ghost spirit sect, the Yan family old ancestor said, stroking the short beard on his chin with an unexpressive face, shaking his head in disagreement. Wang Chan didn't insist when he heard this, smiling slightly and saying, actually, the reason I came this time is to ask how the old ancestor plans to fulfill the agreement. And how should the more than 200 foundation establishment cultivators currently gathered at the Yan family be handled? At these words, Mr. Xuanyi and the Yan family old ancestor's expression subtly changed. What does the young sect master mean? The Yan family old ancestor probed. Wang Chan smiled and said casually, cultivating the blood spirit great law requires the souls of cultivators for a blood sacrifice to begin cultivation smoothly. Why don't we use our ghost spirit Sexian fire grand array to refine the physical bodies of all these cultivators in the fortress, leaving only their souls for young Miss Ruyan to use for her foundation establishment? How about that? The Yan family old ancestor felt a chill in his heart and said with a solemn expression, the young sect master has truly come up with an excellent idea. If we were to actually do that, I'm afraid that no matter how vast the world, there would be no place left for our Yan family. The Yan family old ancestor slowly stood up, staring at Wang Chan and saying with conviction. The Yan family will not actively attack the invited cultivators within the fortress. However, I can send people to gather the 7 sex cultivators in one place. As for how to deal with them and whether you can take down so many people, that will depend entirely on your sex capability. Wang Chan's eyes flickered, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since the old ancestor puts it that way, then our ghost spirit sect will be the villains this time. It's just that a few individuals among the 7 sects might be somewhat troublesome. If they accidentally escape, it would be a minor inconvenience. The Yan family old ancestor stroked his beard lightly, smiling as he asked, is the young sect master referring to old freak Kaiyang's disciple? Precisely. The formless escape technique is incredibly profound. It's hard to guarantee that the brat surnamed Liu hasn't learned a bit of it. If he accidentally escapes, our ghost spirit sect naturally wouldn't fear him, but the Yan family would likely be in great trouble, Wang Chan said calmly, a hint of bloodlight seemingly flashing in his eyes. The young sect master need not worry. The Yan family old ancestor waved his hand, chuckling, our Yan family has its own arrangements for this person, it won't delay the young sect master's important matters. Oh. Wang Chan was slightly taken aback, then said casually, in that case, I'm relieved. Please inform this junior of the gathering location for the 7 sects later. For now, Wang Chan will take his leave. Wang Chan bowed gracefully and turned to walk out of the Yan family's deliberation hall. As soon as he stepped out the main door, 2 ghostly figures appeared behind him, the Li brothers. Why does the young sect master attach so much importance to the brat surnamed Liu? Could it be that he fancies old freak Kaiyang's formless escape technique? The Li brothers, who looked like young boys, rolled their eyes and asked in a hoarse voice. Wang Chan smiled and nodded, that formless escape technique is incredibly famous, of course, I'm interested. However, since the Yan family has already taken that boy in, I can't really say anything. Let them benefit from it for now, anyway, everything of the Yan family will be mine in the future. Looking at the crescent moon in the sky, Wang Chan sighed softly. What a pity, I can't have a match against the one surnamed Liu. I'm really curious how capable he truly is. The Li brothers exchanged glances and let out a series of grating laughs. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky had dispersed, and the crescent moon hung in the sky, yet it emitted a faint, bloody hue. Early the next morning, a bold and hearty voice came from downstairs at the Fenjiu Inn. Is brother Liu there? I've come to pick you up. In the room, Liu Yun's, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. 5-colored light flashed in his pupils and then vanished, subtly emanating an ethereal and unpredictable sensation, as if it were about to merge with the heavens and earth. Is that brother Yan Nan? Liu Yun's got up and pushed open the door, laughing heartily with equal boldness, his tone filled with warmth. It is indeed your brother. Yan Nan patted his chest and grinned at Liu Yun's. Behind him were 2 other burly men, whose cultivation was also at the foundation establishment mid-stage, just like his. Brother Liu, as we agreed last night. While the treasure-seizing assembly hasn't started yet, let your elder brother here fulfill his duties as a host. Yan Nan beamed, looking very enthusiastic. At this moment, Han Li and the other 2 also pushed open their doors, observing Yan Nan and his 2 companions with strange looks. If you don't have confidence, don't make a move. I'll take you directly out of Yanling Fortress. Nangang Wan's voice sounded in Liu Yun's ear. Liu Yun's made a discreet gesture without turning his head, then laughed loudly and followed behind the 3, walking towards an inconspicuous corner of Yanling Fortress. Along the way, Yan Nan pointed to the shops on both sides of the Bluestone Road, introducing them one by one to Liu Yun's, Chen Ji's medicinal pills, Master Wu's magical artifacts, Widow Liu's restaurant, and several half-open, unsignposted bungalows, as the 4 walked further away amidst their unspoken laughter. The 4 walked for about half an hour, until they reached a restaurant named King Yungsuan. Brother Liu, this is the restaurant I mentioned. Their secret recipe, Heavenly Jade Spirit Wine, is an unshared secret of our Yan family and is never revealed to outsiders, Yan Nan said enthusiastically, standing beside Liu Yun's. The other 2 subtly separated, standing on either side behind Liu Yun's. This Heavenly Jade Spirit Wine has the heaven-defying effect of helping us foundation establishment cultivators break through cultivation bottlenecks. If brother Liu hadn't stepped forward for my Yan family before, even if I tried my hardest, I wouldn't be able to share even a drop of this spirit wine with brother Liu. Yan Nan spoke with conviction, his tone utterly sincere. So that's how it is. Then I am truly flattered, Liu Yun said, sighing at this point. What a pity, truly a pity. Yan Nan, somewhat confused, stroked his chin and asked, Brother Liu, what is a pity? What a pity, if only it were true. Liu Yun smiled slightly as he looked at Yan Nan, his gaze like icy, bone-chilling knives, slicing away flesh and bone, startling the soul. Yan Nan's smile stiffened, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. Brother Liu, what do you mean by that? How come I don't quite understand? With things said to this extent, is it still interesting to play dumb? Liu Yun's narrowed his eyes, glancing at the restaurant in front of him. A very good illusion array, it almost managed to deceive my divine sense. Yan Nan's expression changed drastically. His entire right arm instantly transformed into a hideous, blood-red claw, grabbing downwards at Liu Yun's head. A slender blue light flashed between the 2. Yan Nan retreated several steps in disbelief, clutching his profusely bleeding neck, his face filled with horror. I knew you were problematic last night. Today, I just wanted to confirm the Yan family's stance, and the result truly startled me. Your Yan family doesn't want to leave any room for maneuver. Liu Yun's looked at the grim-faced Yan Nan, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Yan family blood cultivators, what a grand title. But since I dared to come with you alone, it means I've made thorough preparations. Why didn't you, big brother Yan, think of that? Liu Yun's narrowed his eyes, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the three. A thin blue needle floated beside him, emitting a faint blue glow. And you three, how long do you plan to hide? Let's all make a move. The restaurant vanished like a dream bubble in the wind, revealing three Yan family cultivators clad in blood-red robes. Chapter 68, Evil Ghost in Armor. 6 Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivators, 4 at Middle Stage, 2 at Late Stage, plus this illusion formation. The Yan family really thinks highly of me, Liu Yun said with a cold, mocking laugh. Humph. That Yan Wu is truly a good for nothing. He can't even set up an illusion formation properly, yet he kept claiming that no one below core formation could see through it. What nonsense, one of the Foundation Establishment Late Stage big men said angrily, completely ignoring Liu Yun's. In his opinion, Liu Yun's was merely a Foundation Establishment Middle Stage cultivator, no matter how strong he was, he could at most be his equal. And this time, in order for the Yan family to take down Liu Yun's, they had dispatched 6 blood cultivators. No matter how astonishing his methods were, he was already a bird in a cage, unable to escape. Liu Yun's raised an eyebrow, not showing any anger, but instead turned his gaze to Yan Nan. At this moment, his entire body was emitting a dazzling, blood-red spiritual light. Through the blood light, one could vaguely see coin-sized blood-red scales on his skin, and the wound on his throat, previously pierced by the blue needle, had already healed. Everyone, finish this quickly, the big man at the late Foundation Establishment stage roared, and a blood-red spiritual light erupted from all 6 of them simultaneously, instantly filling the air with a rusty, bloody stench. Several people raised their hands at the same time, and 6 streaks of blood light shot out, heading straight for Liu Yun's. A flash of yellow light, and Liu Yun's abruptly vanished from his original spot, reappearing several feet away on the ground. Earth evasion technique. The 6 men frowned, feeling a strong sense of unease. The 5 elements evasion techniques of the cultivation world are extremely profound and mysterious divine abilities. Although the most basic 5 elements evasion technique is only an intermediate low-level spell, theoretically, even ordinary Foundation Establishment stage cultivators can learn it. However, these 5 elements evasion techniques demand extremely high aptitude and comprehension ability. If one's comprehension ability is lacking, even a nascent soul old monsters wouldn't be able to learn the most superficial earth evasion technique. And learning the 5 elements evasion technique is merely the first step on this broad Dao, one still needs to continue studying and cultivating. It is said that when the 5 elements evasion technique is cultivated to a profound level, one can traverse 1,000 li in an instant by borrowing the power of the 5 elements. Some even reach the legendary realm of 5 elements invulnerability and escaping through objects. One could say they are innate and stand in an invincible position. Unfortunately, the 5 elements evasion technique is profound and complex. How much time do human cultivators have in their lifespan to spend on this? Instead, some high-level Yao beasts, with their ample lifespan, can cultivate the 5 elements evasion technique to a state of perfection. This is truly a sad thing. Given Liu Yun's age, it was naturally impossible for him to have cultivated the earth evasion technique to a very profound level, but for Foundation Establishment cultivators, he was already almost invincible. Thinking of this, the Yan family members all felt it was a thorny problem. If this person was determined to run, they truly wouldn't have many good solutions. Looking at the expressions of the 6 people, Liu Yun's mouth curved upwards, revealing a sarcastic smile. I didn't expect the blood cultivators of the Hall of Life and Death to cultivate such demonic technique. It seems your Yan family has quite a deep connection with the ghost spirit sect. Liu Yun stood there smiling, with no intention of escaping. These people naturally couldn't know that the 5 elements escape heaven art he cultivated, as a top-tier cultivation technique, allowed him to naturally comprehend the 5 elements evasion technique while cultivating. Liu Yun's, having cultivated this cultivation technique to the 5th layer, was proficient in all 5 elements evasion techniques. He could leave whenever he wanted, and no one below core formation could stop him. This was also Liu Yun's greatest reliance in daring to provoke the ghost spirit sect young master. Speaking of the 5 elements escape heaven art, this cultivation technique was indeed quite sinister. Not only did it require the cultivator to possess all 5 elements spiritual roots, but it also demanded that the cultivator absorb a large amount of spiritual energy. Otherwise, the 5 elements within the body would become chaotic and decline, leading to a miserable death. According to Kaiang Wuji's judgment, this cultivation technique should have been passed down from the ancient era, a time when spiritual qi was abundant. In the modern era, with its depleted spiritual qi, it was already somewhat out of place. That old monster Ning of the Huai sect was willing to trade this cultivation technique to him, likely with the intention of preventing the legacy of the 5 elements escape heaven art from being cut off. After all, he too was nearing the end of his lifespan and had no successor. Just as Liu Yun's was somewhat divided soul, the 6 blood cultivators of the Yan family seemed to have made a decision. Their bodies erupted with a brilliant blood light, gradually transforming into 6 ferocious evil ghosts, 3 Zhang tall and entirely blood red, amidst the dazzling spiritual light. Oh! Finally going to play for real. Liu Yun's was startled by this anomaly, then showed an interested expression. Boy, you are too arrogant. The voice of the transformed blood cultivator became sharp and piercing, as if something sharp was scraping against a smooth surface. Among the 6 blood-red evil ghosts, 4 had glowing red eyes and hunched figures. Their crimson-faced, Fanged ghost faces were full of bloodlust, clearly having lost most of their sanity. Only the two evil ghosts transformed from Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators still retained self-awareness and could even speak. It's not that I'm arrogant, but I just happened to make something recently and was worried about not having a place to test it. I didn't expect to run into you all. Liu Yun's laughed excitedly, his triumphant smile impossible to suppress, like a child who had just received his most beloved toy. To be able to witness the debut of this thing is truly a blessing you've accumulated in your past lives. Humph. Nonsense. The leading blood-red evil ghost's eyes flashed red, and a dense, bloody aura emanated from its entire body. Attack. Tear him apart. With a furious roar, the 6 evil ghosts transformed into streaks of afterimages, fiercely pouncing forward. However, streaks of red light shot out, interweaving around Liu Yun's. The 12 sharp claws, 3 parts stronger than top-tier magical artifacts, collided with the red lights and were easily bounced away. The 6 evil ghosts were pushed back several feet. They barely stabilized themselves before looking up. They saw streaks of red light hovering in the air, slowly revealing their true forms. Helmet, face mask, arm guards, shoulder pads, chest plate, battle boots. Each piece glowed with red light, emitting an incredibly scorching aura. Liu Yun spread his arms and roared. Blazing dragon armor. More than a dozen armor parts converged in the middle. The parts connected, combined, and transformed. Finally, a scorching fire light shot up into the sky, dyeing the world a fiery red. From this crimson hell, a red armor, as flamboyant as flames and as powerful as a dragon, slowly emerged. It was worth disassembling an entire giant snake just to gather these materials. This feeling is so damn awesome. Liu Yun's clenched his fist fiercely, and violent flames gushed out, pushing the 6 evil ghosts back 10 jong. Are you ready? Liu Yun's asked with a wild laugh. The next instant, a streak of red light left a scorching afterimage in the evil ghost's eyes. The 2 blood-red evil ghosts who still retained their sanity slowly turned their heads. Their 4 companions, standing behind them, stared blankly at them. Blood chi dissipated, and the 4 men reverted to their normal appearance, silently opening and closing their mouths. Then, 4 heads silently slid off. Having returned to human form, they seemed to regain their sanity in their final moments, but they couldn't even utter a single word. The blazing dragon armor turned its head, and a cold killing intent emanated from beneath its blue eye lenses. The weapon in its hand, resembling a Kyunkan blade, extended pale blades from both sides, vibrating at a high frequency imperceptible to the naked eye. The 2 evil ghosts knew that today, they had encountered a truly deadly, malevolent spirit. Chapter 69, Escape. Above Yanling Fortress, the gathering place of the 7 sects. Wang Chan looked down at the dozens of Foundation Establishment cultivators below, a graceful smile still gracing his lips. How is it? This temporary Yin Fire Great Formation has been weakened so much, can it still be effective? Wang Chan asked softly. Young Sect Master, rest assured. Absolutely no problem. Although it's just a temporary formation, with our brothers presiding over it, its enemy-trapping efficacy can still be brought out. Of course, if there's a late Foundation Establishment stage cultivator within the formation, or someone holding a particularly powerful magical artifact, then it's hard to say. But the vast majority of cultivators will definitely not have the ability to escape. The elder of the Li brothers stroked his beard and said with a smile. Wang Chan nodded in satisfaction. Good, being able to trap most people is enough. If there are any fish that slip through the net, leave them to the Ghost Spirit 12 guards. The Li brothers exchanged glances, revealing a smug smile. If it weren't to ensure the integrity of the souls, with their cultivation, a mere few dozen Foundation Establishment stage cultivators could be wiped out with a flick of a finger. Why would they go to such trouble to set up a Yin Fire Great Formation? At this moment, more than 37 sect cultivators had gathered. Han Li, Dong Xiener, and Nangong Wan stood together, their gazes vigilantly observing their surroundings. Fellow Daoist Nangong, can you discern the origin of this formation? Han Li looked at the giant formation on the ground, feeling a wave of unease, as if there was something extremely dangerous within the formation. I have no research into formations, Nangong Wan said coolly, her gaze seemingly unintentionally sweeping across the sky. Her serene expression gradually grew solemn. Early core formation cultivators like her, and there were 2 of them. Han Li also frowned deeply. From the moment the 7 sect cultivators were called out individually, he felt that something big was about to happen. If Liu Yun still hadn't sent any news, Han Li would have probably run away long ago. How could he come to participate in any treasure-seizing assembly? Dong Xiener, however, was unexpectedly composed at this moment. She neither flirted with any handsome male cultivator nor showed any signs of panic. Instead, she stood beside the 2 with a slightly calm demeanor, saying, you 2 will attract suspicion, can't you be a bit more low-key? Nangong Wan revealed a bitter smile. Low-key? What good would low-key do now? It now seemed that the Yan family had completely sided with the Ghost Spirit sect. This matter must be reported as soon as possible. Nangong Wan had the idea of leaving quickly, but without seeing Liu Yun's, she couldn't just leave. Martial nephew Liu, you miscalculated this time. The situation is far more serious than you anticipated, Nangong Wan sighed, the vermilion bird ring within her body trembling slightly. If it really came to it, she could only try her hand against the 2 early core formation stage devil cultivators above. Time gradually passed, and almost all 7 sect cultivators had gathered here. Han Li's ominous premonition grew stronger, and beads of sweat began to seep from Nangong Wan's forehead. Even Dong Xiener, who appeared the most composed, couldn't help but clench her hands, trembling slightly. The other 7 sect cultivators, however, didn't notice any abnormalities. They were currently gathered in 2s and 3s, a lively scene. Young lord, a few people are still missing. Should we wait a moment longer? Above the high platform covered by the formation, a ghost spirit sect cultivator reported to Wang Chan. Wang Chan's eyes narrowed, and he hesitated for a moment. Just then, at the other end of Yanling Fortress, a dazzling fire light shot into the sky. Everyone turned their heads to look, the violent fire spirit chi could be clearly sensed even from here. What happened? Is someone fighting in Yanling Fortress? Not sure, judging by this aura, it doesn't seem like a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Not like Foundation Establishment? Could it be a core formation cultivator? Doesn't seem like it either. Everyone fell into a chaotic discussion, their expressions uneasy. Some of the more impatient ones had even summoned their flying magical artifacts, intending to go and check the situation. Seeing this, Wang Chan's eyes revealed a fierce glint. Immediately inform the 2 elders to activate the Great Formation. For those who haven't arrived, inform the 12 guards to intercept and kill them. Not a single cultivator of the 7 sects shall leave here alive today. Yes. The Ghost Spirit Sect cultivator acknowledged the order and withdrew. Within the Great Formation, Han Li's forehead was sweating with anxiety, but Nangongwan forcibly pulled him in. Don't act rashly. Nangongwan reprimanded with a frown, then her expression softened slightly as she explained to the anxious Han Li, this kind of temporary formation won't be too strong. In comparison, the 2 early core formation stage devil cultivators presiding over the Great Formation are the real trouble. We must first let them confidently activate the Great Formation. Only when they are preoccupied will we have a chance to escape. Core formation stage devil cultivators. Han Li's eyes almost popped out. Seeing his appearance, Nangongwan couldn't help but furrow her brows, and a burst of anger suddenly welled up in her heart, wishing she could slap him to death. Just then, the formation beneath their feet suddenly trembled slightly. Streams of devilish chi-filled black light surged along the formation, transforming into a giant black light screen that enveloped the vast plaza, which was over 100 zhang in circumference. Black and red mist, accompanied by scorching heat waves, assailed them. Han Li subconsciously activated the Azure Essence Sword Shield, and a layer of green light enveloped his entire body. Nangongwan's body flashed with white light, and a white protective shield directly covered all 3 of them. Outside the shield, thick mist rolled, and a Foundation Establishment cultivator could be vaguely seen, caught off guard and directly exposed to the thick mist. Subsequently, his entire body corroded and festered, and black-red flames burned directly from within him, completely incinerating him in a moment. This scene made the 3 of them scalps tingle, and Nangongwan's expression changed even more, the vermilion bird ring within her body about to strike out immediately. Just then, a dazzling golden light pierced through the air. The golden light was extremely fast, flying in front of the Yin Fire Great Formation in the blink of an eye and crashing into it fiercely. Wang Chan's face changed drastically, only then realizing that the dazzling golden light was actually a strange magical artifact resembling a giant sword. The Yin Fire Great Formation trembled violently under this attack. Accompanied by the dazzling golden light, the black light screen formed by the Great Formation was torn open with a huge gap. Liu Yun's opened the hatch and greeted the 3. What are you waiting for? Get in. The 3 of them didn't hesitate at all, flying into the cockpit and taking their seats. Liu Yun's fired a shot at the remaining half of the light screen. Seeing more than a dozen escape lights fly out of the Great Formation, he then urged the victory swallow, transforming into a golden light and piercing through the air. Stop them. Don't let a single one escape. Wang Chan roared furiously, his eyes filled with blood light, resembling a beast more than a human. 12 black escape lights shot into the sky, chasing after the dozen or so people who had escaped. The Li brothers poured their entire magical power into the Great Formation, and the black light screen quickly healed, firmly trapping the remaining dozens of Foundation Establishment cultivators inside. Wang Chan's face was extremely grim, and rolling blood mist emanated from his entire body. Just then, a pink escape light streaked across the sky, chasing after Liu Yun's and the others. Behind that pink escape light, there were 7 or 8 other escape lights also chasing at an incredibly astonishing speed. A sweep of divine sense revealed that none of them were below Foundation Establishment middle stage. Wang Chan's face changed drastically, and he cried out in surprise. Tian Buke? Why is he here? Within this Yanling fortress, an entire team of Joyful Union sect members was lurking, for reasons unknown. Wang Chan's expression became even uglier, like a ferocious beast. In the sky, Liu Yun's piloted the victory swallow like lightning, streaking across the long sky. The pink escape light behind them pursued relentlessly, even seeming a fraction faster than the victory swallow. Damn it! Are these people crazy? So many people escaped. Why are they only chasing us? Liu Yun's cursed angrily, then urged the victory swallow again. Nangongwan released her divine sense, probing into the escape light behind them, and saw a familiar figure within it. It's that pervert from last night. Nangongwan gritted her silver teeth, her eyes filled with evil chi. Dong Xianer, sitting next to her, her face changed, her eyes widened in terror. Only Han Li was out of the loop, completely unaware of what they were talking about. Senior sister, how far have we run? Liu Yun suddenly asked. Nangongwan paused slightly, then said, about 100 li away. Are there any core formation stage cultivators? No. Liu Yun slammed on the brakes, almost throwing the few people out. No? That makes it easy. Grab your weapons and let's fight them. Chapter 70 Powerful Enemy. Stop! Tian Buke commanded, and the pink escape lights instantly halted, revealing the 8 Foundation establishment cultivators within. Looking at the strange magical artifact before him, Tian Buke's beautiful eyes furrowed slightly, feeling a great sense of difficulty. This magical artifact's origin was unknown, but its escape light's speed was almost only slightly inferior to a core formation cultivator's magic treasure. He and his 7 subordinates had to combine their efforts, pooling the magical power of 8 Foundation establishment stage cultivators to cast an escape technique and finally catch up. Fortunately, the people inside, whether due to excessive magical power consumption or some other reason, gave up on continuing to flee. If they pursued further, once they delved deep into the heartland of U State, this mission would become troublesome. Thinking of the consequences of a failed mission, Tian Buke shivered subconsciously. Although he came from an extraordinary background and had strong backing, if he truly angered the one who issued the mission, he didn't believe anyone could protect him. Friends on the opposite side. Liu Yun's voice came from the Victory Swallow. Hearing this familiar voice, Tian Buke's face instantly paled, then the astonishment in his eyes quickly turned into anger, as if a ball of fire erupted from his heart, burning his face crimson. Calm down. This person's magical power is depleted, he's at his wit's end. If the mission can be completed without bloodshed, that's naturally for the best. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Once the 6 sects invade U State, then I'll... Where is your mother buried? Can I dig her up and visit her? Bang. It was as if a string suddenly snapped in Tian Buke's mind. The uncontrollable rage instantly ignited every nerve in him. Kill them. Tian Buke roared, taking the lead by summoning 3 green flying forks, upon which burning dark green ghost flames rose against the wind, appearing very imposing. The other 7 Foundation establishment cultivators also exploded in rage, directly summoning their magical artifacts and shooting them towards the Victory Swallow. The Victory Swallow flashed with golden light, plummeting sharply. While dodging many magical artifact attacks, it quickly transformed and reassembled, turning into a 4-winged divine eagle. The golden divine eagle's movements were far more agile than in its swallow form. As it schemed the ground, it sharply changed direction, easily leaving many magical artifacts behind. Everyone hurriedly cast several magical incantations, manipulating their magical artifacts to chase. But they only saw the golden divine eagle spread its 4 wings, and a sky full of light rain, from bottom to top, transformed into a golden torrent with astonishing aura. In their haste, Tian Buke and the others jointly erected a pink protective shield. The torrent-like light rain in the sky produced a series of explosive sounds on the shield. Looking out, it seemed as if the world was dyed a brilliant gold. Taking advantage of their obscured vision, the cockpit on the divine eagle's back suddenly opened. Nangongwan waved a single hand, and a faint white mist silently enveloped many magical artifacts. The many magical artifacts emitted a faint spiritual light under the erosion of the white mist, then silently fell to the ground. Within the light rain, Tian Buke and the others' expressions changed dramatically, their divine sense connection with their magical artifacts had been severed. Full power. Quick battle. Tian Buke roared with a ferocious expression. The 8 of them simultaneously unleashed all their magical power, and a pink mist instantly overwhelmed the golden light rain in the sky, spreading towards the 4-winged divine eagle. Inside the cockpit, Nangongwan's eyes gleamed with spiritual light, and she raised her hand to release a crimson ribbon of light. As soon as the pink mist and the crimson ribbon of light made contact, they eerily ignited, transforming into a sea of crimson fire that engulfed the 8 individuals in the blink of an eye. The boundless sea of fire surged and rolled. With several bursts of spiritual light, Tian Buke, with a pink crystal ball above his head, forcefully broke out from the sea of fire. Humph! Nangongwan snorted coldly. The crimson ribbon of light shot out from the sea of fire and lightly wrapped around Tian Buke. The next second, Tian Buke was decapitated, and his falling corpse was engulfed by the sea of fire, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Liu Yun's breathed a sigh of relief. If they were on the ground, he could have fought these people with the blazing dragon armor's ultra-high mobility and attack power. However, engaging 8 Foundation establishment cultivators head-on in the air with the Victory Swallow was still a bit much. Furthermore, both the blazing dragon armor and the Victory Swallow were huge consumers of magical power. Now, his magical power was less than half. He could manage a burst of power, but if the fight dragged on even a little longer, something terrible would happen. Fortunately. This time, just in case, he specifically tricked a core formation cultivator into coming, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking of this, Liu Yun's couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, while simultaneously giving Han Li an extremely strange look. With such an absurd difficulty for this instance, how did you manage to clear it by yourself, and even with Dong Xianer? Sister Nangong. Dong Xianer's eyes widened, her surprised expression as if she was seeing her for the first time. Nangongwan smiled gently at her, then turned her head and said seriously to Liu Yun's, "Martial nephew Liu, what happened at the Yan family is no small matter. We must immediately report it to the sect." Liu Yun's nodded, his expression also becoming extremely serious. "I understand. The Yan family and the Ghost Spirit sect dared to kill dozens of 7 sects Foundation establishment cultivators in one go. There must have been some unknown change that we are not aware of." Han Li looked at the two, expressionless and silent. He had a rather ominous guess in his heart. Suddenly, Nangongwan and Liu Yun's expressions changed. A huge black escape lights broke through the sky from the horizon, flying above everyone in the blink of an eye. The escape lights dissipated, and Wang Chan hovered in the air, looking at everyone with icy eyes. Behind him were two strange individuals, one old and one young, their bodies enveloped in black qi, exuding the astonishing spiritual pressure of core formation stage cultivators. It was the Li brothers. Everyone's faces became extremely grim, especially Liu Yun's, whose expression was so dark it looked like water would drip from it. Last time during the Qi refinement stage blood restriction trial, he brought the foundation establishment stage victory swallow, and as a result, Li Wuya and Venerable Golden Talisman appeared. This time, for the supposed foundation establishment stage cultivator competition, he specifically brought a core formation stage cultivator just in case, and now two core formation stage demonic cultivators popped up. What kind of shitty matchmaking mechanism is this? Nangongwan's beautiful brows were tightly furrowed, and the powerful spiritual power of an early core formation cultivator erupted without reservation. Oh. The Li brothers exchanged surprised glances. Wang Chan was startled and quickly asked, "What's going on? How did this core formation stage female cultivator appear?" The childlike Li brothers sized up Nangongwan, then replied. "It seems this fellow deist's cultivation technique is extraordinary. We brothers were careless for a moment and didn't see her true cultivation." Wang Chan gave him a dissatisfied look. "Are you confident you can take her down?" "Young lord, rest assured. She alone is no match for us brothers." The elderly-looking Li brothers smiled slightly, and the layers of wrinkles on his face instantly squeezed together, making his face as terrifying as a ghost. Nangongwan flew out of the victory swallow, her eyes extremely solemn. "I can't hold them off for long alone. You must leave quickly and report today's events to the seven sects." Nangongwan's voice transmission rang in their ears. Hearing the familiar voice in his ear, Han Li instantly understood everything. Han Li suddenly erupted, grabbing Liu Yun's by the collar. Uncontrollable rage caused blood to rush to his brain, and his almost bursting pupils were crimson. Liu Yun's. Chapter 71. Demonic might reaches the heavens. Looking at Han Li, who was almost losing his mind, Liu Yun sighed lightly, his heart filled with helplessness and a hint of sorrow. "Old Han, I can't explain anything now." He patted Han Li's arm and said softly, "You take Dong Xianer and leave, the faster the better. Get the message to the upper echelons of the seven sects as soon as possible." Han Li was stunned instantly, his raging anger extinguished as if by a bucket of cold water, leaving only bone-chilling coldness. Dong Xianer also froze. She had just watched Han Li suddenly erupt and restrain Liu Yun's, and before she could react, she heard Liu Yun's words, which sounded almost like a last will. "I must stay and help Nangongwan. Otherwise, she will surely die." Liu Yun's pressed Han Li's arm and gently pushed him away. "Remember, the faster you run, the safer we will be. Understand?" Dong Xianer's eyes reddened. In her urgency, she stepped forward, wanting to say something, but Han Li stopped her with his hand. He looked at Liu Yun's calm eyes, his heart a mix of emotions, but in the end, he could only utter one sentence. "Don't die." "Okay." Liu Yun smiled and nodded. Han Li pulled Dong Xianer and raised his hand, releasing the cloud-piercing shuttle. He looked up at Nangongwan in the sky, then his gaze, sharp as a steel knife, swept over the three ghost spirit sect cultivators in turn, finally stopping on Wang Chan. Han Li urged the cloud-piercing shuttle with his feet, transforming into a white light and soaring away. Humph. A bit interesting. Wang Chan's anger was piqued by Han Li's cold gaze. He immediately sneered, a flash of blood light passing through his eyes. "I'll leave these two fellows to the two elders. I'll go after the two who escaped," Wang Chan said calmly. The Li brothers, who looked like young boys, frowned slightly. "Young lord." Wang Chan raised a hand, interrupting him. "No seven sect cultivators must be allowed to escape today. Don't worry, elders, mere early foundation establishment stage cultivators can't do anything to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Chan transformed into a bloodlight and chased after Han Li and Dong Xianer, his speed even faster than the cloud-piercing shuttle. Liu Yun's did not stop him. It was wishful thinking for a foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator like Wang Chan to capture Han Li. Nangongwan also ignored him. Aside from a flicker of disappointment in her eyes when Han Li chose to leave, no other emotions were revealed. Facing two fellow cultivators who practiced top-tier demonic technique at the same time, Nangongwan had to concentrate fully, without the slightest error. Just then, Liu Yun's voice transmission sounded in her ear. Before she could react, a dazzling golden light instantly erupted, shooting out from beside her. The victory swallow, in its most basic giant sword form, crashed towards the Li brothers who looked like an old man. "Overestimating yourself." The old man sneered, and the black chi all over his body condensed into a giant sword, slashing towards the victory swallow. Golden light clashed with black chi. In just a single exchange, the dark long sword cut through the golden light on the surface of the victory swallow, piercing into its body inch by inch. The old man smiled slightly, refocusing his attention on Nangongwan. A mere foundation establishment peak puppet, the long sword formed by this demonic technique was enough to destroy it. Nangongwan gritted her silver teeth, spread her hands, and released a white light wheel, attacking the two. The Li brothers' entire bodies surged with black chi, easily dispelling the light wheel, and released two black flying daggers, slashing down at Nangongwan in a cross pattern. At this moment, the black long sword had almost cut half of the victory swallow in two. Liu Yun sat in the cockpit, looking at the continuously approaching long sword, a bitter smile on his lips. Indeed, the huge gap between foundation establishment and core formation was not so easy to erase. The long sword continued to approach, only a few feet from the cockpit. Liu Yun's lowered his head, his lips gradually parting, like a crazed vicious beast baring its fangs. Separate! Liu Yun's roared. The victory swallow instantly split left and right, turning into two golden long swords, flying towards the old man at an even faster speed. Golden light burst forth, like two balls of light dragging long golden rainbows, rushing towards the old man from left and right. Within the dazzling golden light, the old man turned his head slightly, but his body remained motionless, a faint smile still on his lips. A layer of black shield enveloped his entire body, easily blocking the victory swallow. Hat. Beneath the golden light, Liu Yun's floated in the air, looking at the high and mighty demonic cultivator in the sky, a smile of indescribable meaning on his lips. Explode for me. Dazzling golden light burst forth. The second sun lit up between heaven and earth. Amidst the violent spiritual chi, the old man's enraged figure was sent flying several feet away. Junior. Black chi surged, transforming into a monstrous demonic shadow that stirred up the surroundings. Although this blow only destroyed his protective spell and did not harm him in the slightest, it caused him to lose immense face. He wished he could extract Liu Yun's soul and refine his bones to quell his hatred. Just then, a dazzling red light suddenly shot out from the explosion. The red light was extremely fast. The old man didn't even react before it crossed several feet and directly pierced through his heart. Nangongwan beckoned, and the red light immediately flew back to her, transforming into the trembling vermilion bird ring. Just now, Nangongwan, using the astonishing momentum and spiritual chi of the victory swallow, hit her life-bound treasure, the vermilion bird ring, within it. After the old man was repelled by the self-detonation, she launched a fatal blow. Second brother. The Li clan cultivator, who looked like a child, roared in fury. His originally tender face instantly aged, and at first glance, he bore a striking resemblance to the deceased old man. You killed my brother. You destroyed my demonic technique. The Li clan cultivator's aged voice trembled with anger. The monstrous devilish chi resembled an ancient, shapeless, ferocious vicious beast, stirring up the heavens and earth, obscuring the sun and moon. The dark devilish chi surged wildly, transforming into long swords, suspended in the air. Looking out, it was an endless rain of swords filling the sky. I want your lives. The Li clan cultivator, now an old man, pressed his single palm down. The sky-filling sword rain descended like falling stars, rushing towards the two with world-destroying aura. Nangongwan's expression was extremely grave. She summoned the vermilion bird ring and lightly pointed, causing it to transform into a giant ring several feet in size, blocking in front of her. Liu Yun's also performed the golden escape technique, flying to Nangongwan's side with golden escape lights. How is it? With only one left, do you have confidence? Liu Yun's quickly asked. The vermilion bird ring emitted a great red light, remaining as firm as a reef in a raging sea. Nangongwan's forehead was sweating. She turned to look at Liu Yun's. That person is suffering from the backlash of his demonic technique and is already fighting for his life. If I go all out now, the chances of victory are roughly 3 to 7. Liu Yun's felt relieved upon hearing this. Isn't that good? Why do you look so serious? 7/10 are his. Sister, were you really that unreliable? Under the sky-filling sword rain, the enlarged vermilion bird ring suddenly let out a clear chime. The red light on its surface began to flicker non-stop and was slowly pushed back by the sword rain. Not good. The vermilion bird ring can't hold on. Nangongwan's face changed drastically. All her magic power surged into the vermilion bird ring, barely stabilizing it. But the red light on the surface of the vermilion bird ring continued to flicker, clearly unable to last much longer. Alas! In this situation, Liu Yun's couldn't help but sigh. Junior martial uncle, if I were to die with you, would Han Li be so angry that he'd dig me up and whip my corpse? It's fine. Before I die, I'll definitely turn you to ash first, to save myself from having to look at your face after death. Nangongwan rolled her eyes and said with disdain. Do you have a problem with my face? Just as the two were almost in despair, preparing for a desperate fight, a white light streaked from the horizon. The three turned their heads to look, only to see the white light recede, revealing Han Li, covered in wounds, and Wang Chan, whose life or death was unknown, held in his hand. Stop! Han Li raised Wang Chan in front of him with an expressionless face. Otherwise, I'll kill him right now. Chapter 72, Slaying the Demonic Path. The sky-filling sword rain suddenly stopped, and Nangongwan, Liu Yun's and the Li clan cultivator all froze in place. Wang Chan, the ghost spirit sect young master, was actually captured alive by Han Li. Junior, how dare you? The Li clan cultivator gnashed his teeth in anger, his eyes wide, almost spitting fire. Han Li sneered, raising his hand to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth. Senior is too kind. This junior's courage is quite small. If senior were any fiercer, this junior's hand might tremble, and the ghost spirit sect young master's life would be gone. The Li clan cultivator was enraged by these words and shouted sternly, You dare to threaten me? Do you know what you are doing? If you truly harm his life, even Yellow Maple Valley won't be able to protect you. Thousands of disciples from the entire ghost spirit sect will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. They will grind your bones to dust. Extract your soul and refine your spirit. Han Li looked at the Li clan cultivator expressionlessly, then, as if thinking of something, suddenly smiled broadly. Several streams of azure essence sword chi instantly pierced through Wang Chan's limbs. You, the Li clan cultivator was so angry that his hands trembled, but no matter how furious he was, he no longer dared to attack easily. If Wang Chan truly died by this junior's hand, then his own miserable fate would be a later matter, he would definitely be in great trouble. Thinking of the ghost spirit sect leader's cruel methods, the Li clan cultivator couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, and most of his burning anger dissipated. Senior, please withdraw your demonic technique and let us leave. Wang Chan had no idea what Han Li had done to him. Despite his limbs being crippled, there was still no sign of him waking up. Han Li held him by the back of his neck, his gaze briefly sweeping over Nangongwan and Liu Yun's nearby, and continued, I am willing to swear an oath on my heart demon. As long as Senior is willing to let us leave, I will not harm this person in the slightest. Junior, do you take me for an idiot? The Li clan cultivator coldly snorted. What if you leave and never return, directly holding our young lord hostage? Am I supposed to venture deep into the Yu Kingdom's heartland to settle scores with you? Han Li was about to say something else, but his peripheral vision caught sight of something. The words he was about to utter immediately changed to, Senior, you don't trust me now, and it's hard for me to trust you either. How about this, Senior, you first withdraw your demonic technique, and we all descend to the ground to have a proper talk. This way, even if we try to escape, Senior can stop us in time. And we can also feel more at ease, not having to talk to Senior with trepidation. The Li clan cultivator stared intensely at Han Li, saying nothing. To be honest, Senior, I am currently heavily injured and already struggling to hold your sex young lord. Han Li said with a smile, Senior wouldn't want anything unexpected to happen to your sex young lord, would you? Humph. The Li clan cultivator, left with no choice, suppressed the anger in his heart and dispersed the sky-filling sword rain. The few people floated down. As soon as the Li clan cultivator touched the ground, he impatiently asked, Speak quickly. What do you want in return for releasing our young lord? Han Li's eyes darted around, and he said with a chuckle, Senior, actually, watch out. The Li clan cultivator's heart tightened, but his feet remained motionless. He even secretly mocked Han Li for using such a petty trick against a core formation stage cultivator like him. But then, Han Li threw the half-dead Wang Chan out. The Li clan cultivator's expression changed drastically. Without time to think, he quickly reached out to catch him. Nangongwan didn't hesitate, raising her hand and shooting out the vermilion bird ring, heading straight for Wang Chan. The Li clan cultivator was greatly alarmed. He caught Wang Chan with one hand, and with the other, black chi gathered, about to unleash some technique to block the vermilion bird ring. Just then, a seven-colored small needle appeared silently behind his head, flashing and disappearing instantly. The Li clan cultivator suddenly froze, reaching up to touch his head with some confusion. In the center of his forehead, a tiny blood hole had appeared. Formless needle. Filled with confusion and shock, the Li clan cultivator swayed twice, then collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Liu Yun's breathed a sigh of relief. A seven-colored small needle abruptly appeared in his palm, transforming into a talisman. It was the formless needle talisman treasure that Kaiang Wuji had given him for self-defense. Liu Yun's looked at the talisman treasure in his hand in surprise, then subconsciously took a step forward. With a splat sound, Liu Yun's immediately stumbled and fell. This formless needle talisman treasure had directly drained all the remaining spiritual power from his body. This thing is actually that powerful. Even with his head on the ground, Liu Yun's was still somewhat incredulous. Although Kaiang Wuji had told him that even if this formless needle talisman treasure only possessed 1/10 the power of his original formless needle, it would be more than enough to deal with ordinary core formation stage cultivators. But Liu Yun's had always thought he was simply bragging. Now it seemed he had been shallow. Kaiang Wuji was actually an honest person. Nangongwan gave Han Li a deep look, took the storage pouches from the Li brothers' corpses, and tossed them to Liu Yun's, who was currently playing dead. Liu Yun's was stunned by the impact, lying on the ground and looking at the storage pouch in confusion. Martial nephew Liu, you contributed significantly to this battle against the demonic path core formation cultivators. Those two magic treasures belong to me, and the contents of these two storage pouches are yours. Is martial nephew fine with this distribution? Liu Yun's weakly raised his hand and made a no-problem gesture. And those foundation establishment cultivators, I don't care for their things either. You two can take them and divide them. Liu Yun's raised his hand again, making the same gesture. Nangongwan smiled, not minding. She turned to look at Han Li. You did well. Nangongwan was silent for a moment, then dryly uttered this sentence. Han Li stood in place, opening his mouth, unsure what to say. Nangongwan lightly coughed, making an effort to maintain her aloof and noble senior demeanor. Your contribution to this battle was immense, yet most of the spoils went to me and Liu Yun's. Do you have anything you want to say? Han Li smiled wryly, rubbing his nose. Senior Nangong is joking. Liu Yun suffered no small losses in this battle, and he should be compensated somewhat. Liu Yun's eyes instantly snapped open, almost bulging out. Oh right, Victory Swallow Unit Number 2 had heroically sacrificed itself. Damn it. Is it me who has a problem, or does the Victory Swallow series come with a crash buff? Why is even the way they die exactly the same? Seeing Liu Yun suddenly fall into a low point in his life, neither of them paid him any mind. Nangongwan looked at Han Li, her gaze becoming unusually complex. Her aloof and noble face instantly gained a few traces of mortal world entanglement, stained with a bit of human warmth and coldness. Your contribution to this battle was significant, and I cannot let you suffer too great a loss. Nangongwan pursed her lips and said softly, how about this, you make one request of me. Whatever the request, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will definitely help you achieve it. Han Li froze. That dazzling face that had appeared 1,000 times in his dreams was only a few steps away from him. The previously high and distant ethereal figure now stood vividly before him, the tenderness flashing in her eyes seemingly capable of melting all things, turning the hardest substances under heaven into a spring river. As the two looked at each other, time seemed to pause. Something seemingly indestructible collapsed with a crash under that gaze. Liu Yun sat up with a thump and began frantically winking at Han Li. Speak. Hurry up and speak. Damn it, speak. My recent experiments are just lacking a big sucker, lacking the support of a rich woman. You hurry up and say it, then get it done within 3 days. Then you can cling to the rich woman's thigh, and I'll cling to yours, and we'll both have a bright future. Damn it, hurry up and speak. Han Li ignored Liu Yun's beside him, his eyes fixed on Nangongwan. After an unknown amount of time, Han Li spoke. Chapter 73, A Backup Plan. Thank you, Senior Nangong, but I haven't made much of a contribution, and I feel unworthy of any request. Han Li opened his mouth, then continued with a bitter expression, Please, Senior Nangong, withdraw your offer. Thud. Liu Yun's collapsed to the ground, his eyes instantly losing their luster. Goodbye, my new model that I never got to meet. Nangongwan sighed lightly, her eyes scanning Han Li's numerous wounds with a complex gaze, as if disappointed, yet also relieved. Very well. Since you feel unworthy, I will keep this request for you. When you are ready, come find me at Yunyu sect. Nangongwan raised her hand, and a green light struck Han Li's body. His wounds instantly healed at a visible speed. Han Li gave a wry smile, not responding. Liu Yun's lay on the ground, sighing deeply. He finally understood. Han Li, to put it nicely, was responsible. To put it bluntly, he was a chauvinist and a complete straight man, unable to accept riding on the coattails of a rich woman. If Liu Yun's had to say it, this was being finicky. How many people wanted to eat this soft rice but didn't have the connections? Poor Wang Chan, he died for nothing. Oh, right. He wasn't dead yet. You too, Liu Yun struggled to sit up, pointing at Wang Chan, who was almost a blob on the ground. What should we do with him? Just kill him. Nangongwan frowned, also finding it a bit difficult. Let's take him back and let Yellow Maple Valley, see how Senior Ling He wants to handle it, Nangongwan said, hesitating. Liu Yun's nodded. Good job. Now she was starting to favor outsiders. Han Li gave a helpless wry smile and walked over to help Liu Yun's up. Let's go quickly, if someone comes over. Han Li hadn't even finished speaking when Liu Yun's clapped a hand over his mouth. Don't stand fluid. Damn it. Too late. Liu Yun's cursed in frustration, looking up at the sky. A bloodlight tore through the air, revealing a red-haired old man above the three of them. It was the Yan family old ancestor. Liu Yun swept him with his divine sense and instantly felt a dark future ahead. Middle core formation stage. Again, what kind of crappy matchmaking mechanism was this? Nangongwan watched the Yan family old ancestor with a grave expression. Her magic power was severely depleted from the previous battle, and the vermilion bird ring had also sustained some damage. At such a time, facing a mid-stage core formation cultivator, she might not last long. The Yan family old ancestor looked around, his pupils contracting sharply when he saw the Li brothers' corpses, then returning to normal. Good. Very good. No wonder such a big commotion was made. It turns out we have uninvited guests, the Yan family old ancestor said coldly, looking at the three of them. That ghost spirit sect young master is our Yan family's future son-in-law, you cannot take him away. Nangongwan's eyes flashed with a sharp light as she listened to the Yan family old ancestor's words. Without the slightest hesitation, she shot out the vermilion bird ring from her hand, directly at Wang Chan. She planned to seize Wang Chan first, then negotiate with the Yan family old ancestor. Unfortunately, the Yan family old ancestor had cultivated for hundreds of years, and his combat experience was far beyond what Nangongwan could compare to. A dazzling bloodlight was cast out first, fiercely striking the vermilion bird ring away. At the same time, it swept downwards, enveloping Wang Chan's body and returning him to the Yan family old ancestor's side. This series of actions happened in a flash. Han Li only felt his vision blur, and the Wang Chan they had painstakingly captured was already in the Yan family old ancestor's hands. Fellow deist Yan, do you really intend to follow that demonic path individual all the way to darkness? Nangongwan asked, her face looking grim. In the cultivation world, strength is paramount. What's wrong with my Yan family seeking refuge with the more powerful ghost spirit sect? Moreover, my Yan family ancestors were also cultivators from the ghost spirit sect. It was only because of discord with fellow disciples that they came to Yu country to establish this foundation. Now, returning is precisely to fulfill our ancestors' last wishes, the Yan family old ancestor said expressionlessly. The amount of information in this statement was astonishing. The three looked at each other, all seeing deep bitterness on each other's faces. It seemed this time, things would be difficult to resolve peacefully. The Yan family old ancestor's gaze shifted, focusing on Liu Yun's. Fellow deist Liu, some of my Yan family members offended you before, which was truly improper. How about fellow deist Liu returns to the Yan family with me, and I, this old man, can properly fulfill my duties as a host? Liu Yun's looked at the Yan family old ancestor and shrugged helplessly. Senior, the last person who told me he wanted to fulfill his duties as a host, he died quite miserably. The Yan family old ancestor's face suddenly darkened, his eyes turning red, like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. Isn't it a coincidence? That person also happened to be named Yan. Hey. Speaking of which, he looks quite like you. He wouldn't happen to be your grandson, would he? Then your family's looks are quite casually inherited, Liu Yun said, rubbing his chin, adding, as if afraid the man wouldn't be angered to death. The Yan family old ancestor took a deep breath, the blood light in his eyes contained but not released, like a man-eating vicious beast waiting for its prey in the dark. Good. 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 The Yan family old ancestor uttered 3 goods in a row, and blood light burst forth from his entire body. What a sharp-tongued junior, truly ignorant of manners. I will now help your master properly educate you. Liu Yun's casually picked his ear. His master is even more ignorant of manners than him. Why don't you help educate him too? A calm voice sounded behind the Yan family old ancestor, so close it was no more than 2 zhang away. Without thinking, the Yan family old ancestor shot a blood ray backwards. But there was nothing behind him. At that instant, the Yan family old ancestor felt a chill run through him, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. The omnipresent killing intent traveled up his spine, segment by segment, splashing a cold flower in his mind. He remembered. He had seen a similar scene in his youth. Senior Kaiyang, the Yan family old ancestor stammered out 3 words, then fell head first. His corpse dropped to the ground, splattering into a mess of flesh. Kaiyang Wuji's disheveled figure appeared in the empty air, holding Wang Chan, who had once again changed hands. From beginning to end, the 3 on the ground had not even seen how Kaiyang Wuji made his move. Master, Liu Yun's instantly put on a wronged expression, you're finally here. You wouldn't believe it. Your disciple has been bullied terribly out here. Han Li and Nangang Wan both averted their gaze. Humph. You brat, always acting recklessly. It's good to suffer a bit, Kaiyang Wuji was instantly annoyed upon seeing Liu Yun's and kicked him aside. This time you were smart to contact me when things went south, otherwise I might not have even made it in time to collect your corpse. Liu Yun smiled shyly. Just this morning, after Liu Yun's had dealt with 6 blood cultivators, he turned around and saw the yin fire array rising from the ground not far away. He instantly understood that the situation was far worse than his worst-case scenario. So, he immediately used the primordial spirit token to send a distress signal to Kaiyang Wuji. Originally, it was just a precaution, but unexpectedly, it truly saved the lives of the 3 of them. And it was fortunate that Kaiyang Wuji's formless escape technique was fast enough to arrive before the Yan family old ancestor could act. Nangang girl, thank you this time. This old fellow, owe you a favor. Kaiyang Wuji nodded kindly at Nangang Wan, then picked up Liu Yun's. Let's go back together. On the way, I'll tell you what big trouble has happened. Chapter 74, Transfer Order. As a medium-sized country, Yu State has 13 prefectures, each with its own characteristics and varying strengths and weaknesses. Speaking of Jing Prefecture, people would lament its poverty, broken order and the endless emergence of Jianghu bandit gangs who treated the government as nothing. Speaking of Lan Province, it would immediately bring to mind the endless wheat fields. As a major grain-producing prefecture, it supplied almost half of the country's food. Besides these, there was also the small Jing Prefecture, and Jian Prefecture, which had a sparse population but beautiful scenery, and so on. In the eyes of Yuzhu people, all of these were insignificant rural places, and comparing them to Yuzhu was an insult to the Yu State's largest prefecture. Yuzhu is located in the center of Yu State, serving as a vital transportation hub for the entire country and the location of the Imperial Dragon's Vein. Whether in terms of wealth or the size and population of its prefecture, it was undoubtedly the foremost in Yu State. The capital city in the center of Yuzhu was even the residence of the Son of Heaven, and the national center for economic and cultural exchange. Such a place had, in fact, been occupied by the most powerful Yunyu sect among the 7 sects of Yu State 1,000 years ago. Leaving Yuejing and traveling 100 li to the northwest would bring one to the Tianmeng mountain range, which was the main headquarters of the Yunyu sect. On this day, on the main peak of the Tianmeng mountain range, a 5-colored escape light whistled past without any reservation. Strangely, facing this blatant escape light, which could almost be considered a provocation, the thousands of cultivators of the Yunyu sect within the Tianmeng mountain range all, without exception, chose to turn a blind eye, and there was no intention of even activating the restrictions on the mountain. The 5-colored escape light charged straight into the Yunyu sect's discussion hall on the main peak, its violent spiritual power directly sending the 2 foundation establishment cultivators guarding the door flying. The escape light dissipated, revealing the disheveled and shabbily dressed Kaiyang Wuji. At this moment, he was filled with rage, his powerful spiritual pressure directly pressing the dozens of foundation establishment stage stewards in the hall to the ground. Even the 7 or 8 core formation stage elders sitting at the front of the hall changed their expressions, their faces turning pale, unsure what madness this old fellow was exhibiting. Enough. With a sharp shout, another even more powerful spiritual pressure descended, and everyone immediately felt their bodies lighten, thanking the woman on the main seat repeatedly. Thank you, Junior Marshal Uncle Joe. The woman had delicate features and snow-white skin, with a faint, chilling chi emanating from her entire body, making one's scalp tingle and daring not to approach. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were slightly open, and her entire being exuded an aura of authority from long holding a high position. Junior brother Kaiyang, what is the meaning of this? The woman asked calmly, her eyes like a bottomless well, emitting a soul-stirring chill. Senior sister. Kaiyang Wuji slammed the transfer order he held in his hand onto the ground. It is I who should ask senior sister, what is the meaning of this? Why transfer my disciple to the front lines? Kaiang Wuji demanded sharply. Inside the discussion hall, the many Foundation establishment stage stewards, who were usually awe-inspiring, now wished they could bury their heads in the ground, trying their best to pretend they didn't exist, fearing being drawn into this dispute. And those 7 or 8 core formation stage elders also closed their eyes in contemplation, not uttering a word. The woman's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she said coldly, Liu Yun's, with his Foundation establishment stage cultivation, assisted Nangang Wan in killing 2 demonic path core formation cultivators, one of whom died by his hand. This shows his astonishing methods, far exceeding ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. Now that the demonic path is invading and the front lines are tense, it is a time when people are needed. Transferring him to the front lines is also for the sake of the overall situation, hoping he can contribute to the sect. Upon hearing this, Kaiang Wuji sneered, Senior sister, since you've put it that way. Then I, your junior brother, might as well be clearer. He stared into the woman's eyes and said, word by word, my disciple, Kaiang Wuji's disciple, is not for you to use as cannon fodder. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. Many things in this world are unspoken, understood by everyone in their hearts, but what they say aloud is something else entirely. But today, Kaiang Wuji, in front of everyone, ripped away this veil of pretense. The woman's face was taut, like an ice sculpture or stone carving, showing no change. After a moment, she slightly raised her eyebrows, and her eyes, as biting as a cold wind, swept across the entire discussion hall. The hall immediately fell silent. All Foundation establishment stage disciples, leave immediately, the woman ordered calmly. The dozens of Foundation establishment stage stewards felt as if they had been granted a great pardon, repeatedly bowing out and rushing out of the discussion hall as if fleeing for their lives. From their demeanor, it seemed they wished they had 7 or 8 more legs to run even faster. Junior brother, I know you are not in a good mood. The woman sighed softly, her gaze softening slightly. Now the demonic path is powerful, and the morale on the front lines is crumbling and low. The Grand Elder has already jointly petitioned Yuanwu Kingdom and Zijin Kingdom for aid with the main figures of the other 6 sects. Under the principle of when lips are gone, teeth are cold, they will surely send reinforcements, but it will take time. The woman looked at Kaiang Wuji and said softly, we urgently need to find a way to boost morale. Liu Yun's has powerful methods and has accomplished such great merit. Sending him to the front lines can greatly boost the morale of the low and mid-level disciples, and it can also express our sect's high-level determination to be irreconcilable with the demonic path. Kaiang Wuji looked at her calmly, his eyes showing no change. The woman's brow furrowed, and her tone instantly became icy cold and biting. Junior brother, you should understand that this matter is of great importance. There is no room for refusal. The last 4 words were spoken with an imposing and extremely domineering aura. The overwhelming spiritual pressure of a nascent soul cultivator, accompanied by a sharp aura, surged forward, pushing Kaiang Wuji back several steps. Senior sister. Kaiang Wuji looked at her in shock, his lips trembling slightly. Then, the only commendable feature on his face, his sword-like eyebrows, drooped weakly, losing their sharp demeanor along with his demise. My time is running out, Kaiang Wuji said softly, his tone almost pleading. Liu Yun's is my only disciple, I cannot let anything happen to him. The woman looked at him coldly, without a word. Her eyes were not like a human's, but rather like a fierce snowy owl on a 1,000-mile snowfield, intently staring at its prey. Kaiang Wuji lowered his eyelids and sighed deeply, saying coldly. Senior sister, Liu Yun's fought a great battle with that demonic path core formation cultivator and is now severely injured, requiring time to recuperate and recover. Please grant him a few months, once his injuries heal, he will go to the front lines to wholeheartedly serve the sect. A cold light flashed in the woman's eyes, and a bone-chilling yin qi immediately erupted, transforming the entire discussion hall into an extremely cold ice cave. The expressions of the core formation cultivators changed drastically, and they all summoned their magic treasures to resist. 7 or 8 magic treasure spiritual lights illuminated the entire discussion hall, casting flickering light and shadow on everyone's faces, making their expressions unclear. Kaiang Wuji stood directly opposite the woman, his entire body flickering with 5-colored spiritual light, his body hunched under the powerful spiritual pressure. His lips were tightly pressed together, and his eyes were filled with bone-chilling coldness. The woman looked at him coldly, and for a moment, the discussion hall was silent. Half a day later, a 5-colored escape light flew out of the discussion hall, heading directly southeast. Chapter 75, Soul-Seizing Needle. Liu Yun sat in the secret chamber, his entire body surging with spiritual power. After several hours, with a soft popping sound, Liu Yun opened his eyes. 2 beams of light, as if substantial, shot out a foot from his eyes. I didn't expect to actually cultivate the second layer of the Great Evolution art just like that. Liu Yun felt his increasingly powerful divine sense, a hint of a proud smile on his lips. Perhaps it was the stimulation of a life-and-death situation, or perhaps an epiphany gained after successive great battles. Earlier, as soon as Liu Yun returned to his immortal cave, he felt the Great Evolution art stirring. After a brief period of secluded cultivation, he smoothly broke through the bottleneck and cultivated the second layer. Thinking about it now, the trip to Yanling Fortress was a blessing in disguise, truly, too damned unlucky. Liu Yun spat, his face filled with ill fortune. Going out for a stroll and encountering such a major event, even being chased by a core formation stage demonic cultivator, I don't know if I'm unlucky or Han Li is unlucky. Liu Yun sighed and took out more than a dozen storage pouches from his Hawaii. 2 of the storage pouches belonged to the Li brothers, while the rest were acquired by Liu Yun's from the Yan family blood cultivators and Tian Buke's group. Looking at this small pile of storage pouches, for some reason, Liu Yun's had a sense of déjà vu, like opening blind boxes in his previous life. Heaven bless me, give me some good things to compensate me. Liu Yun's clasped his hands together, made a sincere wish, and then first opened the storage pouches of more than a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators. With a whoosh, all sorts of spirit stones, magical artifacts, materials, and other miscellaneous items piled up on the ground. Liu Yun's briefly categorized them. First, there were various magical artifacts. Although there were many top-tier magical artifacts among them, except for Tian Buke's 3 ghost fire flying forks and the pink crystal ball which were quite good, Liu Yun's didn't think much of the other magical artifacts. There was even less to say about the materials, they were all common, ordinary goods. However, the few intermediate talismans and 2 talisman treasures found in Tian Buke's storage pouch were a pleasant surprise, but in Liu Yun's opinion, having witnessed the power of the formless needle talisman treasure, they were nothing special. Spirit stones. Liu Yun's checked several times. 10 Foundation establishment stage cultivators only contributed about 7,000 spirit stones, of which only 40-odd were intermediate spirit stones, and a large portion was contributed by Tian Buke. So poor. How dare they call themselves demonic path when they're this poor? Liu Yun's curled his lips in disdain, then carefully tucked away the storage pouch containing the spirit stones. Next, it was the main event. Liu Yun's looked at the storage pouches of the 2 core formation stage cultivators, nervously rubbing his hands, and then inverted the 2 storage pouches. The contents were unexpectedly sparse, only 30-odd intermediate spirit stones, 2 talisman treasures, 2 small black needles, a dark metal block, and a shimmering golden jade slip. Besides these, there was also a black porcelain bottle magical artifact, over a foot long, whose purpose was unknown. Such poor core formation cultivators. Liu Yun said from the bottom of his heart. He didn't know that for most early core formation stage cultivators, poverty was actually the norm. Every cultivator who successfully achieved core formation had to refine their own life-bound treasure, which was a matter of life and death. With a magic treasure, core formation stage cultivators truly established a qualitative difference from Foundation establishment stage cultivators. The power of a magic treasure primarily depended on the materials and method used to refine it. The method, needless to say, was the secret, treasured possession of various sects and families. When the refining materials were the same, different refining secret arts would produce magic treasures with vastly different powers and effects. Some profound and mysterious refining secret arts could even create a heaven and earth difference compared to ordinary magic treasures. Therefore, even slightly special refining secret arts were not easily leaked by these sects and families. Given that not much could be done with refining methods, finding better magic treasure materials became the only way for core formation cultivators to enhance the power and potential of their magic treasures. Undoubtedly, this required a large amount of spirit stones, enough to even bankrupt a core formation cultivator. Why did Kaiang Wuji use the essence of 5 metals to refine his magic treasure back then? Was it because it matched his cultivation technique? Or did he have some very special refining secret art? Liu Yun's could responsibly say that neither was true. The only reason Kaiang Wuji used the essence of 5 metals to refine the formless needle back then was poverty. At that time, he had just achieved core formation and was basically a nobody in the Unyu sect. His personal wealth was not abundant, and he simply couldn't afford those exorbitantly priced top-grade materials. In desperation, he could only gather a large amount of gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin himself, then become self-sufficient and strive for self-improvement. Thinking about it this way, Kaiang Wuji's story was quite inspiring, just a bit tragic. Of course, having good materials and a good refining method doesn't mean the magic treasure will be infinitely powerful and invincible upon its creation. The true power of a magic treasure still relies on the cultivator who refines it, constantly nurturing and cultivating it within their primordial spirit. Only in this way can a truly top-grade magic treasure be cultivated. For example, Kaiang Wuji's formless needle refining method was a secret transmission of the Unyu sect, but it wasn't a top-tier refining secret art. Although it was much stronger than the ordinary refining methods circulating outside, among the core formation cultivators of major sects, it was nothing special. As for materials, what more could be said when he had to rely on self-improvement? However, despite these innate disadvantages, Kaiang Wuji, through centuries of meticulous cultivation and the acquired formless escape technique refined into it, painstakingly transformed the formless needle into a rare treasure that even nascent soul-old monsters found incredibly troublesome to deal with. Liu Yun's didn't know any of this, he just looked at the items before him, his heart filled with disdain for the Li brothers. The spirit stones weren't many, but they at least added up. The talisman treasures were common goods, nothing interesting. The metal block and the jade slip, however, were good items. Liu Yun's recognized them at a glance, one was iron essence and the other was gold spirit jade. The former needed no explanation, while the latter was a commonly used magic treasure material, specifically for refining metal attribute magic treasures. What a pity, there's too little. Liu Yun's looked at the iron essence and gold spirit jade in his hand, a pang of sadness in his heart. If these 2 items were even twice as large, he could have done wonders with them. Finally, there were the 2 small black needles and the black porcelain bottle. Magical artifacts? They don't seem like it. Liu Yun's tentatively channeled his magic power into them. The small black needles instantly began to tremble slightly and glow with a faint black light. Startled, Liu Yun's quickly stopped channeling his magic power. This thing seemed overly sensitive and clearly different from ordinary magical artifacts. Could it be? Liu Yun seemed to recall something. With a wave of his hand, he opened a small door on one side of the secret chamber, revealing layers of jade slips inside. Here were all the books Qian Wuji had accumulated over hundreds of years. I remember it should be in Demonic Path Secret Arts. Found it. Liu Yun's picked up a black jade slip and extended his divine sense into it. After a while, Liu Yun's looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Soul-seizing needle. It really is this thing. Strictly speaking, the soul-seizing needle was something between a magical artifact and a secret art. To refine this needle, one not only needed to first cultivate a complex and mysterious demonic technique, but also required a core formation stage or higher demonic cultivator to damage their cultivation, refining a large amount of true essence and the devilish chi transformed by the demonic technique into one entity, ultimately forming this soul-seizing needle. Once this needle was refined, not only was its escape speed extremely fast, coming and going like the wind, but anyone struck by it would surely die, and it was almost impossible to detect with divine sense. It could be said to be an excellent magical artifact for sneak attacks and assassinations. The only pity was that, like most magical artifacts formed by compressed true essence, the soul-seizing needle was a one-time use item. However, this was already enough for Liu Yun's. The formless needle talisman treasure consumed an astonishing amount of magic power to use, so these two soul-seizing needles could serve as substitutes, enough to save his life at a critical moment. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Liu Yun's turned and picked up the black porcelain bottle. The moment he saw this porcelain bottle, Liu Yun's felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. He didn't know where this fear came from. After a slight hesitation, Liu Yun's lifted his hand to open the porcelain bottle. A burst of ghostly wails suddenly rushed out, making Liu Yun's face turn pale. He quickly put the lid back on. Foundation establishment stage level vengeful spirits and fierce ghosts, and at least dozens of them. No wonder the Li brothers were so strong, it turned out they had cultivated the soul sacrifice method. After a moment of silent contemplation with a grim expression, Liu Yun's put the porcelain bottle back into his storage pouch. As Liu Yun's finished tallying the spoils, the restriction outside the secret chamber was suddenly opened. Qian Wuji strode in, his expression serious, his gaze heavy. Master. Chapter 76, Preparation. Liu Yun's couldn't even remember the last time Qian Wuji looked so serious. Liu Yun's. Qian Wuji said. The sect has issued an order for you to depart for the front lines as reinforcement in 1 month. Prepare yourself. Liu Yun's was first startled, then nodded under Qian Wuji's bewildered gaze. I understand. I'll prepare during this time. Qian Wuji was taken aback by his calm demeanor and quickly asked, don't you want to know why? Why? Liu Yun scratched his head in confusion. Isn't it just because the demonic path has attacked? To be fair, he wasn't wrong. But Qian Wuji still felt that something wasn't quite right. According to this kid's past nature, he should have immediately started making all sorts of excuses, trying to muddle through. Then, after being beaten and scared by him, and given some small incentives repeatedly, he should have very reluctantly agreed. Why was he so cooperative this time? Master, you should have a little more faith in your disciple. I'm not someone who doesn't understand the bigger picture. Liu Yun sighed. Ever since he learned of the demonic path's invasion, he knew that going to the front lines was inevitable for him. A foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator and an early core formation cultivator working together to kill 2 early core formation demonic cultivators. What excellent propaganda materials. It would be strange if the Anu sect's higher UPS gave up this opportunity. So his deployment to the battlefield was merely a matter of time, having a month of buffer time was actually beyond his expectations. Don't worry, Master. Your disciple, I dare not boast about other things, but my skill in escaping is absolutely second to none. Protecting my life is not a problem. Nonsense. Qian Wuji's pent-up anger suddenly erupted. That's a battlefield. Even core formation stage cultivators may not be able to save their lives. What can you, a mere foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator, rely on to protect yourself? Qian Wuji sighed deeply, as if he had suddenly aged 10 years. What's more, the sect has already decided to heavily publicize the matter between you and that girl Nangong. Don't forget, the Ghost Spirit sect young master was captured, 2 core formation stage elders died by your hands, plus Tian Buke from the Hehuan sect. Do you know how many people will want your life once you step onto the battlefield? I also have a mission this time, so I can't go to the battlefield with you. Qian Wuji sat down cross-legged, reaching out to press on Liu Yun's shoulder. You can only rely on yourself, understand? Liu Yun's nodded, smiling as he said, Master, don't worry too much. Some things you can't avoid, they will come sooner or later. Qian Wuji shook his head, saying nothing more. By the way, you and that girl Nangong killed the demonic path's core formation elder, and the matter of the Yan family, all these have been converted into merit points, and the sect has recorded them for you. Qian Wuji forced a smile, counting you as having single-handedly killed 1 core formation stage demonic cultivator and 4 foundation establishment stage demonic cultivators. Plus the merit for the Yan family intelligence and the Yan family old ancestor. Wait. Liu Yun's quickly interrupted Qian Wuji. Why is the Yan family old ancestor involved? Why isn't he involved? He has already joined the Ghost Spirit sect, so naturally he's an elder of the Ghost Spirit sect. I killed him, so it's perfectly reasonable to count it as a merit for my disciple. Qian Wuji's logical thinking was as clear as ever. These merit points are enough for you to exchange for a slightly lesser magic treasure. Quickly think about what you want, so I can help you get it while I'm still in the sect. It will be difficult to get it once this opportunity is missed. Liu Yun's eyes lit up. What was the biggest factor limiting his strength now? Cultivation? Don't be ridiculous. As a crafting expert and a legendary plastic model hobbyist, the main factor limiting his strength has always been poverty. After obtaining the true art of puppetry, Liu Yun's was filled with a wealth of inspiration, but he was hampered by a lack of spirit stones and unable to enter the practical stage. This was also one of the main reasons Liu Yun's brought Han Li and Nangong Wan together. He was simply too poor right now. He urgently needed a generous rich woman to pull out her storage pouch and bring him some human warmth in this cold world. And now that the Anya sect could be the big spender, he no longer needed to covet the rich woman's small stash. I want a piece of iron essence, at least 3 jin and 7 liang. Liu Yun's quickly said. Qian Wuji nodded, alright, what else? A piece of gold spirit jade, at least 1 jin and 3 liang. Also, 3 pieces of astral iron, no less than 2 jin, and heavenly crystal wood. Liu Yun spoke with increasing enthusiasm, eventually taking out a jade slip and writing down the entire materials list. Alright, that's about it. Liu Yun's wiped his sweat with a raised hand. It wasn't from exhaustion, but mainly because after being poor for so many years, suddenly having so many precious materials available for free use made him a little nervous. Qian Wuji took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense, his mouth twitching at the sight of each precious material. Even refining a magic treasure wouldn't use this much. How is it? Can I get them? Liu Yun's asked nervously. If not, there are a few materials I can do without for now, or buy with spirit stones. Looking at his anxious appearance, a 10-year-old child's image flashed through Qian Wuji's mind, asking him nervously, Master, where are we going? That was the Liu Yun's of yesteryear. Over a decade flashed by, and in the blink of an eye, he had grown so much. Qian Wuji shook his head with a bitter smile, truly, he was getting old. Then his gaze gradually sharpened. Don't worry, they will definitely exchange them. If they don't, I'll just directly snatch them. Qian Wuji held the jade slip, transforming into a 5-colored escape light that soared into the sky, heading straight for the Anya sect. Liu Yun's was startled by his master's bandit-like declaration, then quickly took out a blank jade slip. He already had a draft of the design in his mind, he just needed to add a few more details. Next would be continuous trial and error and correction until the final product was made. 1 month, it was still too rushed. Also, the Anya sect. A hint of coldness flashed in Liu Yun's eyes. After so many years in the cultivation world, he felt he owed Qian Wuji a great deal. As the saying goes, master and disciple are like father and son, what he owed Qian Wuji, he might never be able to repay in his lifetime. But the Anya sect was another matter entirely. Even Qian Wuji, the sect's top core formation cultivator, hadn't received much favor from the sect. When it came to him, there was naturally even less sentiment to speak of. Regardless of the outcome of this great battle, he had to consider his own fallback plan. Thinking of this, Liu Yun's took out a piece of silk as thin as a cicada's wing and a jade slip from his storage pouch. These were an ancient teleportation array map obtained from Venerable Golden Talisman's secret Immortal Cave, and an ancient map of Yu country borrowed from the Anya sect's library. Using the records of mountain and river formations in the ancient map, he might be able to find that ancient teleportation array from who knows how many years ago. It just required time and on-site exploration. This would require a tool person to run errands for him, measure mountain and river formations, and search for the ancient teleportation array. Liu Yun stroked his chin, remembering someone. If I remember correctly, Han Li should be free. Chapter 77, Barren Mountain. On an unnamed barren mountain at the border of Yu Kingdom. Dozens of escape lights streaked across the sky, circling above the barren mountain a few times before landing. As the escape lights dissipated, dozens of cultivators dressed in the purple and white robes of the Anya sect were revealed. The leading cultivator was a middle-aged man with a resolute face, his body brimming with spiritual power and a powerful aura. He was, in fact, a mid-core formation stage cultivator. Behind him were a man and a woman. The man was about 30 years old, with a refined and handsome appearance. A hint of unruliness in his eyes made him fatally attractive to younger women. Judging by the spiritual power emanating from him, he also possessed early core formation stage cultivation. The other woman appeared to be only in her early 20s, with a graceful figure and alluring demeanor. Her eyes, when they moved, were like a foxy enchantress, captivating souls. Her face was covered by a veil, but the exposed skin was as white as snow and seemed as if it could be broken with a touch. It was Fairy Nishang. The Anya sect had dispatched 3 core formation stage cultivators and dozens of foundation establishment cultivators in one go. This was truly a remarkable and grand gesture. Liu Yun stood behind Fairy Nishang, examining the barren mountain beneath his feet with a peculiar gaze. Martial Ant Nishang, is this the place the people from Spirit Beast Mountain mentioned? Why are only we here? Where are the people from the other 6 sects? Fairy Nishang shot him an annoyed look. Why so many questions? The battlefield is not like the sect. No one will explain orders to you, you only need to execute them. I understand that, but Martial Ant Nishang, you are not an outsider. Just consider it a remedial lesson for your martial nephew and tell me the ins and outs of this, alright. Liu Yun's grinned, shamelessly saying. Fairy Nishang sighed, feeling a headache coming on. You, are quick-witted but lack caution. You always rush into things without thinking them through thoroughly. Just like that youth-preserving pill you brought me last time. Junior martial uncle, it's going too far if you are still talking about that. Liu Yun's face flushed, and he quickly interrupted Fairy Nishang's nagging. About 2 years ago, Liu Yun's dropped by Han Li's place and happened to find him making a small bottle of youth-preserving pill. At the time, Liu Yun's realized that this item would sell like crazy in the Yunyu sect. So, he proposed to purchase a batch from Han Li, but Han Li sternly refused. Refining ancient medicinal pill could be excused with the reason of being a alchemy prodigy, but refining something like a youth-preserving pill would clearly indicate that he had a problem. After all, which normal cultivator would use thousand-year-old spiritual plant to refine such a medicinal pill? Liu Yun's pestered Han Li until he got one, intending to exchange it for some good items with Fairy Nishang. However, her cultivation technique came with a built-in youth-preserving function, so not only did he not get anything in return, but she also lectured him for several hours with a secretly delighted expression. After leaving the Immortal Cave, Liu Yun suddenly realized that the other core formation female cultivators in the sect were either not familiar with him or already taken, and casually trying to curry favor would likely result in a beating. If he sold it to Foundation Establishment female cultivators, they couldn't afford it. After much deliberation, Liu Yun simply chewed up the youth-preserving pill. It was quite sweet, actually. He wondered what Han Li had added to it. Fairy Nishang looked at Liu Yun's triumphantly. She always felt happy whenever she thought of that incident. It was the first time she had been able to silence Liu Yun's as an elder. Martial nephew Liu, Spirit Beast Mountain was originally a branch of the demonic path Yuling sect, and it was an hidden stake they laid down thousands of years ago. This time, the Yuling sect intends to activate this hidden hand, having them cooperate from inside and out to severely wound the 7 sects. Although Spirit Beast Mountain told us they only pretended to agree and actually wanted to trick the demonic path, how can we fully believe their words? Of course, we must lay some hidden traps here in advance. Fairy Nishang raised her delicate chin and pointed at the streaks of escape lights brightening in the sky. Look, the other 5 sects also have the same idea. They've already sent people over. The escape lights flickered in the sky, and not long after, they stopped in front of the Yunyu sect disciples, revealing dozens of black-clad men with giant swords on their backs. Each of them was expressionless, and their sword chi soared to the sky. The leader was a skinny old man who looked frail and weak, his spiritual power seemingly present and absent, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. But the moment the 3 core formation cultivators of the Yunyu sect saw this old man, their eyes lit up, revealing great joy. Feng Baiyun of the Yunyu sect greets old man Zhou. I didn't expect you to be the leader of the giant sword sect this time. The middle-aged man leading the Yunyu sect cupped his hands in greeting, speaking with great respect for the old man. The other 2 core formation cultivators also stepped forward to bow, their eyes showing excitement. So it's fellow Daoist Feng, fellow Daoist Yu, and fellow Daoist Nishang of the Yunyu sect. The Yunyu sect is truly a great and prosperous sect, with many talents. Our giant sword sect is not so fortunate, our talents have dwindled over the years, leaving only this old skeleton to come out. The 3 of them simultaneously showed a wry smile, they didn't dare to accept those words. Although the old man's cultivation was the same as Feng Baiyun's, both being mid-core formation stage cultivators, in reality, with his magic treasure, the heavy heaven sword, which had been refined for over 100 years, and his hundreds of years of sword cultivator cultivation, it would probably not be too difficult for him to fight all 3 of them at once. In front of him, even an ordinary late-core formation stage cultivator might not be an opponent. He was truly a powerful reinforcement. Feng Baiyun smiled and said, "It's rare to have you, senior, come out this time. We no longer have to worry nervously about the demonic path playing tricks." Old man Zhou chuckled, revealing a few broken yellow teeth. "Fellow Daoist Feng, don't flatter this old skeleton. I know my own capabilities. I'm out this time to do my best to protect these young ones, to prevent any accidents that might lead to the demise of our already few giant sword sect disciples." Feng Baiyun smiled and waved his hand. Old man Zhou is joking. The talented disciples of the giant sword sect are all astonishing in their divine ability, far surpassing cultivators of the same stage. Compared to them, it is the disciples of our other 5 sects who are truly prone to accidents. Old man Zhou did not respond, but slowly swept his narrowed eyes over the Yunyu sect cultivators behind the 3. Hehe. The Yunyu sect's cultivation technique is miraculous, I witnessed it more than once back in the day. I heard that your sect also has a secret art called the Yin and Yang attraction technique, which can integrate the magical power of a pair of dual cultivation Dao companion, allowing them to use many powerful secret techniques beyond their stage. Is this true? Ah. This, Feng Baiyun's face showed a helpless wry smile. This one was truly a genuine old fox. Liu Yun specifically looked back. As far as the eye could see, pairs of handsome men and beautiful women complemented each other, making some single dogs look particularly pitiful. Also, I heard that your Yunyu sect produced an extraordinary young man who, with his foundation establishment mid-stage cultivation, got involved in a battle between core formation stage cultivators. Not only did he escape unscathed, but he also assisted in killing 2 core formation demonic cultivators. Old man Zhou's eyes darted, looking at Liu Yun's. Is it this fellow Daoist? When old man Zhou looked at him, Liu Yun's immediately felt a tingling sensation down his spine. He could only force himself to bow and salute. Liu Yun's of the Yunyu sect, greet Senior Zhou. Old man Zhou nodded and asked, how is your master? To tell Senior the truth, my master is in good health, robust in spirit, and all is well. That's good, old man Zhou sighed. He took on a good disciple, ah. Old man Zhou sighed with emotion, then turned his playful gaze to Feng Baiyun. Fellow Daoist Feng, it seems your Yunyu sect also came prepared, ah. Feng Baiyun could only give a wry smile. Their eyes met, and they seemed to have reached an unspoken understanding difficult for outsiders to grasp. Subsequently, all the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Yunyu sect and the Giant Sword sect landed on the ground simultaneously and began to set up a magic array. Chapter 78, Wavering Morale. Another half a day passed, and people from the other four sects arrived one after another, landing and beginning to set up their formations. The core formation stage cultivators from the various major sects naturally gathered to exchange greetings. With each person addressing the other as senior brother or fellow Daoist, the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. They didn't appear to be testing each other as Feng Baiyun and Old Man Zhou had done earlier. Liu Yun's status was special, he neither needed to set up magic arrays with the Foundation establishment stage cultivators nor could he join the conversation of the core formation stage cultivators. He could only choose a secluded spot and stay by himself. Senior brother Liu. Not long after Liu Yun sat down, he heard a charming female voice call him from nearby. Opening his eyes, a Yunyu sect female cultivator, about 20 years old, with fair skin and a beautiful appearance, approached. Her willow leaf eyes smiled as they gazed at him, seemingly filled with 1,000 expressions of tenderness and 10,000 expressions of love. Junior sister Zhu, don't show off your charm technique in front of me. Just say what you need to say. Liu Yun's frowned, speaking calmly. Junior sister Zhu's expression stiffened, the charm in her eyes receding. She suddenly reverted to an ordinary woman with above-average looks. Senior brother Liu truly has great self-control. This spring water art of mine has never failed when used on cultivators of the same stage. Junior sister Zhu said with a smile, not feeling that there was anything wrong with using her charm technique on Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's also sighed inwardly. Almost everyone in the Yunyu sect, from top to bottom, knew a few charm techniques, and even he was no exception. It was easy to imagine what the sect's atmosphere was normally like. Senior brother Liu, do you think we can really win this great battle? Junior sister Zhu's eyes flickered, asking with some trepidation. No, just wait to die. Speaking like that is a bit much. Junior sister Zhu was furious, letting out a cold humph and flicking her sleeve before leaving. A few Yunyu sect disciples in the distance, seeing this, all turned their heads and diligently began setting up their formations. Liu Yun's frowned and let out a light sigh. Wavering morale, the battle is half lost before it even begins. If the Yunyu sect was like this, the other sects were probably even worse. When he contacted Han Li earlier, he said that if he could run, he would have run long ago. He was probably not the only one who thought this way. But then again, in this era where everyone is a role king, anyone who talks about sacrificing oneself for the greater good and resisting external enemies must have something seriously wrong with their head. If it weren't for the 6 demonic sects' notoriously bad reputation, these people might have surrendered long ago. It's all the same to be a beast of burden for anyone, and perhaps the grass from someone else's pasture smells even sweeter. Thinking of this, Liu Yun's felt a headache coming on. It wasn't that he had deep feelings for the Yunyu sect, but mainly that he hoped the 7 sects could hold on a little longer, at least to buy him time to escape. He had completely offended the Ghost Spirit sect and the Joyful Union sect. Just as Liu Yun's was worrying about the future, a black dot suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, a golden giant eagle with a wingspan of at least 30 jong flew rapidly, flashing a few times before soaring above everyone, casting a huge shadow on the ground. The Foundation establishment stage cultivators of the 6 sects burst into an uproar. A few younger cultivators were even so startled by the giant beast that they fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Liu Yun's divine sense swept across them, and his heart trembled. This was actually a 5th rank Yao beast. In the land of Tianese, even 2nd and 3rd rank Yao beasts were almost extinct, let alone such high rank Yao beasts that could theoretically rival early core formation cultivators. Spirit Beast Mountain, worthy of being the largest sect in Yu state after the Yunyu sect, truly had something to show. What are you looking at? What kind of behavior is this? The leader of Yellow Maple Valley was a stern middle-aged man. Seeing everyone's disgraceful appearance, he immediately scowled and shouted angrily. Ha ha ha. So it's fellow Daoist Ming Hui. After all these years, fellow Daoist's fiery temper hasn't changed at all. The giant eagle folded its wings and landed on the ground, with 3 figures standing behind it. The speaker was an elder who looked to be in his 50s. As he spoke, his eyes darted around, and a benevolent smile was always on his lips, making him appear quite slippery. Ming Hui's expression changed. So it's fellow Daoist Kun. Is fellow Daoist Kun in charge this time? The slippery elder chuckled and quickly waved his hand. Fellow Daoist Ming Hui flatters this old man too much. The person in charge already went to the demonic faction army camp several days ago and is leading the demonic faction army here. They should arrive in at most 3 days. Upon hearing this, the core formation cultivators' expressions all turned somewhat grim. 3 days, that's too fast. The slippery elder also shook his head regretfully. The person in charge of the demonic path is impatient. As soon as he heard that there were large quantities of supplies stored here, he immediately rushed here without a second thought. Our Spirit Beast Mountain originally wanted to bring out those few mountain guarding spirit beasts to see some blood, but now we can only give up on that. Oh right, Yunchen, Yunmai, come quickly and pay your respects to the seniors. The slippery elder called out, and the 2 young male and female cultivators behind him, who looked only 17 or 18, immediately stepped forward and bowed to the many core formation cultivators. Feng Baiyun frowned. Fellow Daoist Kun, Who are these two? To be frank with all of you fellow deists, these two children are descendants of my family. They even call me great uncle. I brought them here this time so they could see the world and experience the methods of the demonic path. As the slippery elder spoke, his voice suddenly sharpened, and his eyes gleamed. Ming Hui glanced at the two and said indifferently, good aptitude. They have the cultivation of the early foundation establishment stage at such a young age. You are willing to part with such good seedlings. Ha ha ha. Fellow deist Ming Hui, you are mistaken. The slippery elder clapped his hands and laughed loudly. If they don't experience some hardships and witness the methods of the demonic path cultivators, no matter how high their cultivation, it will be a castle in the air, and they won't go far. Speaking of which, fellow deist Ming Hui, where are your precious disciples now? Mid-sentence, the slippery elder suddenly changed the subject, turning his attention to Ming Hui. Recently, many loose cultivators and even foundation establishment stage cultivators from the 7 sects within U State have mysteriously disappeared. Some suspect it might be the work of demonic path spies. I sent them to investigate this matter. Ming Hui said expressionlessly, cursing the slippery elder inwardly. Everyone knew that the initial battle with the demonic path would be incredibly tragic, and countless cultivators would perish there. How could he bear to push his own disciples into the fire pit? He, the slippery elder grinned noncommittally, immediately infuriating Ming Hui. Alright, what time is it? You're still here undermining each other. Old man Zhou of the giant sword sect stepped forward to mediate, his expression quite helpless. What's most important now is to unite and resist the demonic path enemy. You all just calm down. Upon hearing this, the slippery elder, his face wreathed in smiles, cupped his hands to old man Zhou. Fellow deist Zhou speaks very truly. What does fellow deist Ming Hui think? Ming Hui snorted coldly, cupped his hands, and turned to walk away. Liu Yun stood outside the crowd, seeing everything clearly. In this battle, even the leaders of the 7 sects were not united, each pursuing their own agenda. If they could still win, there would truly be no justice in the world. Alas! Senior brother Liu, a cautious voice came. Liu Yun's looked up. Before him was a young woman in a yellow dress, smiling at him very reluctantly. Behind her were more than a dozen foundation establishment cultivators, of varying ages. From their attire, they seemed to belong to different sects, and for some reason, they had gathered together. Chapter 79, Demonic Tide. Senior brother Liu, I am Lin Xuanyu of Yellow Maple Valley. Please don't take it to heart if I've disturbed you. The young woman forced a smile. It was clear she was trying hard to appear friendly, but her fear was so great that her entire face seemed somewhat distorted. Fine beads of sweat even appeared on her forehead, slowly trickling down her refined and beautiful features. The others weren't much better, each had a serious intense expression. A few of the younger ones even looked as if they were ready to bravely face death at any moment, leaving Liu Yun's utterly bewildered. Liu Yun's looked at these people and asked with some confusion, is something wrong? Lin Xuanyu, seeing that his attitude was good and he showed no sign of anger, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and began to speak. Senior brother Liu, allow me to introduce you. This is junior brother Lu of Giant Sword Sect, senior brother Yu of Huidao Dock, and also Tianq Fortress. Lin Xuanyu pulled everyone, introducing them to Liu Yun's one by one. The cultivators she introduced quickly bowed and saluted, their respectful demeanor tinged with apprehension. Hello, senior brother Liu. Greetings, senior brother Liu. I've long admired senior brother's great name, please. Liu Yun's watched the group introduce themselves with an expressionless face, his eyes like a deep, dry well, showing no joy or anger. Lin Xuanyu swallowed, then bravely asked. According to what the junior martial uncles and senior martial uncles said, the great battle with the demonic path is set to begin in 3 days. Does senior brother have any arrangements for then? After saying this, Lin Xuanyu's face suddenly paled, and she quickly added, Senior brother Liu, please don't misunderstand. I have no intention of prying into Yan Yusek's plans. It's just that if senior brother doesn't have any special arrangements, how about letting us assist senior brother? Liu Yun's gaze swept over the dozen or so people. Seeing that their attire, apart from their sect uniforms, was devoid of any other items, he immediately understood. This was a group of foundation establishment cultivators from the 7 sects who originated as loose cultivators. They were afraid of being used as cannon fodder, so they wanted to find a powerful backer. Core formation stage cultivators were high and mighty, beyond their reach. Among the many cultivators present, apart from the core formation stage seniors, Liu Yun's was the only powerful backer who seemed robust and firm, perfectly suited for attaching a few hangers on. Everyone, don't overthink it. Liu Yun sighed, saying helplessly. Below core formation, all of us are cannon fodder. I'm just a slightly more advanced cannon fodder than you. When the great battle begins, I can barely protect myself. If you want to survive, listen to my advice. Stay away from those attention-grabbing individuals, that way, you won't die as quickly. Liu Yun's wore a bitter smile. He was one of those attention-grabbing individuals. When the great battle began, he wasn't sure about the other demonic sects, but Ghost Spirit Sect and Joyful Union Sect certainly wouldn't let him off. Lin Xuanyu's face was pale as she lightly bit her lower lip, then bowed to Liu Yun's and turned to walk back into the crowd. For a moment, panic spread. A graceful figure appeared before Liu Yun's, glaring at him irritably. What did you say to those people? Fairy Nishang asked, frowning. Nothing much, just giving some lost young people a direction in life. Liu Yun's broke into a wide smile, as if his mood had suddenly improved significantly. How old are you to call others young people? Fairy Nishang rolled her eyes, pointing at the others and saying, time is short. We can only set up some chi concealing and form hiding formations now. Once the formations are up, you follow behind me and are not allowed to go anywhere. Understand? Yes. Lu Yuns was startled and quickly asked, isn't that too blatant? What? You can help junior sister Nangong kill demonic path core formation cultivators, but you can't help me. Fairy Nishang's eyes flickered, her gaze sweeping over him with captivating charm, and she asked with a smile. Of course I can. But I need to clear my name. There's absolutely no messy relationship between Nangong Wan and me, she's already taken. What? Fairy Nishang's face changed dramatically. She immediately leaned closer to Lu Yuns and whispered. Tell me more. Amidst the tense and busy atmosphere of the seven sects, 3 days passed in a flash. 3 days later, on the nameless barren mountain, strong winds raged, and yellow sand rolled, obscuring the sky and sun, dyeing the world a murky yellow. Amidst the swirling sand, a deep blackness emerged from the horizon, then engulfed the rolling yellow sand like a tide. At the forefront of this army, which arrived like a black tide covering the sky and sun, was a pitch-black giant boat, over 50 zhang long. Its entire body appeared to be cast from bronze, yet it was somehow stained with this striking pure black. Wherever the giant boat passed, dark devilish chi surged incessantly, and even the sandstorm that had lasted for several days bowed before this colossal entity. Around it, hundreds of flying swords hovered. Each flying sword carried a foundation establishment cultivator wearing a ghost mask and dressed in black. Each was enveloped in black chi, exuding a chilling evil chi, with faint ghostly wails occasionally heard from the black clouds around them. There were also strange beasts, neither dragon nor snake, with pointed horns on their heads and wings on their flanks. They occasionally opened their massive mouths, revealing 2 enormous poisonous fangs, from which faint purple toxic mist would emanate and merge into the black chi surrounding the giant boat. These ferocious giant beasts flew in the air, the smallest one was over 10 zhang long. They twisted their massive bodies, following the giant boat with astonishing aura, all of them genuine 3rd and 4th grade Yao beasts. The giant boat, strange snakes, and sword-riding demonic cultivators arrived with overwhelming devilish chi, a black tide like countless years of snow suddenly collapsing from a 10,000-year-old snow mountain, giving people the feeling of mortals facing a natural disaster with utter powerlessness. Just as the giant boat was about to fly over the nameless barren mountain, a faint stop suddenly halted the entire fleet. On the giant boat, a young man enveloped in black chi sat to one side. The man was dressed in black, embroidered with a lifelike 9-headed venomous snake. Starting from his spine, the 9 ferocious snake heads converged at his chest, their 18 blood-red vertical pupils staring straight ahead, causing a chill in the heart of anyone who looked, involuntarily startling them. The man himself was handsome and extraordinary, but the black gleam and chilling evil chi that occasionally flickered in his eyes made people tremble. Across from him sat an old man, dressed in colorful, extremely flamboyant attire. Several leather pouches hung from his waist, from which faint growls could be heard. Fellow Deist Luo, is this the place you spoke of? The black-clad man's powerful divine sense shot downwards, and a cold sneer involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's a bit too shabby. The old man repeatedly smiled apologetically, saying, fellow Deist Wang jokes. You state is barren of spiritual chi and short on resources, we truly couldn't find a better place. The black-clad man's lips curved slightly, and he said with a smile, fellow Deist Luo, there's no need to be so nervous. Since this is a joint operation between Ghost Spirit Sect and Yuling Sect, it naturally requires us two to cooperate fully. If you have anything to say, fellow Deist Luo, feel free to speak directly. The old man smiled bitterly, his heart filled with apprehension, thinking that this trip might encounter unexpected complications. Along the way, the old man had grown accustomed to this person's unpredictable moods. One moment he was amiable, the next, if slightly displeased, he would extract souls and refine spirits, tormenting people until their souls disintegrated. Even several foundation establishment cultivators from his own school had died at his hands in this manner. This capricious style greatly displeased the old man, yet he was helpless. This man had profound cultivation, astonishing divine abilities, and hailed from the Wang family of Ghost Spirit Sect. The person behind him was also a high and mighty figure. He truly dared not say much. Fellow Deist Wang. The old man hesitated slightly, but still braced himself and asked, I heard that your esteemed father successfully condensed a nascent soul several years ago. Is this true or false? Ha ha ha. The old man's words indeed struck a chord with the black-clad man. He immediately let out 3 hearty laughs, and the previously tense atmosphere instantly eased. That's right, my father, Wang Tiangu, successfully advanced to nascent soul several years ago. The black-clad youth said with a triumphant smile, his eyes filled with joy. Then I must congratulate fellow Deist Wang. The Wang family has produced 2 nascent soul cultivators, truly, their blessings are profound, and their luck is long-lasting. Within 1,000 years, the Wang family's position as the foremost family of Ghost Spirit Sect is as stable as Mount Tai. The black-clad youth smiled, but his eyes once again clouded with a hint of gloom. One mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers. His uncle, who held the position of sect leader of Ghost Spirit Sect, intended to win over the Yan family, hoping to secure a major achievement for his only son, Wang Chan. Who knew that he would end up sacrificing his son, leading to their Ghost Spirit Sect being passive everywhere now. In this way, it was a great opportunity for his father's lineage to rise. Thinking of this, the black-clad youth felt another surge of secret joy and waved his hand, saying, "Fellow Deist Luo, please go ahead. I will send people to follow." The old man stood up and bowed, "That is natural. I will go first." With that, he transformed into a streak of escape lights and shot out. The black-clad youth picked up the wine cup in front of him, drained it, and turned to look at the two expressionless, hollow-eyed middle-aged men behind him. "This time, I'll have to rely on you too," the black-clad youth murmured. The two middle-aged men remained expressionless, but a beast-like bloodlight flashed in their eyes, and a powerful spiritual pressure of core formation stage cultivator emanated from their bodies. Chapter 80 The War Begins. Chapter 80 Battle Begins. The 7 sex cultivators, hidden within the formation, were stunned by the awe-inspiring aura of the demonic path army. Liu Yun's looked at the opposing side, then at his own, and immediately felt that this battle might be doomed. This was clearly not on the same level. The other side looked like a regular army, while his side resembled a makeshift troop. What the hell were they fighting for? "What are you panicking about?" Feng Baiyun shouted in a low voice, making everyone's ears buzz. "This time, we came prepared. Under the alliance of the 7 sects, the number of core formation cultivators far exceeds theirs. All you need to do is withstand their first wave of attacks, allowing us to free our hands to surround and attack their core formation stage cultivators. That's enough. We will handle the rest, you don't need to worry about it." Feng Baiyun's confident voice dispelled some of the gloom in everyone's hearts. Indeed, as long as the core formation stage cultivators could quickly decide the victor, then no matter how many foundation establishment stage cultivators the other side had, it would be useless. "Get ready, wait for fellow Deist Luo of Spirit Beast Mountain to give the signal." A green escape light suddenly flew out from the giant boat on the opposite side, followed closely by 2 black escape lights not far behind it. Numerous black-clad demonic cultivators, riding flying swords, also urged their magical artifacts and slowly approached the nameless desolate mountain, accompanied by a dozen giant, winged serpents. At first glance, it looked like a black storm sweeping in. Everyone held their breath until the 3 escape lights reached the summit of the desolate mountain, with hundreds of demonic cultivators arrayed behind them, ready for battle. "Attack!" Old Man Luo, the leader, roared. Behind him, 2 demonic path core formation cultivators' eyes flashed with blood light. They rubbed their hands together, releasing 2 dragon-like blood lights that tore through a layer of restriction on the nameless desolate mountain, revealing dozens of large stone houses and dozens of foundation establishment cultivators inside. Upon seeing the restriction broken, hundreds of demonic cultivators fiercely attacked. Beams of ink black light instantly engulfed the entire nameless desolate mountain. "Good!" Old Man Luo shouted loudly, then suddenly conjured a green blade wheel, slashing wildly towards the 2 demonic path core formation cultivators. Just then, accompanied by flashes of spiritual light, hundreds of 7 sect cultivators simultaneously charged out from all directions, surrounding the demonic path allied army. Ming Hui, Fairy Nishang, fellow Deist Yu of Yunyu sect, and 5 or 6 other early core formation cultivators directly rushed into the army formation, joining Old Man Luo in completely encircling the 2 demonic path core formation cultivators. The explosive spiritual light from their magic treasures stretched for several miles, and the mere aftershocks swept away a dozen demonic path foundation establishment cultivators closest to the battlefield into ashes. Old Man Zhou of Giant Sword sect, Feng Baiyun of Yunyu sect, and the Slippery Elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, 3 mid-stage core formation cultivators, headed straight for the giant boat. Dozens of demonic path foundation establishment cultivators guarding the giant boat attacked simultaneously, releasing a sky-obscuring black ethereal light that swept towards them. Feng Baiyun snorted coldly, opening her mouth to spit out a white silk sash. This item grew wildly against the wind, transforming into 100 zhong-long dazzling white light, which fiercely struck the black ethereal light. The black and white spiritual lights flickered wildly, momentarily forming a stalemate. Feng Baiyun's face glowed with a terrifying spiritual light. She raised her hand and released hundreds of white light threads, like hundreds of sharp blades, directly slicing the black ethereal light into pieces. The dazzling white light then advanced unimpeded. Wherever it passed, dozens of demonic path foundation establishment cultivators, along with their magical artifacts, were directly reduced to ashes. The dark giant boat emitted a low hum, and black runes emerged from its surface. The 100 zhong white light, like thunder connecting heaven and earth, struck the giant boat fiercely. The black runes flickered slightly. The awe-inspiring white light, upon touching the runes, abruptly vanished as if nothing had happened. Only the giant boat continued slowly forward at an unchanged speed, exuding an indescribable sense of oppression. On the desolate mountain, the demonic path cultivators, having reacted, began their counterattack. Hundreds of black-clad demonic cultivators, riding flying swords, spiraled and danced, resembling a black tornado standing on the earth. For a time, dark devilish chi danced wildly across the sky, and beams of black light shot out, forcing the 7 sect cultivators into a sorry state. The Yunyu sect cultivators gathered together, pairs of men and women standing side by side, hands clasped, exuding strange blue and red lights all over their bodies. Facing the fierce offensive of the demonic path, the Yunyu sect men and women, whose bodies were intertwined with red and blue, simultaneously raised their other hands, releasing beams of red and blue light. For a time, they fought back and forth with the demonic path cultivators. The giant sword sect cultivators flew on their swords, circling around the Yunyu sect, constantly releasing extremely sharp sword chi, making those demonic path cultivators who tried to approach scramble. In a short while, over a dozen demonic path foundation establishment cultivators died on the spot. The Spirit Beast Mountain group on the desolate mountain withstood the initial demonic path offensive. They then released large swaths of yellow poisonous mist, enveloping the entire nameless desolate mountain. The dozen winged giant serpents that had accompanied the demonic path cultivators were fighting fiercely when they suddenly smelled the yellow poisonous mist. They immediately went berserk, spitting purple venom, which enveloped the unsuspecting demonic path cultivators. The disciples of Kingxiu sect, holding their fly whisks, jointly released patches of white mist, fending off the attacks of many demonic path cultivators one by one. For a time, they were more than capable of self-preservation. The cultivators of the other three sects, however, released various magical artifacts, engaging in perilous battles with the demonic path cultivators. It was, remarkably simple. The struggles of these foundation establishment cultivators were secondary, the key to victory still lay in whether the core formation stage cultivators of the 7 sects could achieve a quick victory. In just this short time, the many core formation 7 sect cultivators had firmly suppressed the 2 demonic path core formation cultivators. Although bloodlight erupted within the battle group, appearing extremely dangerous, in reality, these 2 demonic path core formation cultivators could not hold on for much longer. Had it not been for these 2's utter disregard for death, employing a ferocious, life-for-life fighting style from the very start, the many core formation 7 sect cultivators would have long since killed them. Just as the situation was tilting towards the 7 sects, new developments emerged on the other side of the battlefield. Old Man Zhou of Giant Sword Sect, seeing that Feng Baiun's methods couldn't take down the giant boat, immediately revealed a solemn expression. With a flick of his sleeve, he released a 3-foot-long bronze ancient treasure. It was precisely his life-bound treasure, the Chongxiao sword, by which he was renowned. Old Man Zhou pointed forward, and the Chongxiao sword emitted a clear clang, instantly disappearing. The next second, a divine sword, reaching heaven and earth, appeared above the giant boat. It was the Chongxiao sword, magnified by an unknown degree. Your Excellency, this giant boat of yours is indeed a good treasure, but I wonder if it can withstand this old man's technique, heavenly extreme Chongxiao. Old Man Zhou's face was slightly pale as he shouted, "Command." The divine sword descended, colliding fiercely with the giant boat. The runes on it flickered incessantly, and soon emitted a buzzing sound of distress. Humph! From within the giant boat, the black-clad man let out a cold snort. A black light shot into the sky, transforming into a 9-headed giant serpent over 20 zhang long. Its 9 ferocious heads spat venom, instantly corroding the surface of the divine sword, leaving it riddled with holes. Old Man Zhou's mind trembled, and he violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The divine sword let out a low wail, transforming into a white light that shot back to Old Man Zhou's front. As the white light dispersed, the Chongxiao sword, which had reverted to its 3-foot bronze ancient treasure form, was now pitted and its spiritual light dim. Old Man Zhou caressed this life-bound treasure with a pained expression. The treasure was severely damaged and would require at least 20 years of careful cultivation to recover. The 9-headed giant serpent roared, and with a flash of spiritual light, it transformed into a lifelike embroidery attached to the man's black robe. Old Man Zhou retracted the Chongxiao sword into his body, his eyes fixed on the black-clad man, and slowly uttered a single word. Ancient treasure. Chapter 81 Chase. Chapter 81, Pursuit. Ancient treasure. At the mention of this word, both Feng Baiun and the slippery elder were startled. That's right, you have some discernment. My Xiangliu diagram is indeed an ancient treasure from the primordial era. The man in black floated in the air, smiling triumphantly. He didn't put the 3 core formation stage cultivators in front of him in his eyes at all. The 3 exchanged glances, seeing the despair in each other's eyes. That was an ancient treasure from the primordial era. Such treasures, once they appeared, were mostly taken by nascent soul old monsters. Ordinary core formation cultivators had probably never even seen one. Now, this person in front of them actually possessed an ancient treasure, and judging by the astonishing aura of this Xiangliu diagram, it was likely a rare masterpiece even among ancient treasures. Given this, even if the 3 of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat this person. Looking at the calm black-clad youth in front of them, the 3 felt as if they were riding a tiger and couldn't dismount. Just then, the black-clad youth suddenly widened his eyes in surprise and turned to look in the direction of the nameless barren mountain. It's actually him. At this moment, Liu Yun's was observing from the sidelines. There was no other way, the commotion from the core formation cultivators' clash was too great for him to interfere, and he was too afraid of being ganged up on to join the group battle. He could only randomly kill a few unlucky, isolated demonic path cultivators at the edge of the battlefield. Under Liu Yun's command, more than a dozen magical artifacts flew incessantly in the air. An unfortunate demonic path foundation establishment cultivator released several skull heads, attempting to struggle, but was then easily shattered into dust by these dozen or so magical artifacts. Before he could find his next unlucky target, a fierce and pure killing intent suddenly rushed towards him. Liu Yun's turned his head and saw 2 demonic path core formation cultivators, their bodies radiating blood light. Their blood-red eyes, devoid of reason like wild beasts, were fixed on him. Damn it! Liu Yun's turned and ran, a flash of blood light disappearing behind him. The 2 demonic path core formation cultivators charged over like madmen, completely disregarding the magic treasures attacking them from all sides. Under the great burst of blood light from one of the demonic cultivators, he was besieged by several magic treasures. A small sword magic treasure, taking advantage of a slight weakening in the blood light, pierced him directly from behind, then twisted gently, cutting him into several pieces. The other person was solidly struck by a large seal, and the left half of his body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The blood light in that person's eyes was blazing. The blood mist formed from his half-body merged into the blood light around him, and his escape lights instantly accelerated significantly, allowing him to break out of the encirclement and, in the blink of an eye, cross half the battlefield directly towards Liu Yun's. What the hell? Is it really necessary? Liu Yun's scalp tingled. He gritted his teeth, changed direction, and fully unleashed his golden escape technique, transforming into a golden escape lights and rushing out of the 7-sect allied formation. The blood light sharply turned, spiraling upwards in front of the pale-faced 7-sect cultivators, pursuing Liu Yun's with incredibly swift escape lights. Seeing the demonic path core formation cultivator getting closer, Liu Yun's took out the crimson flame banner and unleashed a towering sea of fire. A red light flashed across his body, and he directly escaped into the flames. The blood light shot forth, instantly piercing through the sea of fire. The accompanying violent devilish chi tore the towering sea of fire to shreds, scattering it as a sky full of fiery rain. The flames plunged downwards, abruptly curving in midair and heading straight for the demonic path cultivators. On the opposite side, numerous demonic path foundation establishment cultivators were effortlessly fending off the 7-sect attacks. Seeing this, they immediately dispatched dozens of foundation establishment demonic cultivators, raising their hands to release black light pillars that dispersed the sky full of fiery rain. Before they could employ other methods, the scattered flames suddenly converged, revealing Liu Yun's figure once more. With the towering killing intent clinging to him like maggots, Liu Yun's had no time to look back. He fully circulated his golden escape technique, turning into a bowl-sized golden light and charging towards the demonic path army formation that was almost within reach. Many demonic path foundation establishment cultivators didn't even realize what was happening. They only saw a golden light flash past, followed by a dazzling blood light that roared through, instantly piercing their entire defense line. The 7-sect cultivators rejoiced at this sight, quickly regrouped, and began their counterattack. Liu Yun's truly hadn't expected the other person's hatred for him to be so deep. He was risking his life to kill him, even neglecting his own disciples. He saw the blood light behind him erupt, transforming into a blood-colored long saber that shot straight towards Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's countered by conjuring a pink crystal orb, and a large expanse of pink light condensed into a light screen, blocking the blood-colored long saber. The blood-colored long saber's attack paused, then suddenly exploded, transforming into countless blood-colored thorns that tore the pink light screen to shreds. The sky full of thorns was ferocious and sharp, growing wildly in the wind. Like a monstrous net made of congealed blood, it covered Liu Yun's from above. Just then, a 7-colored rainbow bridge spanned half the battlefield, blocking in front of Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's turned his head and saw 7-colored escape lights breaking through the air. The sky full of blood-red thorns was blocked by the 7-colored rainbow bridge. The demonic cultivator, with only half his body remaining, had blood light blazing in his eyes. His sole remaining arm exploded into a cloud of blood mist out of thin air. Blood light shot skyward, and a ferocious bone saber sprang from the blood mist, fiercely striking the rainbow bridge. The 7-colored rainbow bridge let out a mournful cry, pierced directly by the demonic cultivator's desperate strike. The bone saber also shattered, transforming into wisps of blood chi that dissipated into nothingness. Fairy Nishang couldn't arrive in time. The demonic cultivator in front of him was only a few dozen feet away. In this moment of life and death, a fierce glint flashed in Liu Yun's eyes. The demonic cultivator's remaining half-face was expressionless, but his eye revealed a bloodthirsty look. His entire body's blood seemed to boil, bursting from his mangled body and transforming into a blood-colored battle armor with countless sharp spikes. Fairy Nishang, seeing she couldn't make it, quickly chanted incantations with her hands. The 7-colored rainbow bridge transformed into 7 streams of strange light, swarming towards the demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator, using some unknown secret art, had his entire armor seemingly come alive, automatically growing a huge, sea-like blood-colored cloak that enveloped the 7 streams of strange light. Liu Yun's looked on with a grave expression. The demonic cultivator's sole remaining eye was filled with madness and bloodlust, showing no trace of reason. The demonic cultivator abandoned his cloak, transforming it into a sea of blood to trap the 7-colored strange light, while he, clad in battle armor, charged directly at Liu Yun's. The distance of several tens of feet was almost non-existent under the core formation stage cultivator's escape lights. In the blink of an eye, the demonic cultivator had closed within 3 feet of Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's face was ashen, and a sharp glint was hidden beneath his sword-like brows. Seeing the blood light flickering on the demonic cultivator's armor, he was about to unleash some demonic path evil art to instantly kill him. Liu Yun suddenly opened his mouth, and a faint, almost imperceptible black wisp of light shot out. This black wisp of light was exceptionally sharp, directly piercing through the protective blood light on the demonic cultivator's body and embedding itself in his sole remaining eye. The demonic cultivator was thrown backward by the force. A small black needle was stuck in his eye, and rolling, inky black devilish chi erupted from the needle, instantly engulfing the demonic cultivator. Liu Yun saw that the demonic cultivator's blood-colored armor, once enveloped by this devilish chi, instantly dimmed in light, transforming into faint blood mist that dissipated into nothingness. Immediately after, the remaining flesh and bones of the demonic cultivator's entire body melted away like ice and snow, completely dissolved by the inky black devilish chi. Only a faint red primordial spirit remained, barely holding on within the black devilish chi. After about 10 odd breaths, the faint red primordial spirit finally couldn't hold on and was turned into nothingness by the inky black devilish chi. An early core formation stage high-level demonic cultivator thus completely vanished from the world. On the other side of the battlefield, the black-clad youth raised an eyebrow in surprise. The soul-seizing needle? Had It must have been refined by those useless Li brothers. Such insidious things are quite suitable for them. The black-clad youth looked at the 7-sex core formation cultivators who were already sweeping through many demonic path foundation establishment cultivators on the battlefield, a cold sneer forming at the corner of his mouth. Is your excellency not planning to leave yet? The slippery elder from Spirit Beast Mountain asked with a smile. The black-clad youth narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at him expressionlessly. What? Do you really think you have me cornered? The slippery elder waved his hand with a smile and said, of course not. Your excellency's divine ability is astonishing, and we admit we are no match. However, as fellow mid-stage core formation cultivators, even if your excellency possesses an ancient treasure, it would probably take some effort to take down the three of us. If we wait until our fellow disciples of the 7 sects are free, no matter how strong your excellency's methods are, you wouldn't be able to handle 9 core formation stage cultivators at once, would you? The black-clad youth's face was somewhat gloomy. His gaze, like steel blades, swept across the group, then he suddenly threw his head back and laughed 3 times. Good. This time, I admit defeat. I'll take my leave now. The black-clad youth turned and flew back onto the giant boat. A low horn blast echoed across the entire battlefield. The Demonic Path Foundation establishment cultivators, who were still fighting desperately, heard the horn and, disregarding everything, put away their magical artifacts and flew towards the giant boat. The 7 sect cultivators were somewhat stunned, but after a moment of thought, more than half of them decided to retreat while they were ahead, easing their offensive and allowing the demonic cultivators to leave. Some who were bloodthirsty still wanted to pursue, but were stopped by their fellow disciples. In this battle, the 7 sects achieved a great victory. However, more than half of the Foundation establishment cultivators died on the battlefield. If the fighting continued, probably not many people would survive. Chapter 82 The Visitor. Feng Baiyun watched the giant boat gradually disappear into the distance, clenching her fists unwillingly, and couldn't help but turn to glare fiercely at the slippery elder. Fellow deist Feng, why do you look at me like that? Are you really thinking of fighting that demonic cultivator to the death? The slippery elder stroked his beard and asked with a smile. Humph. Feng Baiyun snorted coldly and turned to fly back to the nameless barren mountain, which was now almost half collapsed. Old Man Zhou of the giant sword sect also sighed and followed Feng Baiyun back. Watching their retreating figures, the slippery elder lightly stroked his beard, chuckled, and a hint of sinister malice flashed in his eyes. On the battlefield, Liu Yun slumped to the ground in a very undignified manner, a trace of relief from surviving a disaster still in his eyes. However, at this moment, no one would criticize him anymore. It wasn't out of offer his feat of killing a core formation cultivator. It was simply that on this battlefield, Liu Yun's was already considered one of the more image-conscious ones. Looking around, some people were severely wounded, lying on the ground, wailing weakly. Some had vacant eyes, slumped on the ground, covered in someone else's blood. Still others had bloodshot eyes, kneeling on the ground and roaring loudly, like frenzied beasts. Among them was Lin Xuanyu of the Yellow Maple Valley, who had once sought out Liu Yun's. At this moment, she sat on the ground with a blank gaze, her yellow robes already stained crimson with blood, and 2 hideous gashes on her lower abdomen were still oozing blood. If not for the faint sound of her breathing, she would have been indistinguishable from a corpse. In front of her, the junior brother Lu of the Giant Sword Sect and senior brother Yu of the Huidao Dock, along with 7 or 8 other cultivators she had seen before, lay on the ground, now cold corpses. Behind her were 2 more individuals, dressed in the attire of Tianq Fortress and Yellow Maple Valley respectively, their eyes equally vacant, like walking dead. The Yellow Maple Valley cultivator among them was only 17 or 18 years old, his left arm missing. The severed limb was charred black, as if scorched by flames. If Liu Yun's remembered correctly, there should have been a few more people in their small group. He didn't know if they had been separated in the great battle or if their bodies had been obliterated by the magical artifacts of the demonic path cultivators. After an unknown amount of time, Liu Yun slowly stood up and helped to clean up the battlefield. This year, Liu Yun's was 29 years old. This overly realistic world had given him a lesson, 29 years overdue, using hundreds of human lives. This battle, which was supposed to be an ambush by the 7 sects to annihilate the demonic path, ended with the 7 sects suffering over 100 casualties, with only a small fraction surviving. The demonic path, however, left behind fewer than 100 corpses. This was also thanks to the 7 sects core formation cultivators being able to free up their hands in time, otherwise, the demonic path's casualties would have been even smaller. Liu Yun sighed, incinerated the remains of several demonic path cultivators, and turned to walk back to the Yunyu sect's ranks. Compared to the other 6 sects, the Yunyu sect had the fewest casualties, yet even so, over a dozen Foundation establishment disciples had sacrificed themselves. The remaining ones were almost all injured, their magical power severely overdrawn. Senior brother Liu. Junior sister Zhu, who had tried to speak to him earlier, came over, a splash of crimson on her delicate face, though it was unclear whose blood it was. We won, didn't we? Will the demonic path come again? Junior sister Zhu's body trembled slightly. The dozens of other cultivators were startled by her words, their pale faces looking at Liu Yun's almost pleadingly. Don't think so much. Liu Yun's opened his mouth, a hoarse sound barely escaping his throat. The demonic path has been repelled by us. Now, everyone rest well and await new orders from the sect. Liu Yun's looked at these people, his dry voice sounding exceptionally hoarse and unpleasant. Yet, these people seemed to have suddenly found their pillar of support, instantly relaxing and slumping to the ground. Several younger female cultivators even covered their faces and began to weep softly. Everyone present was a foundation establishment stage cultivator, and all had, more or less, killed people and seen blood. But that was completely different from a battlefield. Here, they were merely tiny fragments of flesh in this meat grinder, liable to die meaningless deaths at any moment. Liu Yun's back remained taut, not daring to relax in the slightest. Until a familiar voice sounded behind him. Liu Yun's, you, did well. Fairy Nishang landed behind Liu Yun's, patting his shoulder with a complex gaze. I will commend you to the sect. After this battle, you and these disciples should be able to rest for a while. Liu Yun's nodded calmly, saying nothing. Try to be more open-minded. This is unavoidable. Fairy Nishang sighed, her gaze sweeping over the corpses littering the ground. This is a battlefield, you'll have to learn to get used to it. Liu Yun's remained silent, nodding again. Let's go. The camp is almost set up. I'll take you to see it, Fairy Nishang said softly. Liu Yun still remained silent, slowly straightening his back, his taut body becoming upright inch by inch. His tension, as if stimulated by something, suddenly trembled. Threads of magical power were drawn into his limbs and bones, beginning to circulate on their own. Accompanied by specks of five-colored spiritual light, several meridians were instantly unblocked, and the former stagnation and obscurity when cultivating his cultivation technique completely vanished. The bottleneck that had troubled him for many days disappeared without a trace at this moment. This year, the demonic path invaded, and the first great battle between the 7 sects of U-State and the 6 demonic sects concluded with a tragic victory for the 7 sects. It was also this year that Liu Yun's, at 29 years old, advanced to the late foundation establishment stage. Liu Yun's no longer remembered clearly what happened afterward. He only vaguely recalled sleeping for several days, having one nightmare after another. Then he began to go out, helping several core formation stage cultivators look after fellow disciples, record battle merits, and set up formations, busy beyond belief. As for the spoils of this battle, the Yunyu sect received quite a lot. Liu Yun's had no interest in the possessions of these ordinary foundation establishment demonic cultivators, so he distributed them to others. Fairy Nishang said nothing, only tossing him a storage pouch that evening. It was the storage pouch of the core formation stage demonic cultivator he had killed with the soul-seizing needle. It would have been a rare good thing, but when Liu Yun's opened the storage pouch, he found that it contained only over 1,000 spirit stones, a few ordinary artifact refining materials, and a few intermediate talismans. This person was ridiculously poor. Liu Yun's already not so good mood became even more depressed. Just like that, 7 days flashed by. On this day, Liu Yun's was leading a group of fellow disciples in maintaining a formation when he suddenly saw 3 escape lights appear in the sky. In a blink of an eye, the escape lights flew above everyone, revealing 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman. The leading man appeared to be only in his 20s, with the proper appearance and an imposing aura. However, for some reason, there was always a hint of effeminate softness in his every gesture. Upon seeing Liu Yun's and the others, the man immediately frowned slightly and asked him politely, "Where is the main council camp?" Sensing the unfathomably deep cultivation of the people in the air, several Yunyu sect disciples immediately turned pale and subconsciously looked at Liu Yun's. This junior is Liu Yun's of the Yunyu sect. May I ask why the 3 seniors have come? Liu Yun's asked back expressionlessly. You. The leading man, seeing Liu Yun's dare to adopt such an attitude, immediately flew into a rage, and spiritual light flickered in his hand, about to teach him a lesson. Just then, the man on the other side suddenly reached out and stopped him. Liu Yun's? Are you junior martial uncle Kaiyang's disciple? The man who spoke was about 40 years old, the fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes slightly narrowed, making him appear very benevolent. My esteemed teacher is indeed Kaiyang Wuji. May I ask senior's name? Indeed, I had long heard that junior martial uncle Kaiyang had taken in an extraordinary disciple. Seeing you today, you are truly exceptional. The man nodded with a smile. These 2 are fellow Daoist Wen from Huidao Dock and Fairy Lingya from Spirit Beast Mountain. I am an elder of the Yunyu sect, named Su Ruoking. You can just call me senior brother Su. Liu Yun's immediately cupped his hands in a respectful salute. This junior would not dare. Greetings, junior martial uncle Su. He had always been a very self-aware person. The reason he dared to call foundation establishment stage cultivator's brother during the chi refining stage was because he had both the seniority and the matching strength. It was different now, he still had a long way to go before reaching the strength of the core formation stage. Su Ruoking smiled wryly, shook his head, and said, "You don't need to be nervous. Take us to the main council camp. The higher UPS have new orders for you all." Chapter 83, Garrisoning. On an unnamed desolate mountain at the border of Yu Kingdom. The 10 core formation cultivators stationed here gathered in the main discussion tent, looking solemnly at the 3 newcomers. Among them, the man surnamed Wen from Huidao Dock looked around, his brow slightly furrowed, and a feminine hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. This place, called the main discussion tent, was actually just a large tent with some restrictions added to block divine sense probes, truly crude and simple. The man surnamed Wen felt uncomfortable just looking at it, and was greatly displeased. However, he was not a brainless person, and he knew that he couldn't throw a tantrum here. After all, the cultivators in the tent were all of a higher cultivation than him, except for. The man surnamed Wen glanced at Liu Yun's, who was behind Fairy Nishang, and his brows furrowed even more. How can a foundation establishment cultivator freely enter and exit a meeting place for core formation cultivators? What if secrets are accidentally leaked? The man surnamed Wen said with dissatisfaction. Liu Yun's narrowed his eyes, adhering to the principle that silence is golden, and said nothing. Fairy Nishang, however, frowned and said in a deep voice. Fellow Daoist Wen, martial nephew Liu rendered great service in the previous major battle against demonic path cultivators, slaying an early core formation stage demonic cultivator. Because of this, he was appointed as the frontline commander, with the authority to command all foundation establishment cultivators of the seven sects on the front lines. He naturally has the right to attend the meeting. The man surnamed Wen sneered upon hearing this, not believing a word she said. Liu Yun's also had no intention of explaining anything, he just sighed inwardly. Frontline commander, sounds very impressive, right? But in reality, his daily job was to assign tasks to the foundation establishment cultivators, such as having cultivators from Yellow Maple Valley repair a formation, or having cultivators from Spirit Beast Mountain collect some materials. To put it bluntly, he was a frontline manager, mainly responsible for handling those troublesome and time-consuming chores, so that the various core formation cultivators who were supposed to be responsible for these trivial matters could peacefully cultivate, and slack off. Because of this crappy job, the most common things he heard during this period were: Senior Brother Liu, how do we handle this formation here? Senior Brother Liu, we don't have enough materials here. Senior Brother Liu, the people from Yellow Maple Valley and Huidao Dock are fighting again. Senior Brother Liu. In the past few days, Liu Yun's had been tormented to the point of a nervous breakdown. Fellow Daoist Wen, martial nephew Liu is indeed qualified to sit in the main discussion tent. Some decisions still need to be conveyed by him to the foundation establishment disciples. Feng Baiyun said with a calm expression, her tone devoid of any emotion. The man surnamed Wen's expression became serious, and he stopped speaking. Su Ruoqing smiled kindly and said, we are new here and there are many things we are not clear about. If we accidentally caused a misunderstanding, please don't take it to heart, fellow Daoists. Everyone responded with a smile, and the atmosphere finally eased. Today, we are here to convey the latest orders from all the senior martial uncles and senior martial aunts. At this point, Su Ruoqing's expression instantly became serious. A few days ago, we received intelligence that the demonic path, enraged by this great defeat, declared that they would massacre the seven sect cultivators here. After deliberation by the nascent soul elders of the seven sects, it was decided to gather the forces of the seven sects here to confront the demonic faction army head-on, in order to buy time for setting up a magic array in the rear. All cultivators currently guarding the border are to hold their ground and join the army when reinforcements arrive, to jointly resist the demonic path. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Fairy Nishang slammed the table and asked sharply, what does this mean? Wasn't it agreed that cultivators who participated in the ambush of the demonic path would not have to participate in the upcoming great battle? Su Ruoqing shook his head and smiled bitterly. Junior sister Nishang, the original words from above were that cultivators who participated in the ambush of the demonic path could return to their sect for a period of rest, and then be assigned other tasks by the sect. Moreover, the premise for doing so was that the frontline military situation was not urgent. If the military situation is urgent, the disciples of the seven sects must unconditionally rush to the front lines. Fairy Nishang's face suddenly turned gloomy. Su Ruoqing sighed helplessly and continued. Do you all know that the 6 demonic sects suffered heavy losses in this ambush, and both the upper and lower echelons are furious, wishing they could extract the souls and refine the spirits of our 7 sects cultivators to avenge this hatred. Currently, Ghost Spirit Sect, Demon Flame Sect, and Yuling Sect have already gathered a large army 100 miles away, preparing to invade Yu Kingdom in a month and fight their way into the heartland of the 7 sects. We absolutely must not let these demonic path evildoers succeed. Everyone's faces were terribly grim. After a long silence, Feng Baiyun slowly asked, 1 month is too short, we can't set up any decent formation at all. If I remember correctly, 100 miles to the east is a branch altar of Spirit Beast Mountain. Why don't we lure the demonic faction army there and use Spirit Beast Mountain's formation to resist them? The slippery elder from Spirit Beast Mountain's expression changed, and he quickly said, fellow Daoist Feng is mistaken. If we retreat to the east, wouldn't that expose the entire heartland of Yu Kingdom to the demonic path? In my opinion, it would be better to retreat 150 miles back, where there is a market town of Huidao Dock, and the formation there is quite powerful. Nonsense. Retreating 150 miles without even fighting, we might as well just surrender. The core formation cultivator from Huidao Dock curled his lip and interrupted. Fellow Daoist use words. For a time, many core formation cultivators in the main tent were in chaos. Everyone argued back and forth, with only one core idea, that the battlefield must not spread to their own territory. Perhaps you all didn't understand. Su Ruoqing waved his hand, and after everyone quieted down, he spoke with a smile. The 3 of us are here to convey orders, not to discuss with you all. Su Ruoqing's voice was still amiable, but his tone conveyed unwavering determination. The senior martial uncles and senior martial aunts of the 7 sects have decided to meet the demonic path here. Liu Yun's, sitting in the corner, sighed. The 7 sects of Yu Kingdom appeared harmonious on the surface, but in reality, each had its own agenda, and no one was willing to suffer losses. As a result, the so-called joint resistance against the enemy turned into a lengthy process of arguments and compromises. The final outcome was that the disciples of the 7 sects would have to resist the demonic faction army in this god-forsaken place, relying on a temporary magic array whose effectiveness was unknown. This was the result of the 7 sects' mutual compromise. Compared to tangible benefits, the potential casualties of the 7 sects disciples were not within the consideration of the high-level officials. Inside the main tent, the 10 core formation cultivators looked at each other, all seeing a hint of gloom in each other's eyes. After exchanging glances, Feng Baiyun spoke helplessly, relying solely on a temporary magic array, it will be very difficult for us to withstand the demonic path's offensive. Su Ruoqing smiled and waved his hand, saying, fellow Daoist Feng is joking. This time, all the elites below the nascent soul stage of the 7 sects are out. There are more than 20 core formation cultivators alone who have come to support, not to mention over 800 foundation establishment cultivators. Compared to the number of cultivators on the demonic path side, we definitely have more, not less. The senior martial uncles and senior martial aunts mean to firmly block the 6 demonic sects outside the border, not allowing these demonic evildoers to set foot in Yu Kingdom even one step. Su Ruoqing said with some excitement. Looking at the confident Su Ruoqing, everyone in the main tent lowered their heads and smiled bitterly. Just how big was the gap between demonic path cultivators and the 7 sect cultivators of Yu Kingdom? Perhaps only those who had truly fought against the demonic path knew. As for the high-level officials of the 7 sects, they could only see the battle reports of the 7 sects' great victory. As for how difficult that victory was, they did not know, nor did they want to know. Liu Yun sat in the corner, his eyes, hidden in the darkness, flickered slightly. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but when Su Ruoqing was conveying the orders, he seemed to have glanced at him, intentionally or unintentionally. That glance was as cold as a knife. Chapter 84, Reunion. Half a day later, everyone emerged from the main tent with grim expressions. Liu Yun's followed behind the core formation cultivators, and after a few steps, he directly turned towards the foundation establishment cultivators' tent. On the way, he met several foundation establishment cultivators who enthusiastically greeted him. Liu Yun's was not in the mood to deal with them, simply mumbling in response as he walked directly to the entrance of his own tent. Unexpectedly, a small group of people was already waiting for him. Senior brother Liu, junior sister Zhu of the Yunyu sect said with a smile, bowing to Liu Yun's. Behind her, more than a dozen foundation establishment cultivators also greeted him in unison, appearing extremely enthusiastic. Liu Yun's eyelids barely lifted. Looking at the group of people with their smiling faces, he felt his temples throbbing. Why are so many people gathered here? Are you rebelling? Liu Yun's asked, somewhat annoyed. Everyone chuckled, not caring, and quickly asked Liu Yun's, senior brother Liu, we heard that someone from above has arrived. Are there any new orders? When can we leave? Leave? Where can you go? If you have the ability to run to another country, then I'll admire you. Liu Yun's pressed his temples, his tone frighteningly irritable. The higher UPS have given orders, all 7 sect cultivators at the border are to hold their positions, set up formations, and prepare to meet the demonic faction army. Everyone was stunned at first, then instantly erupted into an uproar. Senior brother Liu, how could this be? Is there some mistake? Didn't the higher UPS promise us that we would return to our sects for rest after the great battle? Senior brother Liu, has something changed? Senior brother Liu. Liu Yun's was so overwhelmed by the noise that his vision blurred, and his ears buzzed. He wished he could sew up all their mouths. Enough. Liu Yun stomped his foot on the ground, and the powerful spiritual energy of his late foundation establishment stage instantly erupted. A chill ran through everyone's hearts, and they all lowered their heads, falling silent. This order came from the higher UPS. Not to mention me, even the core formation junior martial uncles here can only obey. Liu Yun sighed. Everyone go back and prepare. Set up your formations properly, and if you have any life-saving trump cards, quickly get them ready. In at most a month, the demonic path allied forces will arrive. Everyone looked at each other in silence. A few of the younger ones even had red eyes. They, of course, were all too aware of the demonic path's formidable power. With a temporary formation set up in a short time, how could there be any chance of victory? Were the higher UPS of the 7 sects out of their minds? Liu Yun's was also very helpless. The higher UPS of the 7 sects naturally knew that this battle had almost no chance of victory, but they had their own calculations. Gaining time for the rear to set up formations was just an excuse. Even if these people tried their best to resist, how many days could they hold back the demonic path? Moreover, with the strength of the 7 sects, even holding their ground with formations would not be enough to stop the allied forces of the 6 demonic sects. The only chance of victory lay with the reinforcements from Yuanwu Kingdom and Zijin Kingdom. The nascent soul 7 sect cultivators had previously sent requests for aid to the 2 kingdoms. But until now, the major cultivation sects of Yuanwu Kingdom and Zijin Kingdom had still not dispatched troops, clearly harboring a lucky psychology, or perhaps even intending to surrender to the demonic path. In that case, it would be better to force their hand, to let them see how tyrannical and cruel the demonic path truly was. The great victory in the previous ambush battle had already demonstrated the strength and determination of the 7 sects. Next, it was time to let them see the threat of the demonic path. These foundation establishment cultivators on the front lines were merely tools to showcase the demonic path's threat. To put it bluntly, the more tragically they died, the faster the reinforcements from Yuanwu Kingdom and Zijin Kingdom would arrive, and the greater the chances of victory for the 7 sects of Yu Kingdom. Of course, there must also be the intention of exchanging lives for time to consolidate resources from various sub-altars. After all, if they couldn't hold the border, these resources would either be destroyed by war or fall into the hands of the demonic path. Liu Yun sighed to the sky, his mood incredibly complex for a moment. A great war hadn't even begun, yet from top to bottom, it was already deemed a certain defeat. All parties wanted to gain some benefit from this inevitable loss, and these Foundation establishment disciples at the border had thus become sacrifices in a game of interests. Speaking of which, given Liu Yun's status, for him to be placed on this inevitably losing front line, there might be other calculations behind this matter. The question was, were these calculations aimed at him, or at Kaiang Wuji? Liu Yun shook his head slightly at this thought, then let out a self-deprecating bitter laugh. Of course, it was Kaiang Wuji. What could he, a Foundation establishment cultivator, have that would be worth such elaborate schemes by others? But what was it for? The formless escape technique legacy? That shouldn't be. Those capable of setting up such a scheme wouldn't resort to such a despicable and endlessly troublesome method to target him, a Foundation establishment cultivator. The more Liu Yun's thought about it, the more his head ached. Senior brother Liu. Junior sister Zhu carefully approached, her eyes filled with panic. What should we do? This question voiced everyone's inner thoughts. Liu Yun's also wanted to ask others what he should do, but looking at their expectant eyes, some words simply couldn't be spoken. Fight if you can, run if you can't. If anyone asks, just say you were severely wounded, made a tactical retreat, got lost while being pursued, and had no choice but to find a quiet place to recuperate. What can they do to you? Liu Yun spread his hands. I don't need to teach you how to slack off and escape, do I? Everyone was stunned, looking at each other. Senior brother Liu, if it's as you say. A middle-aged deist from the Kingxiu sect in the crowd opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. What if we're discovered by the junior martial uncles and senior martial uncles? Another black-clad youth from the giant sword sect took over, finishing the deist's sentence. There are nearly 100 Foundation establishment disciples at the border, and in a few days, over 800 more will arrive. With so many people, how easy would it be to discover you? Liu Yun's rolled his eyes, a mocking, cold smile playing on his lips. Besides, how do you know the core formation junior martial uncles don't want to leave either? When there's a clever plan above, there's always a way around it below. Who doesn't have their own little schemes? The Foundation establishment disciples were stunned by Liu Yun's words, then joy appeared in their eyes. You don't need me to teach you what to do you? Liu Yun's asked with a cold smile. Senior brother Liu, rest assured. The black-clad youth from the giant sword sect cupped his hands and bowed, an irrepressible joy on his face. We thank senior brother Liu for your guidance this time. We know what to do and dare not trouble senior brother Liu further. With gratitude in their eyes, everyone bowed deeply to Liu Yun's and then took their leave. Liu Yun stood there for a long time, sighing with a complicated expression, then turned and returned to his tent. Several days later, reinforcements from the seven sects arrived. Just as Su Ruoking had said, there were over 20 core formation cultivators and more than 800 Foundation establishment disciples. Looking out, it was a dense mass of people, which was why Su Ruoking and the other two, who had never seen the demonic path's army, were so confident. The 10 core formation cultivators at the border warmly received everyone. The 800 plus newly arrived Foundation establishment disciples dispersed, led by the nearly 100 Foundation establishment disciples already at the border to familiarize themselves with the formations and terrain. Some of the older Foundation establishment cultivators at the border spoke eloquently, exaggerating the recent great battle until it seemed mountains and rivers changed color and the sun and moon lost their light. They completely awed these Foundation establishment disciples who had never been to battle, each of them with gleaming eyes, wishing they could immediately go to the battlefield, kill a few demonic path fiends, and make a name for themselves. Liu Yun stood on high, watching those hot-headed youths being swayed by others. His expression changed several times, finally settling into an ugly, bitter smile. I really am quite afraid of death. Liu Yun smiled bitterly, turning to look at his old friend who had approached at some unknown time. You agree, don't you, old Han? Chapter 85, Living. Han Li looked at Liu Yun's complicated expression and sighed helplessly. So that's how it is. It really is like that. You figured it out? Liu Yun's asked with a bitter smile. Han Li nodded and said calmly, if the previous battle had truly gone as smoothly as they claimed, then why would they give key positions in the formation to newcomers like us? Are they all selfless saints, willing to hand over merit to others? Liu Yun's nodded, looking at the crowd not far away. Unfortunately, only a few can see this. Han Li was somewhat exasperated, what's there to be regretful about? Do you really wish everyone could see it? Liu Yun's fell silent for a moment, then shook his head with a bitter smile. I don't even know what I'm thinking. Old Han, death is the only difficulty in 1,000 ages. Knowing is easy, acting is hard. Han Li silently walked to his side. Is the situation really that bad? Han Li asked with a solemn expression. Liu Yun's lowered his eyelids slightly, a self-mocking bitter smile on his lips. The seven sect cultivators, despite outnumbering them and launching an ambush, ended up with a casualty rate of nearly 2 to 1. Liu Yun sighed, and that's only because the core formation stage cultivators had a significant advantage and could spare hands to deal with Foundation establishment demonic cultivators. Otherwise, the casualty ratio would be even more tragic. Old Han, do you know what this means? Han Li's face was extremely grim, of course, he knew. This meant that the fighting power of the 7 sects of U-State and the 6 demonic sects were not on the same level at all. After a long period of contemplation, Han Li once again looked up at this nameless barren mountain. This was no battlefield, it was clearly a graveyard chosen by the 7 sects higher UPS and the 6 demonic sects for their group. How could this be? Han Li gritted his teeth, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. That day, he returned to Yellow Maple Valley with Wang Chan, who had been captured alive. Carrying such a great merit, no one would be so foolish as to trouble him or conscript him for any mission. But unexpectedly, not long after resting in Yellow Maple Valley, he was dispatched here with the main force. Now that he thought about it, he might as well have found a random mission to hide for a while. Lu Yun's took a deep breath, looking at Han Li beside him. A month from now, we might all die. Han Li gave a bitter laugh. Comparatively, I'm probably more likely to die, right? Indeed. You could be a little more tactful when you speak. Lu Yun's forced a smile and turned to look at the large tent where the core formation stage cultivators were gathered. Old Han, I just saw Nangang Wan. He reached out and patted Han Li's shoulder. If you need to, I can help you arrange a meeting with her. In the great battle a month from now, no one can guarantee they'll survive, so don't leave yourself any regrets. Han Li's eyes flickered, but quickly returned to their former calm. What good would seeing her do? It would only add to my troubles. Han Li shrugged, giving a bitter laugh. At this moment, there shouldn't be too much interaction between her and me. It's better for both of us. Lu Yun's gave him a deep look, his eyes so complex as if he had too many words he wanted to say, but in the end, he only mumbled. Sometimes, I really admire you all. Us. Han Li was startled. Yes, you, Nangang Wan, Li Wuya, and, Lu Yun's gestured with his chin towards the crowd not far away. And them. Sometimes I really admire you all, that you can be so rational. Han Li looked at him, shaking his head helplessly, and said with a bitter smile, it's not that we're rational, it's that you're too emotional. So emotional that sometimes, I feel you're out of place in this world. Just as I said before, I do everything because I want to live, and you do everything because you like it. Your background, your strength, your extraordinary talent, these things support you to live in the way you like. Han Li sighed, his gaze at Lu Yun's incredibly complex. Everything he yearned for but couldn't obtain, Lu Yun's almost had from birth. Lu Yun smiled somewhat awkwardly, actually, you don't have to praise me so much. I'm not praising you, I want to tell you that you and I are different. Han Li looked into Lu Yun's eyes and said with a firm gaze. I've given up too much and sacrificed too much along this path. This isn't because I wanted to, but because I had no choice. Lu Yun's, you and I are different. You've always had a choice. Lu Yun's fell silent, unable to speak for a long time. Along this path, everything he possessed had given him too much right to be willful. Now it was different, now he had to face the murderous 6 demonic sects, and the 7 sects higher UPS who treated human lives as bargaining chips. Kaiang Wuji couldn't help him, and his proud talent and strength couldn't help him either. It seemed he no longer had a choice. Old Han, a long time ago, I knew a person. He was a teacher of mine. Lu Yun said softly, his tone filled with nostalgia and an unresolvable regret. A clear figure gradually emerged in his mind, a thin build, around 30 years old, with a gentle smile always on his face. He said that humans are humans, not cattle or horses, not stones or beasts. Humans must know what they live for to stand firm in this complex world. Han Li looked at him with some confusion, saying with a smile, that sounds like something a schoolteacher would say. Yes, he was a schoolteacher, and the kind who wasn't doing very well. Lu Yun gave a bitter laugh and continued, he told us that humans should have their own way of living, striving upwards isn't to live better than others, but to enable more people to live not so badly. Han Li fell silent. After a long while, he slowly raised his head and said solemnly. If this person's words and actions were consistent, he would be worthy of being called a saint. A saint? Perhaps. Lu Yun's lips curved slightly upwards. Old Han, do you believe it? In a certain country, during a certain period, such saints were almost everywhere. Han Li couldn't help but let out a sneer. If that were truly the case, then that country would probably be doomed. Lu Yun shook his head, that country didn't fall. A group of naive idealists carved out a bright dao in the darkness, surrounded by wolves. Han Li lowered his head and chuckled, asking half-jokingly, what happened next? Then, Lu Yun's thought seriously. Then almost all the saints died. Only a small handful remained, still almost obsessively clinging to an almost impossible ideal. Han Li's smile froze. After a while, he heard him say dryly, that is indeed possible. Yes, good people don't live long, while evildoers live for 1,000 years. What kind of world is this, damn it? Lu Yun sighed deeply, Old Han, I don't want to die. Han Li looked at him, forcing a bitter smile onto his face. Me too. Lu Yun and Han Li stood side by side on the mountain, silent for a long time. Old Han, am I being too sentimental? It's all right. After knowing you for so many years, I'm used to it. Han Li patted Lu Yun's shoulder and said softly, there will always be a way. Don't think of yourself as too important. Faced with such things, we are all equally powerless. Lu Yun nodded, his eyes gradually changing from confused to firm. Sometimes, people just need someone to confide in. Once the words were spoken, his emotions stabilized. Then it was time to face life anew. Old Han, did you get the things I asked you to buy? Chapter 86, Meeting an Old Acquaintance. Han Li tilted his head and pulled out a bulging storage pouch from his embrace. It's a good thing everything you asked me to buy was ordinary materials, otherwise, I really might not have been able to gather them all in such a short time, Han Li said with a hint of relief. What's wrong? Liu Yun's asked, reaching out his hand and pulling hard. It didn't budge. Han Li smiled, looking at him, and very naturally extended his other hand. Old Han, we've known each other for so many years, you're breaking my heart, Liu Yun said. Han Li's smile remained unchanged, and his other hand extended a little further. Liu Yun's pursed his lips and, with a look of indignation, slapped a storage pouch into Han Li's hand. Han Li took it, swept his divine sense inside, and immediately nodded in satisfaction. It's also fortunate you only wanted to buy materials, if it were anything else, your meager spirit stones probably wouldn't even make a ripple, Han Li said with a smile, holding the storage pouch. Liu Yun's casually tucked the storage pouch into his embrace and asked, what exactly happened? The war here shouldn't be affecting the Yuanwu kingdom, right? How could it not be affected? Han Li sighed. During this time, prices in the cultivation world of the surrounding kingdoms have skyrocketed. Some materials and spiritual plants haven't risen too much, but the prices of talismans, magical artifacts, and similar items have soared, doubling in the blink of an eye. Han Li spread his hands, unable to express whether he was sad or conflicted. Now, a common top-tier magical artifact costs 500 or 600 spirit stones on the market, and it looks like it might even go higher. Those unscrupulous merchants are going crazy making money. Liu Yun's mouth twitched. He thought, these unscrupulous merchants have a keen sense of smell, raising prices so much just a few days after the war started. By the way, why are you buying so many materials? Han Li suddenly asked. To make something to save my life, Liu Yun sighed, waving his hand to signal Han Li to follow him. Han Li followed without a second thought, and the two walked together towards the encampment of the Foundation Establishment cultivators. At this moment, on this barren mountain, large tents, each flickering with various restriction spiritual lights, had already been erected. Looking out, there were easily over 1,000 of them. This was normal, after all, they were all Foundation Establishment cultivators. Except for Dao companions, no one could tolerate living with their peers. The two passed through one encampment after another, encountering many cultivators on the way. Some cultivators, as soon as they saw Liu Yun's, respectfully cupped their hands in greeting. Most of the other cultivators, however, watched him with scrutinizing, curious gazes, with a few even mixed with a hint of hostility. It seems Commander Liu is going to have a tough time, Han Li said with a teasing smile, his gaze subtly sweeping around. Commander my ass. This scapegoat position, whoever wants it can have it, Liu Yun's rolled his eyes, saying irritably. At the same time, the spiritual energy of his late Foundation Establishment stage surged outwards unrestrainedly, and the surrounding gazes instantly diminished significantly. Big Brother Han. Big Brother Liu, a delicate voice suddenly came from one side. The two turned their heads simultaneously, only to see a pretty female cultivator of about 20 years old standing timidly not far away, looking at them with pleasant surprise. Junior sister Han. Han Li was stunned, then his brows instantly relaxed, and a few more traces of a smile appeared in his eyes. Liu Yun's also smiled and waved his hand, the gloom in his heart seeming to dissipate quite a bit instantly. This woman was none other than Han Yunzi of Spirit Beast Mountain. He hadn't expected her to also be at the front lines. This girl seemed to possess a strange charm, like a cheerful girl next door or an obedient little kitten. Just seeing her made one feel much happier. It really is you two big brothers. I thought I was seeing things, Han Yunzi said with a look of pleasant surprise, walking 2 steps to stand before them. Junior sister Han, long time no see, Liu Yun's also felt a bit emotional. They had met at the Ascension Assembly back then, and 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The little girl from back then had grown into a young woman, and he and Han Li had also transformed from youths into young men, nearing 30 years old. Thinking this, Liu Yun's felt a strange sense of melancholy in his heart. I never expected to meet you here, Han Li shook his head and gave a bitter smile. Hearing Han Li's words, Liu Yun's eyes also dimmed slightly. Yes, why did they meet on the front lines of a battlefield? Seeing their somber expressions, Han Yunzi quickly waved her hands and said, two big brothers, there's no need to worry. With the demonic path invasion, it's my duty as a cultivator of the 7 sects to come to the front lines to fight. Moreover, I've already been assigned to the reserve team, so there's usually no danger. Liu Yun's opened his mouth, but nothing came out. As part of the semi-frontline leadership, Liu Yun's knew very well that talk of reserve teams and backup forces were merely excuses fabricated to deceive these newly arrived cultivators. When the fighting truly began, the 7 sects would have no room to hold back. At that time, no matter what kind of unit they were, they would all be pulled to the front lines to fight for their lives against demonic path cultivators. Similarly, there were also so-called defense units, assault units, etc., all just similar pretexts, solely to make these fearful Foundation Establishment disciples obediently go to the battlefield. Although Han Li didn't know the tricks involved, he was very clear that once the demonic faction army arrived, there would be no safe place on the entire front line. Han Yunzi also didn't want to dwell on the matter and quickly changed the subject. Speaking of which, I've never properly thanked you too. If it weren't for you, my big brother would probably have become a cripple, and even I. Han Yunzi seemed to recall something terrifying, and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Han Li waved his hand and said with a smile, it was just a small matter, junior sister Han doesn't need to dwell on it. Speaking of which, is your brother still healthy? Liu Yun's also looked at Han Yunzi with great interest upon hearing this. That was the first time he had used human vital essence to bond attention, and he didn't know how effective it was. My brother's body isn't uncomfortable, but his cultivation suffered a slight injury, and he can no longer cultivate. Han Yunzi's eyes dimmed slightly, then she quickly said, but this is already very good. With his cultivation, he won't be bullied in our old home in Lan province. Although not being able to cultivate did bother my brother quite a bit. A few years ago, he was even completely disheartened and stopped corresponding with me. However, in recent years, my brother has become much more open-minded. He even opened a shop in our old home in Lan province. If there's a chance. Han Yunzi's voice abruptly paused, then she said with a smile, if there's a chance, I will definitely take you two big brothers to visit, so that my brother and I can do our small part to repay your kindness. Han Li and Liu Yunzi exchanged glances and readily agreed. After chatting a few more sentences, Han Yunzi was called away by her fellow disciples to prepare a formation. Liu Yunzi watched her leave, then turned and, without a word, led Han Li through the entire encampment, stopping in front of a tent that was noticeably on higher ground. It seems your treatment as commander is quite good, Han Li said calmly. Good my ass. This is ground I leveled myself. The original crappy spot they wanted to give me was practically halfway up the mountain. Liu Yunzi pouted, raised his hand to remove the tent's restriction, and a wave of heat immediately surged out, turning into a gust of hot wind that instantly dried Han Li's mouth and tongue. Han Li quickly retreated several steps, looking at Liu Yunzi in surprise. What have you been doing in there? Processing materials, refining parts, simulating experiments. In short, the fire has barely stopped during this time. Liu Yunzi lifted the tent entrance, revealing the red gauze heaven furnace inside, several feet in size and glowing with red light. Come in, but don't touch anything randomly. Han Li's mouth twitched, and he cautiously walked in. Before he could clearly see the interior layout, a familiar object entered his sight. This is a giant tiger puppet. Chapter 87, Hidden Cards. Since his debut, Han Li had witnessed countless methods used by cultivators. Some were bizarre and outlandish, others overwhelmingly powerful. Among them, what left the deepest impression on him was neither the Li brothers' astonishingly surging demonic qi, nor Qiang Wuji's mysterious and unpredictable formless escape technique. Instead, it was the puppet army he had seen once in Yuanwu Kingdom back then. The sight of a single person commanding an army deeply shocked his soul. Among them, the giant tiger puppet, which was no weaker than a Foundation establishment peak cultivator, left an especially profound impression on him. Later, when Liu Yunzi and he annihilated the Qunzi sect together, that giant tiger puppet fell into Liu Yunzi's hands. Han Li regretted it for a long time. And now, that giant tiger puppet lay before Han Li. Its enormous head rested on the ground, fangs bared, looking majestic. Its four massive tiger claws hung around it, suspended by countless threads. The large body in the middle was completely opened up, covered from inside to out with various runes, as if countless invisible iron chains tightly bound it. Han Li gasped, his heart aching. Why did you dismantle it? This majestic giant tiger puppet was dismantled into a pile of fragments, with runes occasionally flickering on its surface, looking utterly miserable. Han Li looked at Liu Yunzi in shock. Why would you dismantle such a good thing? If you don't want it, give it to me. Liu Yunzi curled his lip and said disdainfully, what do you mean dismantle? This is research, don't you understand? Do you believe I can assemble it back in minutes? Han Li gave Liu Yunzi a silent condemnation with his eyes. Liu Yunzi rolled his eyes, completely ignoring his gaze, and pulled out the storage pouch he had just received from Han Li, tipping it upside down. All sorts of crystals, iron blocks, wood and other materials covered the ground, emitting faint traces of spiritual qi. Although they were all ordinary artifact refining materials, the quantity was truly immense. Liu Yunzi felt a pang of heartache just thinking about it. Most of the spirit stones he had just acquired were gone again. Why is money in the cultivation world also so easy to spend? Han Li averted his gaze, forcing himself not to look at the miserably shaped giant tiger puppet. What exactly do you need so many materials for? To save my life. Liu Yunzi sighed, took out another storage pouch, and tipped it upside down. This time, it still contained various artifact refining materials, but each one was brimming with spiritual qi, emitting a faint glow, clearly of much higher quality than the previous materials. I requested a lot of high-grade materials from Yuanwu sect before. They were originally for experimenting with new models to finalize the design. Now there's no time, so I'll make something to save my life first. Liu Yunzi sighed deeply. This plastic model hobbyist, who never changed his ways, had finally bowed to this world. New model. Han Li was startled, and two bravely sacrificed victory swallow matches flashed through his mind. There's still a month. Isn't that enough time? Han Li had a lot of confidence in the things Liu Yunzi made. Although those things all looked bizarre, wantonly displaying the not-so-normal mind of their creator. It had to be admitted that every one of Liu Yunzi's creations was quite powerful, enough to serve as a strong hidden card to save one's life at a critical moment. Brother, the things I need to make are several times more complex than ordinary magic treasures. Do you really think that's an amount of work that can be completed in a month or two? Liu Yunzi sighed, feeling a little heartache. He just wanted to be a quiet plastic model hobbyist, and when he could build a star destroyer someday, he would come and kill all these bastards one by one. Why couldn't they give him this chance? Han Li didn't know much about design and creation. If possible, he preferred to freeload directly. At the moment, he couldn't figure out what Liu Yunzi was making, so he could only skip this topic and turn to ask, "What are you going to make? Another victory swallow?" "No, I now suspect the victory swallow series comes with a built-in crash buff, affecting me even across worlds." Liu Yun's expression was a bit grim, he still felt a pang of heartache remembering it. Liu Yun's flipped his hand, and a jade slip appeared in his palm. It was precisely the jade slip recording the great evolution art and true art of puppetry. "Time is tight, I can only make something readily available." Han Li was startled and asked doubtfully, "Don't you have hundreds of puppets?" "Hundreds of second-grade puppets won't even make a ripple on the battlefield." Liu Yun's eyes dimmed, the astonishing military might of the demonic path flashing through his mind. "I plan to make some third-grade foundation establishment middle-stage puppets. These materials should be enough." Han Li glanced at the materials on the ground. He also had the true art of puppetry, so he could estimate that these materials were enough to make dozens of third-grade puppets, almost a small army. "What about souls? Refining puppets requires infusing souls. Third-grade puppets need at least second-grade Yao Beast souls to unleash their power. Where would you get so many Yao Beast souls?" Liu Yun's was expressionless and patted his storage pouch. A black porcelain bottle magical artifact, about a foot long, appeared in his hand. This was a soul-collecting magical artifact he found in the Li brothers' storage pouch, and it still contained dozens of Foundation Establishment-level vengeful spirits and fierce ghosts. "It's enough," Liu Yun said calmly. Feeling the chilling ghostly chi emanating from the porcelain bottle, Han Li couldn't help but swallow, his hair standing on end. After subconsciously taking a step back, Han Li pondered and asked, "Is a month enough time? Assembling plastic models according to blueprints, isn't that something anyone with hands can do? A month is more than enough." Liu Yun waved his hand, saying casually. Although he didn't know what he meant by assembling plastic models, Han Li roughly understood the situation. Next, Liu Yun first went to Fairy Nishang to ask for leave, stating that he needed to make some preparations before the great battle began. This reason was overly sufficient, and Fairy Nishang readily agreed, assigning his work to another Yunyu sect elder who was highly respected among the low and middle-ranked disciples. Han Li was also recalled by Yellow Maple Valley not long after, to help set up formations, officially joining the ranks of cannon fodder on the front line. As days passed, the atmosphere on the front line grew increasingly tense. Although everyone verbally spoke of teaching the demonic path a lesson, as the time approached, they couldn't help but feel nervous and fearful. Those 7 sects disciples who had fought against the demonic path were even worse. If not for the strict supervision of the core formation cultivators, there would likely have been deserters by now. Meanwhile, Liu Yun's tent was sealed with a restriction, and no one on the entire front line had seen him again, leading to some unfavorable rumors circulating among the Foundation Establishment disciples on the front line. As time went on, these rumors gradually began to escalate. A month passed in this tense and oppressive atmosphere. On this day, a black light streaked across the sky. It was intercepted by the slippery elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, who was patrolling the camp. Half a day later, a piece of news spread throughout the entire front line. The demonic faction army had arrived, only 3 days' journey from this location. Chapter 88, Trump Cards. Inside the frontline council tent, over 30 core formation stage cultivators looked at the black challenge letter in the center, their faces grim and eyes fierce. "Fellow deists, the demonic path is coming aggressively this time, gathering the forces of Yuling sect, Ghost Spirit sect, and Demon Flame sect to decisively crush our 7 sects alliance." The speaker was a plump elder, whose spiritual energy subtly surged, revealing a cultivation of the late core formation stage. According to reports from our scouts, the 3 demonic sects have dispatched over 20 core formation stage cultivators and more than 700 foundation establishment stage cultivators. In addition, the demonic path has some trump cards for the battlefield that we haven't uncovered yet, and they're likely not easy to deal with. Humph. A black-robed big man with a giant sword on his back, sitting to the plump elder's left, snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "The demonic path is short on troops this time. We 7 sect cultivators, whether core formation stage or foundation establishment stage, have a significant numerical advantage. Not to mention, we are defending this location, waiting at ease. Why do you all look so gloomy? Do you not have confidence in your own disciples?" As the black-robed big man spoke, silence fell over the tent. After a while, the slippery elder from Spirit Beast Mountain smiled and said, "The divine ability of Giant Sword Sect's disciples is astonishing, practically unrivaled among those of the same stage. Naturally, there's no need to fear those of the demonic path. But the other 6 of our sects are different. Our disciples can bully loose cultivators and cultivators from smaller sects, but asking them to kill enemies on the battlefield might be too much." A brocade-clad big man from Tiank Fortress nodded slightly upon hearing this, speaking calmly. "The 7 sects of you have been at peace for nearly a millennium. Our disciples usually only deal with some incompetent evil cultivators or loose cultivators. Demonic path cultivators are different from us. Since the 6 demonic sects were founded, they have almost constantly sought to expand outwards and have confronted the Righteous Path Alliance for many years. Their practical experience and team cooperation experience are far superior to ours." Another middle-aged woman, also from Tiank Fortress, nodded along and said, "Everyone, in my opinion, this battle will not be easy. Should we request reinforcements from our respective sects? Ask our junior martial uncles and senior martial uncles to send more people." Everyone exchanged glances, a bitter smile on their lips. Junior sister Yu is joking. The current 7 sects are already doing their utmost to send this many people, where would they find additional strength to support us? The plump elder said with a bitter smile. Not necessarily. A sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned their heads to see a pockmarked middle-aged man sneering and looking askance at them. His body exuded compelling spiritual chi, revealing him to be a cultivator at the peak of the middle core formation stage, just half a step away from advancing to the late stage. Everyone was startled at first, then felt a wave of ill luck. This person, named Zhou Chengxian, was a core formation elder from Huidao Dock. He was infamous in Yu for his unpleasant speech and never showing anyone any mercy. Such a core formation cultivator, who offended almost everyone he met, naturally had many people who disliked him. However, this person's divine ability was astonishing, and even ordinary late core formation stage cultivators were not his match. As a result, despite his notorious reputation, no one dared to cross him. It wasn't until a few decades ago when he ran into old freak Kaiyang of Yunyu sect, it was said he was thoroughly taught a lesson. Only after that did he begin to rein himself in a bit. But the prerequisite was that he didn't open his mouth to speak. As soon as he did, he reverted to his old self, unwilling to stop until he had driven someone to death. So, when everyone saw that this person was also preparing to offer some opinion, they immediately cursed him inwardly, wishing they could rush up and sew his mouth shut. Zhou Chenxian's disdainful gaze swept around the tent, and he couldn't help but curl his lips, asking unhappily, fellow Daoist Hong Fu of Yellow Maple Valley, fellow Daoist Lu of Giant Sword Sect, old Daoist Qing Feng of Kingxiu Sect, immortal Master Filong of Spirit Beast Mountain, and senior Kaiyang of Yunyu Sect. Why haven't any of these late-stage cultivators with astonishing divine ability arrived? Is this what you call giving your all? Even if only 2 or 3 of the above had come, they could have turned the tide of the battle, right? Now the demonic path is coming aggressively, and we might find it hard to resist. Yet, there's no sign of these people. Do they not want to come? Or are the various sects reluctant to let them come? Everyone's eyes showed complex emotions. The plump elder at the head of the table felt a surge of annoyance but still patiently explained. Fellow Daoist Zhou, you've misunderstood. Martial Uncle Kaiyang is on another mission and is currently not in you at all. The fellow Daoists from the other sects are likely in similar situations, they are certainly not deliberately avoiding battle. Another mission? The demonic path has already reached our doorstep, what mission could be more important than this? Zhou Chengxian pouted and asked disdainfully. What's the point of discussing this now? Old man Zhou from Giant Sword Sect said calmly. The immediate priority is to quickly find a way to resist the demonic path. Let's talk less about other idle matters. Everyone nodded. The plump elder sighed in relief and turned to look at a green-robed old Daoist on his right. Fellow Daoist Yun, how are the formation arrangements on the front line coming along? The green-robed old Daoist chuckled, saying somewhat proudly, fellow Daoist, rest assured. This time, our Kingxiu sect, in order to resist the demonic path, has brought the formation tools for the 2 poles dividing light formation. It has already been set up properly. 2 poles dividing light formation. The plump elder was startled at first, then his face lit up with joy. Is that the grand restriction formation said to be impenetrable by all Dao? Fellow Daoist, you actually brought such a treasure. Why didn't you mention it before? Everyone else was surprised upon hearing this, then their faces showed delight. The green-robed old Daoist smiled, his squinting eyes sweeping over everyone in the tent. Fellow Daoist, please calm down and let this old Daoist finish. The formation tools for the 2 poles dividing light formation were accidentally acquired by Kingxiu sect several hundred years ago. They are not complete, and setting it up hastily now can at most unleash only 1/5 of the original formation's power, far from being impenetrable by all Dao. However, blocking the attacks of core formation stage cultivators is more than enough. Besides this formation, we have also brought several other sets of formation tools, all high-grade formations treasured by Kingxiu sect for many years. Even if their power doesn't match the 2 poles dividing light formation, they are not something ordinary core formation stage cultivators can break. Now, several sets of magical artifacts have been simultaneously deployed, and the control formation techniques were handed over to the Kingxiu sect disciples below this morning. As for why fellow Daoist didn't mention this earlier. The green-robed old Daoist lightly stroked his beard, smiling as he looked at everyone. If this old Daoist isn't mistaken, the other 6 sects should also have brought some hidden treasures. Why haven't you all spoken up? For a moment, silence filled the tent. After a long pause, the plump elder lightly coughed, saying somewhat helplessly. I understand fellow Daoist Yun's meaning. Fellow Daoists, I understand your feelings very well. The scouts of the 6 demonic sects are everywhere, once information is accidentally leaked, and the demonic path is alerted in advance, then these carefully prepared trump cards will likely be largely wasted. Had. Zhou Chengxian sneered. I didn't realize it, but you all are quite sensible. I thought everyone wanted to hold back a hand, so if the battle was lost, they could escape more smoothly, avoiding pursuit by the demonic path's troublesome figures. And incidentally, protect their own disciples. Oh, in that case, I was judging a gentleman's heart with a villain's mind. Everyone sat in their places, their expressions unchanged, completely ignoring the man. The plump elder sighed and continued, this great battle is perilous. We 7 sects are united as one, resisting the demonic path together. Once defeated, no matter which sect, none will likely escape the demonic path's pursuit. It's better to fight them with real swords and spears. At this point, the plump elder suddenly gritted his teeth. To be frank with all fellow Daoists, this time, our Yunyu sect, in order to resist the demonic path, specifically opened the Hall of Offerings and retrieved the ancient treasure Dragon Phoenix twin rings. As the elder spoke, the entire assembly erupted in an uproar. Dragon Phoenix Twin Rings. This treasure is actually with Yunyu sect. Fellow deist, you've kept it quite hidden. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of the plump elder's mouth, and he continued, I wonder what trump cards all fellow deists have brought? Could you take them out for us to see? That way, we can all have an idea. Silence fell over the tent once more. Old man Zhou from Giant Sword Sect looked around, then sighed helplessly. To be frank, fellow deist, this time Giant Sword Sect has brought the 13 Azure Cloud Swords, which can be used to set up the Azure Cloud Sword formation at any time. The plump elder nodded in satisfaction and looked at the others. A middle-aged female cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain stood up with a bitter smile, our Spirit Beast Mountain. Chapter 89, Competing for Affection. Liu Yun stood in front of the 7 sects encampment, watching the Qingshu sect deists, their faces filled with delight, replace the frontline cultivators who thought themselves clever, taking their places at the critical positions for activating the formation. There were, after all, many clever people in the world. Even if there were some hot-blooded, muddled young fools who only thought of killing enemies on the battlefield and making a name for themselves, their sect elders would not stand idly by. The person in charge of the Qingshu sect this time was truly formidable. They only revealed the details of the formation 3 days before the demonic path's attack. This directly shattered the plans of those frontline cultivators who thought they could hide within the formation and safely endure this great battle, handing all these crucial positions to the Qingshu sect's people. Time was short, and even if the core formation cultivators of the other sects were displeased, their disciples and sect members could not possibly master the methods of controlling the grand formation and its many variations within 3 days. Not to mention, that Qingshu sect elder had preemptively revealed his trump card, claiming the moral high ground, which put him in an unassailable position. In addition, Spirit Beast Mountain had also brought out several huge iron cages, each covered with a black cloth adorned with restriction talismans, completely concealing their contents. Yellow Maple Valley's senior marshal Uncle Minghui was meditating with his eyes closed on a hillside above the encampment, with a person tall, earthy yellow gourd in front of him, on which golden runes faintly flickered and intertwined. Old man Zhou of the Giant Sword Sect wore a brand new green robe, with a huge black sword box on his back. It looked tattered and old, as if it were an ancient artifact from a bygone era. Although the other sects didn't show anything, they must have also brought out their trump cards. Liu Yun's breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as the 7 sects were truly united, this battle was not unwinnable. Liu Yun's. Han Li walked over and greeted him. When did you come out of seclusion? How are your preparations? Liu Yun's patted his forehead and said with a smile, I came out of seclusion 2 days ago. But these 2 days I've been at the Yunyu sect's main tent, reviewing tactical arrangements with others. I just came out this morning. He tried his best to speak with the same relaxed confidence as before, but a hint of solemnity inevitably crept into his tone. Tactics. Han Li was stunned. Your Yunyu sect actually has such things. Their Yellow Maple Valley's so-called tactics only had 2 rules. First, remember to stick together. Second, if things look bad, retreat quickly. Liu Yun shrugged, saying somewhat casually, actually, it's just the yin and yang attraction art, combined with formation cooperation. Single people like me, who don't have Dao companions, mainly rely on improvisation. Han Li breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Just as he was about to say something more, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from not far away. Isn't this senior brother Liu of the Yunyu sect? Long time no see, senior brother, how have you been recently? The two turned their heads to see Dong Xianer walking over with a beaming smile, closely followed by 3 foundation establishment cultivators with hostile expressions. Judging by their clothes, they seemed to be from Spirit Beast Mountain, Giant Sword Sect, and Yellow Maple Valley respectively, all with foundation establishment mid-stage cultivation. Basic operation. Everything normal. Junior sister Dong. Liu Yun stroked his chin, smiling as he looked at the 3 behind her. May I ask who these 3 are? Just as Dong Xianer was about to speak, the young man from the Giant Sword Sect stepped forward, shielding her behind him. I am Lu Feng of the Giant Sword Sect. Greetings, senior brother Liu. The man cupped his hands slightly, his eyes filled with intense hostility. The other 2 also stepped forward, unwilling to be outdone. After glaring at Lu Feng, they said unceremoniously. I am Ming Yi of Spirit Beast Mountain. Liu Tao of Yellow Maple Valley. Greetings, fellow deist Liu. Before the other 2 could speak, Liu Tao of Yellow Maple Valley impatiently stepped forward and asked bluntly. May I ask, fellow deist Liu, how a Yunyu sect cultivator like you became involved with our junior sister Dong of Yellow Maple Valley? Does senior marshal uncle Hong Fu know about this? Liu Yun peered at Dong Xianer with a puzzled expression. What's wrong with this guy? He asked with his eyes. Noticing Liu Yun's gaze, the 3 simultaneously frowned, and Liu Tao's eyebrows furrowed even more. He stepped forward to block Liu Yun's view. Fellow deist Liu, even if you are a distinguished disciple of the Yunyu sect, you cannot be so disrespectful to someone from our Yellow Maple Valley, Liu Tao said, suppressing his anger. If it weren't for Liu Yun's immense reputation and his late foundation establishment stage cultivation far surpassing his own, he would have already attacked, instead of speaking with such patience. Liu Yun's looked bewildered. In this day and age, a mere glance counted as disrespect? Lu Feng of the Giant Sword Sect and Ming Yi of Spirit Beast Mountain frowned, feeling quite displeased with Liu Tao. However, with the great enemy imminent, it wasn't good to undermine him. They could only focus on getting rid of Liu Yun's, their biggest threat, first. Liu Yun's looked at the three, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. He almost laughed out loud. The demonic faction army was arriving in 3 days, yet these three were actually competing for affection on the front lines of the battlefield. He didn't know if their brains were malfunctioning, or if Dong Xianer's charm was truly so potent that it had completely muddled their minds. Old Han. Liu Yun's turned his head, and the smile on his face instantly froze. Han Li, that low-profile, inconspicuous person, had somehow stealthily slipped to the side, gleefully watching the commotion. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes, secretly vowing in his heart, from today onwards, a shadow recording pearl will always be with me. If you dare not find a Dao companion in this lifetime, then I will definitely disrupt your dual cultivation ceremony. On the trio's side, seeing that Liu Yun's didn't take them seriously at all, they couldn't help but be filled with rage. Dong Xianer's gaze from behind them fueled the fire even more, almost burning away their rationality. Dong Xianer stood behind the three, and while they weren't paying attention, she secretly tilted her head and peeked out, smiling playfully at Liu Yun's. Then, she gestured with her mouth towards the three in front of her and made a single-handed throat-slitting motion. Liu Yun's understood, giving her a reassuring gesture in return. Then, he smiled at the three and said politely. "Three of you, could you do me a favor? Would you mind getting lost?" Upon hearing this, the three were all stunned. Then, a yellow light flashed on Liu Yun's body, and he instantly vanished. Immediately after, more than a dozen sharp earth spikes suddenly erupted from beneath the three's feet. All three were Foundation Establishment mid-stage cultivators. The moment Liu Yun's disappeared, they were already alert. As soon as they detected the spiritual energy fluctuations beneath their feet, their bodies instantly flashed with spiritual light, and they flew into the air. The dozen or so earth spikes missed their targets but suddenly exploded. Dozens of emerald green vines shot out from within, tightly binding the three who hadn't had time to take out their magical artifacts. A yellow light flashed, and Liu Yun's reappeared in his original spot. 3 restriction talismans shot out from his hand, instantly sealing their magic power. Han Li, who was watching from the side, felt his eyelids twitch. Without even using a magical artifact, he had subdued 3 Foundation Establishment mid-stage cultivators in the blink of an eye. After advancing to the late Foundation Establishment stage, this guy had clearly become even stronger. A&D. Intermediate low-grade Earth Evasion Technique, low-grade Intermediate Earth Thorn Technique, low-grade high-grade Wood Binding Technique, all instantly cast. Liu Yun's can actually cultivate 5 element spells to such a degree, this talent and cultivation technique are truly a perfect combination. Han Li smiled enviously, but also felt a bit helpless. His master wouldn't specifically find top-tier cultivation techniques suited to his bone structure. Besides, with his aptitude, even if a top-tier cultivation technique were placed before him, he might not even dare to cultivate it. Thinking this way, the Qing Yuan sword art might already be the most suitable cultivation technique for him. Chapter 90, Forming a Team. Liu Yun's knocked the 3 unconscious and couldn't help but grin, feeling a slight sense of pride. After his 5 elements escape heaven art broke through to the 6th layer, not only did his 5 elements escape techniques improve, but ordinary low-level spells could be cast with a flick of his hand, as naturally as breathing. It seemed that from the 6th layer onwards, the 5 elements escape heaven art truly began to display the powerful might of a top-tier cultivation technique. As expected of senior brother Liu. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so long, senior brother Lu's cultivation has not only greatly advanced, but his strength has also become increasingly unfathomable. Dong Xianer tiptoed around the 3 and approached Liu Yun's, saying with a playful smile. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes exasperatedly, pointing at the 3 lying on the ground and saying. What's going on with them? Why did you insist on me making a move? I'm giving you 3 sentences to explain, otherwise, I'll dump all 3 of them on you right now. Dong Xianer's smile froze, and a look of terror appeared in her eyes. From what she knew of this person, he was definitely not joking. He was truly capable of doing such a thing. I had no choice, senior brother Liu. Dong Xianer pouted, glancing at the 3 with disdain. Men, you know. I was just playing around with them a little, and they immediately thought I was secretly in love and wouldn't marry anyone but them. When I tried to explain, they wouldn't listen. If my tone was even slightly harsher, they'd accuse me of being promiscuous and shameless. It's very troublesome, and I didn't want this either, Dong Xianer said with a helpless shrug and a wronged expression. Liu Yun's curled his lip, saying dismissively, do you think I believe that? Do you dare say that when you saw this group of men fighting for your affection, you didn't feel a little secretly pleased? Hee. Dong Xianer chuckled awkwardly. It's human nature, isn't it? Who doesn't like to have a group of excellent members of the opposite sex revolving around them? I just don't put on airs like those people, and as a result, for some inexplicable reason, I became a promiscuous woman available to anyone. Senior brother Liu, would you believe me if I said this wasn't due to jealousy? Dong Xianer spoke with such righteous indignation that even though Liu Yun's knew she was changing the subject, he couldn't refute her and could only give a thumbs up in admiration. Han Li's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he simply pretended not to hear. To him, Dong Xianer's views were truly a bit frightening. But for some reason, Liu Yun's could actually chat with her about it. Speaking of which, why are you here? Liu Yun's frowned, unable to help but ask. If I remember correctly, you're true person Hungfu's personal disciple from Yellow Maple Valley, right? With your status, how could you be assigned here? Dong Xianer sighed, tilting her head slightly, a hint of worry in her eyes. Senior brother Liu, your status is even more prominent than mine, yet you're still assigned here, aren't you? And senior brother Han. Dong Xianer waved at Han Li as a greeting. He's even disciple of junior marshal uncle Li Huayuan from Yellow Maple Valley, and he still has to risk his life on the front lines. What makes me so special? Dong Xianer's eyes darted around, and she walked a few steps towards Han Li, pulling him over with a playful smile. Senior brother Han, senior brother Lu, I don't think you two have any plans for a while. How about the three of us form a team, just like last time at Yanling Fortress? Dong Xianer put her hands on her hips, scrutinizing the two with a beaming smile. Lu Yun's, of course, was immensely powerful, firmly in the first echelon below the core formation stage. Han Li was also a ruthless individual who could single-handedly capture the Ghost Spirit Sect young master. The more Dong Xianer looked, the more satisfied she felt, greatly admiring her own sagacity. The three of us forming a team will surely dominate. Lu Yun's curled his lip and exchanged glances with Han Li. Their scrutinizing gazes began to wander over her. Are you still trying to fool me? Are our situations the same? I was forced into this, old Han is unloved by his parents, but what's your deal? Hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but glare at him. Can't you say something nice about me? Lu Yun's waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Dong Xianer seriously and said, honestly, what's really going on? Dong Xianer smiled and met Lu Yun's gaze, her expression gradually stiffening. Her charming, delicate smiling face shattered like glass, revealing a panicked, pale countenance behind it. I don't know. All the color drained from Dong Xianer's face, as if a thick mask had been instantly removed, leaving her looking fragile and real. After returning to Yellow Maple Valley, my master, for some unknown reason, suddenly flew into a rage. She said my conduct was improper and brought shame upon her. She then handed me over to Junior Marshal Uncle Wu, who is in charge of the frontline battles, and then left without looking back. I don't know what happened, Master seems to have changed into a different person overnight. She's become someone I don't even recognize anymore. Dong Xianer's body trembled slightly. Lu Yun's frowned, took a few steps to her side, blocking the view of passers-by nearby. She told me that from now on, I am no longer her disciple. Dong Xianer looked up, almost pleadingly, at Lu Yun's and Han Li. Senior brothers, please don't tell anyone about this. Lu Yun's and Han Li exchanged glances, both nodding simultaneously. Dong Xianer used to brazenly tease the young cultivators of the seven sects, even daring to incite them to fight each other for her amusement, yet she never worried that anyone would dare to do anything to her. This was all because true person Hungfu's reputation protected her. Now that true person Hungfu had severed ties with Dong Xianer, if this matter were to spread, Dong Xianer's fate would be easily imaginable. This was probably also why Dong Xianer didn't dare to openly reject those three men, she was very apprehensive now. Seeing the two nod, Dong Xianer's pale face instantly regained its color, and in the blink of an eye, she became radiant. She smiled and bowed deeply to the two, saying, thank you, senior brothers. I knew that among the countless young talents in the seven sects, the only ones truly worthy of my trust are the two senior brothers. So, the team up is settled. I'm sure the two senior brothers wouldn't be so heartless as to abandon a weak woman like me to those beastly aristocratic disciples, would you? Dong Xianer blinked, her eyes and brows filled with myriad charms. This spectacular change in expression left the two stunned. Both were exceptional individuals, yet they couldn't find a single flaw in Dong Xianer's series of changing expressions. Lu Yun sighed deeply, and Han Li also gave a wry smile. If women were born actresses, then this one in front of them was probably at least an award-winning actress. Lu Yun and Han Li exchanged glances, then nodded helplessly and said, all right, you're in. But if we accidentally run into people from the Joyful Union sect, don't blame us for throwing you over as a life-saving payment. Dong Xianer waved her hand, senior brother is joking again. There are no Joyful Union sect members in this Demonic Path Allied Army, are there? At the same time, 100 miles away, within the Demonic Path Allied Army, a tall, slender man in a silver robe and a silver mask stood on the Ghost Spirit Sect's giant boat, his eyes fixed in the direction of the Seven Sects encampment. A faint pink spiritual light flowed around him, emanating the powerful spiritual energy of a middle core formation stage cultivator. Chapter 91, Killing Intent. The colossal devilish chi, stirred by the advance of the giant boat, created fierce gale force winds that made the masked stranger's silver robe flap loudly. Behind the stranger, the black-robed youth who had previously attacked the unnamed desolate mountain emerged from the giant boat. His eyes held a hidden glint as he looked at the masked stranger, but it was quickly replaced by warmth and friendliness. Fellow Daoist Gu, why not join the discussion in the hall? The masked stranger turned around and said calmly, fellow Daoist Wang is joking. This time, I, Gu, came for personal matters, so how could I participate in the meeting of all you fellow Daoists? The black-robed youth smiled and waved his hand, fellow Daoist Gu is being too polite. We, the 6 demonic sects, are connected by the same chi. Even if you truly joined us, what could we possibly say? After speaking, the black-robed youth walked a few steps to the masked stranger's side and casually said. Speaking of which, I, Wang, am truly ignorant. I had never heard of a figure like fellow Daoist Gu within the Joyful Union sect before. I am truly ashamed. The masked stranger let out a slightly effeminate chuckle. The black-robed youth immediately frowned, a flicker of irritation rising in his heart. It's only natural that fellow Daoist Wang hasn't heard of me, Gu. Before this, I, Gu, had been in seclusion within the sect, cultivating diligently, almost never stepping outside the sect's gates. Not to mention fellow deist Wang, even many of my fellow disciples within the sect don't know that someone like me exists. The black-robed youth smiled brightly upon hearing this and said, so that's how it is. I, Wang, was indeed being meddlesome. The masked stranger nodded slightly at him. Fellow deist Wang, I am a bit tired now. If there's nothing else, I'd like to return to my cabin and rest for a bit. The black-robed youth said nothing more, cupped his hands, and watched the masked stranger return to the cabin. His expression then suddenly turned grim, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he stared silently in the direction the stranger had left. 3 days later, at the Seven Sects encampment, a massive black and white light barrier enveloped the entire desolate mountain. Runes interconnected on its surface, forming an incredibly complex and profound Tai Chi array diagram on the shield's exterior. In addition, various colored protective light barriers, accompanied by phenomena such as strong winds, raging flames, and ice crystals, flashed incessantly within the Tai Chi array diagram. Within the formation, teams of cultivators were lined up in dozens of orderly rows, waiting within the formation. At first glance, it seemed quite impressive, but upon closer inspection, it became clear that the order of these teams was truly not commendable. From time to time, individuals would leave their teams to do their own thing, or call out to friends, gathering in groups. The many core formation cultivators in the sky also had a headache seeing this, but there was nothing they could do. After all, most cultivators were arrogant individuals, and expecting them to follow orders like mortal armies was an impossible task. Furthermore, the Seven Sect cultivators had almost no experience in group combat. If they were truly forced to gather together, it would likely only lead to mutual hindrance and a decrease in combat power. It was better to let them act on their own, they only needed to keep an eye on some key disciples. This way, everyone would be much more relaxed. Senior brother Lu, can you truly not reconsider? Lu Yuns looked at the familiar female cultivator before him and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Junior sister Lin, you think too highly of me. Once the battle begins, I can barely protect myself, let alone others. Lin Xuanyu of Yellow Maple Valley had a pale face, with a hint of despair in her eyes. Behind her stood more than 20 Foundation establishment cultivators from various sects, all appearing young, averaging around their early 20s. Senior brother Lu, we definitely won't cause you any trouble. We only ask that senior brother Lu look after us a little. From now on, we are willing to follow senior brother Lu's lead. Lu Yuns pressed his fingers to his temples in a headache, saying helplessly, Junior sister Lin, I'll say it again. Soon, I won't even be able to protect myself. I truly cannot look after you all. Following me will only make you die faster. Lin Xuanyu trembled slightly, bit her lip, and bowed deeply to Lu Yuns. She then turned and led a group of young people, most of whom were only at the early Foundation establishment stage, back into the Allied Forces formation. Lu Yuns sighed. This was the third wave of cultivators he had rejected. With the Great War about to begin, people were in a state of panic. Individuals like Lu Yuns were naturally highly sought after, but some people thought they were clever, only wanting to recruit a free bodyguard, yet had no idea of their own capabilities. Others were conceited, bringing a group of so-called experts who looked down on everyone else, intending to give Lu Yuns an opportunity to join them, only for these experts to be soundly beaten by Lu Yuns. Compared to them, Lin Xuanyu's group was already quite good, they had a very accurate understanding of their own position and were single-mindedly focused on being a hanger-on. It seems senior brother Lu is quite popular. Dong Xianer covered her mouth with one hand, her eyes smiling like a fox, circling Lu Yuns incessantly. Too bad they acted too slowly. Han Li, standing nearby, cast a sidelong glance at her and stepped back 2 paces, somewhat disgusted. Lu Yuns rolled his eyes, having no desire to bicker with her. For some reason, he felt as if he had overlooked something very important. A nearly intuitive sense buzzed in his mind, but he couldn't make any sense of it. What exactly is wrong? Lu Yuns muttered to himself, becoming agitated and restless, as if a great disaster could strike at any moment. Han Li and Dong Xianer looked at Lu Yuns' demeanor, exchanged glances, and their expressions became somewhat serious. After a while, Han Li looked up at the sky, his gaze subconsciously sweeping towards the Inu sect's direction. There, a cold and pure fairy, seemingly untouched by the mortal world, floated in the clouds. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Lu Yuns, Han Li said with a grave tone, do you know the new late core formation stage leader from the Inu sect? Lu Yuns was startled, following Han Li's gaze to the core formation cultivators in the sky. For this great battle, the Inu sect had dispatched 3 core formation cultivators, Nangang Wan, Su Ruoking, and a very plump elder at the late core formation stage, who was also the Inu sect's leader for this battle. Adding Fairy Nishang, Feng Baiun, and the male cultivator surnamed Yu, who were already on the front lines, there were a total of 6 core formation stage cultivators. At this moment, the 6 Inu sect core formation cultivators in midair were subtly divided into 2 factions. One faction was led by Feng Baiun, with the male cultivator surnamed Yu, Nangang Wan, and Fairy Nishang behind her. The other faction was led by the plump elder, with the smiling Su Ruoking behind him. Lu Yun's eyes widened suddenly. He realized what he had overlooked. During this troop reinforcement for the battlefield, although the 7 sects reinforcements were numerous, the choice of leaders mostly remained unchanged, with the original leaders from the frontline battlefield continuing in their roles. On one hand, these individuals had real experience fighting the demonic path, on the other hand, changing generals at the last minute would bring many unnecessary troubles. The high-ranking officials of the 7 sects were very aware of this. However, the Inu sect was different. Only the Yunyu sect had made the decision to change generals at the last minute. Liu Yun's brain felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, he was completely stunned. As if sensing Liu Yun's gaze, the plump elder in the sky suddenly turned his head and looked over, revealing a benevolent smile. At this moment, Liu Yun's hair stood on end. An unprecedented sense of crisis instantly enveloped his entire body, like a thorn in his back. Like maggots clinging to bone. An illogical intuition told him. This person wanted him dead. Chapter 92, Mysterious Fire Boy. Senior Brother Wu, what's wrong? Su Ruoqing noticed the plump elder's gaze and instinctively followed it, but could only see a dense crowd of bobbing heads. Nothing, just saw Martial Uncle Kaiyang's personal disciple and said hello to him. The plump elder chuckled, his tone filled with the doting affection of an elder towards a junior, but there was no trace of a smile in his narrowed eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoqing smiled knowingly, stroked his beard, and remained silent. On the other side, Feng Baiyun and the other three did not notice the plump elder's abnormality. At this moment, their eyes were fixed on the distance with grave expressions, their faces growing increasingly grim. Senior Brother Feng, what should we do? After a while, Fairy Nishang couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, the man surnamed Yu and Nangongwan also looked at Feng Baiyun, one with eager eyes, the other slightly indifferent. First, follow the arrangements and resist the demonic path with all our might. Feng Baiyun's face was somber, and his gaze subtly flickered towards the plump elder and Su Ruoqing. Now, there must be some unforeseen change within the sect that we don't know about. At such a critical juncture, none of us can give others an excuse to criticize us. And more importantly, martial nephew Liu. Feng Baiyun's expression changed, and a hint of ferocity appeared in his eyes and brows. Junior sister Nishang, just like last time, he's in your hands. We absolutely cannot afford any more mistakes. Fairy Nishang nodded gravely and said, Senior Brother Feng, rest assured. Nishang will do her best. If anything truly happens to martial nephew Liu, then I won't be able to explain myself to martial uncle Kaiyang. Feng Baiyun nodded, his expression softening slightly. Also, once the great battle begins, we will first. Wait. What's that sound? An incessant rumbling sound, coming from an unknown source, gradually grew from faint to loud, like thousands of invisible muffled thunders intertwining and clashing in the air. It wasn't just Feng Baiyun who heard this sound, nearly 1,000 cultivators in the front line detected this heart-stopping tremor. The Foundation establishment disciples on the ground felt it even more clearly. Accompanying the increasingly distinct abnormal sound, the earth beneath their feet seemed to be trembling slightly. For a moment, the morale of the army was in chaos. Many impatient Foundation establishment disciples even wanted to fly up on their artifacts to investigate. The plump elder's eyebrows shot up, and he roared, What are you all trying to do? Return to your ranks immediately, no clamor, or military law will be enforced. The next second, the entire front line fell silent. This was not because of the plump elder's reprimand, but because an endless black line gradually appeared in the distance. At the center of the black line was a colossal dark shadow, which slowly revealed its true form as time passed. It was a terrifying and hideous giant turtle. This Yao beast was 700 to 800 zhang long, with a highly raised back more than 200 zhang high. From a distance, it looked like an entire mountain range rising from the ground, slowly approaching the seven sects front line. Every step caused the earth to quake, every movement was a cataclysm. The ghost spirit sect's giant ships were already an almost unconquerable behemoth in the eyes of the seven sects disciples. But now, more than a dozen of those 50-plus zhang-long giant ships, along with over 30 black banners several tens of zhang-long, were slowly moving beside the giant turtle like toys. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, all their hopes dashed to the ground, turning into invisible dust carried away by the wind. This terrifying military force stopped dozens of li away from the front line. Before anyone could catch their breath, the terrifying Yao turtle, as massive as a mountain range, raised its enormous, dragon-like head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Roar. It pierced the clouds and cracked rocks. It shattered metal and jade. This roar shook the very heavens and earth, causing a piercing shriek. The faces of the seven sects core formation cultivators turned incredibly grim. 7th level demon beast. The plump elder glanced down at the Foundation establishment disciples whose morale had plummeted, his face ashen, and he flicked his sleeve. Go. We shall first meet the demonic technique and evil methods of these demonic fiends. More than 30 escape lights shot into the sky, their dazzling spiritual light momentarily even overshadowing the monstrous demonic might from the opposing side. A distance of several tens of li was nothing to a core formation stage cultivator. As everyone flew high into the sky, the plump elder took the lead and spoke loudly. May I ask which fellow deist is in charge on the opposite side? Would you be willing to show yourself? Ha ha ha. A burst of childish laughter, like silver bells, came from all directions, sounding eerily strange. Everyone's expressions changed, and then they saw over 20 escape lights shoot out from the flying ships. As the escape lights dispersed, more than 20 demonic path core formation cultivators floated opposite the seven sects group, each exuding monstrous ferocity and powerful aura. Although their numbers were slightly inferior to the seven sects, in the standoff, it was the seven sects who were at a disadvantage in terms of aura. 3 demonic path core formation cultivators floated in front of the others, clearly the leaders. 2 of them were mid-core formation stage cultivators, one was the black-robed youth who had previously attacked the nameless desolate mountain, and the other was a skinny old man with long, narrow eyes, with several leather pouches hanging from his waist, faintly emitting a strong, malevolent chi. As for the last one, The plump elder's face was solemn, and he asked in a low voice. Your Excellency, are you mysterious fire boy of the demon flame sect? The last person was actually a child who looked only 7 or 8 years old, wearing only a fiery red bellyband embroidered with a terrifying blood-colored centipede. The child had no hair on his entire body, and purple-black spiritual lines covered him, converging and intertwining on his face to form a lotus-like pattern. Hehe, I didn't expect my name to have reached you country. The child grinned, his childish voice combined with that arrogant tone gave people an inexplicably eerie feeling. The 7 sects group all changed color dramatically. This mysterious fire boy was a renowned master of the demon flame sect for hundreds of years. His netherworld profound fire combined with his late core formation stage cultivation made him almost unrivaled below the nascent soul stage. It was said that the divine soul of any cultivator who died by his hand would be refined by the netherworld profound fire until nothing remained, not even a chance for reincarnation. Within the surrounding countries, his notoriety was so great that it could almost stop children from crying. Unexpectedly, the demon flame sect had actually sent this person out this time. Since you all have heard of my prestige, why don't you surrender quickly? If you wait until I make a move, it will be too late. Mysterious fire boy smiled coldly and extended his palm. Everyone only heard a sizzle, and a ball of purple-black demonic fire appeared in his palm, burning quietly. My netherworld profound fire urgently needs the divine soul nourishment of core formation stage cultivators to advance. If you insist on resisting to the end, then after this battle, the power of my Xianhuo might advance to another level. Mysterious fire boy's lips curled slightly, and a chilling murderous intent emanated from his entire body. The 7 sects group was immediately alarmed. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was only about a li, which for high-level cultivators was almost like being face-to-face. If this person suddenly launched an attack, they would have to engage in a chaotic battle right in the center of this battlefield. Chapter 93, Great Battle in the Desolate Mountains, Part 1. As Mysterious Fire Boy uttered these words, the atmosphere between the two sides instantly dropped to a freezing point. Just as it seemed a conflict could erupt at any moment, the black-robed youth suddenly smiled brightly and said to the Mysterious Fire Boy beside him. Fellow Daoist Xianhuo, why are you in such a hurry? Our 3 sects have brought quite a few disciples to this battle, and it wouldn't be right for us seniors to steal their thunder. We should let them stretch their muscles a bit, lest others say we've spoiled our subordinates. Mysterious Fire Boy chuckled, fellow Daoist Wang is right, it was indeed my oversight. So be it then, let others stretch their muscles first. As for me. His fierce and greedy gaze swept over the 7 sex core formation cultivators one by one, then he laughed 3 times and transformed into a purple-black escape lights, flying back into the giant boat. Humph. The plump elder snorted, his icy gaze, almost tangible, locked firmly onto the black-robed youth. I've long heard that the demonic techniques of the 6 demonic sects are extraordinarily profound. It seems this old man must experience them today. The black-robed youth scoffed, that's truly unfortunate. The 3 of us still need to oversee and command, so I'm afraid we won't be able to experience the marvelous techniques and unique methods of the 7 sects of you. Fellow Daoist, you should first consider how to deal with the others. After speaking, the black-robed youth also laughed and returned to the giant boat with the skinny old man from Yuling sect. The plump elder took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, and instructed the others. I will return to the formation to command with the fellow Daoists leading the 6 sects. The rest of you will engage the demonic path in aerial combat. We don't seek a quick victory, simply holding them off will suffice. Everyone nodded in agreement, then exchanged glances with the demonic cultivators opposite them, and dazzling spiritual chi shot up into the sky, soaring towards the clouds. The next second, dazzling magic treasure spiritual chi illuminated the sky, and various strange lights exploded, leaving the many foundation establishment disciples in the great formation dumbfounded. The 7 core formation leaders returned inside the formation, and the old Daoist from Kingxiu sect stepped forward slightly, shouting loudly. Activate the formation. Black and white light pillars shot up into the sky, directly pouring into the Taiji array diagram above their heads. For a moment, black and white spiritual chi burst forth, and runes on the entire Taiji array diagram interconnected and intertwined, unleashing astonishing spiritual chi. Oh! This formation is quite interesting. Mysterious Fire Boy sat at the top of the giant boat, a bloodthirsty smile playing on his lips. The black-robed youth stood beside him, watching the astonishing momentum of the Taiji array diagram, his gaze becoming somewhat solemn. This formation has quite a presence, it must have a significant origin. Fellow Daoist Xianhuo, can it be broken? Mysterious Fire Boy glanced at him, snorting disdainfully. Fellow Daoist Wang, you underestimate our demon flame sect too much. A mere formation, how can it block my demon flame sect's 36 sky-burning banners? Mysterious Fire Boy's entire body erupted in purple-black spiritual chi, and he suddenly looked up and shouted loudly. Rise! With a whoosh. 36 giant black banners, dozens of feet tall, transformed into streaks of black light and shot up into the sky. They suddenly stopped above Mysterious Fire Boy's head, forming a massive formation. For a time, the weather changed. Layers of sky-obscuring fiery clouds appeared out of thin air. Looking out, one could only feel them stretching endlessly, for countless miles. Blood-red fiery clouds, layered and surging, slowly descended with an aura that could crush mountains and cities. At this moment, heaven and earth were stained a blood-red hue. All around, there was dazzling, eye-stinging blood-red light, as if red-hot branding irons were unceremoniously shoved into one's eyes. Mysterious Fire Boy, bathed in purple-black spiritual chi, laughed maniacally 3 times, cast several incantations with his hands, pointed at the seven sects' great formation, and roared. Go! The fiery clouds surged violently, as if some bizarre giant beast was rolling back and forth within them. Giant fireballs, dozens of feet in diameter, fell from the fiery clouds, smashing fiercely onto the Taiji array diagram with an aura of world destruction. For a moment, firelight blazed. The deafening sound of explosions echoed for 100 miles around. The old deist from Kingxiu's sect's face suddenly changed. Just one of these fireballs was comparable to an attack from an early core formation cultivator. Moreover, looking out, there were hundreds of fireballs whistling towards them. Activate all formations. We must block them no matter what. The old deist shouted loudly. As soon as his voice fell, several more light pillars shot straight into the Taiji array diagram. Various spiritual chi and exploding flames intertwined, and the powerful and terrifying spiritual energy, even from dozens of miles away, made the black-robed youth secretly startled. As expected of the Demon Flame sect's secret treasure, these 36 sky-burning banners are truly formidable. However, the other side is also well prepared. These fireballs alone might not be enough to break their formation. Fellow deist Xianhuo, do you have any other methods? Mysterious Fire Boy snorted upon hearing this, cast several incantations with his hands, and then pointed upwards sharply. Command. The 36 sky-burning banners trembled slightly, transforming into streaks of black light that plunged into the fiery clouds and disappeared without a trace. The next moment, the sky-filling fiery clouds began to surge wildly, as if a fierce demon had emerged, or an evil god had descended. Directly above the Taiji array diagram, the blood-red fiery clouds surged, forming a colossal blood-red vortex, as if an ancient divine demon had opened its ferocious giant eye, looking down upon these tiny mortals. At the center of the vortex, a deep blood light gradually condensed. To the horror of everyone, a towering blood-red pillar of light crashed down, striking the Taiji array diagram below at an extremely fast speed. This scene was like the Milky Way pouring down, like a sea of blood annihilating the world. The dazzling blood light made many Foundation establishment disciples unable to even open their eyes. They could only close their eyes helplessly, desperately begging for the great formation to continue holding on under this terrifying demonic might that seemed to make even heaven and earth tremble slightly. The Taiji array diagram trembled incessantly, its spiritual chi flickering non-stop, and the various runes also began to dim and brighten, as if it had reached the verge of collapse. Old Man Luo from Spirit Beast Mountain sighed deeply, saying with great emotion. The demonic path's evil arts are indeed formidable. The plump elder suppressed the fear in his heart and turned to look at the middle-aged man from Tianq Fortress. Fellow deist Zheng, now only your Tianq Fortress's treasure can possibly turn the tide. The middle-aged man gave a wry smile, patted his storage pouch, and took out a palm-sized leather bag. The item looked tattered, with several patches on it, appearing quite shabby. However, as soon as everyone saw this item, they instantly felt relieved, and the worry in their brows lessened considerably. On the giant boat of the Demonic Path Allied Army, Mysterious Fireboy was bathed in red light, his face slightly pale, but a crazed smile played on his lips. The black-robed youth was also overjoyed, while secretly feeling a great dread towards the Demon Flame sect. Only now did he truly understand why his father was unwilling to contend for power with his eldest uncle. Compared to the other 5 sects, the current Ghost Spirit sect truly had no advantage whatsoever. If it were to fall deeper into internal strife, it would likely be surpassed by other demonic sects sooner or later, losing its seat among the 6 demonic sects. Mysterious Fireboy also glanced at the black-robed youth, a hint of mockery in the smile on his lips. Just as the two were engrossed in their own thoughts, a burst of 5-colored cloud smoke suddenly emerged from beneath the Taiji array diagram, heading straight for the fiery clouds in the sky. Chapter 94, Battle in the Barren Mountains, Part 2. As soon as the 5-colored cloud mist emerged from the formation, it surged against the wind, transforming into several towering smoke pillars that bypassed the blood-red light beam and shot towards the fiery clouds in the sky. The layers of blood-red fiery clouds, upon contact with the 5-colored cloud mist, instantly dissolved into nothingness as if they had encountered their bane. The 5-colored cloud mist spread rapidly, and in a short while, all the fiery clouds in the sky dissipated. The blood-red light beam also became water without a source, flickering weakly twice before completely disappearing. The 3 leaders on the demonic path side widened their eyes in astonishment, especially Mysterious Fireboy, whose face was terrifyingly grim, with red light emanating from his entire body, like a beast ready to devour someone. The 36 heaven-burning banners fell from the sky, their red light dim, no longer possessing their previous might. Suddenly, the skinny old man from Yuling sect changed his expression drastically and instinctively blurted out. 5-cloud pouch. At his words, Mysterious Fireboy and the black-robed youth both changed their expressions dramatically. Fellow deist Wu, are you sure? Is it truly that exotic treasure, the 5-cloud pouch? The black-robed youth asked repeatedly, his face faintly pale. Questioned like this, the skinny old man also became somewhat uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, he said with a solemn expression. Fellow deist Wang, I also cannot be certain that it is this treasure. However, to be able to conjure 5-colored cloud mist and absorb the 5 elements of the world, besides the legendary 5-cloud pouch, I truly cannot think of any other treasure. The black-robed youth's face became exceptionally unsightly. If the 7 sects truly possessed such a treasure, then the best outcome for this battle today would only be a draw. There was even a possibility of a crushing defeat if they were not careful. This was something he absolutely could not accept. The previous defeat was already part of the plan and did not affect anything at all. But this time was different. If the Demonic Path Allied Army, under his leadership, couldn't even take down the small 7 sects, it would directly impact his position in the Ghost Spirit sect. It might even affect the future grand plans of the Ghost Spirit sect. Thinking of this, blood-red light burst from the black-robed youth's eyes, revealing a bloodthirsty and ferocious expression. Enough. What do you two look like now? Mysterious Fireboy suddenly roared, purple-black flames flickering slightly in his eyes, appearing exceedingly demonic. This absolutely cannot be the legendary exotic treasure, the 5-cloud pouch. Don't let yourselves be thrown into disarray. The black-robed youth and the skinny old man were both startled, involuntarily turning to look at Mysterious Fireboy. At this moment, his face was pale and gaunt, clearly having lost a portion of his origin chi due to activating the heaven-burning banners. But his eyes were clear, and not a trace of his usual arrogance and conceit could be seen. The skinny old man pondered for a moment, then asked hesitantly, "Fellow deist Xianhuo, do you have any basis for saying that?" "Basis?" Mysterious Fireboy snorted coldly, "Don't you two think, even an ordinary core formation stage cultivator struggles greatly to wield a common ancient treasure? How could a treasure of the 5-cloud pouch's caliber be used by a core formation stage cultivator? Furthermore, if it were the true 5-cloud pouch, then the fiery clouds formed by my 36 heaven-burning banners should have been absorbed and turned into nourishment for that treasure long ago. How could they merely be dispersed as they are now?" Hearing this, the two considered his words and found them quite reasonable. A hint of joy appeared on their faces. Seeing this, Mysterious Fireboy's expression also softened slightly, and he said with a smile, "Two fellow deists, rest assured. Seeing how the 7 sects were reluctant to use it until the very end, the treasure that released the 5-colored cloud mist is most likely just a formidable imitation with amazing side effects, not worth fearing at all." The black-robed youth and the skinny old man exchanged glances, both nodding with smiles. Although they knew Mysterious Fireboy's words were mostly conjecture, they were indeed quite reasonable. Moreover, they were now in a difficult position, unable to admit defeat and withdraw their troops just because of a legendary treasure. "Fellow deist Wu, next, let us witness the methods of your Yuling sect," Mysterious Fireboy said with a smile. The skinny old man nodded slightly, his lips moving as he transmitted his voice. At this moment, within the 7 sects grand formation, the middle-aged man from Tianq Fortress painfully retrieved his leather pouch, then turned to the others and said, "This 5-spirit pouch will not be usable again for 100 years after this battle." Everyone nodded in understanding, and the plump elder even smiled and said, "It's all right. The enemy was able to unleash such a killing move, so their consumption must be significant. It's impossible for them to use similar demonic techniques again in a short period." Just then, the giant turtle several tens of miles away suddenly roared, and thick yellow mist spewed from its highly raised back, surging towards the 7 sects position. At first, the 7 sects members were somewhat puzzled, but only when the vast yellow mist drew closer did their expressions all change drastically, revealing looks of terror. That was not mist at all, it was clearly an endless swarm of yellow poisonous insects. Each of these poisonous insects was over 3 feet long, with grotesque and terrifying appearances, as if pieced together from the upper half of a centipede and the lower half of a scorpion, with 2 pairs of transparent, wasp-like membranous wings on their backs. The overwhelming swarm of poisonous insects rushed towards the 7 sects position, their countless buzzing sounds overlapping, chilling one's heart and making eardrums tremble. "Humph!" Ming Hui of Yellow Maple Valley snorted coldly, raised his hand, and tossed a huge yellow gourd into the sky. "Fellow deists, do not panic. Watch how I deal with this swarm of vermin." The gourd transformed into a yellow light, flying directly out of the formation. Then, everyone saw a flash of yellow light, and the yellow gourd, originally over a person's height, suddenly magnified countless times, becoming a colossal object comparable to a small mountain. Looking up from below, everyone could only see a huge shadow, and golden runes appearing on it. Ming Hui abruptly formed a hand seal, and the huge gourd, like a collapsing mountain or overturning sea, completely turned over, aiming its nearly 100-jong diameter mouth at the overwhelming swarm of poisonous insects. The next second, countless golden lights shot out. Everyone was startled and quickly focused their gaze. Only then did they realize that the golden lights were clearly countless golden flying swords. The golden light and yellow mist clashed violently in the air, emitting a series of ear-piercing shrieks. For a time, these countless flying swords and the overwhelming swarm of poisonous insects were in a stalemate, neither able to gain an advantage over the other. The leaders of both sides changed their expressions. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Old Man Zhou of the Giant Sword Sect, and he flew into the sky, simultaneously patting the sword box behind him, causing 13 streaks of green light to shoot out. "Fellow deist Ming Hui's magical power won't last much longer. Let this old man lend him a hand." The 13 streaks of green light gathered behind him. The green light dispersed, revealing 13 green flying swords. One of the flying swords was 3 feet long, ancient in style, and exuded powerful spiritual qi. The other 12 flying swords were about a foot long, all entirely green, slowly rotating around the 3-foot flying sword. 2 streaks of green spiritual light shot from Old Man Zhou's eyes, and powerful spiritual qi billowed his robes, making them flap with a crackling sound like bone-chilling gale force winds. "Activate the formation." Accompanying Old Man Zhou's roar, several green spiritual threads intertwined and connected on the 13 flying swords, finally forming a green array diagram with the 3-foot flying sword as its center and the 12 shorter swords as its corners. Go. Chapter 95, Great Battle in the Desolate Mountains, Part 3. Go. With Old Man Zhou's furious roar, the sword formation behind him instantly burst forth with green light, and countless green sword lights, identical to 3-foot flying swords, shot out. Their number was easily in the hundreds, if not thousands. Looking out, it was as if the Milky Way had inverted, rushing directly towards the sky full of venomous insects. Ming Hui of Yellow Maple Valley also let out a loud shout, and the giant gourd trembled, its size increasing by another 3/10. The golden streams of light, formed from countless flying swords, instantly swelled, joining the newly added green sword lights to confront the myriad venomous insects. For a time, golden light and green swords intertwined, actually forcing the sky-high yellow mist back. On the demonic path giant boat, the skinny old man of Yuling Sect's side. After all, they are great sects with thousands of years of legacy, they still have some family assets. It seems this battle today won't be a quick victory. Mysterious Fire Boy sneered upon hearing this, what's there to it? Wasn't this situation already anticipated during the pre-battle preparations? Let's just activate the second plan. At most, it will just take a bit more effort, it's not a big deal. You should know that U-State has been managed by the 7 sects for thousands of years. Do you really think we can easily win? The black-robed youth also nodded with a smile, saying calmly. Fellow deist Xianhuo is right. Although the 7 sects of U-State are not much when taken individually, if they unite, they are a force not to be underestimated. Moreover, if we can successfully invade U-State this time, the greatest credit for this great battle will belong to us, so expending a bit more effort is only natural. Haha, in that case, it seems I was being too greedy. The skinny old man laughed freely, then patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, and a giant green bird, over 20 zhong in size, appeared. Looking at its abundant spiritual chi and the faint green gales moving with it, it was actually a rare wind-attributed 5th-grade spirit beast. The old man's body flashed with white light, and he abruptly appeared on the giant bird's back. Next, I shall take the lead. 2 fellow deists, if you please. The skinny old man let out several strange laughs, and the spirit beast beneath his feet suddenly spread its wings, transforming into a green light that shot out. Hee hee. This old ghost is quite impatient. Mysterious Fire Boy grinned, and a large patch of purple-black demonic fire erupted from the lotus between his brows, engulfing him entirely and transforming into a giant fireball that roared towards the 7 sects magic array. A hint of ferocity flashed in the black-robed youth's eyes. He waved his hand and said indifferently. Pass on my order, all troops attack. Accompanied by a high-pitched horn blast, hundreds of escape lights soared into the sky, forming a massive magic array in mid-air, heading straight for the 7 sects position. Before they even arrived, black pillars of light, along with terrifying devilish chi, attacked the 7 sects magic array. The black-robed youth nodded with satisfaction and flew to another giant boat. The masked stranger stood at the bow of the boat, leisurely observing the 7 sects magic array. Fellow deist Gu, would you like to join us and stretch your muscles? We can share the credit with you later. The black-robed youth said politely, his tone sounding as if he were conversing with an old friend he had known for a long time. No need. I, Gu, am merely an uninvited guest, how can I snatch the credit from you fellow deists? The masked stranger waved his hand, a faint smile in his tone. Please do as you wish, don't mind me. The black-robed youth gave him a deep look, then turned and flew towards the 7 sects position. By this time, the myriad venomous insects in the sky had been mostly annihilated by the sword lights and golden blades. The demonic faction army followed closely, charging brightly towards the magic array. Ming Hui's face was pale. He looked down furiously at the demonic faction army and pointed a finger. Innumerable golden flying swords instantly changed direction, heading straight for the demonic faction army. You want to lay hands on our demonic paths, youngsters? Did you ask this venerable one first? Accompanied by Mysterious Fire Boy's furious roar, a giant purple-black fire lotus suddenly bloomed in the center of the battlefield, forcefully intercepting the golden torrent. Ming Hui's brows were furrowed in anger, and spiritual chi flickered in his hand. He was about to channel his magic power to further urge the giant gourd. Suddenly, his face turned stark white, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and the spiritual chi around him instantly dimmed. The giant gourd on the array diagram also trembled slightly, returning to its original size of over a person tall. Fellow deist Ming Hui, please go down and rest. We can handle things here. The plump elder nodded to Ming Hui and said calmly. Ming Hui's face was listless, and he nodded dejectedly. The plump elder smiled slightly and raised his hand, releasing 2 rings, one gold and one white. The golden ring instantly swelled against the wind, and as it descended, it enveloped the plump elder. The other white ring let out a clear cry, like a phoenix's long call, circling the golden ring with incredible speed. I've long heard that fellow deist Xianhuo's divine ability is astonishing, and his netherworld profound fire has few rivals below the nascent soul stage. Today, I shall seek your guidance. The plump elder roared, directly rushing out of the magic array to confront Mysterious Fire Boy. The other 5 followed closely. The sword formation behind Old Man Zhou glowed brightly with spiritual chi, and his sharp, starry eyes fixed on the black-robed youth who was bringing up the rear. Humph. Dragon Phoenix Twin Rings, I didn't expect this ancient treasure to fall into the hands of your Yunyu sect. Mysterious Fire Boy was enveloped in purple-black demonic fire, like a demon from fire, inspiring awe in those who saw him. But if you think you can defeat this venerable one with the power of these ancient treasures, then you shall perish here today. Mysterious Fire Boy sneered, his eyes filled with undisguised greed. It just so happens that my netherworld profound fire is only one step away from advancing. After devouring the primordial spirit of you, a late core formation stage cultivator, the power of this profound fire will surely rise to the next level. If you want my primordial spirit, you'll have to see if you have the ability. The plump elder, hidden within the golden ring, pointed a finger, and the white ring instantly transformed into a white light that shot out. Humph. Mysterious Fireboy spoke lightly, but he dared not be careless when facing these famous ancient treasures. He beckoned with both hands, and spiritual patterns on his body glowed brightly. Clusters of demonic fire appeared out of thin air, transforming into dozens of purple-black firebirds that spat demonic fire, heading straight for the white ring. The white light flashed past, easily splitting dozens of firebirds in two. The red light on Mysterious Fireboy's belly band flashed, and a giant blood-red centipede suddenly appeared, spitting red mist to meet the white light. OM. A long cry erupted in the air. The blood-red centipede was split in two by the white light, and Mysterious Fireboy transformed into demonic fire, instantly escaping more than 10 jong away, thus preserving his life. The fire light receded, and Mysterious Fireboy touched his belly band with a grim expression. A huge crack had appeared on it out of thin air, and the originally abundant spiritual chi was now dissipating. This treasure had been rendered useless by the Phoenix Ring in just one exchange. Good. Good. Mysterious Fireboy roared. What a pair of Dragon Phoenix twin rings. Truly formidable. Before Mysterious Fireboy finished speaking, he tore off his belly band, revealing strange purple-black spiritual patterns all over his body. But this venerable one is not to be trifled with. Today, I shall let you witness the power of my demon flame sex profound cultivation. Violent demonic fire surged along the spiritual patterns from bottom to top, directly pouring into his head. Mysterious Fireboy wailed, and purple-black demonic fire gushed from his 7 orifices, soaring into the sky. Beneath the towering pillar of fire, a purple-black fire lotus quietly bloomed. Chapter 96, Battle in the Desolate Mountains, Part 4. The plump elder inside the Phoenix Ring watched this scene in shock. The purplish-black fire lotus slowly rotated, carrying an indescribable, eerie beauty that made one involuntarily entranced. The pillar of fire gradually extinguished, and a massive, grotesque form rose from the fire lotus, letting out an earth-shattering roar. It was actually a purplish-black evil ghost, 10 jong tall. This evil ghost had ox horns on its head, exposed fangs, and its entire body was covered in dense, purplish-black scales. Its incredibly long arms ended in a pair of ferocious claws, and its sharp fingertips shimmered with a soul-stirring dark light. The plump elder was greatly alarmed and quickly activated the white light transformed from the Phoenix Ring. It circled once in the air, instantly severing the evil ghost's head. Before the plump elder could even let out a sigh of relief, the fallen evil ghost head transformed into a ball of demonic fire and vanished into thin air. At the same time, purplish-black demonic fire blazed within the evil ghost's skull, instantly forming a brand new head. Ha 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 ha, the evil ghost let out a series of piercing, laughing wildly, then, with a wave of its hands, transformed into a purplish-black flame storm that rushed directly towards the plump elder. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Old Man Zhou, enveloped in the spiritual light of his sword formation, blocked the late-arriving black-robed youth. Last time we parted in a hurry, I didn't even get a chance to introduce myself. That was truly rude of me. The sword formation behind Old Man Zhou suddenly expanded several times, and a green giant sword gradually formed within the formation. This old man is Zhou Jingqian of the Giant Sword Sect. I have cultivated the sword my entire life, unhindered by external objects. Today, I have invited the Sect's 13 Azure Cloud Swords, specifically to slay you. Zhou Jingqian formed a sword incantation with his hands, and the spiritual light behind him flared brightly. A 9-jong giant sword shot out. This sword is to avenge my old friend Song Xiao. Humph. The black-robed youth snorted coldly, his eyes revealing a ferocious blood light. The 9-headed giant serpent emerged from his body, opening its mouth to spew out 9 pitch-black light pillars. In an instant, green and black spiritual lights exploded simultaneously. Then, the green light flared, and the giant sword met the 9 light pillars, cutting inch by inch towards the black-robed youth. Sword cultivators, truly troublesome. The black-robed youth gritted his teeth, casting several incantations with his hands. His black robe floated in midair, and the 9-headed giant serpent let out a roar, reappearing in the world. The dozens of Zhonglong giant serpent slightly raised its head, and its 9 massive heads suddenly bit forward, clamping down firmly on the giant sword. Dazzling green light emanated from the giant sword, yet threads of purple venom seeped from the giant serpent's mouth, instantly corroding the giant sword, leaving it pitted and scarred. Even the green spiritual light was tainted by the venom, gradually dimming. Zhou Jingqian watched this scene expressionlessly, his eyes devoid of sorrow or joy, as if everything happening had no connection to him. He formed a sword finger with his hand, and the sword formation behind him suddenly contracted inwards, transforming into a dazzling green light that soared into the sky. Zhou Jingqian pointed to the sky, and a green giant sword, hundreds of jong long, extended from his fingertip, standing majestically between heaven and earth with immense power. The black-robed youth's pupils constricted violently. He turned into a black escape lights and fled for his life. At this moment, Zhou Jingqian's black hair had turned pure white like snow, and more than a dozen wrinkles had appeared on his face, as if he had aged several decades in an instant. However, his aura was more powerful than ever before. He watched as his eyes shone brightly, and he fiercely swung his sword finger downwards. The 100-jong giant sword moved with it, slashing downwards, as if the heavenly pillar had broken, the earth's foundation had severed, Mount Busu had collapsed, and the sun and moon had shifted eastward. The black-robed youth screamed in terror, his entire body transforming into a dozen blood shadows that scattered and fled. The giant sword slashed down, and most of the blood shadows instantly vanished, but a few escaped, merging in midair to reveal the pale, bloodless black-robed youth. Zhou Jingtian closed his eyes in disappointment, enveloped in a thick death qi. Hat. Ha 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 ha. The black-robed youth, having narrowly escaped death, had bloodlight almost completely filling his pupils, and he laughed maniacally. Zhou Jingtian's body trembled slightly, his cloudy, aged eyelids slowly lifted, and the giant sword at his fingertip let out a sword cry like a dragon's roar. He laboriously raised his right hand and softly uttered a single word. Go. The green giant sword once again emitted dazzling spiritual light. At Zhou Jingtian's command, it transformed into a green long rainbow like a river of stars, instantly shooting out. The large formation set up by hundreds of Demonic Path Foundation establishment disciples was instantly pierced through, and a dozen pitch-black giant boats turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. The mountain-like level 7 giant turtle didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was cut in half by this terrifying blow. The might of a single sword instantly reversed the situation on the entire battlefield. Old geezer. The black-robed youth trembled with rage, his face as ferocious as an evil ghost's. He instantly transformed into a blood shadow and rushed in front of Zhou Jingtian. His pair of jade-like hands, like deadly claws, directly pierced through Zhou Jingtian's chest, tearing out his still beating heart. Hat, Zhou Jingtian didn't care, a hint of a mocking smile still on his lips. I have cultivated for 500 years, and thinking about it carefully, I have never had a single thing worth savoring. How pathetic. Now, before my demise, I get to emulate the heroes in books, slaying a giant turtle and eliminating a demonic fiend. This is truly one of life's great joys. Zhou Jingtian laughed uproariously, and a sword intent, nurtured for hundreds of years, burst forth from his body. Evil demonic path. Come and join this old man in the Yellow Springs. Caught off guard, the black-robed youth was instantly struck in the chest by the sword intent. On his black robe, the 9-headed giant serpent let out a roar, forcefully blocking the blow. Even so, the black-robed youth was still sent flying more than 10 zhang away, spitting out a mouthful of blood mist. Zhou Jingtian closed his eyes with regret, his entire body weathering and dissolving, turning into scattered dust. The black-robed youth's face was gloomy. He took out a black porcelain bottle from his storage pouch, opened the lid, and poured its contents into his mouth. The only bloody medicinal pill in the bottle entered his mouth. The black-robed youth's pale complexion instantly returned to normal, and he seemed to have been reborn, showing no trace of weakness. Old geezer, you had to bite me even in death. The black-robed youth's expression was incredibly ferocious. He turned to look at the 5 core formation cultivators from the 5 sects who were currently besieging the evil ghost transformed from mysterious fire boy and the skinny old man. The 9-headed giant serpent reappeared, spewing poisonous mist as it lunged towards the 5 core formation stage cultivators. Meanwhile, on the ground battlefield, the 7 sects disciples, who had originally been rooted by the demonic path's grand formation, suddenly discovered that the formation opposite them had been destroyed by their own core formation cultivators. In an instant, morale soared. Nearly 1,000 Foundation establishment disciples, either forming formations or fighting individually, fiercely charged towards the demonic path cultivators. Dozens of male and female disciples from Yunyu sect held hands, their chi intertwined, and together they transformed into a giant red and blue light sphere, crushing towards the many demonic path cultivators. At the same time, they unleashed beams of 2-colored light, putting many demonic path cultivators in perilous situations. Giant sword sect disciples flew on their swords, their incomparably sharp sword chi forming a continuous sheet, like a flood dragon, churning and slaughtering back and forth across the battlefield. On Spirit Beast Mountain's side, various rare and exotic beasts, venomous insects, and flying birds covered the sky and earth. They were completely countered by the Yuling sect cultivators opposite them and were currently being chased around like grandsons. The other 7 sects disciples were divided into hundreds of small groups, locked in close combat with the Demonic Path Foundation establishment disciples. For a short time, it seemed impossible to determine a victor. A team of 7 sects Foundation establishment disciples had finally dealt with their opponents and were about to go help another group when they saw the 3 Yellow Maple Valley disciples suddenly display divine might, completely overwhelming the 3 Demon Flame sect demonic cultivators opposite them. Senior brother, quickly go help the other fellow disciples. You don't need to worry about us here. The leading Yellow Maple Valley disciple nodded, secretly praising the other person's noble character, then turned and joined another battle group. But at this moment, reinforcements arrived from the Demon Flame sect. The 3 Demon Flame sect cultivators suddenly unleashed their power, and crimson demonic fire instantly enveloped the 3 Yellow Maple Valley cultivators. Senior brother, quickly go help the other fellow disciples, don't let these 7 sects bastards get away. The several reinforced demonic cultivators from the Demon Flame sect exchanged glances, nodded immediately, and turned to fly to another part of the battlefield. The 6 individuals in combat made eye contact, and a sense of mutual appreciation flashed in their eyes. The battle once again became a stalemate. Chapter 97, Great Battle in the Desolate Mountains, Part 5. Long before the battle began, Liu Yun's, Han Li, and Dong Xianer had already discussed their strategy for this great battle. 4 words, fish in troubled waters. Victory meant just getting through the battle. For this, Liu Yun's even specifically asked Han Li for a set of yellow robes from Yellow Maple Valley. The 3 of them stood together, and at first glance, they looked like an ordinary Yellow Maple Valley 3-person team. As the chaotic battle began, the 3 of them blended into the crowd, charging forward with the main force. As they charged, they gradually found themselves at the very back of the formation. Subsequently, the 7 sect cultivators were suppressed by the demonic cultivators opposite them. Because the three of them were too far back, they didn't even get a chance to make a move. It wasn't until Zhou Jingtian cleaved open the demonic path's great formation with a single sword strike that the situation began to reverse, and the seven sects and the demonic path plunged into an extremely chaotic melee. Only then did Liu Yun's and his two companions begin to engage in close combat with demonic path cultivators, facing three demon flame sect cultivators who were almost identical in stature and appearance. Initially, everyone fought dangerously, unleashing various strange moves and exotic spells one after another, creating a lively scene. As the fight progressed, both sides gradually showed signs of decline. Then, one of the demon flame sect demonic cultivators suddenly exerted force, releasing a large swath of crimson demonic fire. Liu Yun's countered with an ice rain spell. Han Li raised his hand and sacrificed several magical artifacts. The demonic cultivator opposite him then produced a fire banner, which, when shaken, summoned a large area of demonic fire. After that, both sides again began to show signs of decline. After several such back and forths, both sides understood. Thus, the spell battle instantly became perilous. You cast a spell, I released demonic fire. You attacked with a magical artifact, I countered with a wave. As they fought, the six of them moved from the center of the battlefield all the way to its edge. If one side ever tried to call for reinforcements, the other side would immediately be suppressed until the reinforcements had left, after which they would resume their evenly matched fight. The two sides even had enough energy to transmit messages to each other, chatting casually. Friends opposite, I am Li Wuya of Yellow Maple Valley. The other two are my junior brother Li Fiyu and junior sister Nanggong Yu. So its fellow deist Li. I am Xiejia of the Demon Flame sect. The other two are my younger brothers, Xia Yi and Xia Bing. Excellent names. The feeling is mutual. Liu Yun's and the leading Demon Flame sect cultivator opposite him exchanged glances, and there was a hint of mutual appreciation between them. Who wasn't just a worker who wanted to fish in troubled waters? Fellow deists yet, where do you think it would be suitable for us to fight later? Let's run a bit further out. There are too many ghost spirit sect people here. Alright. Both sides erupted with power simultaneously, and streaks of spiritual light and demonic fire exploded in the air. The six individuals fought as they retreated, all the way to the outermost edge of the battlefield. Just then, an unexpected change occurred in the core formation cultivator's battlefield in mid-air. The evil ghost formed by mysterious fire boy possessed astonishing divine abilities and an almost immortal body. Even with the dragon phoenix twin rings in his hands, the plump elder could barely protect himself, suffocated by the overwhelming purple-black demonic fire. The other four were tightly entangled by the dozen or so flying centipedes released by the skinny old man of the Yuling sect. Each of those centipedes was 3 zhang long, with wings on its back, moving like the wind, and spitting yellow poisonous smoke, completely surrounding the 4 core formation cultivators. After the black-robed youth released the 9-headed giant serpent to join the fray, the situation for the 4-7 sex core formation cultivators became even more precarious. If Old Man Luo of Spirit Beast Mountain hadn't promptly notified his disciples to release several advanced spirit beasts of the 5th and 6th ranks, barely holding back the dozen flying centipedes, they would have probably already been defeated. If the situation here could barely be considered a stalemate, then in the high sky, the battle group of dozens of core formation cultivators was already completely one-sided. Rolling black chi mixed with demonic fire filled the sky, and faint streaks of bloody chi surged back and forth. Only the occasional burst of spiritual light indicated that the 7 sex core formation cultivators were still resisting, but it was clear they couldn't hold on much longer. The plump elder felt increasingly anxious and also greatly puzzled. The 7 sect cultivators were indeed at a disadvantage compared to the demonic path, but they also had a numerical advantage. They shouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Black clouds rolled in the sky, accompanied by a shrill scream, and more than a dozen escape lights fled from the black clouds. The plump elder was greatly alarmed. Before he could react to what was happening, he heard the evil ghost formed by mysterious fire boy let out a wild laugh, instantly transforming into a streak of fire and rushing into the black clouds. The black clouds in the sky began to churn rapidly. More than 20 vague figures could be faintly seen standing within the black clouds. What's going on? The plump elder asked with a grim expression. Feng Baiun, her face pale, coughed twice and said, the demonic path people used a trick. Those weren't demonic cultivators at all, but more than 20 refined corpses carrying potent poison. We were caught off guard, and most of our magic treasures were contaminated by the poison, greatly reducing their power. 7 or 8 fellow deists perished on the spot. We barely managed to break through. Refined corpses? Where did they get so many advanced refined corpses? The plump elder muttered in disbelief. Accompanied by mysterious fire boy's wild laughter, the black clouds in the sky suddenly dropped, pressing down on everyone. Alarmed, the plump elder quickly waved to everyone, go. Retreat back into the great formation. Many core formation cultivators transformed into escape lights and rapidly fled towards the 7 sex great formation. The core formation cultivators entangled by the 9-headed giant serpent and the flying centipedes, upon seeing this, also quickly used their respective methods to block their opponents. Old Man Luo of Spirit Beast Mountain even gritted his teeth and left his spirit beasts to cover their retreat, allowing everyone to withdraw safely. Meanwhile, the skinny old man and the black-robed youth floated in mid-air, leisurely, showing no intention of pursuing. Fellow deist Wang, with so many foundation establishment cultivators and 7 or 8 core formation cultivators dead in this battle, it should be barely enough, right? The skinny old man asked with a smile. The black-robed youth also nodded with a smile, that is natural. In this battle, fellow deist Xian Huo's 36 sky-burning banners and fellow deist Wu's profound armor flying centipedes have truly broadened my horizons. Now, it's time for the two fellow deists to witness my ghost spirit sect's 1000 spirit blood fiend great formation. The skinny old man waved his hand, humbly saying, fellow deist is too kind. My profound armor flying centipedes merely consumed some of the opponent's magical power, how can they compare to fellow deist Xian Huo's sky-burning banners? Speaking of which, I don't know where fellow deist Xian Huo brought so many advanced refined corpses from. If we can defeat the 7 sects allied army this time, fellow deist Xian Huo should take the greatest credit. The black-robed youth glanced at the skinny old man, seeing that his expression was normal, as if he had only said those words unintentionally. Fellow deist Wu is absolutely right, the black-robed youth said with a smile. Ha 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 ha. Enough talk. Enough talk. Let this old man witness the marvelous spells of the ghost spirit sect. The skinny old man laughed heartily, changing the subject. The black-robed youth also didn't want to dwell on the matter, so he immediately patted his storage pouch, and a black formation flag, over 1 zhang tall, shot out. At the same time, the ghost spirit sect demonic cultivators on the ground soared into the sky, each holding a formation flag several feet long, and abruptly raised them towards the heavens. With a burst of dazzling black light, a huge black light shield instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. A satisfied smile played on the black-robed youth's lips. His eyes unconsciously glanced at mysterious fire boy in the high sky. Inside the light shield, Liu Yun's looked at the black shield wall just a few steps away. After a moment of contemplation, he couldn't help but utter a single word. Damn. Chapter 98, Battle in the Barren Mountain, Part 6, please vote for more and read more. Chapter 98, Great Battle in the Barren Mountains, Part 6, bonus chapter for votes, reads, and collection. The 7 sects core formation cultivators swiftly retreated into the grand formation. Before they could even catch their breath, they looked up to see the massive formation, which enveloped the entire battlefield, rising from the ground, trapping all the Foundation Establishment disciples on the battlefield. You brats of the Demon Flame sect! Do you want to be refined by this Ghost Spirit sect's grand formation? Why aren't you getting out here at once? Mysterious Fire Boy's voice made the air crackle faintly. As soon as his voice fell, hundreds of Foundation Establishment demonic cultivators instantly transformed into escape lights and flew out. Some 7 sects disciples, seeing that the situation was dire, also quickly tried to fly out with them. The black-robed youth's gaze narrowed, and a cruel, sneering smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With a wave of the formation flag in his hand, streams of black chi immediately spread out from within the formation, faintly mixed with hundreds of illusory ghost figures wailing in pain, emitting soul-stirring ghost cries. As soon as the black chi appeared, it spread rapidly like a living entity to every corner of the grand formation. A dozen or so 7 sects Foundation Establishment cultivators who had flown up hadn't even realized what was happening before they were enveloped by the black chi, instantly turning into desiccated corpses. Ah! A female cultivator from Yellow Maple Valley had just cast a spell to protect her entire body when she was startled by the ghost figures before her, screaming as she pointed at the illusory ghost figures in the black chi and cried out in alarm. That's senior brother Zhou. And junior brother Yu from Huidao Dock. Liu Yun's had just released his pink crystal orb to protect the 3 of them when he heard the female cultivators shriek and couldn't help but look up. Just then, an illusory ghost figure wailed as it floated past him. Looking closely at its appearance, it was none other than Liu Tao from Yellow Maple Valley, who had previously bothered Dong Xianer. Liu Yun's looked around in horror. Each of those suffering ghost figures looked incredibly familiar, clearly the souls of the cultivators who had sacrificed themselves in this battle. He even saw many ferocious-looking, unfamiliar ghost figures within the black chi. After a moment's thought, his heart was suddenly startled. Those were the Foundation Establishment demonic cultivators who had sacrificed themselves on the demonic path side. These people didn't even spare the souls of their own kind. At this moment, the black chi spread, and intermittent screams came from within the grand formation. Cold sweat dripped from Liu Yun's forehead. He felt as if death lay in all directions, unable to see a single trace of life. Senior brother Liu, what should we do? Dong Xianer asked, trembling, her choked voice completely devoid of its usual charm. What to do? I also want to know what to do. Liu Yun's. Han Li's calm voice came from behind him. This grand formation seems to have a problem. The spiritual chi distribution is uneven. Come and take a look. Han Li said, handing over a crystal ball-like magical artifact. Liu Yun's heart stirred, and he quickly took the crystal ball, looking around. Indeed, just as Han Li said. The spiritual chi transmission of the entire grand formation was stagnant at certain nodes. Liu Yun's immediately thought of Zhou Jing's heaven-shattering sword strike. Many ghost spirit sect disciples had died under that sword strike at the time. Liu Yun's, what should we do next? Should we find a way to notify the core formation cultivators outside? Han Li asked with a solemn expression. Even with some flaws, a grand formation of this level was not something that mere Foundation Establishment stage disciples could break. Only by leveraging the power of core formation stage cultivators might it be possible to breach this grand formation. Liu Yun's took a deep breath, the plump elder's murderous gaze flashing through his mind. Others are ultimately unreliable, Liu Yun said slowly. Han Li was startled. Before he could ask for clarification, he heard a scream from nearby. Several escape lights were deeply mired in the black chi, their spiritual light flickering dimly a few times before being swallowed by the black chi one after another. Another dozen or so people were driving magical artifacts, crashing through the black chi, attempting to rescue those trapped. However, as soon as their magical artifacts were exposed to the black qi, their spiritual light was instantly corroded and dimmed. After flickering a few times, they completely ceased to move. Liu Yun's looked closely, his pupils suddenly contracting. He raised his hand and released dozens of dark, ferocious puppets. Dozens of beams of light briefly tore open the black qi, rescuing the dozen or so people trapped within. Senior brother Liu, it really is you. Junior sister Zhu, leading several surviving Yunyu sect disciples, approached with immense joy as soon as she landed. Her eyes were red, and she looked almost on the verge of tears of joy. Senior brother Liu. The leader of another group was actually Lin Xuanyu from Yellow Maple Valley. Her face filled with joy, she cupped her hands and bowed to Liu Yun's, asking eagerly. Senior brother Liu, our magical power is almost depleted. Does senior brother have a way to lead us out? Lin Xuanyu and the others behind her respectfully bowed. We guarantee we will not be a burden to senior brother. Meeting their hopeful gazes, Liu Yun's remained silent, not uttering a word. Senior brother Liu. Lin Xuanyu pursed her lips, looking at him pleadingly. The young cultivators behind her were somewhat at a loss, unsure what to do. They could only maintain their bowing posture, silent. Suppressed sobs faintly emanated from the crowd. The black qi spread again. Everyone remained silent until Liu Yun suddenly let out a long sigh. He flipped his hand, and the crimson flame banner, glowing with red light, appeared in his grasp. Wisps of flame began to burn fiercely. Boom! Flames soared. A pillar of fire, reaching to the heavens and earth, tore open the dense darkness, like a dazzling torch, radiating brilliant light with wanton abandon. A fierce shout echoed throughout the entire grand formation. Yunyu sect's Liu Yun's is here. All who wish to live, come to me. At the same time, the 7 sects core formation cultivators, who had barely managed to escape back into the grand formation, saw the battlefield enveloped by the formation, with hundreds of 7 sects foundation establishment cultivators trapped within, their fates unknown. Their expressions immediately changed drastically. Among them, the 4 core formation cultivators, including Feng Baiyun of Yunyu sect, had the most grim expressions. Senior brother Yu. Feng Baiyun immediately disregarded the usual internal squabbles of the sect and quickly stepped forward, saying impatiently to the plump elder. The 7 sects foundation establishment cultivators are all trapped in the grand formation by the demonic path. We must go out immediately to break the formation. Otherwise, they will surely die. Junior brother Feng. The plump elder glanced slightly, then looked up at the black clouds in the sky. Go out and break the formation? How could it be that easy? Do you think that mysterious fireboy and his refined corpses are made of mud? Once we step out of the grand formation now, we will inevitably be besieged by the demonic path fiends. At that time, not only will we be unable to rescue the disciples, but we core formation cultivators, who have already suffered great losses to our origin chi, might also be completely wiped out outside, and then this great battle will be lost. The plump elder's face was expressionless, his eyes as deep as an ancient well of 10,000 years, showing no hint of emotion. Feng Baiyun gritted her teeth in anger, asking sharply, lost? If all the foundation establishment disciples outside are wiped out by the demonic path, can we still win? The plump elder gently stroked his beard, saying calmly. Junior brother Feng, don't forget, the purpose of this battle is to buy time for our fellow disciples in the rear to set up formations, so as to continue to obstruct the demonic path's invasion. As long as we core formation stage cultivators are still here, relying on the formations, it will be no problem to hold them off for another 10 odd days. By then, the formations in the rear should be almost complete. As for the foundation establishment disciples outside, I will personally request commendations for them from the sect, so junior brother need not worry. You. Feng Baiyun's face suddenly turned pale. He suddenly realized that the purpose of this person's arrival here was probably not so simple from the beginning. Commendations? If everyone is dead, what kind of commendations are there? Could it be that fellow deist Yu also possesses the ability to communicate with the underworld? Then I must humbly ask fellow deist for guidance. A sarcastic voice suddenly came from behind. The plump elder didn't even need to turn around to know that only Zhou Chengxian from Huidao Dock could say such a thing. He raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, it seems fellow deist Zhou is quite displeased with my decision. What are fellow deist's plans? Are you perhaps going to rescue the trapped foundation establishment disciples? Hehe. My abilities are humble, how could I have such great power? Not to mention, I'm very afraid of death, so I wouldn't dare to risk my life to go and save people. Zhou Chengxian grinned, saying without concealment. The plump elder smiled faintly upon hearing this. Then why did fellow deist mock me earlier? Zhou Chengxian sneered coldly, I just simply don't like the sight of you, is that not allowed? You. The plump elder's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to say something more, he heard a loud bang. Everyone quickly looked in the direction of the sound. They saw that a large hole had actually been torn in the black light shield. Crimson flames, mixed with a sky full of light beams and spiritual light from magical artifacts, surged out simultaneously.